In the realm of glory, Lin Feng, endowed with the fortune of a European monarch, extraordinary reflexes, and unparalleled talent, has made a formidable entrance into the 10th district. His purpose is unequivocal: to locate the retired Yi Xiu and become his comrade in battle. Under the moniker of the Qi Master Tianyun, he brings boundless resources and exceptional prowess to assist Yi Xiu in reclaiming the brilliance of the scattered players, thereby forging the illustrious Xingxin team. From humble beginnings in an internet CAF, he sweeps through challenges, ultimately igniting a tempest in the professional league. This is the fervent saga of the European monarch aiding the god of glory in their ascent to the pinnacle of honor, devoid of a female lead, purely focusing on camaraderie, where only faith and the championship must not be betrayed. Chapter 1. The Rebirth of Glory. Target: Yi Xiu. At 7 in the morning, the sunlight pierced through the inadequately drawn curtains, striking Lin Feng's eyelids. He furrowed his brow, irritatedly turning over, attempting to bury that bothersome light beneath his pillow. Ugh, can't old Wang's renovations occur at a more reasonable hour? He mumbled, instinctively reaching for his bedside table to silence the non-existent alarm. His fingers did not encounter the cool surface of a smartphone case, but instead brushed against a stack of hard, somewhat abrasive notebooks. Lin Feng's eyes shot open. As his vision transitioned from blurred to clear, he was greeted not by the chaotic walls of his room plastered with gaming posters, but by an unfamiliar chamber. Propping himself up on his arms, he surveyed his surroundings. The room was sparsely furnished, with a desk against the wall holding several photo frames, each containing unfamiliar, radiant smiles. Wait, that unfamiliar. A sudden jolt of realization struck Lin Feng's heart. He threw off the thin blanket, his bare feet meeting the cold floor. He hurried to the desk, snatching a photo frame. In the picture, a young man who bore a striking resemblance to him was embracing a pair of kind-looking middle-aged individuals, the backdrop a quaint cobblestone street in a southern town. This was not him. It was unequivocally not any photograph from his memory. The chills surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He nearly dove towards the pile of notebooks, discovering several deep red property ownership certificates. Trembling, he opened the top one. Owner, Lin Feng. Property location, H City, Shangqing District, Hahua Garden Community, Building 7, Room 301. Building area, 87.35 square meters. He dropped it as if scalded, quickly grasping another. H City, Binjiang District, Guanlan Apartment, Building B, Room 1202. H City, Shihu District, Wenxin Road, Shop 118. 5 certificates in total. Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. A fresh graduate, toiling in a gaming studio with a 996 work schedule, barely managing to share rent. How could he possess so many property deeds? And all in H City? H City. H City. An absurd yet startlingly clear thought struck him like a lightning bolt, illuminating the chaos within his mind. He had spent the previous night engrossed in the 10th District strategy for glory, and when he lost consciousness, he awakened here. He dashed to the sole window in the room, flinging it open with a whoosh. Outside lay a completely unfamiliar scene. This was not the bustling northern metropolis he knew, but a quintessential southern cityscape. A clean yet narrow street lined with slightly aged residential buildings, each housing various breakfast establishments, the steam wafting up carrying the tantalizing aromas of fried dough sticks, soy milk, and soup dumplings that eye in the distance. The undulating silhouettes of hills could be seen. Suddenly, unfamiliar memories flooded his mind, revealing that the original owner had stayed up too late while playing glory, leading to his transmigration. H City. It truly was H City, the very city depicted in Quanji Gao Shou, filled with countless legends of glory, the city where that man, forced into retirement, lurked in the corner of an internet CAF. After the initial shock, an overwhelming wave of euphoria surged through him. His heart thundered within his chest, and his blood felt as if it were boiling. Quanji Gao Shou. Yi Xiu. Jun Mo Shao. Xingxin Internet CAF. 10th District. He spun around, his gaze frantically scanning the room. Eye in the corner of the desk, a familiar gaming helmet emblazoned with the Glory logo lay quietly, accompanied by a brand new account card labeled Glory 10th District Opening. Commemorative Edition. The date was glaringly set for 1 week later. 1 week. 1 week before the 10th District's grand opening. At a time when Yi Xiu had just been ousted from Jiashi and was managing the Xingxin Internet CAF. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng could not contain his laughter, the sound echoing in the empty room, tinged with a hint of incredulous madness. Transmigration. He had truly crossed into this world he had long yearned for. Forcing himself to regain composure, he inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma of breakfast in the air, and began to assess his situation. First, his identity. Lin Feng. A landlord in H City possessing multiple properties? He flipped through the property certificates, discovering rental receipts tucked within. The amounts were not excessively grand, but certainly sufficient for a comfortable life, even verging on affluent. This beginning was far superior to the anticipated destitute wanderers seeking refuge in an internet CAF. Initial capital? Not an issue at all. Second, his advantage. The memories of a devoted fan were his greatest asset. Yishio's experiences, the strategies for the 10th district, the intricacies of various guilds, the potential of future top players, all the narrative threads resided in his mind. This was an information gap, an absolute edge. Wait, was there more? He recalled that fleeting, inexplicable intuition, as if kissed by the goddess of fortune. A European monarch's constitution? He needed to verify this. Third, his objective. Impeccably clear and unwavering. Find Yishio. Join him. Together, from that small corner of Xingxin Internet CAF, they would establish a team, reclaim their place in the league, and lift that trophy, symbolizing the utmost glory. He would rectify all the unfulfilled grievances of the past. Yishio's expulsion, Su Muchio's regrets, the hardships of Xingxin's inception. This time, he would become Yishio's most reliable ally, not just a fan shouting from behind a screen. Yishio, wait for me. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening with exertion, yet his eyes shone with remarkable brilliance, filled with a resolute determination and the exuberance of youthful enthusiasm. He swiftly sprang into action. First, he needed to resolve his survival concerns and verify the authenticity of his landlord identity. He picked up his smartphone from the desk and, following a contact list affixed to the wall, dialed the number of one of his tenants. Hello? Aunt Zhang. This is Lin Feng. Yes. The one at Hua Garden, Building 7, Room 3010. It's nothing. I just wanted to confirm that you transferred this month's rent to my account yesterday. Right? Good. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. Yes. If there are any issues with the apartment, feel free to reach out to me. After hanging up, he dialed another shop tenant's number, similarly confirming the rent transfer. Watching the balance change notification from the bank on his phone, a figure not astronomical, but certainly reassuring, solidified Lin Feng's confidence. The landlord title was confirmed. His stomach, at that moment, let out a timely grumble. The exhilaration and tension had drained his energy. Lin Feng grabbed a crumpled wallet from the desk and stuffed it into his pocket, deciding to venture out in search of food, familiarize himself with the surroundings, and most importantly, scout the Xingxin Internet CAF. Stepping out of the somewhat dilapidated residential building, the morning air in H City greeted him with a refreshing coolness. The trees lining the street were lush and verdant, the cheerful sounds of bicycle bells ringing out, while office workers and students hurried along. Breakfast stalls brimmed with steam, the proprietress skillfully wrapping wontons, the sizzling of dough in the frying pan creating a mouth-watering aroma. Lin Feng paused at a stall selling wheat pancakes. Boss, ID like one with preserved vegetables and meat. Add an egg, he said, handing over a 10 yuan bill. All right. The boss moved with remarkable agility, rolling the dough, spreading the filling, cracking the eggs, and placing them in the oven, his actions flowing like a graceful dance. The wheat cake quickly puffed up on the scorching iron plate, its edges turning a golden brown, exuding an enticing aroma complemented by the unique salty flavor of the preserved vegetables. Here's your cake, take it. The boss placed the warm wheat cake into a paper bag and effortlessly fished out some change. Lin Feng accepted it, unable to contain his eagerness as he took a bite. The outer layer was crispy, while the inside remained soft and glutinous. The savory saltiness of the preserved vegetables intertwined with the richness of minced meat and the fragrant crispness of the fried egg, exploding in his mouth. The familiar yet unfamiliar taste was a true reflection of the essence of life. He chewed contentedly. He mentally conjured the map of H City, recalling the description from the original text and a crumpled local map he had seen earlier in his rental apartment. Xingxin Wangba should be in the west of the city. He hailed a taxi. Driver, to Xingxin Wangka, do you know where it is? The driver, familiar with the area, chuckled upon hearing the name. Xingxin? Of course, I know. It's been around for many years over in the west. Are you going online, young man? That place is quite decent. Yes, just going to have a look, Lin Feng replied vaguely, his heart inexplicably racing. The taxi wove through the morning rush hour traffic, which was not overly congested, as the scenery outside shifted from relatively bustling streets to the more vibrant old district, low-rise residential buildings, narrow alleys, faded graffiti on the walls, and a plethora of small advertisements bore the marks of time. The taxi halted at an intersection. Just turn right into that alley up ahead, walk a few dozen meters, and you'll see a large sign for Xingxin Wangka. Thank you, driver, Lin Feng said, paying and stepping out of the vehicle. Standing at the corner, he took a deep breath. Flanking him were various small shops, a grocery store, a hardware store, a tailor, and several shuttered roll-up doors. He took a step forward, his heart pounding with each footfall. The alley was not long, and soon a large, red and blue sign came into view, Xingxin Wangka. The 6 characters appeared somewhat faded in the not-so-bright morning sunlight, yet they remained striking. Beneath the sign were 2 relatively clean glass doors through which he could faintly see rows of computer screens and a reception desk facing the entrance. This was it. Lin Feng abruptly halted. At that moment, it felt as if blood surged to his head, only to cool instantaneously. All the excitement, tension, anticipation, and a tinge of trepidation at returning home froze in that instant. He felt as if he were nailed to the spot, gazing intently at the sign from a distance of several meters. Countless images flashed through his mind. The character Yi Xiao in the novel, cigarette in mouth, looking both disheveled and intensely focused on the screen, the animated figure of Jun Mo Xiao wielding the magical thousand machine umbrella, casting shadows, and the front desk of Xingxin Wangba, often depicted in forum posts and fan works, the place where dreams began. In a week, the 10th district would open, and that legendary figure would be seated inside, using the ID Jun Mo Xiao, beginning his journey anew. And now he had arrived, carrying the memories of his past life, bolstered by the confidence of being the landlord, and filled with solitary courage and sincere determination. He was no longer a mere spectator outside the screen. He intended to step through this door and approach that man. The goal was right before him. Lin Feng clenched the now cold half of the wheat cake in his hand, the paper bag emitting a soft rustling sound. He inhaled the cool, dust-laden air of the alley deeply, his chest rising and falling as his gaze settled into an unwavering resolve akin to burning boats behind him. He lifted his foot, no longer hesitating, striding purposefully and steadily toward the sign of Xingxin Wangka, each step resolute. The blurred light and shadow beyond the glass doors seemed to beckon him. Chapter 2. The first encounter at the Internet CAF, Hidden Talents. Lin Feng pushed open the somewhat heavy glass door of Xingxin Wangba, and a familiar yet intense aroma enveloped him. It was the distinct mixed fragrance of the Internet CAF. The stubborn scent of aged tobacco clung to every fabric, mingling with the aroma of instant noodles, the starchy scent of hot dogs, and the sweat of countless night owls, all underpinned by the warm air wafting from the computer towers, carrying a hint of burnt electronic components. The overhead fluorescent lights emitted a low humming sound, and the illumination was rather dim, barely lighting up the somewhat crowded space. Lin Feng's gaze swiftly scanned the area. The layout resembled the descriptions from the novel. To the left of the entrance was an L-shaped reception desk, with shelves stocked with drinks and snacks behind it. To the right and directly ahead were densely arranged computer stations, a mix of CRT monitors and newer LCD screens, resembling a steel jungle. The air was filled with the sounds of rapidly tapping keyboards, game sound effects leaking from headsets, and players' varying shouts of excitement or frustration. It was still early, and the occupancy rate was around 60 to 70%. His eyes precisely locked onto the reception desk. Behind the counter stood a woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, with a neat ponytail, wearing a t-shirt emblazoned with a blurry anime graphic, topped with a blue vest. Uniform from Xingxin Wangba, she was intently focused on her phone screen, her brow slightly furrowed as if engaged in a competition with someone. It's Chen Guo, the proprietress of Xingxin Wangba, Lin Feng thought to himself. She was more vivid in reality than in his vague imaginings, exuding a lively, down-to-earth charm. However, Lin Feng did not linger on her. The person he truly sought lay deeper within. Following the direction of the reception, in the darkest corner of the Internet CF, a computer screen glowed faintly. A figure sat in front of it, clad in a faded gray hoodie, the hood casually pulled over his head, obscuring most of his face, leaving only a hint of his chin visible and a nearly burnt-out cigarette dangling between his fingers, its ash precariously long. His posture radiated a profound languor, his back slightly hunched as if he were sinking into the equally weathered computer chair. Only the hands resting on the keyboard and mouse, with pronounced knuckles, appeared remarkably stable and focused in the dim light of the screen. Yi Xiao, or rather, at this moment, he was still known as Yi Xiao, the retired god of gaming, serving as the Internet CAF's manager. Even from a distance of several meters, and through the swirling smoke, Lin Feng's heart raced uncontrollably. The target was right in front of him. The emotions of excitement, tension, and reverence surged again. But he quickly took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing that wave of anomaly. Now was not the time for excitement. He needed to remain composed, avoiding any suspicion. That he adjusted his breathing, wearing an expression that blended curiosity and fatigue, reminiscent of someone who had stayed up late traveling, and walked directly toward the reception desk. Boss, I'd like to use a computer. Lin Feng's voice was soft, carrying a hint of tentative exploration. Chen Guo looked up at the sound, tossing her phone onto the counter, the screen still displaying a shopping app. She sized up Lin Feng with keen eyes, a new face. Is it by the hour or overnight? ID, please. Overnight, please, Lin Feng replied, pulling out his wallet and handing over his ID, adding casually. Also, could I get a membership? I might be coming off. And he tried to sound nonchalant, yet his gaze accidentally darted again toward the figure in the corner. Yi Xiao seemed entirely absorbed in his own world, showing no reaction to the happenings at the reception, only the flickering light of the screen illuminating his face. Very well. Chen Guo swiftly took the identification card, deftly operating the computer. The membership card deposit is 10 yuan. Overnight fee is 20, totaling 30. The card number corresponds to the last 4 digits of your phone, and you may set the password yourself later. As she spoke, She retrieved a pristine magnetic card and a receipt from the drawer. Here you go, keep this safe. The water dispenser over there has hot water, and instant noodles and ham sausages are on that shelf. Just take what you want and leave the money at the front desk. Thank you, boss. Lin Feng accepted the card and receipt. Settling the payment, he casually surveyed his surroundings, his gaze lingering momentarily on Yi Xiu's corner before shifting away, as if in search of an empty seat. Boss, is there a quieter spot with better internet speed? I'd like to challenge a skilled player in glory. I've heard there are many experts here. That he deliberately emphasized challenge, an expert, infused with a youthful spirit of competition. Chen Guo, preparing to continue her battle on her phone, lifted her eyes and smirked slightly, revealing a hint of amusement at yet another overconfident newcomer. She gestured towards the far corner by the wall. There, that row is less crowded, and the machines are decent. Experts? She scoffed, embodying the straightforwardness and teasing nature of a proprietress. The experts are all in the game, no matter where they sit. But the one over there, her gaze drifted towards Yi Xiu, lowering her voice slightly, laced with a hint of disdain and resignation. He's our network administrator. His skills are passable, but he's a bit lazy and smokes quite a bit. If you want to challenge someone, perhaps he could play a couple of rounds with you when he's free, but don't hold your breath. His speed. Lin Feng understood immediately. Chen Guo had yet to fully grasp the caliber of the individual sitting nearby. Following her indication, he noticed that there were 2 or 3 vacant machines near Yi Xiu, positioned at just the right distance to observe without seeming intrusive. All right, he'll take that spot. Lin Feng nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and with membership card and receipt in hand, he strolled towards the corner, carrying his lightweight bag that contained only his wallet and phone. That he deliberately softened his footsteps, maneuvering around several players who were engrossed in their games, shouting and cheering. As he neared the corner, the scent of smoke became increasingly pronounced, mingling with the faint ozone odor emitted by the old computers. Lin Feng settled into a seat 1 position diagonally behind Yi Xiu. This angle allowed him to catch a glimpse of Yi Xiu's profile and a portion of his screen without appearing overly focused. The machine he had chosen featured an LCD monitor that seemed relatively new. Lin Feng set down his bag, inserted the card, and powered it on. The fan of the host let out a low hum. While waiting for the system to boot up, he once again stole a glance at Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu maintained a relaxed posture, his hat pulled low, obscuring all but his intense gaze fixed on the screen. His right hand moved the mouse with minimal range but rapid frequency, while his left hand occasionally struck the keyboard with precision and speed, embodying a rhythm of effortless grace. The screen flickered with light, depicting scenes from a dungeon, the character's movements astonishingly fluid. Lin Feng felt a shiver of realization. This was the foundational skill of a top-tier expert, seemingly casual, yet each action was a testament to countless hours of refinement. Before long, Lin Feng's computer finished starting up. Without hesitation, he double-clicked the familiar icon of glory on his desktop. The login interface appeared, the background showcasing a grand main city. Lin Feng chose not to log into District 10, which was still closed, nor did he utilize the pristine commemorative card from that district. Instead, he inserted an old account card that appeared quite worn in inheritance from the original Lin Feng, discovered in the drawer of his rental apartment desk. A standard account card from the ordinary district. Logging in as Jifeng Luiying, a gunslinger, he inferred this information from the original owner's sporadic game records and fragmented memories that a lone wolf gunslinger who enjoyed moderate fame in the ordinary district, skilled yet lacking in teamwork, his notoriety confined to a few established dungeon teams and small competitive circles. This character was apt for showcasing his prowess, drawing Yi Xiu's attention without being overly ostentatious. As the game loaded, his character materialized in a bustling arena hall. Lin Feng did not rush to match with an opponent. He needed to reacquaint himself with the operational feel, skill keybindings, and equipment attributes of Jifeng Luiying. After all, both the body and account were new, and while memories lingered, muscle memory required reconnection. He maneuvered the gunslinger Jifeng Luiying towards the practice dummy area in the corner of the arena. It was sparsely populated, with only a few players testing their skills against the wooden targets. Lin Feng flexed his fingers, focusing his gaze. He did not leap into showcasing his skills. Rather, like any returning veteran player, he commenced with the most fundamental operations: movement, jumping, turning, and sliding. His actions gradually accelerated as he regained his bodily coordination. Next came basic shooting: aimed shots, rapid fire from the revolver, knee shots, and stomp shots. Bullets struck the dummy's various segments with precision, producing muffled thuds. These foundational maneuvers were executed with utmost diligence, flowing naturally and demonstrating solid fundamentals. A few minutes later, feeling that he had acclimated to the character and account, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened slightly. Next came the focus. He positioned Jifeng Luiying before a new wooden target, standing firm. The gunslinger's hands hung loosely, his posture relaxed. Suddenly, his left hand, resting on the keyboard, sprang into action. Fingers danced as if imbued with life, striking several specific keys, primarily direction keys, and a handful of skill keys in a dazzling flurry. The rapid, crisp sounds of keystrokes filled the relatively quiet corner, the rhythm astonishingly swift, almost blending into a singular pulse. This was no longer mere practice, it was a surge in operational frequency that surpassed what an ordinary person could achieve. Simultaneously, the gunslinger Jifeng Luiying sprang into motion on the screen. Moving so swiftly it seemed to leave afterimages, it executed an exquisitely smooth slide into a back jump, the barbecue initiation. While airborne in the back jump, the dual pistols in hand unleashed a torrent of fire. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets poured forth like a torrential downpour. This was not mindless spraying, but remarkably precise, aimed shots. Each bullet seemed to possess its own guidance, striking various small target markers on the dummy in the brief moment of suspension. These were the virtual targets integrated into the system for accuracy testing, from the head to the heart and down to the joints. Every shot hit its mark. Yet, that was not the end. As the barbecue stomp shot skill briefly suspended the dummy, Jifeng Luiying landed seamlessly into a fluid cancel action, transitioning into the Gatling gun. The gun's muzzle spewed flames, the storm of bullets enveloping the suspended dummy once more. Immediately following was a swift lateral slide, executing another aimed shot mid-movement to interrupt the Gatling's recoil, the entire sequence flowing like water, devoid of any hesitation. This entire operation, from the explosive speed of the slide into the back jump barbecue to the precise aerial shots, landing into the Gatling gun, and then canceling the recoil for another aimed shot, was accomplished in a mere 3 to 4 seconds. The speed of execution, the fluidity of the transitions, the precision in timing the cancellation of the character's stiffness recoil, and the understanding of the gunslinger's aerial combat capabilities were all showcased vividly. This was no earth-shattering skill, but rather the most intuitive manifestation of a top-tier gunslinger player's foundational skills and innate talent. Especially that moment of explosive speed and precise aerial shots. Such seamlessness could only be achieved through relentless practice and profound comprehension of the profession. The sound of strikes abruptly ceased. Jifeng Luiying stood poised, its movements clean and decisive, as if the tempestuous assault that had just transpired had never taken place. Only the densely packed bullet holes on the wooden target and the system's notifications of combo count, 37, and accuracy, 98, silently narrated the events that had unfolded. Lin Feng exhaled softly, stretching his slightly stiff finger joints. He had exerted approximately 70% of his strength in that last effort, which should suffice. He appeared casually reclined against the chair's backrest, lifting a disposable cup filled with warm water to his lips, yet his gaze functioned like the most meticulous radar. Using the periphery of his vision to scan the corner diagonally ahead, Wei Shou maintained his languid posture, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. The light and shadows on his screen continued to dance, his character engaged in intricate maneuvers. However, Lin Feng was keenly observant at the moment when Lin Feng's rapid succession of actions reached its zenith. Yi Xiu's left hand, casually resting beside the mouse with a cigarette held between his fingers, subtly lifted his index finger, a movement so slight it was almost imperceptible before it slowly descended, gently flicking off an excessive amount of ash. This gesture was as delicate as a breath, swift enough to seem like an illusion. Beneath the brim of his hat, his eyes, which had been intently focused on his screen, seemed to momentarily shift, glancing in Lin Feng's direction with remarkable speed. There was neither surprise nor admiration in his gaze, merely a pure and concentrated curiosity akin to that of an old hunter discovering traces of intriguing prey. Like a tiny stone cast into a tranquil lake, it created nearly invisible ripples before the surface returned to its profound stillness. The ash drifted silently to the ground. Yi Xiu's attention refocused on his screen, as if that fleeting glance had never occurred. He inhaled from his cigarette, exhaling slowly within the swirling smoke. The features of his face, shrouded in the shadow of his hat, remained indistinct. Lin Feng averted his gaze, looking down at his screen where Jifeng Luiying stood proudly, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curling at the corners of his lips. The bait had been quietly cast. Chapter 3. The proximity of water and the night shift manager Lin Feng remained at his computer for a while longer, skillfully maneuvering through a few matches in the competitive arena with his avatar, Jifeng Luiying. With a balanced outcome of wins and losses, he deliberately moderated his performance, ensuring he did not appear too incompetent to be underestimated, nor did he unleash the remarkable speed he once displayed, presenting himself instead as a seasoned player with slight fluctuations in form. Out of the corner of his eye, he noted the presence of the formidable player in the corner, who remained as steadfast as a mountain, exhibiting no unusual behavior apart from a barely perceptible glance, as if Lin Feng's earlier impression had merely been a figment of his imagination. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the daylight outside gradually brightened. The night owls of the internet CF began to log off one by one, leaving with weary expressions and an oily sheen, replaced by a fresh batch of faces, predominantly students and seemingly leisurely young adults. The din of the CAF persisted, merely transitioning to a new group generating the noise. Lin Feng's stomach rumbled once more, reminding him of the half-eaten bread he had left behind. He exited the game, powered down the computer, and stood up to stretch his stiff limbs, preparing to seek out a place for lunch while also planning his next steps. As he approached the front desk to settle his bill, his overnight card still had time left, but there was no need to waste it. He found Chun Guo on the phone, her tone somewhat irritable. How many times must I say it? Finding a night shift manager is no easy task. Do you think the salary is too low? Too strenuous? Then why don't you recommend someone reliable? What? Another resignation? Who will fill the evening shift today? I will. Who else can do it? She angrily hung up the phone, slamming her device on the counter, her chest heaving with evident frustration. Lin Feng felt a spark of opportunity arise. He approached her, displaying a hint of hesitation and curiosity. Boss, are you in need of a night shift manager? Chun Guo, still irritated, glanced at him with a raised eyebrow. What? You want to do it? She scrutinized Lin Feng, noting his youth and clean, albeit ordinary, attire, which did not resemble that of a seasoned CAF goer. Her tone softened slightly as she explained. The night shift runs from 10 in the evening to 8 in the morning. It's a long shift filled with various tasks, including assisting customers with computer issues, selling instant noodles and sausages, monitoring for vandalism or theft, and cleaning up afterward. The pay is not high, and the work is far from easy. She was accustomed to laying out the harsh realities first, having been plagued by frequent resignations from previous managers. Lin Feng smiled sincerely, responding, "The long hours are not an issue. I am quite alert at night. The variety of tasks does not deter me. I see it as an opportunity to learn. I have recently moved to the city and have yet to find suitable employment, so I am looking for a place to settle down and save on rent." He paused, casting a glance toward the corner, then added, "Moreover, I play Honor of Kings fairly well and can handle general computer problems, so I should be able to assist." "Oh, you play Honor of Kings?" This piqued Chun Guo's interest, reminding her of Lin Feng's earlier mention of seeking skilled opponents. She scrutinized him further, pondering his skill level and win rate in the arena. "Not too bad. I managed to get by in the ordinary ranks," Lin Feng replied vaguely, avoiding specific statistics to prevent sounding boastful. "I have extensively researched the game, understanding various dungeon mechanics, class synergies, and equipment attributes, so I should be capable of helping players with their inquiries." Chun Guo remained skeptical. After years in the business, she had encountered too many self-proclaimed experts who turned out to be novices. However, she was indeed in urgent need of personnel, particularly for the night shift. She could not bear to cover it alone every day. "Talk is cheap," she said, retrieving an old keyboard from beneath the counter and placing it on the surface with a thud. She then opened a dated test monitor, instructing, "Here, give it a try. I don't need you to be exceptional, but you must have some speed. When handling customer complaints, sometimes you need to demonstrate operations on the spot, and being slow is not an option." She gestured toward a small software program on the screen that measured keystrokes per minute, stating, "Just type or press randomly. I want to see your average speed. Do not try to impress me with gaming skills. Those have a public cooldown and are not reliable." Though the method seemed rudimentary, it was practical. For a night manager, intricate maneuvers were unnecessary. What mattered was the ability to act swiftly in critical moments, such as quickly switching windows to assist multiple requests or showcasing skills to command respect in front of demanding customers. Lin Feng gazed at the well-worn keyboard, polished by countless users, and found it somewhat amusing, yet maintained a serious demeanor. He flexed his fingers, standing at the counter, positioning his hands over the home keys. "Boss, shall I begin?" "Go ahead, just hold on for a minute," Chun Guo replied, crossing her arms with a look of skepticism. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng's focus sharpened in an instant. In the next moment, his 10 fingers danced across the keyboard like unleashed sprites, producing a flurry of sound. Tap, 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 tap. It was not mere typing. It resembled a torrential downpour hammering against banana leaves. The rapid, crisp, and continuous sound erupted at a terrifying speed, merging into a piercing high-frequency noise that overwhelmed the ambient sounds of the CAF. His fingers moved so swiftly that they seemed to leave afterimages, not pressing down, but instead bouncing lightly and rapidly across the keyboard surface. Each contact was precise and brief, resonating like rain on banana leaves. He did not input any meaningful characters. Rather, he engaged in the purest form of extreme, ineffective operation. Yet this seemingly meaningless rapid tapping vividly showcased the operator's neurological response, speed, and muscle control limits. Several patrons near the counter, waiting for machines to boot or to purchase drinks, were startled by the sudden, terrifying sound, turning to witness the spectacle with expressions of astonishment, as if they had seen a ghost. What in the world is this hand speed? Even a pianist wouldn't be this exaggerated. Is this guy's finger cramping up? Chun Guo was left utterly dumbfounded, her mouth slightly agape, failing to notice the cloth she had dropped to the floor. Having operated an internet CAF for years, She had encountered fast fingers before, but not to this extent, especially with no skills aiding him, purely relying on fundamental keyboard proficiency. He was simply a monster. The numbers on the test software skyrocketed, eventually stabilizing at a dizzying height that far surpassed the average player's capabilities, even eclipsing the baseline speed of many professional players. 1 minute elapsed. Lin Feng's fingers suddenly came to a halt, as if he had pressed the pause button. The tumultuous cacophony that had just filled the air ceased abruptly, leaving only the ambient sounds of the internet CAF, the effects of gaming skills, and the lively chatter of players. He tucked his slightly warm hands into his pockets, a hint of calculated bashfulness gracing his face. Is everything all right, boss? Chun-Gua snapped back to reality, leaning closer to the screen, her gaze fixed on the exaggerated figure frozen on the testing software. She then looked up at Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with curiosity akin to that of one observing a rare creature. What did you do before? Were you a professional booster? Or perhaps a StarCraft player? She had heard of some StarCraft competitors possessing inhuman speed. I just have quick hands from playing Glory for a long time. Lin Feng remained modest, believing his skills were adequate for the role of a network administrator. Adequate? More than adequate, Chun-Gua exclaimed, slapping her thigh, her expression shifting from gloom to sunshine, imbued with a hint of treasure-hunting delight. With your speed, commanding the place will be a breeze. If anyone dares brag about their prowess in the CAF, you can challenge them, and I assure you, they'll be silenced. She vividly imagined this young man effortlessly outpacing various boastful players, and the thought brought a smile to her lips. As for salary, though you're a newcomer, your evident capability warrants a fair offer. How about this? The night shift as a network administrator, with meals and accommodation included. There's a small storage room behind the CAF that can fit a bed. Conditions are modest, but it will provide shelter from the elements. The monthly salary is $2,800, with bonuses for excellent performance. What do you think? Chun-Gua proposed, believing her offer to be quite sincere, particularly highlighting the accommodation, which, while inexpensive for her, would be enticing for someone new to the city. Lin Feng, however, was unconcerned about the salary. His intentions were not profit-driven. He nodded immediately. Sounds good. Thank you, boss. Don't call me boss. Just Chinjie will do. Chun-Gua waved her hand, feeling a wave of relief as the issue of the night administrator was resolved, especially with such a fast hand. By the way, what is your name? Lin Feng. Lin as in double wood, Feng as in wind of storm. All right, Lin Feng. Chun-Gua noted the time. It was midday. Let us familiarize you with the environment today. The night shift starts at 10, and I'll hand over the responsibilities then. You have the freedom to explore during the day, or, she gestured towards a still and silent figure in the corner. That is also our network administrator, Yishio, working the day shift. If you have any questions about computers, feel free to ask him. He may be a bit lazy, but he has some skills. Finally, the mention of Yishio had been made, establishing an initial connection. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement, maintaining a calm expression as he nodded. Understood, Chunjia. I'll seek Yiga for advice. He intentionally used a polite form of address. Go ahead. If he is too lazy to help you, don't take it personally. That's just how he is. Chun-Gua waved her hand, already contemplating the bliss of finally getting a full night's sleep. Lin Feng turned and walked toward the hazy corner. His heart raced once more, but this time, his steps were steady and resolute. He approached Yishio, stopping a respectful distance away. Yishio seemed entirely oblivious to his proximity, engrossed in the screen, casually lighting another cigarette. Yiga? Lin Feng tentatively called out, his voice deliberately soft to avoid disrupting his concentration. Yishio paused momentarily, not turning around, but lazily responding with a drawn-out hum. That suggested he was still waking up. Chen Jie asked me to learn from you. I'm the new night network administrator, Lin Feng. Lin Feng spoke respectfully, hoping for future guidance. On the screen, Yishio's character executed an exquisitely intricate maneuver, dodging an area attack and retaliating with a precise skill. Only then did he appear to find a moment's respite, slightly turning his head, the brim of his hat lifting just enough to reveal half of his face. His complexion bore a pallor, his gaze exuding habitual laziness mixed with a subtle scrutiny as he appraised Lin Feng. His eyes lingered on Lin Feng's face for about a second, seemingly recalling the earlier flurry of keystrokes and the sharpshooter's fluid gameplay on the screen. A barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his lips, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. Oh, a newcomer, he remarked in his usual monotone, tinged with a raspy quality from smoke. No need for guidance, just here to earn a living. If you have something to discuss, do so, otherwise, don't disturb me while I grind. With that, he turned away, once again immersing himself in his gaming realm, as if Lin Feng were merely a shadow. Yet Lin Feng heard and saw it all. There was a shade of playful irony in Yishio's tone, a subtle hint of self-deprecation in his just-to-earn-a-living remark. Thus, a connection was forged. Although there was no enthusiastic welcome, the first step had been taken. He had secured a legitimate position at Xing Xian Internet CAF and gained the opportunity to approach Yixiao, observe him, and perhaps communicate in the future. Lin Feng said nothing further, standing quietly by, watching Yixiao's character deftly wield a spear in combat, a sense of tranquility washing over him, even bringing a smile to his face. Honorary textbook? God of battle? Now, you are my colleague. He turned but did not leave immediately. Instead, he found an empty computer nearby, logged into Glory, and casually played with the character Jifeng Luing, familiarizing himself with the environment while also fulfilling his duties as a newly appointed network administrator, such as assisting a nearby boisterous youth with the pressing question of why his skills wouldn't activate. The public settings were misconfigured. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the smoke in that corner seemed denser than before. Lin Feng's role as the night network administrator had officially commenced from that afternoon. With a full 6 days remaining until the opening of District 10, he had ample time to transform this advantageous proximity into a tangible opportunity. Chapter 4. The new district opens. The emergence of the lucky one. The days of waiting always seem to stretch endlessly, especially when one's goals are clear and passions run high. In the ensuing 6 days, Lin Feng lived an exceptionally fulfilling life. He spent most of his daytime hours at the Xing Internet CAF, ostensibly familiarizing himself with his duties, but in reality, he was further acclimatizing himself to the environment, observing Yixiao's work patterns, and becoming well acquainted with the CAF's proprietress, Chenghua. He was diligent and quick to respond whenever a customer called for assistance, readily helping with tasks like fetching water and replacing empty buckets. On occasion, his solid knowledge of Glory and remarkable hand speed would quell a few unruly patrons trying to evade payment or cause trouble. After a few days, Chengua's gaze towards him grew increasingly amiable. He had evolved from a mere hand speed anomaly into a reliable figure in her eyes. After 10 o'clock, he officially took over Yixiao's shift. The duties of a night supervisor were indeed trivial, selling instant noodles and cigarettes, cleaning, and addressing various inexplicable computer malfunctions, like the common complaint, "Why is my computer silent?" only to discover the headphones were improperly connected. Yet, he found joy in the tasks. More importantly, in the stillness of the night, he could hear the rhythmic tapping of Yixiao's keyboard in the corner, a cadence that fluctuated between the gentle flow of a stream and the urgent downpour of rain, as if silently narrating the artistry of Glory's highest realm. When Yixiao finished his shift, he would occasionally nod in Lin Feng's direction, a silent greeting that, while devoid of further words, seemed to lessen the invisible barrier between them. Lin Feng also took the opportunity during the day to return home a few times, moving essential luggage into the small yet relatively clean storage room at the back of the CAF, finally settling in. He even made time to visit a nearby digital market, using his startup capital to purchase a more tactile keyboard and mouse, replacing the outdated, glossy equipment provided by the CAF. An adage of to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. At last, the long-awaited day of the 10th District's launch arrived, eagerly anticipated by countless Glory players. The opening hour was set for precisely 8 o'clock. By 7:30, the Xing Internet CAF was already bustling with activity, a cacophony more vibrant than a festival. Nearly every machine was occupied, and the air was thick with a palpable excitement. The mixed aromas of smoke, instant noodles, and sweat intensified, as various voices clamored together in a symphony of discussions, boasts, and calls for assistance from the supervisors, nearly threatening to lift the roof off. Damn it! Why is it lagging again? Boss, this machine is failing. Hurry, hurry. There are only 20 minutes left. My great sword is itching to be unleashed. Brothers, let us team up. I'm playing a warrior, top-notch at tanking. The 10th District. I'm here. First kill. The record is mine. Dressed in the blue vest of the Xing Internet CAF, Lin Feng navigated through the aisles, his feet barely touching the ground. One machine was experiencing audio issues. Another's login screen was frozen, while countless patrons shouted for point cards and drinks. He maintained a calm demeanor, adeptly addressing various issues. Yet his thoughts had already soared to the impending launch of the new district. His designated spot was just behind Yixiao, with the machine he had meticulously configured patiently awaiting its turn. Yixiao had also settled in, appearing as relaxed as ever, wearing his hat and smoking a cigarette. But Lin Feng sensed that beneath that seemingly tranquil exterior lay a focus and readiness akin to his own. A vacant seat separated them, as if delineating an exclusive realm for skilled players. At 7:50, having resolved the last customer's request, reconnecting a loose keyboard cable, Lin Feng briskly returned to his seat, inhaled deeply, and inserted the pristine account card emblazoned with the words Glory 10th District. At 7:55, the login interface appeared, showcasing the unique, vibrant forest backdrop of the 10th District. Lin Feng created his character, class, Qigong Master, already having contemplated the name Tian Yun, which not only signified a fortunate disposition, but also subtly hinted at a celestial favor meant to aid Yixiao in reclaiming his peak. At 7:59 and 30 seconds, A miraculous hush fell over the CAF, as all present held their breaths, their eyes riveted on the countdown displayed on the screens. The only sounds being the anxious tapping of fingers on desks and mice. Lin Feng's fingers lightly rested on the keyboard and mouse, his body slightly leaning forward, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. At 8 o'clock, the screen abruptly darkened, and then the opening animation for the 10th district commenced, accompanied by a grand musical score. We're in charge. Damn it. It's frozen. I can't move. Almost the instant the animation became skippable, Lin Feng and Yi Xiu synchronized in pressing the skip button. The loading screen flashed by. In the next moment, the scene illuminated. The raucous sounds of countless players being born in the same novice village surged through his headphones, the sounds of skills, footsteps, and welcoming shouts, all merging into a colossal wave of noise. Lin Feng's character, Tian Yun, a Qigong master clad in simple garb, materialized at the crowded novice spawn point. The screen lagged severely, with a dense throng of characters whose names overlapped, making it nearly impossible to discern one from another. Yet, he hesitated not for a moment. Long before the launch, he had mentally rehearsed the sequence for the first quest in the novice village countless times. Turn left upon exiting, seek out the militia captain, Arthur. To receive the initial quest, clear the border wild dogs. Make way, coming through. Don't crowd me. I can't move. Who has touching my backside? Lin Feng disregarded the chaotic chatter in the public channel, controlling Tian Yun, utilizing the Qigong master's initial skill, Qi Wave, to gently push aside the obstructing players. As if he were a slippery eel, skillfully carving a path through the throng, racing towards the coordinates etched in his memory. In this moment, his hand speed proved to be a tremendous advantage, allowing him to click precisely on the ground, quickly pivoting and dodging colliding avatars. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Yi Xiu's screen. The character named Jun Mo Xiao moved with an uncanny grace, relying entirely on basic movement and jumps, yet always managing to find the most minuscule gaps in the crowd, traversing with an astonishing efficiency and speed, even outpacing Lin Feng by a hair. Two figures, one to the left and the other to the right, sliced through the crowded entrance of the novice village like two blazing daggers, reaching the militia captain, ACI, almost simultaneously. Lin Feng swiftly clicked his mouse, initiating a dialogue to accept the quest, eliminate the border wild dogs. Yi Xiu's movements were nearly synchronized. After accepting the task, he turned and dashed towards the wild dog spawning point outside the village. There, players outnumbered the creatures, swarming around the sporadically appearing wild dogs, with skill flashes illuminating the chaos and curses resounding. That dog was mine first. Get lost. What are you stealing for? Lin Feng avoided the crowd. Leveraging his familiarity with the map, he maneuvered Tian Yun in a small circle, heading straight for a relatively secluded corner where the spawn rate was slightly faster. Indeed, he found a few players there, but the competition was less intense. Spotting a wild dog spawn, Tian Yun raised his hand and unleashed a wave of energy. With a soft thud, a minuscule damage number floated up. Almost simultaneously, several players beside him struck, and the wild dog fell with a howl. Quest progress, 110. Lin Feng did not even glance at the loot, since novice monsters drop little of value, and immediately turned to seek the next target. His efficiency was remarkable. The wave attack had a short cooldown, low mana cost, and accurate casting, allowing him to consistently claim the finishing blow. Just as he struck down his third wild dog, something peculiar occurred. Another wild dog appeared before him, and he instinctively cast a wave attack. The wild dog collapsed. As the system notification chimed, a faint, distinct green glow erupted from the wild dog's corpse, unlike the usual white drops. System, obtained item, wild dog sharp tooth, X1, system. Obtained item, coarse linen, X1, system. Obtained item, weak elemental crystal green. X1 Lin Feng's mouse hovered over the green item. Weak elemental crystal. Quality, green, excellent. Use, low-level material, usable for the synthesis of certain low-level equipment or quest submissions. Note, typically drops from elite monsters. Ordinary wild dogs have a drop rate of less than 0.101. First kill, or perhaps the luck of the European monarch is in effect. Lin Feng's heart raced, but he continued his assault without pausing. The quest progress surged rapidly. 410-510 when he struck the 8th wild dog, the bizarre phenomenon reoccurred. This time, the fallen wild dog emitted a dazzling blue light. System, obtained item, wild dog's fur X1, system. Obtained item, copper coins X5, system. Obtained item, novice's lucky amulet, blue. X1 novice's lucky amulet. Quality, blue fine. Equipment slot, accessory. Level requirement, level 1. Attribute, luck 1. Note, an amulet that seems to bring a hint of good fortune, extremely rare. Lin Feng thought, luck 1. A level 1 accessory of blue quality? This appeared within 10 minutes of the server launch. It's utterly absurd. This is no longer mere luck. It feels as though the system has favored him. He suppressed his urge to complain and swiftly equipped the amulet. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. While luck may be a mystical attribute, it is still beneficial. Finally, the 10th wild dog collapsed. Quest completed. Eliminate the border wild dogs. Almost at the instant his quest was completed, a prominent system announcement scrolled across the top of the screen. System announcement. Zone 10 congratulations to player Jun Mo Xiao for being the first to complete the novice quest, eliminate the border wild dogs, earning the title, Pioneer. Almost simultaneously, with hardly a fraction of a second's delay, before the announcement could fully vanish, another appeared. System announcement. Zone 10 congratulations to player Tian Yun for being the first to complete the novice quest, eliminate the border wild dogs, earning the title, Pioneer. The two announcements, one above the other, overlapped almost perfectly, akin to two thunderclaps echoing simultaneously across the screens of all players in Zone 10. The entire Zone 10, all novice villages, seemed to fall silent for a brief moment. The public channel erupted in chaos. What? Jun Mo Xiao? Tianyan? Who are they? Less than 10 minutes after the server opened? I'm still struggling to get through. They VE completed their quests already? Cheaters. They must be cheating. Incredible. Where did these two experts come from? Jun Mo Xiao is a bit too arrogant. Tianyan? That name sounds like someone with great fortune. In the Yixing Internet Cafe, players near Lin Feng and Yi Xiu noticed the announcements, turning their heads in search of these two individuals, murmuring in astonishment and discussion. Lin Feng gazed at the two concurrent announcements on the screen, letting out a long breath, a smile creeping up his lips. Success. The first step. Standing on the same starting line as Yi Xiu, and thanks to the additional rewards from his lucky circumstances, the green material and blue accessory. He might even have a slight edge in resource accumulation. He turned to glance at Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu seemed to have just completed his task as well, with a beam of white light indicating his level up flashing across the screen. He slightly tilted his head, his eyes under the brim of his hat locking onto Lin Feng. This time with deeper scrutiny and an indescribable intrigue. The cigarette butt in his mouth glimmered momentarily, and he seemed to chuckle softly, muttering in a tone only the two could hear. Oh, your hands are quite nimble, and your luck seems decent too? Without waiting for Lin Feng's response, he turned back, controlling Jun Mo Xiao to dash towards the next quest point with astonishing speed, showing no signs of pausing. Lin Feng chuckled, not wasting words, and immediately maneuvered Tian Yun towards the quest submission. Upon completion, his experience bar surged significantly, nearly reaching level 2. The rewarded copper coins and a piece of white cloth armor automatically entered his inventory. Without hesitation, he promptly accepted the next quest, collect wild wolf fur. From this moment forth, the competition had entered a fevered state. Jun Mo Xiao and Tian Yun, akin to two untamed steeds, have cast off the burdens of the throngs behind, still engaged in a struggle with wild dogs amidst the vast sea of humanity, and are now charging deeper into the novice village, aiming for elevated levels with fervor. The tapestry of the new district has just begun to unfurl. Yet these two names have already imprinted themselves in an indomitable manner upon the eyes of all early players. Lin Feng's fingers danced across the keyboard, his gaze intent and luminous. In Chapter 5, the illustrious debut of the Fortunate One unfolds, as hidden treasures present themselves. The air within the Xinshin Internet CAF was saturated with the unique, mingled sense of sleepless nights, instant noodles, cigarettes, and a faint whiff of overheated electronic components. Lin Feng occupied a somewhat antiquated computer chair, the glow of the screen illuminating his focused visage. The sounds of the bustling novice village in District 10 resonated through his headphones. Various skill activation sounds intermingled with the cacophony of players running and conversing, brimming with vibrant life. Lin Feng, controlling his Qi master character, Tian Yun, found himself in a level 5 dungeon known as the Green Forest. This was one of the most fundamental dungeons for novices, characterized by a brief process and weak monsters, typically serving to familiarize players with team dynamics and dungeon mechanisms. A stroke of luck might yield a few green gear pieces, deeming it a bounteous harvest. For a veteran player like Lin Feng, navigating through every tree within the dungeon could be accomplished with eyes closed. Initially, he had casually accepted a dungeon-clearing quest, intending to speed through for experience points and quest rewards without even bothering to form a party for such a trivial venture. With his swift fingers and adept skills, soloing felt like child's play. Just when he was warming up, Lin Feng muttered to himself, skillfully maneuvering his character to attract 3 goblin minions with a precise chi wave. His character gracefully retreated, evading the swinging wooden sticks, and retaliated with a few bursts of energy projectiles. The minions scarcely made a sound before collapsing into experience points. The process was monotonous yet efficient. He even found the leisure to glance at a nearby station. Yi Xiu, or rather the current network administrator Yi Xiu, was wholly engrossed in his own screen. His fingers flying across the keyboard, he too was likely pushing through in District 10 and the esteemed Jun Mo Xiao was probably rising swiftly on the novice leaderboard. I must hasten my pace, or this fellow will seize all the records. Lin Feng chuckled softly, accelerating his actions. Under his deft control, Tian Yun's skills flowed seamlessly, obliterating monsters at an alarming rate, resembling not a mere novice but an old hand returning in novice garb to wreak havoc. Before long, he had cleared all the minions leading to the first goblin patrol. Just as he prepared to dispatch a goblin guard clad in tattered leather armor, brandishing a short axe with ease, the screen suddenly shifted. The goblin guard, on the verge of defeat, emitted a piercing wail, its body swelling as if filled with air, skin turning a deep crimson, and a sinister black mist enveloping the short axe. The system prompt chimed clearly, while a striking yellow message materialized in the dungeon's information bar and on the screens of all teammates. Though he was solitary, warning, the goblin guard's abnormal wail has attracted a malevolent presence from the depths of the forest. A hidden Dark Knight cat demon is about to emerge. Lin Feng's fingers hesitated briefly, his brows arching. Hidden? The probability of such an occurrence in a novice dungeon like the Green Forest is astoundingly low, akin to winning the lottery in real life. Countless players have ground through without ever encountering it. Yet here he was, triggering it on his very first run while merely clearing a few minions. This luck is something extraordinary. Lin Feng could not suppress a slight smile. Such fortune indeed arrived with a blunt force. He quickly scanned his surroundings. The appearance of a hidden entity would elevate the dungeon's difficulty several notches, typically necessitating a well-coordinated 5-person team to challenge it. Yet here, within the dungeon, he stood alone as a solitary chi master. Ordinary players would either frantically summon friends or resign themselves to waiting for death. However, Lin Feng merely felt a moment of surprise before his expression returned to calm, even tinged with eager excitement. This was fortuitous. It spared him the trouble of sharing rewards with a random party. No sooner had he thought this than an ethereal green magic circle illuminated the area at the dungeon's end, from which a Dark Knight cat demon emerged, clad in ragged black robes, brandishing a bone staff, its eyes glowing ominously red, and its level a formidable 7, far surpassing the conventional difficulty of the dungeon. Upon its appearance, the Dark Knight cat demon immediately lunged at Lin Feng with its claws. Lin Feng's reflexes were astonishingly swift. Almost instinctively, Tian Yun executed a sidestep, evading the claws while simultaneously adjusting his mouse to lock onto the target. Soloing it is just what I shall do. Without a hint of hesitation, he commanded Tian Yun to charge forward. Although the Chi Master was neither a traditional tank nor a high-burst class, it boasted a balance of control, output, and self-preservation capabilities. Most crucially, the operator was Lin Feng himself. The screen displayed Tian Yun's movements as incredibly graceful, consistently avoiding the Dark Knight cat demon's shadow arrows and the occasional summoned small dark magic circles. His skill activations were precise and efficient. Chi wave to interrupt casting, energy shield to absorb damage at critical moments, and charged cannon to unleash every opportunity for attack upon the Dark Knight cat demon. His fingers danced across the keyboard, reaching an astonishing rate of operations per minute that would leave ordinary players in awe. Every command was clear and decisive, devoid of any superfluous actions. This was no mere endeavor to conquer a hidden challenge. It was a meticulously choreographed performance. The health of the Dark Knight cat demon diminished steadily and rapidly. Occasional threats were deftly neutralized by Lin Feng's exceptional skill and a dash of luck, such as a well-timed skill or fortuitously evading into a blind spot. The entire encounter appeared thrilling, yet was entirely under his control. At last, with a final, reluctant wail, the imposing form of the Dark Knight cat demon collapsed, erupting into a dazzling display of light. Almost simultaneously, the entire announcement channel of the 10th district erupted with 3 radiant, server-wide notifications. System announcement. Congratulations to player Tian Yun for achieving the first kill of the hidden fallen night cat demon in the instance of Jelen Forest. This remarkable feat shall be recorded in the annals of the 10th district. System announcement. Congratulations to player Tian Yun. System announcement. Congratulations to player Tian Yun, repeated thrice. The golden text shimmered with dazzling brilliance. Lin Feng did not rush to examine the commotion caused by the announcements. Instead, his attention was first drawn to the loot strewn upon the ground. As it was a hidden first kill, the rewards were typically exceedingly generous. He maneuvered Tian Yun forward to inspect the corpse. Instantly, a barrage of loot notifications filled the team channel, though it consisted solely of him. Acquired. Claw of the Night Cat Demon X3, rare material, imbued with shadow properties. Crucial for crafting high-tier silver weapons, especially those of the Knight or Curse type. Acquired. Priest's Bone Staff, purple quality. Level 5 Mage purple weapon, with added dark attribute enhancements. An absolute artifact level item for magic users at this stage. Acquired. Resilient Goblin leather armor, blue quality. Acquired. 1 gold coin. The Claw of the Night Cat Demon. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed. This item was nearly unattainable through ordinary means in the early game, and could prove invaluable for Yi Xiao in perfecting the Qianji San or for crafting silver weapons himself in the future. As for the purple staff, its worth was immeasurable, whether sold or given as a favor. Just as he finished collecting the items and had yet to scrutinize their attributes, the World Channel and the regional channel outside the current instance exploded with activity. World Channel bystander. What? A hidden quest appeared in John Forest? Is the first kill real? World Channel. Newbie seeking assistance. Who is Tianyan? Is he the alt of some big shot? Soloing a hidden quest in 5 minutes? World Channel. Veteran. Guide me. Claw of the Night Cat Demon. Claw of the Night Cat Demon. How much is that worth, folks? Regional Channel. Entrance to John Forest. I just saw the announcement. Is the great god Tianyan still in the instance? Looking for a party. We'll shout 666. Regional Channel. Waiting by the instance entrance. A purple weapon dropped. The priest's bone staff. Mages, come see. Various exclamations of astonishment, skepticism, requests for parties, and inquiries about prices flooded the screen instantaneously. Tianyun, accompanied by keywords such as hidden first kill, solo, shadow crystal, and purple weapon, truly captured the attention of numerous players within the 10th district, igniting a localized fervor. Although still in the novice phase, this was undoubtedly a remarkably brilliant start. Linfeng observed the rapidly exploding channel chat with a slight smile, choosing to remain low-key. Calmly, he organized his inventory, carefully storing away the precious materials and equipment. Luck was on his side, a splendid beginning. He murmured to himself, feeling quite pleased, just as he prepared to exit the instance and turn in his quest. His gaze inadvertently swept over the inconspicuous recent teammates and opponents list next to his friends list. Although he had been alone in the instance, the system announcement was visible to the entire server. Unbeknownst to him, almost the instant the system announcement appeared, a moment away in another corner of the Xingxin Internet Cafe. Yi Xiao, who had just finished leading a team through an instance record and was analyzing the loot while puffing on a cigarette, paused slightly. A system announcement slowly scrolled up his screen. Tianyan. Yi Xiao regarded this somewhat unfamiliar name, glancing again at the mention of the hidden first kill in John Forest. A flicker of subtle surprise and amusement flashing through his eyes veiled by smoke. It's him again? This luck is rather interesting. Chapter 6. A fortuitous encounter with the great god Linfeng skillfully maneuvered his character, finally extricating himself from the bustling throng of quest givers. His level now slightly ahead of the majority. He cast a glance at the leaderboard, and indeed, the name Junmoxio firmly occupied the top ranks, continuing to ascend at an unfathomable speed. Truly worthy of being Yi Go, Linfeng mused, as he deftly guided his Qigong master toward the direction of the Spider Cave. The Spider Cave was a popular instance for levels above 10, not particularly challenging and yielding decent rewards, making it an excellent location for swiftly leveling up and acquiring equipment. At this moment, the entrance to the instance was already bustling with activity, of course, within the game. Various party invitation bubbles overlapped densely, dazzling the eyes. Powerful warriors seeking teams. Stable damage output. Spider Cave speedrun team. Need a healer level 41. Newbie seeking guidance. Will shout 666. Linfeng disregarded the cacophony, finding a relatively less crowded, yet sufficiently prominent position to halt Tianyan. Unlike others who eagerly spammed the chat for parties, he merely stood quietly, occasionally feigning examination of his equipment bar or rotating his view as if observing the environment and the flow of players around him. His armor, emanating a purple glow, and the similarly radiant eastern staff in his hand stood out starkly amidst the sea of plain or sporadic green gear, akin to fireflies in the night, making it impossible not to attract attention. Several waves of players had attempted to invite him to join their parties, all of which he casually declined. His gaze remained subtly fixed on the entrance to the instance. Time ticked by, yet Linfeng was in no rush. He understood that with Junmoxio's efficiency in clearing tasks, it was merely a matter of time before he arrived. He even relished the anticipation of the hunt, a subtle thrill of knowing the future and controlling the rhythm. After dismissing a few more unsolicited party requests, a familiar figure finally emerged in his line of sight. It was a character that appeared somewhat disheveled, clad in mismatched quest gear, the colors and styles clashing as if he were a country bumpkin just arrived in the city. Yet, the uniquely crafted weapon he wielded exuded an unmistakable aura of distinction. Junmoxio. His movement was not fast, yet it possessed a peculiar fluidity, skillfully weaving through the crowded throng, avoiding all unnecessary collisions, and heading straight for the entrance of the instance. He has arrived. Linfeng's spirit surged, and he deftly maneuvered Tianyun, seemingly without intention, taking 2 steps toward the direction of Jun Mo Xiao, perfectly placing himself in the path the latter was bound to traverse. Yi Xiao clearly took note of this overly well-equipped novice, particularly the striking purple gear that stood out remarkably during this early stage of the game's launch. His character momentarily paused, as if his gaze lingered on Tianyun for a brief moment. Now is the time. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, suppressing the flutter of excitement and the nervousness of meeting an idol. He commanded Tianyun to step forward and precisely issued a party invitation to Jun and Mo Xiao. Simultaneously, he opened the voice channel, attempting to sound as natural as possible. With a hint of casual bravado, he spoke. Hey, buddy, with your setup, you must be a pro. Are you running the spider den? Mind bringing me along? He paused, as if suddenly recalling something, adding with a touch of modesty, I've been quite lucky lately. Just scored a few pieces of purple gear, so my damage output should be decent. In the game, Jun and Mo Xiao's character halted, neither immediately accepting nor rejecting the party invitation. Yishio sat at the internet CAF, a cigarette dangling from his lips, observing the screen where this character, named Tianyun, a Chi master, resided. A commendable level, absurdly good equipment, and skillful movements. Those few steps were rather intriguing. Most importantly, the confidence in this player's tone did not resemble that of a mere novice. Rather, it bore the mark of an experienced player. Lucky, huh? Yishio chuckled softly. In the realm of glory, luck is indeed a facet of skill, and a significant one at that. Oh, Yishio responded with a single word, his voice through the headset carrying a languid tone. He casually clicked on Tianyun's equipment panel, scrutinizing the attributes of the purple gear, confirming indeed. Luck appeared to be on his side. He contemplated for 2 seconds. A well-equipped ally who demonstrated proficient control and claimed to be lucky seemed to offer no reason for refusal, especially given his current need for efficient progress. All right then, Yishio said, clicking to accept the party invitation. System notification. Player Jun Mo Xiao has joined your party. Success. Lin Feng watched as Tianyun and Jun Mo Xiao appeared side by side in the party list, his heart inexplicably racing. He was about to team up with a textbook-level expert. Although he had meticulously engineered this encounter, he expertly masked any signs of his excitement, cheerfully declaring, Thanks, buddy. Don't worry, I promise not to hold you back. Let's head into the dungeon, Yishio replied in his usual unperturbed tone, as if he were merely performing a mundane task. He led the way toward the entrance of the spider den dungeon. All right, Lin Feng affirmed, swiftly guiding Tianyun to follow suit. The two characters, one after the other, merged into the stream of players heading toward the dungeon's entrance, promptly vanishing behind the darkened veil of the spider den's portal. Chapter 7. Initial brilliance. Hand speed astonishes Yishio inside the spider den. The lighting was dim, and the air was thick with a damp and decaying scent. Occasionally, distant rustling sounds could be heard, creating an appropriately eerie ambience. Frayed spider webs hung from the cave walls, and the ground was strewn with the remains of unknown small creatures. For Lin Feng, everything here was achingly familiar. He could navigate the route with his eyes closed. However, he must now embody the role of a fortunate ordinary expert, refraining from exhibiting any foreknowledge. The party consisted of only 2 players, lacking a healer or a tank, an unorthodox setup, or rather, one that fell short of even the standard for a random party. Yet, with Jun and Mo Xiao, there seemed to be no such standards. Follow my lead. We don't need to clear every small monster. I'll draw a group. You help control them, and we'll move quickly through. Yishio's voice came through the headset, still bearing that laid-back tone, yet his instructions were clear and precise. Understood. Lin Feng replied succinctly, maneuvering Tianyun closely behind Jun and Mo Xiao. This solitary expert was indeed remarkable. With a flick of his peculiar weapon, it transformed into a gun, and he effortlessly fired several rounds toward the giant spiders clinging to the distant rock walls. Puff, puff, puff. The bullets struck true, instantly inciting the spiders, which screeched sharply as they scurried down the walls with great haste. This was merely the beginning. Jun and Mo Xiao, retreating while shooting, exhibited an exquisite maneuvering style, drawing the scattered smaller spiders from the corridor toward him. In a mere dozen seconds, he had amassed a formidable group of 7 or 8 massive, claw-bearing cave spiders, all fervently pursuing him. Ready? Yishio prompted. Lin Feng held his breath, focusing intently. Just as the swarm of monsters was about to pounce on Jun and Mo Xiao, he executed a graceful sidestep, expertly diverting the agitated spider horde directly into Tianyun's line of sight. Chi wave shot, 3 o'clock direction, repel the foremost spider. Chi wave. Sweep the 2 on the left, slow their advance. Yishio's commands were rapid and precise, almost simultaneous with his evasive maneuver. It was clear he did not expect this temporary ally to execute an intricate coordination. He merely provided the most fundamental, least error-prone instructions. However, Lin Feng's response exceeded his expectations. Almost concurrently with Yishio's commands, Tianyun sprang into action. With a push of his right hand, a solid chi wave shot forth, accurately striking the 2 spiders on the left and abruptly halting their advance. In seamless succession, his left hand executed a chi wave shot that struck the spider attempting to lunge from the right front. causing it to stumble back and inadvertently trip the one following behind. The execution was fluid, devoid of hesitation, and alarmingly effective. Oh, Yishio raised an eyebrow, the cigarette in his mouth trembling slightly. This reaction speed did not resemble that of an ordinary player. Yet his own actions did not falter, seizing the opportunity. Jun Mo Shao advanced, transforming his weapon into a spear, delivering a powerful strike that sent the nearest spider airborne, followed by a series of basic attacks, maximizing his damage output. Two individuals, one on offense and the other on defense, displayed a remarkable synergy, swiftly eliminating minor adversaries. Progressing a considerable distance, they eventually arrived at a relatively spacious cavernous hall. Here, the number of lurking spiders had markedly increased, interspersed with several smaller frost spiders, which emitted a ghostly blue hue. These creatures not only moved with greater agility, but also possessed the capability to project chilling webs that slowed their targets, posing a significant challenge. Be cautious. There are quite a few, Yishio remarked, as he commanded Jun Mo Shao to initiate the draw. The sound of gunfire erupted, startling the monsters which then surged towards them, including the troublesome frost spiders that unleashed icy webs, covering a considerable area. Dodge the webs and focus on the smaller ones, Yishio instructed, but before he could finish, an unexpected turn of events occurred. One of the frost spiders shot its web with a particularly tricky angle, blocking Jun Mo Shao's intended escape route, while several ordinary spiders lunged at him fearlessly. Simultaneously, another frost spider, perhaps sensing an easy target, directed its web towards Tianyun. In an instant, both of them found themselves in a precarious predicament, besieged and slowed. In a typical team, this would likely lead to chaos, possibly resulting in casualties. At that moment, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. He understood that he could no longer remain concealed. This minor setback might be inconsequential to Yishio, but it represented the perfect opportunity for him to demonstrate his worth. His fingers danced across the keyboard like awakened sprites, moving with unprecedented speed, the keystrokes melding into a rhythmic cadence. Suddenly, the chi of Tianyun surged dramatically. Chi shield. A low exclamation seemed to resonate through the headset. Almost in the nick of time, a translucent shield, pulsating with dense chi, expanded around Tianyun, effectively blocking the incoming webs. The shield's edges even ingeniously encompassed Jun Mo Shao, shielding him from the flanking assault. Remarkable. Yishio was genuinely taken aback. The timing and positioning of the chi shield were nothing short of masterful. Yet, it did not end there. As the shield absorbed the attack, Tianyun's hands ascended. Chi wave. Cannon blast. With a swift motion, he unleashed a precise chi wave, sending the spider that attempted to circumvent Jun Mo Shao crashing into the cavern wall. Subsequently, he concentrated a torrent of chi into his palm, launching a resounding cannon blast. The surging chi erupted like a shockwave, engulfing the 3 to 4 spiders charging towards them, including the 2 most bothersome frost spiders, causing them to screech as they were hurled backward, disrupting their formation entirely. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. The protective chi shield, the repelling chi wave, and the clearing cannon blast intertwined seamlessly, executed flawlessly in under 2 seconds. The speed of execution was astonishing, with movements so rapid they nearly left afterimages. The previously perilous situation was effortlessly resolved by Tianyun's fluid and skillful maneuvers, not only ensuring his own safety, but also aiding his ally while disrupting the enemy's formation, thereby creating an optimal environment for offense. In the cavern, the only sounds remaining were the shrieks of the spiders and the dissipating echoes of chi. Yishio observed the slight pause in Jun Mo Shao's actions, which lasted only a fraction of a second. Before the computer screen, he instinctively straightened his previously relaxed posture, his half-lidded eyes widening slightly, focusing intently on the figure of Tianyun. The speed of execution, the precision of skill integration, the on-the-spot judgment and reaction. It was evident that this was no ordinary player, nor even a typical expert. The astonishing frequency of actions displayed earlier was remarkable, with no wasted motion. Each action was precisely aimed at the most critical points. This individual possesses considerable skill. Yishio moistened his dry lips, feeling an unfamiliar curiosity and a subtle wariness towards this fortunate teammate, who had nurtured such a talent. Was this an alt account of a professional player? Aside from Hai Wu Liang, he had not heard of any other chi masters displaying such prowess. Ahem. Lin Feng's voice broke the silence, returning to its previous casual tone, as if the spectacular display had been mere happenstance. Shall we clear them? Yishio snapped back to reality, suppressing the tumult within, and commanded Jun Mo Shao to advance. Let us clear them. His tone remained unperturbed. Yet his grip on the mouse tightened slightly. The dungeon continued, but Yishio began to scrutinize every movement of this chi master with a renewed, analytical gaze. Chapter 8. Fortune abounds. Glory awaits following the recent episode. Tranquility returned to the cavernous hall, leaving behind a litter of spider carcasses and slowly dissipating shards of ice. The foul odor in the air seemed somewhat diminished. Yi Xiao, controlling Jun Mo Xiao, casually flicked off non-existent slime from his weapon. Yet his gaze subtly scrutinized Tian Yun once more. That earlier display was undoubtedly not a fluke. The speed and awareness exhibited were on par with the top tier of the professional realm. What was his background? As these thoughts occupied his mind, Yi Xiao's verbal commands continued unabated, concise, and effective. Continue. Keep up. Understood, Lin Feng replied, maneuvering Tian Yun to follow. He was acutely aware that his earlier performance had certainly caught Yi Xiao's attention, and that was precisely the effect he sought. Without revealing his true capabilities, how could he compel this legendary figure of glory to regard him as an equal? As they progressed, their cooperation became increasingly harmonious. Yi Xiao's commands remained unbounded and imaginative, often requiring a high level of execution and comprehension to keep pace. However, Lin Feng, the Qigong master blessed with fortune, consistently executes commands with impeccable timing, occasionally even anticipating Yi Xiao's intentions to provide supplementary control or support output. Jun Mo Xiao charges forth, fully demonstrating the advantages of a solo player, effortlessly employing various low-level skills with seamless transitions, achieving astonishing output efficiency. Tian Yun, positioned securely on the flank, alternates between Qi Wave and Thought Wave, using the Cannon of Heaven to repel disruptive minions at times and to shield against lethal ambushes at others, meticulously orchestrating the entire rhythm of battle. Yi Xiao grows increasingly astonished as he fights. The tactical acumen displayed by this individual is remarkably high. Unlike any player encountered in random teams, resembling a professional player trained systematically, with a profound understanding of Qigong. Yet, this remains exceedingly unfamiliar to him. What further perplexes Yi Xiao is the apparent favoritism of the dungeon's minions and their drops. While a typical team might be pleased with a few materials and basic gear after clearing a wave of minions, occasionally even thrilled by a green item, their journey has yielded green glimmers frequently. To his surprise, upon witnessing a common burrowing spider fall, he noticed a flash of purple beside its corpse. Although it was merely a level 10 purple leather armor with ordinary attributes and an unsuitable class, the rarity of purple gear on the first day of the server launch is undeniable. When this individual mentioned his luck, could it be more than just a polite remark? Lin Feng remains unfazed, naturally moving forward to loot the corpse, retrieving the materials and that purple item, casually stating, "Oh, a piece of leather armor. You won't need this, right? I'll take it for now." His tone is so nonchalant, as if he were picking up a cabbage by the roadside. Yi Xiao is left speechless. Is this luck not a tad excessive? Or does this person possess some unique looting technique? With their astonishingly efficient monster-clearing speed and a stroke of extraordinary fortune in drops, the duo advances with an overwhelming momentum, scarcely pausing for a proper rest, their health and mana consumption completely outpaced by the supply drops. What would typically require a cautious 5-man team 30 minutes to navigate through the spider cave, they accomplish in under 10. Soon arriving at the cavern's deepest recess where a massive nest, woven from stark white spider silk, awaits. At the nest's apex sits a gigantic spider, its size thrice that of a common burrowing spider, with 8 multifaceted eyes gleaming a ghostly green and a menacing maw dripping with viscous venom. The guardian of the cave, the Spider Lord. "We've arrived," Yi Xiao declares. "As per the usual, I will take the offensive, and you handle crowd control. Be cautious of its venomous sprays and the summons of small spiders." Understood. Lin Feng takes a deep breath, focusing his mind. Although this is merely a low-level dungeon, the thrill of fighting alongside Yi Xiao quickens his heartbeat. Without any unnecessary banter, Jun Mo Xiao charges in, initiating with a deadly strike typical of an assassin. Though clearly not intended to be lethal, merely to quickly draw aggro, the battle erupts instantaneously. The Spider Lord's attack patterns are not overly complex for these two skilled players, consisting primarily of pounces, bites, venomous sprays, and the summoning of small spiders when its health diminishes. Yi Xiao's Jun Mo Xiao maximizes the agility of a solo player, flitting through the gaps in the attacks like a butterfly, maintaining continuous output. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's Tian Yun secures the periphery, exemplifying the advantage of a Qigong master. Just as the spider prepares to unleash a venomous spray, a precisely aimed Qi wave strikes its mandibles, significantly disrupting its aim and causing the venom to spray askew. When the small spiders are summoned en masse, a well-timed cannon of heaven obliterates most of them, creating an ideal environment for Jun Mo Xiao's output. Occasionally, should Jun Mo Xiao misstep in positioning and appear poised to be struck by the massive pincers, a thought shield timely appears to absorb the damage. Their cooperation becomes increasingly seamless as the Spider Lord's health steadily diminishes. At last, with a piercing shriek, the colossal Spider Lord crashes to the ground, its 8 legs twitching before falling still. A system prompt follows. The Spider Lord has been defeated. Done. Yishio exhales, feeling quite satisfied with his output efficiency. As he prepares to call Tianyun to loot the corpse, curious about what might drop, he observes Tianyun already a few steps ahead, crouched beside the giant corpse, beginning the looting action. Yishio pays little mind, casually lighting a virtual cigarette, waiting for the drops. How exceptional could a level 10 dungeon be? Perhaps a piece of purple gear at best. Before he can fully process his thoughts, he sees Tianyun rise from beside the corpse. Then, Yishio's gaze freezes. On the screen, beside the Spider Lord's carcass, two dazzling purple lights shimmer, along with a rare material, potent spider silk. 2 pieces of purple gear. What kind of joke is this? A level 10 dungeon yielding double purple drops. What must the odds be? However, what truly narrows his pupils is that one of the purple items unmistakably takes the form of a pair of gloves radiating a gentle aura of qi, the weapon of a qigong master. The other is an accessory, also glowing purple. Before Yishio can recover from the shock of the double purple drops, a more astonishing system announcement, accompanied by triumphant background music, suddenly flashes across the screens of all players in District 10, shimmering in golden light and rolling 3 times. System announcement. District 10 congratulations to player Jun Mo Xiao and Tianyun for breaking the dungeon clearing record for the Spider Cave. With a time of 10 minutes, 15 seconds, 36. Silence. An eerie stillness envelopes the exit of the Spider Cave dungeon. Even Yishio, upon witnessing this record time, cannot help but slightly part his lips, nearly dropping the virtual cigarette he was holding. 10 minutes, 15 seconds. This is nearly half of what he had anticipated as the fastest time. This record is likely to remain unbroken for a considerable duration in the future, perhaps even impossible to surpass. Unless, of course, his gaze once again falls upon the Tianyun Qigong master who is currently bent over, picking up equipment with a rather unremarkable expression. Unless there exists within the team a player of explosive output, possessing extraordinary awareness, along with a Qigong master whose control is impeccable and whose luck defies the heavens. Almost simultaneously, the previously tranquil world channel erupted as if struck by a deep water bomb, exploding in a flurry of messages. World channel. What the heck? What's happening? 10 minutes and 15 seconds? Spider Cave? Am I seeing things? Jun Mo Xiao? Tianyun? Who are these two? Which guild's master is using a smurf account? 10 minutes? I assembled a full party and still took over 20 minutes to get through. Is this record even legitimate? Must be cheating. Reporting. Tianyun. Do you need accessories? The kind that can shout 666. Jun Mo Xiao, please take me through a dungeon. Tuition is negotiable. The Bachi Xiong 2 Guild is actively recruiting. The Lanshiga Guild welcomes all experts. The chat was inundated with exclamations, doubts, requests to team up, and recruitment messages flooding the screen, capturing the attention of every player in the 10th district, all astonished by this sudden record announcement. In the game interface of Yishio and Lin Feng, the sounds of friend requests, party invitations, and private messages filled the air, creating a cacophony akin to an electronic disaster. At the entrance of the Spider Cave dungeon, 2 figures coalesced in a radiant light. Having just respawned, Jun Mo Xiao and Tianyun were startled by the scene before them. The entrance, already bustling with players, was now utterly congested, with countless gazes fixed upon them like searchlights. The atmosphere resembled that of a star being besieged by fervent fans. The world channel continued its frenzy, and the private message notifications remained relentless. Yishio and Lin Feng exchanged a glance, though their characters could not convey expressions, both detecting a hint of helplessness in each other's movements. Well, it seems that maintaining a low profile is no longer an option. Chapter 9. Guild Recruitment. A casual dismissal stepping out of the dungeon, the characters were once again bathed in the somewhat bright sunlight of the novice village outskirts. The area outside the dungeon was swarming with players, and Lin Feng, controlling the Qigong master, instinctively flexed his fingers. After the recent surge of dungeon records, even with his optimized reflexes and speed, he needed to maintain a high level of concentration. He stole a glance at Yishio, who was lazily holding a cigarette that had never been lit, his demeanor as relaxed as ever, as if the person who had just commanded and executed with astonishing efficiency to break the dungeon record was not him at all. All done, Lin Feng mumbled, feeling quite pleased. The sensation of overpowering a dungeon through sheer skill and a touch of luck was always delightful, no matter how many times one experienced it. However, this brief moment of tranquility shattered within mere seconds as the chat window erupted into chaos. Private message, Lanshi Gudang Huayi, brother Tianyun. Impressive. That record was beautifully broken. Are you interested in developing with us at Lanshigo? The benefits are absolutely top-notch, with experts aplenty. It's much more enjoyable to play together. Private message, Zhongchao Tang Che Qianzi. Friend, your skills are commendable. Zhongchao Tang needs talents like you. Our dungeon record team has vacancies, and materials will be prioritized for you. Private message, Bachi Xiong Tu Yi Du Han Tan, expert. Bachi Xiong Tu sincerely invites you. Join the elite team directly, with additional rewards for the top 100 monthly contributions. Outstanding performance may lead to recommendations for the training camp. System notification. Player, Luan Hui Guild Guin, requests to add you as a friend. System notification. Player, Jia Wang Chao Chen Yi Hui, requests to add you as a friend. The chat box seemed to have been infected by a virus, with messages flooding in, nearly overflowing the screen. Besides a few prominent guilds, a multitude of smaller guild invitations surged forth, all with similar content, praise, temptations, and grandiose promises. Lin Feng's lips twitched. This commotion exceeded his expectations. He didn't even need to glance at Yi Xiu's screen to surmise that the illustrious Jun Mo Xiao was undoubtedly experiencing an equally extravagant reception, if not more so. He instinctively turned to observe Yi Xiu, who was moving the mouse with such speed that it almost left a blur, not replying, but precisely clicking on every flickering chat window's small X in the corner. The motions flowed seamlessly, revealing an air of accustomed indifference and unmistakable impatience. Lin Feng chuckled. Indeed, a master is a master. Even the way he dealt with such disturbances was efficient and uniform. He followed suit, ignoring the specific contents of the messages, steadying his mouse pointer, and commencing his window-closing endeavor. Click, click, and more clicks. It was as if he could hear the sound of bubbles being repeatedly popped in his ears. Occasionally, a particularly persistent message would come through, and Lin Feng would cast a fleeting glance before ruthlessly dragging it into the block list. The world instantly felt much quieter. Ah, how enthusiastic they are. Lin Feng remarked with a hint of sarcasm, half to himself and half to the person beside him, just as Yi Xiu finished clearing the last wave of private messages. He responded without turning his head, mumbling an indistinct acknowledgement. He casually clicked on the unlit cigarette, took a puff of non-existent smoke, and then lazily spoke, his tone revealing no hint of excitement. Efficiency is commendable. So, shall we continue to the next dungeon? The sentiment felt as though those invitations from various guilds, which would have excited an ordinary player for days, had never existed at all. His focus remained unwavering, solely on the dungeons awaiting conquest and the records yearning to be shattered. Lin Feng silently praised him for his prowess. This is what true mastery entails. He had never contemplated joining those guilds. From the very beginning, his aspirations were crystal clear, only the person beside him and the future they were about to forge together. We must press on. Lin Feng responded without hesitation, his voice infused with an eager excitement, eager to follow the master and document every moment. He maneuvered Tianyun, the Qi master, seamlessly directing him toward the realm of Lioli. At almost the same moment, Jun Mo Xiao also took a step forward. Two characters, a casually dressed wanderer and a Qi master adorned in novice purple gear, yet exuding a composed aura, walked side by side. Disregarding the persistent calls from various guilds flashing behind them in the chat window, confidently treading upon the grassy expanse of the novice village toward their next objective. The sunlight elongated their shadows, seemingly heralding that their journey had only just commenced. Heading to Lioli? Lin Feng inquired. Indeed, Yi Xiu replied succinctly. On the screen, the two figures gradually receded, leaving behind a stylish yet enigmatic silhouette for the guild officials still attempting to send invitations, alongside the two closely positioned names. Jun Mo Xiao and Tianyun, prominently displayed atop the leaderboard of the Spider Cave records. Chapter 10, Material Trade. Revealing wealth. The sandstorm of Lioli appeared to have momentarily paused due to the recent lightning-fast battle. A frigid and striking system announcement hovered in one corner of the screen, declaring that Jun Mo Xiao, Tianyun, and their party had once again shattered the completion record for the dungeon. The world channel erupted in chaos, a whirlwind of awe, skepticism, and requests for support intermingling at a dizzying pace. Leaning back in the comfortable chair of the internet CAF, Lin Feng stretched leisurely, the sound of his bones cracking softly. On the screen, the Qi master Tianyun was still enveloped in a faint aura of dissipating energy, embodying the demeanor of a master. He casually opened his inventory, assessing the spoils from this dungeon run. Purple gear, blue gear, materials. Indeed, there were valuable items. A peculiar metallic ore, Anya Luin, alongside several strands of sandworm silk, which could only be found deep within Lioli, lay quietly in the inventory slots, shimmering with the distinctive glow of rare materials. For ordinary players, these items might be treasures unattainable even after days of grinding, capable of fetching a handsome price on trading websites, or serving as bragging rights for several weeks. Yet Lin Feng merely glanced at them, clicked the mouse, and skillfully opened the trading interface, selecting the rare materials before sending a trade request to the wanderer sporting Jun Mo Xiao's name. Yi Xiu had just lit a cigarette, not yet having the chance to take a puff, when he noticed the trade request that popped up in the center of the screen. He raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, and, with a flick of his fingers, accepted the trade on Jun Mo Xiao. Observing the Anya Luin and sandworm silk offered by the other party, Yi Xiu paused momentarily. He was well aware of the rarity of these materials. They were crucial for upgrading a key component of the Qianji umbrella, which he had anticipated would require considerable effort to acquire. "Oh, how generous of you." Yi Xiu's voice came through the headset, laced with his habitual casual teasing, yet beneath it lay a subtle hint of curiosity. He moved the mouse, preparing to offer some equipment or materials from his own inventory that the other party might find useful in exchange. They were merely temporary allies aiming to break records. Typically, the spoils would be claimed by those in need, and such a direct transfer of rare materials was uncommon at the novice village stage. To his surprise, Tianyin promptly clicked to confirm the trade. "Take it." Lin Feng's voice came through calmly, exuding an air of nonchalance. "You need these more than I do." He paused, as if stating an indisputable truth. "Aren't you aiming to acquire the Qianji umbrella?" The mere mention of the Qianji umbrella punctured the languid atmosphere surrounding Yi Xiu like a fine needle. His gaze sharpened, and the actions of Jun Mo Shao on the screen momentarily froze. While there were others aware of the Qianji umbrella's existence, none could have been the passerby he had just met in District 10, someone he had not even seen in person. This fellow Yi Xiu did not immediately click to confirm. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze swept across the screen, scrutinizing the Qi Master Tianyin's character, seemingly attempting to discern something from the calm exterior of the game avatar. He took a drag from his cigarette and slowly inquired, "These items aren't cheap. Even if you don't need them yourself, selling them would yield a significant sum. Are you really giving them to me?" A light chuckle emanated from the other end, as if finding his question somewhat superfluous. "No worries, just a small expense," Lin Feng replied with an air of casualness, even infused with an unspoken languor, as though he were offering not rare materials, but merely a handful of common sweet potatoes. "My main business is in property rental. I'm not short on these." "Property rental?" Yi Xiu was taken aback. This answer was indeed unexpected, even diminishing the alertness provoked by the mention of the Qianji umbrella. He had envisioned that the other might be a skilled player sent by a guild to forge an alliance, or perhaps a wealthy player with ample resources. Yet he never anticipated such a humble, yet strikingly impactful rationale. An absurd yet oddly plausible image materialized in his mind. This fellow, perhaps just having directed a successful raid while munching on a fried dough stick, would turn around to handle the utility bills for his buildings. A profound sense of surreal yet undeniable reality enveloped him. He glanced at the shimmering materials in the trade window, then back at the Qi Master on the screen, whose operations were astoundingly sharp and whose fortune seemed almost divine, now layered with the persona of a property mogul. Who exactly is this individual? After a brief silence, Yi Xiu ultimately moved the mouse and clicked to confirm the trade. The rare materials clinked as they were added to Jun Mo Shao's inventory. "Thank you," he stated, his tone now imbued with sincerity. Regardless of the other party's intentions, this tangible assistance had indeed alleviated his immediate predicament, and he would remember this favor. "You're welcome. May our collaboration flourish." Lin Feng smiled lightly, gesturing with his hands to signal the end of the session. "Are we still going to break the record?" "Of course. Why not?" Yi Xiu chuckled, flicking off the ash from his cigarette. "With you as my lucky star, today seems to be an auspicious day for breaking records." The winds and sands of the desolate land continued to swirl as the two characters stood side by side, the lingering effects of the system announcement still palpable. Yi Xiu maneuvered Jun Mo Shao, stretching his wrist, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted once more towards the Qi Master named Tianyin beside him. With exceptional prowess, extraordinary luck, and substantial resources, he also seemed to have a profound understanding of Yi Xiu. A smirk crept onto Yi Xiu's lips, his eyes reflecting a fleeting moment of contemplation. This sudden emergence of a self-proclaimed rental collector was becoming increasingly intriguing. Did he draw near merely to break records together? Chapter 11. Late-night conversations at the Internet CAF. In the late hours at the Xing Xian Internet CAF, it resembled a slumbering behemoth, finally able to breathe after the cacophony of the city had subsided. The daytime bustle had long dissipated, leaving only a few rows of machines aglow, with a handful of night owl patrons, most lost in their own worlds, be it through movies or games, the sounds of keyboards and mice echoing sparsely yet distinctly. The overhead fluorescent lights had dimmed significantly, casting shadows that divided the CAF into a tranquil space of light and dark. The air was infused with a faint scent of smoke, the aroma of instant noodle seasoning, and the gentle warmth exhaled by the machines, creating a unique ambience of the night CAF that felt both desolate yet comforting. Yi Xiu sat in his corner, the screen's light illuminating his expressionless face, the ash of his cigarette lengthening precariously, about to fall. He was intently perusing some technical and gossip threads on the Glory forum, after which he opened the game interface. Pausing at the silver weapon crafting screen, he inserted the rare materials he had acquired today, and after a burst of light, the Qianji Sen upgraded from level 5 to level 10. Yi Xiu exhaled a sigh of relief, surprised by Tian Yun's extraordinary luck. He had expected to gather materials over several days, yet they had all been generously bestowed upon him in a single day. Yi Xiao mused internally. The landlord's prowess was indeed formidable. At that moment, a steaming paper cup of coffee was gently placed on the table beside him, perfectly avoiding the area of his keyboard and mouse. Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting from the screen to the hand that had set down the coffee, and he saw Lin Feng standing beside him. Lin Feng wore a slight smile, seemingly having just finished a game, his expression relaxed yet imbued with an elusive quality. He pointed at the cup of coffee. A little pick-me-up? I got it from the convenience store downstairs. Add your own sugar and cream. He held another cup in his hand, taking a sip from it. Thanks, Yi Xiao replied without hesitation, casually flicking the ash into the nearby ashtray as he accepted the coffee. The warm sensation seeped through the paper cup, dispelling a hint of the late-night chill. He was somewhat surprised. This new CAF manager was not only skilled but also quite considerate. However, he noticed that Lin Feng had no intention of leaving. Instead, he pulled over an empty computer chair and sat down comfortably to his side, a position that allowed for conversation without obstructing Yi Xiao's view of the screen. The record-breaking today was quite exhilarating, Lin Feng remarked, shaking his coffee cup, his tone casual. Jun Mo Xiao and the Qi Master combination is more effective than I had anticipated. Yeah, it was decent, Yi Xiao replied, taking a drag from his cigarette, his sense of surprise deepening. Was this fellow specifically here to discuss this? The CAF was silent, save for the soft hum of the machine fans and the distant muted shouts of an excited player. The CAF owner, Chun Gua, had likely retired for the night, while the front desk girl on night duty appeared to be dozing off. Lin Feng fell silent for a few moments, as if gathering his thoughts or savoring the tranquility. Then, he turned to Yi Xiao, his gaze no longer on the screen but directly on Yi Xiao's face. In the dim light of the CAF, his eyes appeared particularly earnest. Yigu, he began, his voice low yet cutting through the stillness with undeniable weight. Shall we have a chat? Yi Xiao's hand holding the coffee paused imperceptibly. He responded, turning his head slightly, his questioning gaze directed at Lin Feng, as his vague premonitions began to crystallize. Lin Feng met his gaze, the relaxed smile at the corner of his mouth gradually fading, yet his tone remained steady, even imbued with an unusual honesty. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice to ensure only they could hear. Shall we chat? Yi Xiao to shun. He deliberately paused, observing Yi Xiao's reaction. Yi Xiao's previously casual demeanor seemed to momentarily solidify, a flicker of something fleeting flashing in his eyes, but he maintained an impassive facade, quietly awaiting Lin Feng's next words. Lin Feng did not keep him in suspense. Softly yet almost in a whisper, he dropped the final bombshell. Or rather, Yi Xiao? The name Yi Xiao acted as a precise key, instantly piercing through the thin veil of unspoken understanding. At the moment those words fell, the languid air surrounding Yi Xiao abruptly dissipated. His previously unfocused gaze sharpened, becoming as keen as a blade, piercing directly at Lin Feng. His eyes brimmed with scrutiny, vigilance, and a trace of disbelief, as if attempting to see through Lin Feng entirely. Even the fingers holding the cigarette tightened slightly. The air in the corner of the CAF seemed to freeze at that instant. The relaxed atmosphere of the late night and the warmth of casual conversation vanished, replaced by a silent tension that felt as taut as a drawn bowstring, permeating the air with an almost palpable electricity. The distant sounds of keyboards seemed to belong to a different world altogether. Yi Xiao did not immediately deny or react explosively. He fixated on Lin Feng with an intensely piercing gaze, as if attempting to discern any subtle expression on his face that might reveal the purpose and origin behind such an address. The silence that ensued stretched on for what felt like a century. Eventually, Yi Xiao gently set his coffee cup down on the table, his movements slow yet deliberate. Leaning slightly forward, he closed the distance between himself and Lin Feng, his voice lowered to a near whisper, imbued with a hint of playful curiosity. Oh, who exactly are you? The question, who are you? From Yi Xiao, resonated like a stone cast into a deep pool, sending ripples through the stillness of the internet CF. Confronted with this nearly soul-piercing scrutiny, Lin Feng did not shy away from the gaze, nor did he display any sign of panic. Instead, he seemed to exhale a breath of relief, as if a tightly wound string within him had loosened just a fraction. Meeting Yi Xiao's gaze, his previously casual demeanor shifted to one of rare seriousness, even tinged with a barely perceptible respect. Who am I? Lin Feng repeated the question, managing a soft smile that held a complexity of emotions. To be precise, I am Lin Feng, the night shift network administrator at Xingxin Internet CAF. He paused momentarily, his fingers unconsciously tracing the warm surface of the coffee cup, carefully organizing his thoughts. He understood that what he was about to say would determine everything. But to you, he lifted his gaze, his expression candid to the point of bluntness. I might resemble a devoted fan who knows far too much about you. A fan? Yi Xiu's eyebrows arched slightly, the sharpness in his eyes undiminished, yet now laced with an added layer of intrigue. A fan who knows his true name and the inside story of his forced retirement? Indeed, a fan, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod, his tone intensifying. The kind that is truly devoted. I have been following your matches since your time at Jiashi, when you were using Yi Qiu and clinching 3 championships. The mention of Yi Qiu and the 3 championships caused Yi Xiu's eyes to flicker ever so subtly, a fleeting reflection of his glorious past and the point from which he was compelled to depart. Lin Feng continued, his voice remaining soft yet imbued with a palpable, restrained power, flowing steadily in the quiet corner. Therefore, I am aware of many things. I know you did not retire willingly, Yi Ge. I know how those at Jiashi, particularly Lu Hao and Cui Li, ostracized you and forced you out. That so-called technical analysis report on your declining performance is nothing but a farce. As he spoke, a trace of uncontrollable indignation seeped into his tone. A palpable sense of injustice and worthlessness for a top-tier player forced to depart in such an undignified manner. The emotion was raw and utterly genuine. Yi Xiu listened in silence, his fingers holding the cigarette suspended in midair, the ash falling unnoticed. He had not anticipated hearing such candid revelations of the sordid details he had never shared with outsiders from the lips of someone who was nearly a stranger. The sensation was peculiar, akin to an old wound being gingerly touched. It did not hurt, but it carried a bittersweet sting. How do you know all this? Yi Xiu's voice remained steady, though the coldness had diminished slightly, replaced by a weightier gravity. Internal matters of Jiashi, even if some rumors had leaked, could never be conveyed with such precision. Lin Feng appeared to have anticipated this inquiry, offering a wry smile as he shrugged. You may find it hard to believe, but I possess some rather unique channels of information. It's somewhat inconvenient to elaborate. He cleverly sidestepped the extraordinary explanation of his time travel, opting instead for a more ambiguous yet palatable response. He shifted the topic, not allowing Yi Xiu to dwell on the source of his information, immediately presenting new, more impactful revelations, attempting to redirect Yi Xiu's thoughts. Furthermore, I not only know about the past, but I also possess knowledge of some other rather clandestine matters. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiu's pupils slightly constricted. Lin Feng leaned forward, lowering his voice even further, as if sharing a closely guarded secret. For instance, there are exceptionally strong players within the teams who, due to misplacement, are unable to showcase their true potential. Lin Feng refrained from naming names. For mentioning Qiao Yifan now would be rather shocking. He was still merely an inconspicuous figure from the training camp. Lin Feng continued, his pace measured. Yet each word carried weight. Take, for example, the captain of Batu, Han Wenqing. He can still compete, and will continue to do so until he can no longer. His fighting spirit endures far longer than people imagine. And then there's Huang Xiaodian from Lanyu. Beneath his loquaciousness lies a keen sense of opportunism. What he spoke of included events yet to unfold and characteristics of top-tier players. But the certainty with which a stranger articulated such insights struck Yi Xiu with an unsettling awe. Finally, Lin Feng's gaze landed on the icon of the equipment editor on Yi Xiu's screen, and he softly uttered, and then there's the Qianji-san. The true weapon of a scattered person. The level 50 bottleneck requires materials such as in Yi Luyin, the fangs of the White Wolf King, and fragments of the blood-sucking light sword. These are not easy to procure. Boom. This statement detonated like thunder within Yi Xiu's mind. Qianji-san. The level 50 bottleneck. The specific names of the required materials. This was no longer conjecture or hearsay. This was core confidential information that Su Muqiu had researched with him years ago. Details unknown even to the upper echelons of Jiashi's technical department. How could this Lin Feng know such intricate details? Even the names of the materials were stated correctly. In that instant, the facade of indolence and pretense vanished from Yi Xiu's face. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze piercing, scrutinizing Lin Feng as if he were trying to redefine this person. Shock, confusion, and disbelief flashed through his eyes in rapid succession. He opened his mouth, intending to ask, "Who are you?" But it felt futile. The information provided had transcended the scope of that question. Ultimately, he merely hoarsely inquired, "Why? Why do you know this? Why seek me out? Why reveal this to me?" Lin Feng comprehended all the questions that lay behind those 3 words. He took a deep breath, meeting Yi Xiu's astonished gaze, his eyes clear and resolute. Finally, he revealed all his cards, which were also the sole and ultimate purpose of his arrival. Because I am indignant. I refuse to accept that the most illustrious deity in the history of the League has been driven away by a bunch of petty individuals using despicable means. I cannot bear the thought that your professional career might be cut short. His voice rose slightly in excitement, but he quickly reined it in, speaking with even greater conviction. I came to find you, Yi Ge, not to venerate the past deity, nor to offer sympathy. I am here to assist you. Assist me? Yi Xiu murmured, repeating the words as the weight of the information left him momentarily stunned. Yes, I want to help you. Lin Feng's gaze was fervent, overflowing with unassailable determination and an almost fanatical sincerity. I want to help you return to the league and reclaim everything that is rightfully yours. The championship, glory, respect. He pointed at himself, articulating each word with utmost clarity. I understand your current situation. You need teammates, resources, and support. And I can provide all of that. Money? I have it. As I mentioned, my primary business is collecting rents, and I can easily invest in forming a team. Luck and materials? You've seen it. My luck is astonishing. Whatever rare materials you need, I will procure. As for skill, he gestured to his computer screen, my speed and operation. As you must have noted in the dungeon, may not surpass your peak, but it is undoubtedly top tier. Moreover, I can play support. A Qigong master is well suited for teamwork. Even in the realm of silver weapon research, he glanced at the interface of the Qianji San. I have interest and talent. I can help you with that. Ultimately, he summarized his propositions, casting forth that earth-shattering core demand, his gaze burning with intensity as he looked at Yishio. So, Yigu, do not bear this burden alone. I wish to join you in forming a team and then winning the championship. I will invest money, effort, and luck. You will provide tactics, experience, and your invincibility. We, Lin Feng's voice resonated with profound earnestness and anticipation, shall be teammates. As his words settled, the corner of the internet saga fell into an eerie silence. Only the hum of the computer fans persisted, while the screens of players gaming through the night flickered in the distance. Yishio was utterly taken aback. Leaning against the back of his chair, the cigarette between his fingers had burned down to the nub, searing his fingertips without his awareness. He simply stared blankly at the young man before him, observing the unpretentious fervor, determination, and sincerity reflected in his eyes. Forming a team, returning to the league, claiming the championship, teammates. These words detonated like bombs within his heart, unleashing tumultuous waves. He had indeed contemplated reassembling a team to re-enter the league. But it was merely an idea, yet to be acted upon. Chapter 13. Yishio's consideration and preliminary acceptance. The dim light in the corner of the internet safe elongated Yishio's silhouette, casting it upon the cold tiled floor. He maintained his position, leaning back in the chair, unmoving for a long while, resembling a statue frozen in time. The slight pain from the burnt cigarette had long since faded, replaced by a deeper, internal resonance. Lin Feng had already departed, leaving behind his earth-shattering proposal of us being teammates and all the information he had shared, wisely granting Yishio the solitude to contemplate. He mentioned living nearby, waiting for Yishio's response. The air still seemed to linger with that young man's fervent and sincere gaze, alongside his increasingly astonishing words. Yishio slowly straightened his posture, retrieved a cigarette box, and lit another. The curling smoke obscured the glow of the screen before him, providing a semblance of anchoring for his tumultuous thoughts. He began to analyze each aspect of what had just transpired, dissecting the character known as Lin Feng as he would a match replay. Skill instantly. The image of the Qigong master's fluid maneuvers in the Lusong Ji dungeon surfaced in Yishio's mind. The precise timing of the Qi shield's release. The impeccably executed Qi wave burst interruptions, the decisive use of the cannon to divide the battlefield, and the astonishingly swift reflexes that erupted in moments of crisis. These were not the standards of an ordinary high-level player, but rather those of a professional. And a top-tier one at that. He even sensed that, at peak performance, this individual might surpass his own capabilities during his prime. Yet, there remained a hint of naivety in experience and tactical awareness, though that could be honed. The hardware was impeccable. Lucky Shio chuckled softly, casting a glance at Jun Mo Zhao's backpack, within which lay the Qianji San, the newly acquired Dark Knight flowing silver, and the sandworm silk. He was all too aware of the value of these items. They were not merely valuable, but exceedingly rare. Others might toil for days and nights without a glimpse of these treasures. Yet this fellow seemed to acquire them as effortlessly as picking cabbages, and even offered them freely. Such extraordinary luck was nothing short of an affront to the efforts of ordinary players. However, on the flip side, if such luck could be harnessed, it would be a windfall for the team desperately in need of various rare materials to upgrade the Qianji San and eventually craft silver gear. Financial resources. I primarily collect rents. That phrase echoed in his mind. Yishio envisioned the scenario, finding it both amusing and disconcerting. A teammate with no financial constraints? What implications did that hold? It meant that the initial funding for the team, the venue, equipment, and even the living arrangements for team members might already be secured. He would no longer need to start from scratch, meticulously counting every penny as initially planned. For a team with the ambition of winning the championship, this undoubtedly laid the most solid foundation. While glory cannot be won solely through financial means, the absence of funds would certainly spell doom. Understanding and goals. He understood the Qianji San and the specific materials needed for breaking through the level 50 bottleneck. He was privy to the inner workings of Jia Shi. He even recognized that Xiao Yifan might be suitable for the formation of the ghostly team. This level of understanding bordered on the terrifying. It was far beyond what an ordinary fan might possess. The indignation he felt regarding his own plight resonated with an undeniable authenticity. His objective is to reclaim the pinnacle, to seize the championship, aligning seamlessly with the flickering flame within him that has never extinguished. The origins of this ambition present the sole and most significant enigma. Is it a special channel of information? Such an explanation is overly vague, bordering on dismissive. Yet, how else can one elucidate this phenomenon? Time travel? Prophecy? Yishio shakes his head, casting aside these fanciful notions. What truly matters is that all the strength, fortune, resources, understanding, and aspirations he displays converge towards a singular direction. He is an unprecedented, flawless collaborator, or rather, a teammate. Is there sincerity? Yishio reflects on Lin Feng's gaze, which harbored no ulterior motives, no hypocrisy, only an unadulterated fervor, unwavering resolve, and a sincerity akin to a pilgrimage. The energy conveyed is straightforward and compelling. A clear declaration of intent to assist. Are there risks? Indeed. A person of such ambiguous origins, approaching him with immense power, could harbor ulterior motives. Yishio is no novice. He has experienced the zenith and plummeted to the nadir, encountering the caprices of human nature. His vigilance is ever present. However, he casts a glance at the screen displaying Jun Mo Xiao, the character embodying Su Muchio's dreams and his own future. The fatigue of solitary struggle, the embarrassment of scarce resources, and the bewilderment of searching for teammates weigh heavily upon him like mountains. Now, a formidable ally lies before him. Should he refuse to relinquish an opportunity that could alter everything over an unverifiable origin? Yishio takes a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly. He recalls an old adage, do not employ those you suspect, but do not suspect those you employ. Of course, it is premature to speak of employing him. Yet, at the very least, one can test him. Strength is the touchstone. In the realm of glory, ultimately, actions and outcomes must speak for themselves. If he is indeed as powerful as he claims, if he can truly provide those resources, if he genuinely shares the same vision, then his origins become less significant. What matters is what he can do and what he wishes to achieve. Both of these aspects Lin Feng has already demonstrated with remarkable clarity. Yishio extinguishes the cigarette, his fingers gliding over the mouse to click on the recently added name, Tian Yun, in his friend list. The avatar remains illuminated, seemingly awaiting something. He ponders for a few moments before typing on the keyboard. Meanwhile, not far from the Xing Xian Internet CAF, Lin Feng feels somewhat restless in his rented room. The computer screen displays the login interface of glory, but he cannot focus. His mind repeatedly replays the conversation with Yishio, every word and detail. Especially the look of shock and contemplation on Yishio's face at the end. Was he too direct? Did he frighten him? After all, the information he shared was overwhelming for a stranger. Would Yishio think he had ulterior motives and reject him entirely? Thoughts clash within his mind, leaving him regretting whether he had acted too impulsively. Perhaps he should have taken a more measured approach. He irritably runs his fingers through his hair, rising to pour himself a glass of water. Just as he picks up the cup, a crisp notification sound resonates from the computer speakers. It's the distinctive sound of a friend message in glory. Lin Feng's hand trembles, nearly spilling the water. He dashes back to the computer, his heart racing. In the friend list, Jun Mo Xiao's name is pulsating. He takes a deep breath, almost holding his breath, and opens the message. The content is brief, a single line infused with Yishio's characteristic laid-back, yet slightly cheeky tone, yet to Lin Feng. It resonates like the most enchanting melody. The team can be formed. But let us be clear, I only recognize strength. Do not drag me down. Elation erupts in Lin Feng's mind like fireworks. He leaps from his chair, fist pumping in the air, nearly toppling the nearby water cup. He suppresses an excited shout. Spinning in place, his face alight with uncontainable joy. Yishio has agreed. He has truly agreed, although with the stipulation of recognizing only strength. This is precisely what he desires. He seeks no sympathy, no charity. He wishes to fight side by side based on merit. Suppressing the almost primal cheer that threatens to escape his throat, he quickly returns to the computer, his fingers trembling with excitement as he types loudly. Rest assured, Brother Yi. I promise not to hold you back. From now on, you are the captain. Wherever you point, I shall strike. Resources are abundant. After sending the message, he contemplates for a moment and adds, his eyes squinting in delight. So, Captain, what shall be our first step? Shouldn't we give our team a resounding name? On the other side of the network, Yishio observes the screen, where Lin Feng's excitement and urgency nearly leap off the text. A smile involuntarily forming at the corners of his mouth. This fellow. He shakes his head and replies, Isn't the name already available? As for the first step, don't brush records tomorrow. Come with me to snatch a wild map and test our mettle. By the way, let us discuss the material list needed for the Qianji-san. Chapter 14. The Dual Core returns, dominating the wild map the following day. Lin Feng arrives early at the Internet CAF, ready to team up with Yi Xiu for dungeon raids and wild map captures. The sky of District 10 is imbued with the unique, bustling, and restless atmosphere of a novice village. Yet at this moment, near a desolate riverbed in the heart of a barren wasteland, the tension in the air is almost palpable. Well-informed elite guild members have already encircled the area, making it nearly impossible to penetrate. The emblems of Ba Qi Xiong Tu, Lan Shigo, and Zhong Chaotang flicker above the heads of players, each guild wary of the others. Their collective target is the leisurely strolling figure in the center of the riverbed, a green-skinned goblin merchant clad in a comically small vest, carrying a large bag and wielding a battered wooden stick. Do not be deceived by the humble appearance and low level of this goblin merchant as a wild map. Its first kill rewards and dropped items are irresistibly enticing for players in the early stages. Moreover, it has the potential to drop rare materials and unique equipment schematics, making it a coveted resource among the various guilds. All eyes are fixed on it. Prepare to engage the enemy. Healers, stay close. DPS, manage your aggro. And keep your distance. The commanders from different guilds shouted hoarsely in the team channel. Although this was merely a low-level wild map, the atmosphere was charged, especially with rival competitors lurking nearby. At this moment, when tensions ran high and a battle seemed imminent, two figures emerged unexpectedly from behind the wind-eroded rocks of the desert. One tall and the other short, one clad in a motley of colorful gear, the other draped in the flowing robes of a Qi master, strolling leisurely towards the fray. By the heavens, it's Jun Mo Xiao, someone from Lan Shigu exclaimed, having keen eyes. And that's Tian Yun, the one who broke records yesterday. Another recognized from the powerful guild Ba Qi Xiong Tuesday. The fame of Jun Mo Xiao and Tian Yun had surged in District 10 after they shattered dungeon records consecutively. And their sudden appearance could only mean one thing. They intended to seize the opportunity. Block them. A voice rang out, and several guilds simultaneously dispatched small squads to intercept the duo. We can take our time to eliminate them, but these two troublemakers must be dealt with first. Facing the oncoming players, Yi Xiu, controlling Jun Mo Xiao, remained as calm as if he were shopping at a market. As per usual, I'll hold them off while you deal damage and look for a chance to slip away. Understood, Lin Feng replied, fingers poised over his keyboard. In a surprising turn, Jun Mo Xiao advanced rather than retreating, the Qianji-san transforming into a spear as he executed a sweeping motion, sending the foremost swordsman flying like a windmill crashing into the players trailing behind, instantly disrupting their charge formation. Then, the tip of the umbrella morphed into 6 barrels, transitioning into a machine gun form, firing several rounds that precisely landed before a few players attempting to flank, forcing them to hesitate in their movements. The versatility and crowd control prowess of Jun Mo Xiao, wielded by Yi Xiu, were showcased vividly. Alone, with a single Qianji-san, he effectively held back several elite players. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's Tian Yun, like a specter, slid past from the flank. With the innate speed of a Qi master and his precise control, he deftly avoided scattered ranged attacks. Roar! The goblin merchant was stirred, brandishing its crude wooden club and charging towards the nearest team from Zhong Chaotang. Quickly intercept. The healing aura illuminated instantly. Now, Yi Xiu called out in the channel. Tian Yun halted, hands clasped in front of his chest, gathering energy. Sky cannon. With a low shout, the powerful wave of energy surged not towards the enemy, but rather precisely struck between Zhong Chaotang and its allies. Sand and stones erupted, the shockwave rolling forth, pushing back several melee attackers and briefly severing the line of sight with the healers. Well done, Yi Xiu praised, as Jun Mo Xiao deftly shook off the entangling players and lunged towards the backline. The formation of Zhong Chaotang fell into slight disarray. This momentary confusion provided an opening for the other two guilds. The members of Ba Qi Xiong Tu and Lan Shigu, sensing blood in the water, unleashed their skills upon the now vulnerable Zhong Chaotang, who had lost their healer. The scene descended into chaos, a melee of 3 factions, skills flying in every direction. All attention diverted from the initial instigators. Control the battlefield, Yi Xiu commanded. Tian Yun understood immediately. Once his skills were off cooldown, he unleashed another energy wave, sending a Lan Shigu assassin, who attempted to ambush Jun Mo Xiao, spiraling away. The energy shield then fell perfectly over Jun Mo Xiao, blocking a corrosive rain attack from a Ba Qi Xiong Tu magic scholar. Under Yi Xiu's guidance, Jun Mo Xiao danced upon the edge of a blade, eschewing greed for damage, instead utilizing the diverse control skills of the Qianji-san to occasionally secure aggro, primarily creating chaos and inciting the 3 guilds to turn on one another. Tian Yun, in turn, flawlessly played the roles of protector and crowd controller. Each release of the energy shield was impeccably timed, and each energy wave and sky cannon accurately interrupted critical skills or divided the battlefield. The two operated like a finely tuned binary star. Jun Mo Xiao was the unpredictable core, drawing all fire, while Tian Yun orbited around him, clearing obstacles and providing sanctuary. "These two are in perfect sync," exclaimed a bystander, utterly astonished. They appeared not to be competing, but rather toying with the three major guilds. "Damn it! Focus fire on Jun Mo Xiao." The commanders of the three guilds finally realized that internal strife would only benefit outsiders. In an instant, a multitude of skills rained down upon Jun Mo Xiao. Shield. Yi Xiu's voice remained steady. Almost as soon as he spoke, a golden energy shield enveloped him. Boom, boom, boom. Countless skills struck the energy shield, causing it to ripple violently as it neared the brink of shattering, yet it ultimately withstood the fiercest onslaught. "Thank you," Yi Xiu remarked, as Jun Mo Xiao executed a roll to evade the skills, swiftly retaliating with a slash at the goblin merchant. Its health plummeted rapidly amidst the melee, nearing the threshold of a berserk state. Prepare to claim the final blow. All guilds went wild, their commanders shouting commands. Just then, the goblin merchant emitted a piercing shriek, its body swelling as it entered a berserk state. It abruptly emptied its large sack onto the ground. With a clatter, countless gold coins, materials, and equipment illusions burst forth like a fountain, dazzling everyone, even if most were mere visual effects. Now is the time. Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Xiao lunged forward, delivering a powerful knee strike to the player in front, as the Qianji Sen morphed into a mechanical box, spewing flames as it forcibly displaced, closing the distance in an instant. At nearly the same moment, the protective aura of T New York N cooled down once more, but instead of enveloping Jun Ma Xiao, it suddenly encased himself, braving the sporadic attacks as he rushed towards the pile of loot. What was he thinking? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Instead of delivering the final blow, he was rummaging through items. Jun Ma Xiao's sword light sliced through the goblin merchant's throat, extinguishing its last vestige of health. A system announcement promptly appeared. The goblin merchant has been slain by player Jun Ma Xiao and T New York N. It fell. Yet, all eyes were not on the announcement, but fixated on the figure donning the golden aura, now crouched beside the fallen treasures. Qigong Master T New York N. He reached out, and amidst the dazzling radiance, a brilliant orange light surged upwards, mingling with several hues of purple, illuminating the bewildered faces of all present. An orange item, and rare materials. "I see the goblin's secret treasure." Such a massive drop. Gasps echoed throughout, leaving everyone dumbfounded. What extraordinary luck was this? A generous first kill reward was understandable, but the quality and quantity of these drops were simply excessive. Lin Feng observed the orange weapon design and the few shimmering rare materials that had appeared in his inventory, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Truly, the luck of a European emperor was formidable. He maneuvered T New York N to stand, just as the protective aura dissipated. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Jun Ma Xiao, facing the complex gazes of the remaining members from the three major guilds and countless onlookers, eyes filled with anger, jealousy, disbelief, and, more profoundly, a deep sense of helplessness. Jun Ma Xiao's Qianji umbrella clicked back into its original form, casually resting on his shoulder. T New York N brushed off the non-existent dust from his attire. The two characters, one a lone wolf and the other a Qigong master, stood amidst the desert winds. Behind them the slowly vanishing body of the goblin merchant and the lingering brilliance of the treasures. It was as if they silently proclaimed, from this day forth, the 10th district has been transformed. Let us retreat. Yi Xiu spoke calmly in the channel, maneuvering Jun Ma Xiao to turn and depart with grace. Lin Feng chuckled, hastily following suit. Behind them, a group of elite guild members exchanged glances, their faces pale, jaws clenched tightly. The commander of the Blue Stream Pavilion, observing the retreating figures of the two, seethed through gritted teeth. You too, keep a close watch on them. Whenever you see them in the wild, kill them without mercy. Indeed, they could no longer be allowed to act so arrogantly. The other two guilds echoed in agreement. In that moment, the combination of Jun Ma Xiao and T New York N transcended mere names on the dungeon record leaderboard, becoming a thorn in the side of all major guilds. Firmly placed on the top of the danger list. Chapter 17, Recruiting Talent, Tang Ro, Part 1. Late at night. The XNGXN Internet CAF was far from desolate, despite the late hour. A few familiar patrons continued to occupy the corners, tapping away at their keyboards and mice, their sounds intertwining with the occasional game audio, creating the unique ambience of the CAF. The air was thick with a faint scent of smoke, the aroma of instant noodle seasoning packets, and the gentle warmth emanating from the machines running for prolonged periods. Lin Feng held a freshly brewed cup of instant coffee, casually wandering through the CAF. His gaze was already fixed on a window side seat where a beautiful girl was seated, Tang Ro. She had just arrived today, and the owner, Chengua, had immediately pulled her in to assist, claiming she had found someone formidable who would surely provide a challenge for Tang Ro. However, after barely 3 minutes of gameplay, that individual was already defeated, leaving Chengua behind Tang Ro with an expression of disbelief, quickly transforming into one of joy as she praised Tang Ro's prowess. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng took a deep breath, mentally reminding himself to play it cool. And then, holding his coffee cup, he casually slid into the empty seat beside Tang Ro. He powered on the computer and logged into Glory. His movements were unhurried, even deliberately slowed, yet every action exuded the familiarity of an experienced player. He did not immediately enter the game, but allowed his character, the already somewhat renowned Qigong Master T. New York N, to linger on the character selection screen, the faint purple glow of his equipment gently swirling on the display. At that moment, he heard Chengua ask Tang Ro why she wasn't playing Glory. Tang Ro responded with a classic line, expressing that it felt too simple. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, remained unhurried, leisurely sipping his coffee, while his peripheral vision caught sight of Yishio. After Tang Ro's comment, Chengua suggested, "No worries. I still have 2 little experts here. Would you like to try your skills against them?" She then glanced at Yishio and Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly interjected, "Let us have Sister Tang play against Brother Yi," thinking to himself that he couldn't miss this iconic moment. Tang Ro redirected her gaze toward Yishio, who bore a nonchalant expression, and said, "Then let us have a match, Yishio." "I'm ready." Yishio, intrigued, was eager to see how this girl, who deemed Glory simple, would perform. Chengua stood behind Tang Ro, her eyes darting between her well-equipped gunner character, Xianhua, and the oddly styled, mixed-gear Jun Maxiao on the opposite screen. She never expected that her moment of provocation would lead Tang Ro to truly challenge Yishio. "Tang, are you really going to fight him?" she asked. "Yes," came Tang Ro's concise and resolute reply. Her eyes were fixed on the screen, devoid of any hint of trepidation. Her long fingers, often praised for their suitability for piano playing, rested lightly on the keyboard and mouse, poised elegantly yet radiating an undeniable air of readiness. Yishio yawned, his lazy voice suggesting, "How about we add a little wager before we begin? Perhaps a pack of cigarettes?" Tang Ro glanced at her wallet, retrieving 100 yuan, stating, "I don't smoke, but this will do." "Deal," Yishio smiled. "Let us go, Sister Tang. You can choose the map." They opted for the arena stage without hesitation. Tang Ro selected the simplest and most direct map, most suitable for a newcomer like her, and the one that could best showcase pure operational skills. As the loading screen concluded, in the ancient Roman-style arena, Xianhua donned a fiery red leather armor, carrying a heavy cannon, exuding an aura of gallantry. On the opposite side, Jun Mo Shao stood in a state of indecision, his Qianji Sen appearing loose and unsteady, exuding an air of elusive nonchalance. The countdown concluded. Tang Ro displayed no hesitation as she maneuvered Zhu Yanxia to leap back, simultaneously raising her anti-tank cannon. 3 shells shot forth in a formation resembling a character for pin, clearly indicating her intention to seal the escape route. Her observations over the past few days had not been in vain. However, Yishio's Jun Mo Shao moved even more swiftly, or rather, more unpredictably. With just a sidestep, he slipped through the narrow gaps between the shells like an eel, the Qianji Sen clicking into the form of a spear, launching a dragon tooth strike towards her. Tang Ro was taken aback but reacted swiftly, instinctively attempting to evade. Yet, Yishio's assault was far from easy to dodge. Almost simultaneously, the subsequent Tianji followed closely, accurately targeting Zhu Yanxia. Tang Ro let out a soft huff, her fingers dancing over the controls. In the instant when her defensive maneuver failed, she forcefully unleashed a heavy artillery strike, flames erupting forth. This was a desperate strategy, attempting to turn defense into offense. "Oh!" Yishio's voice, tinged with surprise, rang out. Jun Mo Shao quickly retracted the Qianji Sen into a shield, blocking the attack. Boom! Sparks flew as Jun Mo Shao was pushed back a step, while Zhu Yanxia, propelled by the recoil, narrowly evaded the subsequent combo. "Not bad, but the timing was a bit rough, wasting a good skill," Yishio commented, his hands never pausing in their movements. Jun Mo Shao regained his footing and charged forward once more, the Qianji Sen transforming rapidly into sword form. A slicing blade gleamed with lethal intent. Tang Ro bit her lip, fully focused. She realized that Yishio's rhythm of attack was astonishingly fast, and the transformations of his weapon were utterly unpredictable, leaving her with no means to anticipate his next move. She could only rely on her exceptional dynamic vision and hand speed to barely defend herself. Boom, boom, boom. Zhu Yanxia unleashed a barrage of firepower, with various skills from the gunner's arsenal blooming in her hands, crafting a dazzling tapestry of firepower. Her learning ability and reflexes were indeed remarkable. Many skills were already executed with impressive precision, creating a palpable sense of pressure. Yet, before Yi Xiao, all of it seemed futile. Under his command, Jun Mo Xiao moved like a specter. He dodged lasers with nimble movements, evaded the blast of the piercing shells with shadow clones, and even utilized aerial marksmanship to change direction in midair, forcefully closing the distance. Skills are not merely about speed. Timing is crucial. Maintaining distance is wise. But one must anticipate my movements and seal off my routes, not just rely on firepower. This quantum cannon missed. If only you had predicted my leftward shift. It would have hit. Yi Xiao continued to fight, while also typing out guidance. His Jun Mo Xiao navigated through the hail of bullets, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Occasionally darting close to Tang Rou, using basic skills from disciplines like street fighting, judo, and assassination to disrupt her rhythm before swiftly retreating to wear her down. Tang Rou's expression grew increasingly grave, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She felt as if she were contending with an omnipresent vortex, every attack easily swallowed and neutralized, while the opponent's counterattacks arrived from the most unexpected angles, leaving her overwhelmed. The sense of powerlessness was 100 times more intense than when she first encountered Glory and was slaughtered by low-level monsters. This was an all-encompassing, suffocating display of dominance. Finally, after an attempt to create distance using a gun technique, which was bizarrely interrupted by Jun Mo Xiao's low-flying mechanical rotor from the mechanic class, Tang Rou's balance was thoroughly shattered. Jun Mo Xiao closed in. The Qianji Sen transformed into claws, tearing through. It quickly morphed into a spear, a whirlwind of strikes. Zhu Yanxia was mercilessly slammed to the ground. Before she could execute a defensive maneuver, a torrent of low-tier skills from various classes rained down upon her, pinning her firmly to the ground. The screen instantly turned gray and white. Glory. The two characters leapt forth, announcing the conclusion of the match. The internet CAF fell into silence. Chen Guo's mouth hung open, unable to utter a word for a long time. She knew Yi Xiao was strong, but she had not anticipated him to be this formidable. Faced with Tang Rou's speed and aggression, which would astonish ordinary players, he appeared to engage in a leisurely game with a child. Tang Rou stared blankly at the screen, her hands still resting on the keyboard and mouse, seemingly unable to recover from the brief, yet intense battle. She had lost utterly, without a hint of suspense. Yi Xiao pushed the keyboard aside, lit a cigarette, and said slowly, "Your hand speed is quick, and your awareness is somewhat decent, but your experience is lacking, with nearly zero understanding of the classes and skills. Well, it's passable, barely watchable." This remark sounded like praise, yet in light of their recent overwhelming duel, it felt particularly harsh. Tang Rou abruptly lifted her head, the sense of defeat in her eyes swiftly replaced by a more intense determination. She took a deep breath, looked at Yi Xiao, and stated each word with conviction. "Let us have another round." Yi Xiao glanced at Tang Rou and replied, "Next time, perhaps. Thank you for your wager. I have one last thing to say. Glory is not as simple as you imagine. I 1T battle you again. You can try playing against Lin Feng. His skills are on par with mine." Upon hearing this, Tang Rou turned her gaze towards Lin Feng, who grimaced slightly, realizing he was now part of the unfolding drama. "Then I shall accompany Miss Tang Rou for a match," he said. True to expectation, within 5 minutes, the glaring words defeat appeared before Tang Rou's eyes. "Gua gua." Tang Rou's voice was as crisp as ever, but her tone bore an undeniable firmness. "Give me an account card." "Huh." Chen Guo was momentarily stunned, glancing at Tang Rou, then instinctively casting a look towards the leisure area where Yi Xiao and Lin Feng remained, with Yi Xiao appearing indifferent, a cigarette in his mouth. She had not anticipated that Tang Rou would react this way after the match. Shouldn't she be angry or disheartened? Why was she directly asking for an account card? "What do you need an account card for?" Chen Guo asked, puzzled. "Which character do you want? I have plenty of max-level accounts you can borrow." She assumed Tang Rou merely wanted to try the game on a whim. "I don't want a max-level one." Tang Rou shook her head, her gaze resolute. "Give me a blank card, a brand new one." Chen Guo was even more bewildered. She understood Tang Rou. The girl had never shown much interest in games. What had spurred her to this point today? She couldn't help but cast another glance in Yi Xiao's direction, pondering what on earth this fellow had done to Tang Rou. "Are you all right, Xiaotang?" Chen Guo asked with concern. "Did Yi Xiao bully you? I could confront him." "No." Tang Rou immediately refuted, her gaze clear and focused. "I just want to enjoy this game." Her tone was calm, yet imbued with an irresistible force. Chen Guo observed her best friend, recognizing that familiar stubbornness in her eyes. Once she set her mind on something, she would never turn back. This look reminded her of the countless times she had witnessed Tang Qing resolve to tackle challenging scores, though filled with doubt. Chen Guo lowered her head and rummaged through the cluttered drawer of the bar. Inside lay a haphazard assortment of game cards, membership cards, and some idle account cards. She pulled out an unactivated Glory account card and handed it to Tang Rou. "Here, a brand new empty card." Thank you. Tang Rou accepted the thin card, her fingertips gently gliding over its surface, as if she could sense the vast, uncharted world it contained. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and strode towards an available computer. Powering it on, swiping the card, entering her account information, each action flowed seamlessly, clearly having been memorized while observing Yi Xiu's gameplay moments before. The familiar login interface of the Glory World appeared once more, but this time, she was no longer a mere spectator. As the character creation screen popped up, Tang Rou inquired, "What character did that impressive expert you mentioned play?" Upon hearing this, Chen Guo replied, "The great Yi Xiu? He plays a battle mage. Xiao Tang. I have a wealth of materials on battle mages that I've collected over the years. If you want to play as one, I can share them with you." Tang Rou swiftly navigated her mouse over the 24 class icons, finally settling without hesitation on the striking image of a female battle mage wielding a spear. "What name?" Tang Rou tilted her head slightly, contemplating for less than a second, before her fingers danced across the keyboard, typing 3 characters. Han Yen Rou. Confirm. A flash of light erupted, and a female battle mage, clad in basic gear and holding a standard spear, materialized in the novice village. The character's appearance was crisp and neat, her gaze sharp, subtly exuding an indomitable spirit, much like her creator. Chapter 18. Recruiting Talents. Tang Rou, Part 2. The aroma of instant noodles mingled with that of cigarettes filled the air in the Xingxin Internet CAF, while the sound of keyboards clacking intertwined with the murmurs of players, creating a unique backdrop of sound. Lin Feng sat in a secluded spot, the screen displaying his Qi master Tianyun deftly maneuvering, his fingers dancing lightly on the keyboard. "Xiao Tang, mind your positioning," Lin Feng remarked, his eyes never straying from the screen. Tang Rou's Han Yen Rou had just executed a fierce assault, pushing back the wild monsters before her. Yet her health had also diminished considerably. Hearing Lin Feng's words, she frowned slightly, though her actions remained uninterrupted. Too hasty, Yi Xiu's voice resonated from the other side. His Jun Mo Xiao had just skillfully evaded an area attack with a slide. In gaming, it's not just about aggression. Reckless charging is insufficient. Tang Rou bit her lip, refraining from retorting. After a week of gaming alongside these 2 eccentric players, she had progressed from being completely carried to barely keeping up with the rhythm. Her improvement was undeniable. Yet, whenever she felt she had grasped the essentials, Yi Xiu would pinpoint her flaws with unerring precision. "Watch my position," Lin Feng continued calmly. Suddenly, Tianyun stepped forward, perfectly blocking in front of Han Yen Rou, sending a shockwave that repelled the approaching monsters. A Qi master is not merely about damage output. One must learn to control the battlefield. Tang Rou fixated on the screen, observing Tianyun's fluid maneuvers. Lin Feng's style was not as flamboyant as Yi Xiu's, but each of his movements was precise and effective, devoid of any superfluous actions. Remember, a good player does not only attack. They know when to advance and when to retreat. Lin Feng added, "Your actions are sharp, but lack a sense of rhythm." Yi Xiu chuckled lightly. "Old Lin. Just say she's too reckless." Jun Mo Xiao executed a peculiar maneuver, his Qian Ji Sen transforming shape as he unleashed a series of skills. "Truthfully, your headstrong approach reminds me of someone." "Who?" Tang Rou instinctively asked, her focus wavering slightly as Han Yen Rou nearly got hit. "Me," Yi Xiu teased. "From 10 years ago." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. "Don't flatter yourself. You were far more reckless than Xiao Tang 10 years ago." The trio chatted while maintaining their gameplay seamlessly. Tang Rou began to notice how Lin Feng's Qi master always occupied the most advantageous positions, either shielding her from an attack or manipulating the monster's positioning to facilitate her assaults. Team play is not a solo performance. Lin Feng seemed to perceive her thoughts. You must learn to observe your teammates' positions and states. For instance, just now, when Yi Xiu's health dropped below 30, you should have retreated to provide cover instead of continuing to charge forward. Tang Rou paused, "But I was so close to defeating that elite monster. Is it worth risking your teammate's safety for a single kill?" Lin Feng countered. Tang Rou remained silent for a moment. On the screen, Han Yen Rou's movements noticeably slowed, as if deep in thought. "Let's go again." She finally uttered 2 words, her gaze intensifying with focus. In the subsequent training, Tang Rou began to consciously observe the actions of her 2 companions. She noted how Yi Xiu maintained his output even under extreme conditions while skillfully utilizing the terrain and environment. She also recognized how Lin Feng anticipated shifts in the battle, always appearing precisely where he was needed most. "Not bad. You've improved," Yi Xiu complimented after an hour. "You're finally not mindlessly charging." Tang Rou exhaled gently, realizing she had been holding her breath. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, and her fingers felt slightly fatigued, yet an unprecedented sense of satisfaction welled within her. "Take a 10-minute break," Lin Feng suggested, rising to fetch 3 bottles of mineral water from the bar. Tang Rou accepted the water, murmuring her thanks. She gazed at the 2 men before her. Yi Xiu lounged lazily against the back of his chair, yawning, while Lin Feng quietly scrutinized the data statistics on the screen. What an odd combination. One appeared indifferent to everything, while the other was excessively serious. Yet, their synergy in the game was remarkably uncanny. Why are you helping me? Tang Rou suddenly inquired. You can't possibly be bored and looking for someone to play with, can you? Yi Xiao and Lin Feng exchanged a glance, and Lin Feng nodded slightly. We intend to form a team, Yi Xiao stated bluntly, the kind that challenges the professional league. Tang Rou blinked, clearly taken aback by such a response. She glanced around the internet CAF, where a few high school students were exuberantly celebrating the acquisition of a blue item. While the attendant at the counter dozed off, everything seemed worlds apart from the glamorous professional esports scene. Here, starting from an internet CAF, Tang Rou's tone held no mockery, merely pure astonishment. All great endeavors have an unremarkable beginning. Lin Feng interjected. What matters is having sufficient skill and determination. Do you think I have the capability to become a professional player? Tang Rou asked directly. Yi Xiao chuckled. 3 days ago, you were an absolute novice. Now, you can keep pace with us. Do you understand what this signifies? What does it signify? It signifies that you possess a terrifying talent, Lin Feng continued. Not just in terms of gameplay, but also in your learning and adaptability. Many players in the professional circuit train for years and do not achieve the progress you have made in these 3 days. Tang Rou lowered her gaze to her hands, her slender fingers resting on the keyboard. She had never imagined she would be associated with the term esports talent. Throughout her life, she had learned piano, calligraphy, and dance, always mastering the essentials swiftly, yet never truly immersing herself in any endeavor. What is the life of a professional player like? She asked softly. Grueling, monotonous, filled with pressure. Lin Feng answered without hesitation. At least 8 hours of training each day, studying tactics, analyzing opponents, and repeatedly practicing the same moves until they become muscle memory. When you lose a match, the fans will scold you, and even when you win, you may be criticized for a minor mistake. Young players earn meager salaries and cram into small dormitories, all for a slim chance at recognition. Tang Rou's eyes widened slightly. That sounds far from glamorous. But when you stand on the competition stage, all your efforts are for that moment of victory or defeat. You will experience an unprecedented thrill and satisfaction, Yi Xiao continued, his tone unusually serious. It's not for the fans, nor for glory, and not even for victory itself. It is for the pursuit of an extraordinary experience alongside like-minded partners. Lin Feng nodded. Just like the moment we cooperated to defeat our opponent earlier, that kind of tacit understanding and collaboration holds a thousand-fold charm on the professional stage. Tang Rou fell silent for a moment, her gaze drifting to the figure of Han Yinro on the screen. The female battle mage, spear in hand, stood tall as if ready to face any challenge. I have never been so interested in anything, she slowly said, almost to herself. Whether it was piano or academics, I could always excel easily, yet I never truly immersed myself. Only in this game have I felt that yearning. The yearning to grow stronger? Lin Feng asked. The yearning to surpass, Tang Rou corrected, her eyes shimmering with a certain light. Not merely to surpass others, but to surpass yesterday's self. Yi Xiao and Lin Feng exchanged a knowing glance. They had discovered a true gem, one not only endowed with remarkable talent, but also possessing the indomitable spirit essential for a professional player. Then, Lin Feng leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Tang Rou. Join our future team and challenge the professional circuit with us. Tang Rou did not respond immediately. She looked at Yi Xiao, who offered her an encouraging smile, then at Lin Feng, whose serious and expectant eyes were unmistakable. Finally, her gaze returned to her screen, where Han Yinro's heroic figure seemed to await her decision. What must I do? She ultimately asked, her tone calm, yet resolute. Training, extensive training, Lin Feng replied. We will help you devise a plan, but ultimately, it will depend on your own efforts. And there is no turning back, Yi Xiao added. Once you make a decision, be prepared to face all challenges. Tang Rou lifted her chin slightly. The gentle and polite Tang Rou was gone, replaced by a sharp-eyed competitor. I have never known what it means to turn back. Lin Feng extended his hand. Welcome aboard, future teammate. Tang Rou hesitated for a moment, then grasped his hand. To her surprise, Lin Feng's hand was not as frail as it appeared. His fingers bore the calluses formed from years of typing, warm and strong. Thus, from this moment forth, I am your team member, Tang Rou declared, her tone imbued with her characteristic decisiveness. What areas do I need to strengthen in my training? No doubt, you are Tang Rou, diving straight into the matter, Yi Xiao chuckled. Old Lin, would you care to elaborate? Lin Feng pulled up the training data from earlier. Firstly, it's about positioning. You have a tendency to favor direct frontal assaults, which is a common flaw among novices, while battle mages possess formidable frontal capabilities. Adeptly utilizing terrain and perspective is the hallmark of a master. He pointed to the replay on the screen. Look here, you could have circled around the left stone pillar, using the angle for a surprise attack, yet you chose to charge straight ahead head-on. Tang Rou observed intently. I thought a direct attack would resolve the battle more swiftly. In the short term, that may be feasible, but against true experts, such a strategy will merely expose you to swift counterattacks, Lin Feng explained. Professional matches are not like casual street play. Tactics and strategy often outweigh mere skill. Yi Xiao nodded. It's like playing chess. You must think several moves ahead. But you need not worry too much. This awareness can be cultivated over time. For the next few hours, Lin Feng and Yi Xiao took turns. One elucidated the fundamental tactics of professional matches and team collaboration from a theoretical standpoint, while the other demonstrated various techniques and countermeasures through practical combat. Tang Rou absorbed all the knowledge like a sponge, and her rate of improvement astonished the two seasoned veterans. Incredible. During a brief respite, Lin Feng quietly remarked to Yi Xiao that Tang Rou could almost immediately apply the skills she had just learned, a learning ability that was rather astonishing, wasn't it? Yi Xiao smiled with a hint of pride, asserting that she was a piece of uncut jade, capable of shining brilliantly with just a bit of refinement. As night descended, patrons in the internet CAF came and went, changing several times, yet the trio's seats remained unchanged. Chen Guo approached several times, each time intending to remind Tang Rou to take a break, but upon seeing her rapt attention, she silently withdrew. Let's call it a day, Lin Feng finally suggested when the clock struck 11, stating that excessive training could be counterproductive and that time was needed to digest and absorb the knowledge. Tang Rou seemed poised to say something more, but upon noticing Lin Feng's resolute expression, she nodded in agreement. Shall we continue tomorrow? We shall continue tomorrow, Yi Xiao replied for Lin Feng, adding that she would need to practice the material they had taught her in the morning, as he and Lao Lin had some matters to attend to. A flicker of disappointment crossed Tang Rou's face, but she quickly composed herself. All right, I will practice diligently. After the three logged off, Tang Rou remained seated at the computer, reviewing the battle footage from the day. Lin Feng and Yi Xiao exchanged knowing glances, realizing they had discovered a true gem. What do you think her potential is? Yi Xiao suddenly inquired as they walked towards the dormitory. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Her upper limit is incalculable. She possesses all the qualities and talents necessary for a top-tier player. Concentration, competitiveness, and most importantly, a thirst for victory. How does she compare to Su Mucheng? Different types, Lin Feng cautiously replied. Mucheng is more well-rounded and stable, while Tang Rou exhibits greater impact and explosiveness. If cultivated properly, she could become the most aggressive battle mage in the league. Yi Xiao whistled. Such high praise? That's not like you, Lao Lin. I am merely speaking the truth, Lin Feng smiled, but all of this is predicated on systematic training. We must devise a detailed plan for her. You're quite adept at that. Yi Xiao patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. I'll handle the practical combat training. Upon returning to their cramped dormitory, Lin Feng opened his notebook and began drafting a training regimen for Tang Rou. Outside, the cityscape sparkled like stars, the glow from the computer screen illuminating his earnest face. Chapter 19. Recruitment and the Bun Invasion in the late hours at the Xing Xian Internet CAF. Lin Feng sat before the computer screen, where his Qigong master Tian Yun was maneuvering alongside Yi Xiao's Jun Mo Xiao in a chaotic battleground known as the Forgotten Canyon in District 10. This was one of the spawn points for the wild map Blood Sharpshooter Yage, and although no enemies had yet appeared, the vanguard forces of various guilds had already converged like sharks sensing blood, resulting in continual minor skirmishes and conflicts. The air was thick with a palpable tension, reminiscent of an impending storm, as sporadic battles erupted around them, the luminous effects of skills occasionally slicing through the dim backdrop of the map. It seems today will be another fruitless wait. Yi Xiao's voice drifted from beside him, laced with a hint of languor. He deftly maneuvered Jun Mo Xiao, gracefully evading a few distant gunshots with fluid movements. That may not necessarily be the case, Lin Feng chuckled, his gaze fixed on the screen. Perhaps something will spawn in the next moment. Besides, this place may be chaotic, but it's in such murky waters that one can fish. I might just find something worthwhile. His words were not entirely baseless, drawing from his memory of the original work and a touch of luck. He had an inkling that something noteworthy would occur in this area tonight, even if nothing transpired. He could take the opportunity to weaken the power of the major guilds, or perhaps collect some materials dropped by isolated elite players, which would be quite advantageous. As he spoke, a commotion broke out ahead. It turned out that two small squads from the Blue Stream Pavilion and the Zhongqiao Tang had clashed over territory, and the sounds of magical effects and clashing blades filled the air. Lin Feng and Yi Xiao welcomed the dog-eat-dog scenario between these major guilds, seamlessly retreating behind a massive rock to observe with considerable interest as spectators. Fight, hit them hard. Lin Feng even murmured with a hint of mischief. Yi Xiao shot him a glance, but remained silent, a slight curve of amusement at the corner of his lips. However, watching the spectacle was not without its challenges. Amid the chaos, it seemed a mage from Zhongqiao Tang had misfired an acid rain spell, or perhaps a swordsman from the Blue Stream Pavilion had missed a slash. resulting in an errant area attack that inexplicably grazed the rock where they were hiding. To make matters worse, a gunslinger from the Blue Stream Pavilion seemed to have spotted these two sneaky individuals, particularly the one bearing the Jun Mo Shao name. A notorious figure in the eyes of all major guilds in District 10, the gunslinger immediately redirected his aim, unleashing a charged cannonball intended to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos for some merit. Damn, Lin Feng cursed, and Tian Yun swiftly rolled backward. Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Shao also sidestepped in an instant, transforming the Thousand Machine Umbrella into a shield form, absorbing most of the damage. Yet this cannon shot seemed to have sounded the horn of attack, as several players from both the Blue Stream Pavilion and Zhongqiaotang, who had previously been in a free-for-all, appeared to have reached an unspoken consensus to eliminate the outsiders before resuming their internal conflict, collectively redirecting their firepower toward Jun Mo Shao and Tian Yun. Truly, one might hide behind a rock, yet the cannon descends from above. Yi Xiu still had the presence of mind to make a quip, yet his hands did not falter. Jun Mo Shao retracted the shield and instantaneously transformed it into a spear, executing a devastating move that sent a rushing swordsman flying. Lin Feng's Tian Yun, enveloped by qi, unleashed a precise qi wave that struck a rogue assassin attempting to flank them, interrupting their stealth. Old Yi, the wind is tight, what's the plan? He queried while maneuvering. Not out of fear, but rather a desire to avoid becoming a target amid the chaos. Let's withdraw for now and let them play, Yi Xiu agreed. The two engaged in combat while retreating, their coordination impeccable. Jun Mo Shao utilized the versatile skills of a rogue for control and counterattacks, while Tian Yun provided cover and disruption with the Qi Gong Master's ranged abilities. Their skills far surpassed those of the ordinary guild members. Even when besieged by several foes, they managed to maintain the upper hand, appearing rather at ease. Just as they were on the verge of escaping the heart of the fray, an unforeseen twist occurred. A ninja from Zhongqiaotang, lurking in the shadows and seemingly waiting for the opportune moment, chose this precise moment to strike as Tian Yun began casting a qi shield. The dazzling initiation of a life-risking strike flickered briefly upon him, the target being the seemingly unguarded Tian Yun, who was in retreat. Should the attack connect, even with Tian Yun's commendable equipment, he would undoubtedly suffer significant damage. Lin Feng was indeed taken aback by the ninja's resolute and stealthy approach. As the incantation was being chanted, any forced cancellation would lead to a momentary paralysis, and just as the poisoned dagger was about to pierce through, a muffled thud echoed through the air. A nondescript, dusty brick soared from an unexpectedly acute angle, landing squarely upon the ninja's nape with impeccable precision. Instantly, a halo of spinning stars appeared above the ninja's head, plunging him into a fleeting state of dizziness. The anticipated lethal blow was, of course, interrupted, leaving the character frozen in place, appearing somewhat comical. Hey, who dares to ambush my boss? A boisterous voice, tinged with a peculiar accent, more akin to a quirky vocal package, resonated through the public channel. Both Lin Feng and Yi Xiu were momentarily stunned, turning towards the source. They beheld a rogue player named Baozi Rushu, who had inexplicably emerged from nowhere. His gear appeared rather ordinary, even somewhat chaotic, yet his movements were remarkably agile. After stunning the ninja with the brick, he swiftly seized another Blue Creek Pavilion elemental mage attempting to rush forward, executing a knee strike with no hesitation, his actions flowing smoothly with a hint of street fighting flair. Yet undeniably effective. What are you staring at? Never seen such a dashing rogue before. As Baozi Rushu pummeled the elemental mage, he continued to bellow in the channel. Bullying my boss. Did you consult my brick? Lin Feng quickly realized who he was. Baozi Rushu, the eccentric genius rogue player from the original story, known for his erratic thinking and sharp skills, an essential member of the future Xingxin team. How could he possibly be here, assisting them and calling them boss? A flurry of question marks flashed through Lin Feng's mind, yet his hands remained steady. The ninja, having recovered from the stupor induced by the brick, attempted to retaliate but was met with a devastating counterattack from Tian Yun, sending him flying and depleting his health significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Shao unleashed a series of blows, dispatching the elemental mage entangled by Baozi Rushu. With the unexpected arrival of Baozi Rushu, a wild card in the fray, the scene became increasingly chaotic, yet it instantly shattered the earlier concentrated siege. The remaining guild players, finding themselves at a disadvantage, were momentarily bewildered by Baozi Rushu's loud, unrefined, yet brutally effective tactics, and hesitated to advance. Thanks, brother. Lin Feng maneuvered Tian Yun to gesture a fist salute in Baozi Rushu's direction while typing in the current channel. He endeavored to maintain a casual tone, despite the excitement bubbling within. No need to mention it. When I see injustice, I lend a hand. Baozi Rushu responded with an air of nonchalance, as if the earlier commotion was not merely a game, but a grand act of chivalry. He added, I can tell you two are quite capable. Clearly individuals of great ambition. How could you be bullied by these lowly foes? Yishio couldn't help but chuckle softly, quickly suppressing it, though his shoulders shook slightly. He privately messaged Lin Feng. This guy is quite interesting. Do you know him? I don't know him, but he has potential, Lin Feng replied, already having made up his mind. This was a treasure arriving at his doorstep. He promptly sent a friend request to Baozi Rishu. Almost instantaneously, the request was accepted. Friend, Baozi Rishu boss. You added me. Excited expression, friend, Tianyun, you're quite skilled. I owe you one for that. Friend, Baozi Rishu. Hee, it's no big deal. I'm nowhere near your level. Your energy wave attacks are dazzling, like fireworks, impressive and powerful. And that weapon of Junimo Zhao's, it's phenomenal. Friend, Tianyun, thank you for the compliment. Do you frequent this map? Friend, Baozi Rishu, yeah? It's lively here. There are fights and opportunities to loot. Though I haven't yet snagged anything. Are you both here to steal as well? Bring me along. I'm fierce in battle. Lin Feng observed Baozi Rishu's unrestrained and vibrant messages, as if he could see the eager glint in his eyes through the screen. Such purity and straightforwardness were quite rare in gaming. He smiled and decided to be direct. Friend, Tianyun, stealing is trivial. Are you interested in something grander? Friend, Baozi Rishu, grand? How grand? Bigger than a blood gunner? Friend, Tianyun, much larger. We are on the verge of forming a team to compete in professional leagues. The kind that appears on television, battling against the strongest players. I see great talent in you. How about joining us? Friend, Baozi Rishu, professional leagues? On television. Boss. Are you serious? Friend, Tianyun, absolutely. I am the team owner and a player, and this is Junimo Zhao, a master-level expert. Joining us means becoming an elder, with meals and accommodation provided, plus a salary, and the chance to learn skills from the masters. What do you think? A brief silence ensued as Baozi Rishu seemed to process this monumental information, just as Lin Feng began to worry that his directness might have startled him. The chat box erupted with a flurry of messages. Friend, Baozi Rishu. Yes, yes, yes. Friend, Baozi Rishu boss. Friend, Baozi Rishu. I'm joining you. Friend, Baozi Rishu, competing professionally. On television. Awesome. Friend, Baozi Rishu. Boss, don't worry. From now on, Baozi Rishu is your man. Wherever you point, I shall strike. I will not let you down. Friend, Baozi Rishu. All right, boss. This barrage of exclamation marks thoroughly conveyed Baozi Rishu's excitement and unwavering resolve. Lin Feng gazed at the screen, unable to suppress a smile. It was done. He turned to Yishio and said, got it, another future star on board. Yishio also glimpsed the chat content, shaking his head with a hint of amusement and helplessness. Your efficiency in poaching players is truly straightforward and blunt. However, this fellow does possess a certain charm. He observed the animated rogue character still bouncing with excitement on the screen and added, this thought process is likely more perplexing than Tang Rose. No matter. Diversity is essential for the team. Lin Feng felt quite pleased. Baozi, you'll be a teammate from now on. He typed on the keyboard, sending one last message to Baozi Ruqin. Friend, Tianyun. All right. It's settled then. You can call me President or Fenggo. Let us join a guild first, even though it's not established yet, and participate in activities together. Friend, Baozi Ruqin, yes. Boss Fenggo. Observing Baozi Ruqin's enthusiasm and loyalty nearly spilling off the screen, Lin Feng realized that yet another crucial piece of the puzzle for the Xing Xian team had been unexpectedly, yet delightfully secured. Chapter 20. The formative shape of the team. The name Xing Xian in the afternoon sun. Rays streamed through the somewhat antiquated glass door of the Xing Xian Internet CAF, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Behind the counter, Chunghua felt an unusual sense of agitation. She frequently glanced towards the corner of the CAF where her newly recruited administrator, Yishio, whom she believed to be Yichio, the seemingly skilled Lin Feng, and the strikingly beautiful Tang Rou, who had recently become engrossed in glory, were gathered. Curiously, there was also a young man with flamboyantly dyed yellow hair, appearing spirited yet somewhat naive, animatedly gesturing as he spoke, his expression brimming with excitement. What on earth are these individuals up to? Chunghua muttered to herself, her actions of wiping a cup slowing down. She had an instinct that their gathering was not merely a casual discussion about dinner plans. In the rest area, the atmosphere was markedly different. Haha, Boss Fenggo. I didn't expect you to be this handsome. You look even more impressive than that Qigong master in the game. Bao Rongxing, also known as Baozi Ruqin in the game, boomed, enthusiastically slapping Lin Feng on the shoulder, grinning broadly. In reality, he appeared even more vibrant than his in-game persona. His yellow hair standing erect, eyes sparkling with a hint of innocent bewilderment, radiating boundless energy. Lin Feng winced at the forceful pat, chuckling helplessly, Baozi, take it easy. Being formidable in the game is sufficient. He scrutinized Bao Rongxing, finding him to be quite similar to the original description, a spirited lad, exuding vitality. Yishio maintained his usual half-asleep demeanor, lounging on the sofa with an unlit cigarette, forbidden indoors by Chengua, in hand. Observing the interaction between Baozi and Lin Feng with a smirk of amusement, Tang Rou sat quietly beside them, cradling a cup of hot water. Her gaze shifting between Lin Feng, Yishio, and the boisterous newcomer, her expression reflecting curiosity and inquiry. Today, she wore simple athletic attire, her natural beauty undiminished, exuding an exceptional aura and striking features. Is this the expert you picked up in the game the other day? Tang Rou tilted her head slightly, inquiring of Lin Feng. Her voice was cool and composed, devoid of any hint of exclusion. Indeed, you must be Tang Rou, right? Known as Han Yan Rou in the game? Oh, you're my idol. That battle mage of yours is incredibly formidable. I look forward to learning from you. Baozi immediately shifted his focus to Tang Rou, his tone effusive with admiration. Tang Rou was momentarily taken aback by his unreserved compliment, then nodded slightly. Hello, your rogue is quite impressive as well. Recalling the incident Lin Feng had briefly described regarding the brick rescue, she found his gameplay indeed intriguing, albeit eccentric in style. Just average, world rank 3. Baozi waved dismissively, then leaned closer to Yishio. And this is, Brother Yi? Junimo Xiao, you are the most incredible free player I have ever seen. How did that weapon change? Teach me. Yishio lazily lifted his eyelids, responding nonchalantly. Want to learn? The tuition is quite steep. No worries. I'll be following Boss Feng Gu from now on. I have money. Baozi thumped his chest, speaking with unwavering confidence, as if Lin Feng were a wealthy tycoon. Lin Feng was both amused and exasperated, quickly steering the conversation back on track. All right, now that we're acquainted, I called everyone here to discuss something important. His expression grew a touch more serious as he surveyed the trio. Yishio remained relaxed, yet his eyes held a hint of seriousness. Tang Rou sat up straighter, while Baozi widened his eyes, eagerly waiting for the next words, embodying the essence of a dutiful child. We are gathered here due to glory, Lin Feng began slowly. As for our skill levels, we are all somewhat aware. Old Yi goes without saying, a top-tier expert. Little Tang possesses remarkable talent and is progressing rapidly. Baozi, you have great potential with a unique style. He paused, noticing that all three were attentively listening, before continuing. Merely playing aimlessly in the game is unfulfilling. I believe we can aim for something grander. Something grander? Boss Feng, are we targeting something even more formidable? Baozi asked excitedly. Much larger than that, Lin Feng chuckled. I propose we establish a team, a genuine professional team, to compete in professional leagues. Professional leagues? Tang Rou repeated softly, her eyes lighting up slightly. She had an innate thirst for challenges and growth, and the term professional league undoubtedly struck a chord with her interests. Professional leagues? My goodness. The kind that appears on television. Baozi erupted, jumping up with enthusiasm, his voice rising an octave, prompting a puzzled glance from Chun Guo at the distant counter. Calm down, Baozi. Lin Feng gently pressed him back into his seat. Yes, the kind that appears on television, competing alongside the nation's top experts. What do you think? Are you interested? Absolutely. I am extremely interested. I must be involved. Boss Feng, I'm with you. Let's go pro. This is incredible. Baozi exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Tang Rou did not respond immediately. Instead, she glanced at Yishio, then at Lin Feng, pondering for a few seconds before asking. Establishing a professional team requires numerous conditions and resources, right? Although her family was well off, she felt that her understanding of the professional scene was limited, and it seemed to her a distant and complex endeavor. I will create the conditions and secure the resources. Lin Feng spoke with unwavering confidence, exuding a reassuring aura. All you need to do is answer me. Are you willing to join forces? Are you willing to believe in us and venture into the professional realm together? His gaze primarily rested on Tang Rou and Baozi, as he had already gauged Yishio's stance. I think we can give it a try, Tang Rou nodded, her eyes filled with determination. For her, this represented a completely new and highly challenging goal, and challenges were precisely what she sought. I have no objections. Wherever Boss Feng points, I shall strike, Baozi declared without hesitation. Excellent. Lin Feng clapped his hands, his spirits soaring. Since there are no dissenting opinions, we shall consider our team officially established today. He paused, surveying the environment of the Xingxin Internet CAF, before finally settling his gaze on the seemingly busy yet eavesdropping proprietress behind the bar. Since our team begins here, how about we name it Xingxin? Lin Feng proclaimed the name destined to resonate throughout the world of glory. Xingxin? Tang Rou repeated, finding it quite agreeable, simple, memorable, and meaningful. Xingxin team. Sounds great. Powerful. Baozi thought everything the boss said was wonderful. Yishio yawned and shrugged nonchalantly. It's just a name. You all can decide. For someone of his caliber, a team name was merely a code. Since there are no objections, it's settled. From today onward, we are the founding members of Xingxin team, Lin Feng declared with finality. At that moment, a voice filled with suppressed shock and excitement interjected, "Wait, wait. What did you just say? A professional team?" Yichio. Changua had approached without anyone noticing. Disbelief etched across her face, her eyes wide, and the cloth she had been using to wipe glasses nearly slipping from her grasp. What had she just heard? A team? Professional league? Yichio. Her gaze fixed intensely on Yichio, her voice quivering. "Who exactly are you?" Seeing Chungua's expression, Yichio realized he could no longer conceal the truth. He rubbed his nose and smiled with a hint of resignation. "Boss, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Yichio. When I was a professional player, I went by Yichio." Despite her prior suspicions, hearing it confirmed left Chungua's mind reeling. As if struck by a bolt of lightning. Yichio, the battle god Yichio, the glory textbook. Her idol whom she had admired for so many years had been right there in her internet CAF as a manager, and she had been calling him around every day. After the immense shock came an indescribable surge of excitement and joy, causing her eyes to well up. Her lips trembling as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. You really are. Oh my goodness." Lin Feng seized the moment to reassure her. "Yes, it's true, Chungua. That's Yichio. He had some special circumstances before, so he used his brother's name. Now we plan to start anew, forming Xingxin team and re-entering the league. So what do you say? Will you support us?" Chungua took several deep breaths to steady her tumultuous emotions, gazing at the former battle god Yichio, the mysteriously skilled and reliable Lin Feng, the extraordinarily talented beauty Tang Rou, and the seemingly not-so-smart, yet formidable yellow-haired lad. A surge of fervor rushed to her head. "Support. Absolutely support." Chungua's voice rang out, filled with excitement, even carrying a hint of tears. "This is wonderful. Yichio, no, Yichio. You should have returned long ago. Xingxin team is fantastic. What do you need me to do? The second floor of the internet CAF is empty. It's available. Utilities and internet are all set up." In an instant, she transformed into the most proactive supporter, as if she could envision an incredibly bright future ahead. Lin Feng smiled. This was the reaction he had hoped for. He took the lead in speaking. "If Sister Gua is willing to provide the venue, that is perfect. I will handle the funding and equipment. As for everyone." He looked towards Yichio, Tang Rou, and Baozi. "Leave the logistics, venue, funding, and equipment to me. Your sole task is to focus on training and improving your skills. Our goal is not merely to form a team for fun. We aim to challenge the highest peak." His words were resolute, imbued with undeniable determination and strength. Yichio's smile deepened as he finally placed the unlit cigarette between his lips. Tang Rou's eyes ignited with fervent ambition. Baozi raised his fists. "Don't worry, Boss Feng. I promise to train hard." Chungua gazed at this group of individuals, as if she could already see the stars shining brightly on the battlefield in the future. Her hands tightly clenched in excitement. Chapter 21. The Landlord's Financial Power, Training Room Initiation on the second floor of Xingxin Internet CAF. A space once cluttered with numerous items now echoed with the sounds of electric drills and the robust shouts of construction workers. The air was filled with the fresh scent of plywood and a hint of dust. Lin Feng stood at the stairway, one hand on his hip while the other held the freshly printed design sketch, his eyes scanning the bustling construction site with keen intensity. Several workers dressed in matching uniforms busily measured, marked lines, and transported lightweight steel frames and soundproof panels. "Builder, over here. Yes, this wall needs to come down entirely. Creating a transparent glass partition for better lighting and a more spacious feel." Lin Feng pointed decisively at the load-bearing wall near the window, which had been confirmed suitable for partial renovation, illustrating his intentions without a hint of hesitation. The foreman, a middle-aged man in his 40s with sun-kissed skin, glanced between Lin Feng and the highly professional yet heavily modified sketch in his hands. Unable to restrain himself from confirming once more, "Boss Lin, are you sure you want to proceed with these standards? All materials will be eco-friendly and soundproof. The wiring must be routed through an independent line, and the network cable should be Ultra 6 category shielded. The ceiling will also require concealed ventilation. The cost will be at least double that of standard renovations." Having worked in this industry for over a decade, he had encountered many impatient clients, but none like this young man before him. High standards, strict requirements, and most crucially, extremely prompt with payments, rarely scrutinizing the details, merely concerned with the outcome and progress. It felt less like spending his own money and more like watering a garden, eager to cultivate the desired fruits swiftly. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, he merely smiled and took out a thick envelope from his satchel, placing it firmly in the foreman's hands. "Li Shifu, money is not an issue. This is the payment for the next phase of materials. Use it for now. I have but one request. Expedite the process while maintaining quality. For every day you advance the schedule, I shall add an extra 5,000 as a bonus." Li Shifu clutched the hefty envelope, its warmth invigorating him. The mention of the bonus instantly dispelled his doubts, and a broad smile illuminated his face as he thumped his chest confidently. Rest assured, Boss Lin, I Oldly will personally oversee this. I guarantee it will be done perfectly without delaying your affairs. Brothers, did you hear? Let's put in the effort. Boss Lin will not shortchange us. With the promise of generous rewards, the motivation among the renovation workers visibly surged. Chunghua ascended the stairs with 2 cups of water, her gaze falling upon the fervent scene, especially Lin Feng's lavish demeanor, which left her momentarily dizzy. She handed a cup to Lin Feng, murmuring softly, Lin Feng, isn't this a bit too hasty? Money is flowing like water. Though she understood that Lin Feng, as a landlord, was financially secure and supportive of establishing a training facility, the speed and decisiveness with which he spent money unsettled her, a small NetSAF owner accustomed to meticulous budgeting. Just the cost of the high-end computers and peripherals she had secretly checked was enough to cover several months of her CAF's net profit. Lin Feng took a sip of water, his tone relaxed. Guogua, time waits for no one. The challenge competition is fast approaching. We must quickly establish a stable training environment. This investment is essential and worthwhile. Rest assured, I have it all under control. Just then, Yi Xiu ambled up in his slippers, a cigarette dangling unlit from his mouth, and surveyed the rapidly changing second floor with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Wow, you're moving quite fast, he remarked as he approached Lin Feng, taking in the transformed layout, which had been restructured into functional zones. The once somewhat cramped second floor was now fully opened up, with the largest area meticulously planned for computer placements and the necessary wiring already embedded. The spot by the window, basking in the best light, had been designated as a rest and discussion area, while a small tactical analysis room and a future weapon development space remained empty for now. Take a look. What other needs do we have? Lin Feng handed Yi Xiu the design blueprint. The computer specifications are based on the current top-tier market list. The gaming-grade mainframes, monitors, keyboards, mice, and headsets are all of professional caliber. For networking, we've secured a dedicated 100-megabyte fiber optic line to ensure no interruptions during competitions. Yi Xiu glanced at the equipment list. Even for someone like him, who held minimal material desires, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This configuration is more than sufficient for not just the challenge competition, but even for professional leagues, rivaling the setups of the key players from back in the day at Jiashi. He stroked his chin in contemplation, gesturing towards the largest area. The machine should ideally be arranged back to back or in a curved formation to facilitate communication while preventing peeking at each other's screens. As for chairs, ergonomic ones are a must. Sitting for over 10 hours a day will take a toll on the back and neck. Also, soundproofing and lighting are crucial during competitions. Focus must be absolute without reflections or distracting noise. Absolutely no problem. Lin Feng promptly took out a pen and marked the adjustments on the blueprint, turning to the foreman. Li Shifu, have you noted everything down? Adjust according to Yi Ge's specifications. Make sure to order the best ergonomic chairs by tomorrow. Of course, I've noted it down. The foreman nodded vigorously, viewing Lin Feng as a veritable god of wealth, his words carrying weight. Yi Xiu observed Lin Feng's decisive execution and his unwavering commitment to spending, feeling a wave of nostalgia. In his previous tenure at Jiashi, despite being a top-tier player, he faced numerous bureaucratic hurdles regarding team building and resource allocation, riddled with tedious processes and budget constraints. Now, having a landlord teammate was a remarkable relief. He clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder, sincerely expressing a complex mix of emotions. It truly is wonderful to have money. This statement held profound implications, reflecting on past inconveniences, satisfaction with the current seamless operations, and anticipation for the future. With Lin Feng's financial prowess paving the way, many logistical challenges were indeed effortlessly resolved. Lin Feng chuckled, this is just the beginning. Once we secure the championship and attract major sponsorship, we'll establish an even larger base. Under the powerful impetus of Lin Feng's monetary support, the renovation progressed at an astonishing pace. A few days later, a professional training facility boasting impressive amenities was officially completed. The brand new computer desks were arranged in elegant arcs, each adorned with gleaming top-tier mainframes and ultra-clear gaming monitors, while specialized mechanical keyboards and mice awaited their owner's arrival. Comfortable ergonomic chairs were adjusted to optimal heights, and a dedicated network cabinet blinked with lights, ensuring stable connectivity. The walls were treated with professional soundproofing materials, and the lighting was soft and unobtrusive. A cozy rest area featured plush sofas, a small refrigerator, and even a coffee machine. The entire environment was pristine, professional, and efficient, surpassing the initial training conditions of many professional teams. Chunghua gazed at the scene in disbelief, as if in a dream. Yi Xiu meticulously examined each computer, testing the keyboard's feel and assessing the screen display, nodding in satisfaction. How is it, Yigo? Are you pleased? Lin Feng asked, a hint of pride in his voice. Very satisfied, Yi Xiu affirmed, pulling out a chair and instinctively tapping the keyboard. his eyes glinting with eagerness. Given these conditions, neglecting to train would be an affront to this equipment. Then let us not delay any further. Lin Feng waved his hand, calling upon Xiao Tang and Baozi. Our first official internal training session begins today, right here. Chapter 22. The Art of Control and Team Coordination Training in the newly established training room of the Xing Xin team. A faint smell of fresh equipment lingered, mingling with an undercurrent of both tension and excitement. The four high-end computers illuminated the room, each casting different shades of light that reflected the world of Huangyue. Yixiao, Lin Feng, Tang Rou, and Bao Rongxing were already in position, headsets draped around their necks, fingers poised lightly on their keyboards and mice, engaged in the final preparations before training. Xinhua moved about like a diligent logistics manager, placing freshly brewed tea and beverages by their desks, her eyes brimming with anticipation. All right, everyone is here. Let's find a higher-level dungeon to warm up and gauge our skills. Yixiao's voice resonated through the headsets, imbued with his characteristic laid-back, yet reassuring tone. Old Lin, pick a dungeon. Just one requirement. It should present some challenge and require teamwork. Not a problem, Lin Feng replied, his fingers dancing over the keyboard as he swiftly pinpointed a 40-level team dungeon, the entrance mode for the Dark Temple. This dungeon featured intricate mechanics, aggressive minions, and dynamic skills, putting the team's coordination and quick reactions to the test. Dark Temple, entrance mode. Let us check our supplies and equipment, Lin Xiao remarked. All set. Tang Rou's voice rang clear and filled with determination, wielding the silver weapon Ji Feng crafted for her, eager to begin. Following the boss, I'm not afraid of any dungeon. Baozi Rishu exclaimed excitedly, brandishing his claws in a flamboyant taunt. Tian Yun stood quietly at the rear of the team, his Qi master robe billowing as if caught in an invisible wind, a faint aura of energy swirling around him. The quartet, led by Jun Mo Shao, ventured into the dungeon. The eerie, oppressive corridors of the Dark Temple unfolded before them, ghostly blue flames flickering on the walls, while the air seemed thick with a palpable sense of unease. Not long after they progressed, a horde of Dark Temple guards, brandishing rusted blades with glowing red eyes, charged towards them with a ferocious roar. Engage, Yixiao commanded succinctly. Han Yen Rou surged forth, her spear Ji Feng shimmering with dazzling silver light, crashing into the mob like a cannonball, drawing considerable aggro with her skill, How Long Pajun. Her approach remained fierce and refined, each thrust infused with explosive power, launching guards into the air with precision. Hey, wait for me, Baozi Rishu shouted, maneuvering his rogue character with seemingly erratic yet cunning movements, employing skills like brick throwing, sand tossing, and uppercuts to target the confused or isolated creatures, embodying the essence of a disruptor and opportunist. Jun Mo Shao glided across the battlefield like a phantom, his thousand-machine umbrella shifting forms unpredictably. Sometimes he became a spear to assist Han Yen Rou, at other times a rifle for range control, and again transforming into a short-range staff to intercept any minions attempting to flank or ambush. He acted as the team's lubricant and fuse, omnipresent, filling any potential gaps. Lin Feng, controlling Tian Yun, possessed a perspective distinct from the others. Rather than fixating on a specific enemy, he constantly shifted his viewpoint, surveying the battlefield's dynamics. Xiao Tang, shift left 2 positions. There's an elite monster charging. Lin Feng's words flowed rapidly. Upon hearing this, Tang Rou instinctively executed a sidestep with Han Yen Rou. Almost instantaneously, a larger guard captain barreled past her former position, crashing into emptiness. Baozi, retreat. There's a corrosive pit beneath you. Huh, where? Baozi Rishu glanced down, witnessing the ground darkening and bubbling ominously. He quickly leaped back, narrowly escaping the hazardous area. Simultaneously, Tian Yun pushed forth with both hands, unleashing a chi wave that did not target any creature but instead struck a remote guard preparing to throw a spear, interrupting its casting and safeguarding the front line. Yixiao observed everything, a slight smile gracing his lips. Not bad. This is looking promising. A chi master is not merely a damage dealer. Your gaze must always encompass the broader battlefield. Do not hastily deploy the chi shield. Reserve it for critical moments. The sky cannon can disrupt enemy formations, creating space for focused fire or evasion. Understood, Lin Feng replied, fully immersed, his fingers flying over the keyboard and mouse, maintaining an exceptionally high operation rate, with all actions dedicated to control and protection. After clearing several waves of minions, the 4 arrived before the first dark ritualist, Rom, a troublesome character skilled in shadow spells and summoning minions. As the battle commenced, Han Yen Rou maintained her offensive, Jun Mo Shao provided support, and Baozi created distractions. Rom's health steadily diminished, yet the rhythm of battle was continually disrupted by various area shadow arrows, fierce spells, and the occasional summoned explosive imps. Watch out. He's casting Shadow Nova, a wide-range attack. Yixiao cautioned. Rom raised his staff high, dark energy coalescing ominously. Tian Yun, Yishio called out. On it. Lin Feng was already prepared. Just before the shadow nova erupted, Tian Yun raised his hands forcefully. Qi shield, a translucent protective barrier, swirling with pure energy, instantly enveloped Han Yenro, Junimo Xiao, and Baozi Rishu, who happened to be nearby. Almost simultaneously, the black shadow shockwave surged forth, violently crashing against the Qi shield. Emitting a hissing, corrosive sound, the shield's glow flickered fiercely, yet it steadfastly held, completely shielding its occupants from harm. The three within remained unscathed. Brilliant. Yishio praised. Now's the time to unleash your damage. Following the shadow nova, a brief moment of vulnerability ensued. Han Yenro's angry dragon-piercing heart, Junimo Zhao's rapid strikes, and Baozi Rishu's chokehold all landed without reservation, causing a significant drop in Ram's health. This precise protection proved far more exhilarating than merely dealing high damage. As the battle progressed, Lin Feng's comprehension of the Qi Master's control artistry deepened profoundly. He began to actively employ the powerful cannon to gather the summoned minions together, facilitating the area attacks from HNYN, RU, and JNMCO for efficient elimination. He utilized the airwave projectile to interrupt the casting of secondary skills from a distance and employed the Qi shield at crucial moments to protect his teammates. No longer merely a passive damage dealer following his allies' rhythm, he truly began to evolve into a tactical fulcrum and master of battlefield control, significantly influencing the tempo of the fight. Every action he took rendered the team's advancement smoother and safer, although there were still occasional coordination mishaps, such as BOZ straying beyond the Qi shield's range, or T-Ing, are you charging too fervently and momentarily stepping outside the protective circle. The overall synergy, particularly in high-pressure situations, was visibly improving. Ultimately, under the increasingly harmonious collaboration of the four, the Dark Priest Ram let out a reluctant howl before collapsing into a pile of materials and equipment. Wow, boss, we're amazing, BOZ exclaimed excitedly. T-Ing, are you exhaled softly, her face flushed with the exhilaration of exertion and satisfaction. Though merely a training session, the feeling of tightly knit cooperation in overcoming challenges captivated her. Why she smiled, took a sip of the tea freshly brewed by CH Ngu, and observed T New York N rummaging through the loot on the screen, saying, well, for our first collaboration, it wasn't too shabby. Old LN is becoming increasingly adept at controlling the battlefield. T-Ing's output remains ferocious, and BOZ has some intriguing ideas. He paused, shifting his tone to a more serious note. However, the problems are also quite apparent. The group fell silent, listening attentively to Weishi's analysis. We currently lack a healer, Weishi pointed out. In the previous battle, if not for Old LN's Qi shield blocking at a critical moment, we would have taken that skill head-on. Even if we didn't lose any members, our condition would have been severely compromised, drastically diminishing our subsequent output and margin for error. Yet the Qi shield has a cooldown and cannot cover all damage. Furthermore, our offensive environment is unstable. T-Ing and I need to engage up close. And BOZ also requires opportunities to strike. Against more agile or stronger ranged enemies, we will be quite passive. We need more stable ranged firepower for suppression and cover, as well as a dedicated healer to ensure our team's sustained combat capability. We cannot always rely on Old LN's shield for salvation. Weishi's words acted like a splash of cold water, slightly tempering the excitement of their recent victory. Yet they also highlighted the team's most critical shortcoming. LNF-ing nodded in agreement. Although he could rely on his skills and awareness for control and protection, a Qi master could not provide the continuous and stable healing of a priest. The lack of stable ranged firepower had also been subtly evident in the recent battle. Indeed, LNF-ing interjected, a good healer and a reliable ranged output would significantly expand our tactical options and elevate our overall strength. T-Ing, are you contemplated this? Understanding that while she enjoyed charging into battle, having a healer behind her would allow her to unleash her full offensive potential without reservations. A healer? Ranged? Then let's recruit someone. BOZ's thought process was always straightforward. Why, she chuckled, flicking away some ash from his cigarette. Well, we have our next target. But before that, he glanced at the screen. Let's clear this dungeon first. We must keep honing our synergy. All right. LNF-ing took a deep breath, refocusing his attention on the game. Chapter 23. Target Xiao YF in the training room was filled solely with the crisp sounds of keyboard and mouse clicks, accompanied by the occasional game sound effect. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, and the city's neon lights began to flicker, casting a blurred glow through the newly installed soundproof glass. T-Ing, are you and BOZ had already logged off to rest. T-Ing, are you ascended to her room, her mind brimming with tactical considerations and operational details to digest. While BOZ was being dragged by CH Ngu to assist in tidying up the internet CAF lobby, for the daily operations of the CAF could not be neglected. In the spacious training room, only LNF-ing and Weishi remained seated at their computers. Weixi's screen displayed the interface of the Glory Arena, where he aimlessly matched with random opponents using J&M Shio's alternate account, rather than training. It felt more like a way to relax his nerves while maintaining his dexterity. The characters on the screen showcased unpredictable movements, effortlessly executing various low-level skills, often leaving the opponents bewildered and defeated before they even realized what had happened. LNF Ing, however, was not engaged in high-intensity operations. His screen was split in two, one half displaying the regular zone of glory, where Team New York and the Chi Master was idly logged in, while the other half was open to a web page, seemingly browsing some materials. His brow furrowed slightly, fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the desk, as if contemplating some significant issue. After a while, he suddenly turned his head, looking at Weishi, who was slumped in his ergonomic chair, appearing as if he might melt away at any moment. Lao Y, LNF Ing broke the silence of the training room. Weishi responded lazily, his gaze still fixed on the screen, his hands continuing to maneuver as J&M Shio elegantly dodged a skill from the opposing magic swordsman with a graceful maneuver, countering with a decisive strike. We still lack sufficient personnel, especially in terms of healing and stable ranged output. LNF Ing initiated the conversation. Isn't that obvious? Weishi chuckled lightly, effortlessly dispatching the airborne magic swordsman, as the word victory flashed on his screen. What? Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Didn't you say you were already in contact with NW New York to see if he could join us? NW New York is a healer. I'm referring to another position. LNF Ing straightened his posture, his tone becoming more earnest. Moreover, the person I have in mind might bring some unexpected tactical changes. Oh. Weishi's interest peaked slightly as he concluded yet another dull match and turned his chair to face LNF Ing. Go on. Which team's gem have you got your eye on now? Instead of answering directly, LNF Ing countered with a question. Do you remember that newcomer from the micro team this year? Xiao YFN? Xiao YFN. Yishio stroked his chin, seemingly rummaging through his mental archive for the name. Was it Huiwe, the young man who played the assassin? One of the new talents introduced by Wang Jiesher this year. Perhaps. His impression was rather vague. He had not made many appearances, and when he did, his performance was unremarkable, lacking any striking qualities, as if he were somewhat restrained. The illustrious professional, Yishio, despite having departed from Jiasha, maintained a keen awareness and understanding of personnel changes and emerging talents across various teams. Yet, his recollection of Qiao Yifan remained hazy, akin to countless meteors fleeting at the periphery of the league, leaving little trace behind. Indeed, it was he, Huiwe, the assassin. Lin Feng asserted confidently, leaning forward and lowering his voice, as if sharing a secret. But I suspect that both Micro and perhaps even Xiao Yifan himself may have misjudged a critical aspect. What did they misjudge? Yishio raised an eyebrow. He is fundamentally unsuited for playing an assassin. Lin Feng's tone was resolute, explaining that Xiao Yifan's nature leaned towards caution and meticulousness, with an operational style that prioritized strategy and foresight, rather than the explosive and audacious strikes characteristic of an assassin. The agility and cunning required for an assassin seemed to confine him, inhibiting his true potential. Yishio did not immediately counter this, instead revealing a contemplative expression. He recalled the scant moments he had witnessed Xiao Yifan's gameplay. Indeed, the assassin exuded an aura of excessive tension and indecision, always falling just short of the mark. Previously, he had attributed this to the nerves of a newcomer or limited talent, but Lin Feng's observations now seemed to carry weight. Then, what do you believe he is suited to play? Yishio inquired, eager to hear Lin Feng's insights. Zhengue, Lin Feng replied without hesitation, referring to the Zhengue branch of the Ghost Swordsman class. Zhengue? Yishio paused slightly. Zhengue is a profession that demands a profound understanding of the broader game, predictive abilities, and a calm demeanor, playing a crucial role within a team. However, it also tests a player's psychological resilience and teamwork skills, exemplifying the adage that while it is easy to learn, mastering it is a different matter entirely. Indeed, Zhengue, Lin Feng affirmed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I have reviewed some informal recordings from his training camp days and analyzed the limited professional matches he has played. Although he was playing as an assassin, he demonstrated an instinctive spatial awareness in his positioning and timing, often choosing locations that allowed for multiple tactical options in subsequent actions. This awareness is an excellent talent for becoming a formidable Zhengue. He paused, adding, moreover, his technique is solid, and his reflexes are commendable. He merely lacks the aggressive zeal typical of an assassin. However, if we could channel this solidity and attention to detail into casting ghost formations, calculating their range and duration, and synchronizing with team rhythms, it would be an impeccable fit. His temperament also aligns well with the Zhengue role, calm, patient, and willing to lay the groundwork for the team rather than pursuing individual accolades. Listening to Lin Feng's analysis, Yi Xiu's fingers instinctively tapped the surface of the table, a habitual gesture when he was deep in thought. He refrained from speaking immediately, instead revisiting fragments of memory about Xiao Yifan and attempting to envision him in the role of Zheng Gui. Cautious positioning with a nuanced understanding of timing may appear ordinary, yet it conceals a sophisticated methodology. After several moments of silence, Yi Xiu slowly spoke. It seems you may have a point. A glimmer of sharp insight flickered in his eyes, that of a master of glory. The assassin emphasizes a single lethal strike and concealment, while Zheng Gui, conversely, necessitates an overt presence to control the battlefield, illuminating the path for allies and constraining opponents' movements. The core philosophies of these two professions indeed diverge significantly. The more he pondered, the more Yi Xiu found Lin Feng's judgment credible. A genius confined to the wrong role would naturally have their brilliance obscured. That fellow Wang Jieshe possesses a discerning eye. But could he also have misjudged? Perhaps he places greater value on the extraordinary talent of Gao Yingjie, viewing Xiao Yifan merely as a chance to experiment without investing in uncovering his true potential. Yi Xiu speculated while stroking his chin. Quite possibly, Lin Feng interjected. With Yang Tsong, an all-star caliber assassin, in the forefront, Xiao Yifan's assassin appears unremarkable, making it entirely normal for him to receive little attention or resources. His current situation in Micro must be quite awkward, potentially leading him to doubt himself. Yi Xiu nodded, envisioning such a predicament. A newcomer in a prestigious team, unable to shine, relegated to the sidelines, while watching contemporaries like Gao Yingjie bask in the spotlight. Such pressure and confusion could easily erode one's confidence. Thus, Lin Feng unveiled his ultimate intention. I believe we should attempt to reach out to him at his most uncertain moment. Guiding him towards a path that may better suit him would also serve as a vital piece for our Xingxin. An exceptional Zheng Gui is crucial for enriching our future tactical framework. Yi Xiu comprehended Lin Feng's motives entirely. He was contemplating poaching, to extract a talent from a prestigious team that they undervalued, yet one that harbored immense potential. This maneuver was indeed intriguing. A playful smile graced Yi Xiu's face. Poaching from Micro sounds quite exhilarating. However, we must approach this with finesse. Directly seeking him out would be too abrupt and could easily arouse suspicion on Micro's part. Precisely, Lin Feng clearly shared this concern, suggesting that it would be best to encounter him in-game, by chance. By chance. Yi Xiu grasped the implication immediately, proposing to establish contact under the guise of mentorship, allowing him to perceive the disparity and glimpse new possibilities. Once he felt a twinge of doubt, they could then extend an olive branch. Exactly. Lin Feng beamed. And with you, the esteemed Yi Xiu, as the guiding figure, the proposal would carry significant weight and appear entirely natural. After all, you have retired now. Mentoring a junior would draw no criticism. Yi Xiu chuckled, finding no aversion to Lin Feng's little scheme. Rather, he deemed the plan quite feasible. It would assist a potentially overlooked young talent while simultaneously bolstering Xingxin, a win-win situation. Very well, Yi Xiu resumed his grasp on the mouse, shaking his wrist. Let us venture into the game and chance upon this future star of Micro's Zheng Gui. Where was it? In the ordinary zone or the divine domain? It is better to remain in the ordinary zone. Given his current situation, he likely lacks the motivation to venture into the divine domain, Lin Feng remarked. I will have someone keep an eye on his approximate activity range and will inform you as soon as I receive any news. Understood. Yi Xiu nodded, maneuvering Jun Mo Xiao to exit the arena and return to the main city of the ordinary zone. With some time on his hands, he decided to do a good deed by guiding the lost youth. His tone remained languid, yet his gaze bore a hunter's keen focus and anticipation. In search of Hui Wei and engaging with Xiao Yifan, this endeavor transcended a mere recruitment. It resembled the refinement of a raw gemstone, contributing a steady and formidable strength to Xingxin's future. Beneath the training room's lights, the two founders of Xingxin exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken understanding palpable. A new plan had already begun to unfold. Chapter 24. The dawn of a castaway from Wei Chao on a crisp early winter night in Kyoto. The air carried a chill. In a corner of Wei Chao's training base, the glow of the screen illuminated a young face etched with fatigue and confusion. Xiao Yifan was operating his assassin account, Hui Wei, engaging in a series of mechanical drills within the arena. His fingers danced across the keyboard and mouse, and Hui Yue's figure moved with stealth and swiftness on the screen. Mastery over skills such as backstab and throat slash had become second nature to him, and his execution was undeniably solid. However, each battle, regardless of victory or defeat, felt like striking through a frosted glass, preventing him from unleashing his full potential and experiencing that exhilarating harmony of body and mind. Another battle concluded in victory, yet no joy graced Xiao Yifan's countenance. His opponent was weak, making the win expected. Nevertheless, he could not shake the feeling that he ought to perform better, yet he remained at a loss regarding the root of his shortcomings, and even more so on how to improve. This sense of powerlessness gnawed at his confidence like a persistent parasite. Within Wei Chao, brilliance abounded. There was the illustrious Captain Wang Jieshi, the highly anticipated peer Gao Jia, and even the substitute players, each shone in their own right. In contrast, Xiao Yifan felt like the inconspicuous dust in a corner, striving to exist, yet struggling to be truly seen. Opportunities to participate in training matches were scarce, and the prospect of formal competition seemed a distant dream. Most often, he found himself seated on the cold substitute bench, watching his teammates fight valiantly on the field. He was not lacking in effort. In fact, he exerted himself more than anyone else. Yet, he questioned whether his efforts were directed appropriately. Was the assassin role truly suitable for him? In the stillness of night, lying on his bed, he often found himself staring at the ceiling, repeatedly posing this question to himself, only to be met with silence. Confusion and self-doubt threatened to engulf him. With a sigh, Xiao Yifan instinctively pressed the button for random matchmaking, seeking to numb himself through relentless combat. The match was successful. He entered the arena map, Tavern, a relatively confined space conducive to close-range professions. His opponent's class? Xiao Yifan was momentarily taken aback. A sparrow? Junimo Xiao? This particular profession had recently garnered significant acclaim in both the Ordinary Zone and the 10th District, with rumors suggesting that even elite players from major guilds had faltered against him. Xiao Yifan had heard whispers of this formidable expert during his training. Aware of his impressive prowess, he had not anticipated being matched with him. Instinctively, Xiao Yifan straightened his posture, inhaling deeply to suppress his wandering thoughts. Regardless, in the face of a formidable adversary, he had to give his all. This was also a rare opportunity for learning. The countdown concluded. Hui West swiftly entered stealth mode, his figure vanishing amidst the chaotic shadows of the tavern's tables and chairs. This was the quintessential opening move for an assassin. However, Junimo Xiao appeared entirely unconcerned with Hui West's disappearance, casually standing at the center of the arena, the Qianji umbrella resting on his shoulder in a relaxed manner. Xiao Yifan cautiously maneuvered, searching for the optimal angle and timing to strike. The more relaxed his opponent appeared, the more vigilant he became. This was the confidence of an expert. Now, like a specter, Hui Wei emerged from Junimo Xiao's blind spot, the dagger glinting ominously as it aimed for the back of his neck. Backstab, just as it seemed destined to hit. Junimo Xiao reacted as if he had eyes in the back of his head, the Qianji umbrella deftly sweeping backward, the umbrella's surface perfectly blocking the dagger. A sharp clang resonated. The block was successful. Xiao Yifan's heart raced, yet his hands remained steady as he immediately altered his strategy, arc light flashing. His figure darted toward Junimo Xiao's flank. Rather than retreating, Junimo Xiao advanced, the Qianji umbrella instantaneously transforming into a spear, executing a precise sky strike aimed directly at Huiyue's arc light landing point. Anticipation. Xiao Yifan was taken aback, forcibly interrupting his skill with a clumsy roll to evade. Yet, Junimo Xiao's onslaught surged like a tide. The spear, pistol, and hidden blade, low-tier skills from various classes flowed seamlessly, with no pauses. The sparrow's quick strikes. Huiyue found himself entirely on the defensive. He felt like a small boat struggling amidst stormy seas. The opponent's attacks coming from all directions, chaotic yet relentless, constricting all avenues for evasion and counterattack. Stealth? He had barely vanished before being struck by an inexplicable area skill. A surprise attack? Always narrowly evaded or blocked by the opponent. A powerful assault? Felt like crashing against an invisible wall. The disparity was overwhelming. This was a comprehensive, despair-inducing gap, not merely in technique, but also in awareness, experience, and understanding of the game. Within a minute, Huiyue's health bar plummeted to the brink. Ultimately, Junimo Xiao transformed the Qianji umbrella into a rifle, delivering a shot that ended this one-sided battle without suspense. Glory. The two characters appeared on the screen. Xiao Yifan stared at the now grayish display, his fingers stiffening, overwhelmed by a sense of defeat. He had scarcely touched his opponent. Just as he prepared to quietly exit the arena, a message from Junimo Xiao popped up. Your skills as an assassin are quite solid. Xiao Yifan hesitated for a moment. Was this a consolation or a mockery? After a brief pause, he replied, Thank you, but I still lost. His tone inevitably tinged with despondency. JNM11O seemed to chuckle slightly, showcasing commendable foundational skills and awareness, yet his approach appeared somewhat misguided. Misguided? Chioyfn's heart jolted. Before he could inquire further, the other party sent another message. Have you ever felt that the assassin's pursuit of ultimate explosion and a one-hit kill style seems somewhat at odds with your nature? When you strike, it appears you hesitate for a fraction of a second, contemplating subsequent retreats and changes, rather than going all in. This hesitation is a cardinal sin in the assassin profession. Chioyfn was utterly stunned, staring blankly at the words on the screen. These statements were like a precise key, instantly unlocking the tightly shut door in his heart, filled with doubts and self-denial. Indeed, it was just so. He always overthought, fearing mistakes and worrying about consequences, unable to channel the absolute determination and madness into that singular strike like those top-tier assassins. He had believed himself indecisive, lacking mental fortitude. But could it be that his professional style conflicted with his inherent nature? With trembling fingers, Choyfn typed, "What do you mean?" The reply from JNM11O was measured yet struck deep into Choyfn's heart, suggesting, "You might be better suited for a profession that allows you to leverage your tendency to think a step ahead and focus on strategic layout." ZHNGU. Choyfn gasped, breath quickening. ZHNGU, a role entirely reliant on foresight, a broad perspective, and teamwork. It required setting up intricate ghost formations on the battlefield to restrict opponents, assist allies, and control the pace. This role did not demand the explosive aggression of an assassin, but rather a calm mind, precise calculations, and enduring patience. The thought rippled through his mind like a stone cast into a deep pond. He had never considered this direction. ZHNGU, he murmured instinctively. Indeed, JNM11O continued, his words seemingly imbued with a magical power, penetrating the screen to reach the depths of Choyfn's heart. Your habitual positioning reflects an unconscious awareness of territoriality, always seeking points that accommodate the overall strategy and facilitate subsequent support. This awareness is a remarkable talent for becoming an exceptional ZHNGU. Your skills are adequate to support the chanting and connection of ghost formations, and your personality is more suited to building the stage for your team from behind the scenes rather than stepping into the spotlight as the assassin. Each word dissected qualities that Choyfn had not even clearly recognized within himself. It felt as if a lighthouse suddenly illuminated amidst fog, guiding him toward a newfound direction. Who is this person? How could he understand me so well? Even better than I understand myself? A wave of shock and indescribable excitement swept over Choyfn. He felt his long cold heart begin to thump vigorously once more. Just as he was caught in a whirlwind of emotions, unsure how to respond, JNM11O sent one final message. A bolt of lightning cutting through the night sky. Are you interested in changing your environment and truly exploring the path of ZHNGU? A team that genuinely requires ZHNGU and understands its value is being formed. Change my environment? A team that truly needs a ZHNGU? Choyfn's mind buzzed, nearly halting its thoughts. He instinctively glanced around at the desolate corner of the MICO training base. The cold seats on the bench. A brand new, enticing possibility had unexpectedly and luminously landed before him. The glow of the screen flickered in his eyes, reflecting shock, confusion, disbelief, but more than anything, it ignited a flicker of hope. His fingers trembled slightly above the keyboard, and finally, he slowly typed. Could you elaborate? Chapter 25. ZHNGU returns. A grain of ash is born. The city's night air always carried a hint of damp mist. Through the glass window of the XN Internet CAF's training room, the neon lights outside blurred into a haze. However, the training room was brightly lit. The sounds of keyboards clattering and mice clicking intermingled with the lively, yet nonsensical murmurs of the occasional BOZ RQN. LNF had just completed a round of dungeons, maneuvering his QG SHT New York back to the safe zone. He casually grabbed a cola from the nearby table and took a sip. The icy sweetness rushed down his throat, providing a brief moment of clarity. Turning his head, he saw Y11 with a cigarette that had never been lit hanging from his mouth, the screen displaying JNM11OS interface, seemingly waiting for someone. About time? LNF shook the mouse and casually inquired. Y11 responded with a faint his voice slightly hoarse from the late night. He should be here. They were waiting for Choyfn. A few days prior, Y11 had encountered the dejected youth, in Glory, a young man struggling as an assassin. Y11's eyes, having seen through Glory for a decade, quickly discerned that being an assassin was not Choyfn's true calling. His caution, meticulousness, and broader perspective were nearly extinguished beneath the bench of MICO. Thus, Y11 extended an olive branch, lightly yet significantly inviting him to join XN and try out for ZHNGU. LNF understood what this meant for Choyfn. Leaving the prestigious MICO to join a makeshift team still operating from an internet CAF was fraught with risk. Yet, he knew that for Choyfn, this represented an unparalleled opportunity for rebirth. Indeed, in the lower right corner of the screen, a friend online notification lit up. It was Y11 opened the chat window and typed a few lines. LNF didn't bother to check the specifics, knowing it was merely a final confirmation and guidance. He could imagine the tumultuous emotions that the young man named Choyfn was experiencing on the other side of the screen. Abandoning the past and rushing toward an unknown yet alluring future required immense courage. The training room door creaked open gently. And Tiang Ru entered with her water cup. She seemed to have just finished practicing, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Yet her gaze remained clear and focused. She glanced at Y11 and LNF screens, asked no further questions, and quietly returned to her seat. All set. Yishio suddenly uttered a phrase, extinguishing a non-existent cigarette, but in his mouth. He stated, "All right." Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. A blend of satisfaction at the progression of the narrative and admiration for the courage of that young lad. I have already prepared the account card and initial funds, ready to present them to him at any moment. Now is the time. As Yishio spoke, he sent a voice invitation to Huiyu. After a brief pause, a somewhat tense yet remarkably resolute young voice emerged from the headset. Yi Sr., Lin Sr., I have made up my mind. I wish to join Xing Xin. I want to try the Zhonggui. The voice, though soft, resonated with conviction. Welcome, Yishio smiled, his tone unusually gentle. No need for senior anymore. Just call me by my name. Come to District 10 and create a new account. Lin Feng interjected, efficiently operating his computer to send over the pre-prepared information, which included some in-game currency and materials sufficient for a fresh start. Choose the Ghostblade profession and transition to Zhonggui. Sounds great. Thank you. Xiao Yifun's voice brimmed with evident excitement and gratitude. Shortly thereafter, silence enveloped the headset for a moment, with only the crisp sound of keyboard strokes remaining. Lin Feng could almost envision how the young man solemnly and eagerly entered the name that would accompany him on his new journey in the character creation interface. Before long, Yishio's friends list dimmed for Huiyu. A few seconds later, a brand new entry illuminated the screen, Yun Hui. Simple, clean, and imbued with an inexplicable sense of determination and resilience, much like Xiao Yifun himself. Here it comes, Yishio remarked as he sent a party invitation to Yun Hui. The acceptance was nearly instantaneous. In the team channel, a line of text promptly appeared. Team, Yun Hui, Yishio bro, Lin Feng bro, I'm here. Through the screen, one could almost perceive the nervousness radiating from the other side. Relax, comrade Xiao Qiao. Lin Feng chuckled as he opened the microphone. From now on, we are all on the same side. Exactly one of us. Bao Zi, though slightly bewildered, immediately approached the microphone with enthusiasm, exclaiming, a new brother? Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll enjoy every moment. Tang Rou also noticed the new addition to the team list and inquired with curiosity, is this a new teammate? Yes. Yishio replied. Xiao Yifun will be playing Zhonggui from now on. Welcome. Tang Rou's brief but sincere response was well received. Team, Yun Hui. Hello everyone. I am Xiao Yifun. Please take care of me. I will do my best not to hold everyone back. His words conveyed a deep sense of respect. No need for such formalities. We will learn from one another, Lin Feng said. Familiarize yourself with the skills and operations of Zhonggui, complete some quests, and level up quickly. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Old Yishio, is a living encyclopedia of glory. A chuckle escaped Yishio, acknowledging the comment. Is Zhonggui fun? Is it strong? Can it smash faces with bricks? Baozi initiated his signature line of questioning. In the team channel, Yun Hui seemed a bit bewildered by Baozi's inquiries, cautiously responding. Yishio occasionally chimed in, offering guidance on the initial skill allocation and tips for Zhonggui. Meanwhile, Lin Feng navigated to the warehouse, retrieving some low-level gear that could potentially enhance intelligence or magical attack for Yun Hui, sending it via mail. The training room remained alive with the sound of keyboards, yet the atmosphere subtly transformed. With the addition of one more person, it felt as though the final piece of a puzzle had been found. Although this piece was still fresh and required refinement, its shape perfectly filled the void that Xing Xin needed. The main Zhonggui had thus returned to the fold. Lin Feng gazed at the screen, where 5 characters stood side by side. Jun Mo Xiao, Tian Yun, Han Yen Rou, Bao Zi Ru Qin, and Yun Hui. A seemingly peculiar, yet immensely promising combination. This was the initial core quintet of their Xing Xin team. The road to the challenge matches would undoubtedly be fraught with obstacles as they would face formidable opponents like Jia Shi, boasting talents such as Sun Xiang and Yi Zhiqiu. Yet at this moment, gazing at these individuals, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of confidence and anticipation. All right. Yishio's voice shattered the silence. Everyone's here. Xiao Qiao, focus on leveling up. The rest of you, take a 10-minute break. Then we'll convene to discuss our training direction for the upcoming challenge matches. All right. Baozi was the first to respond. Tang Rou exhaled softly, stretched her wrists, her gaze sharpening. Lin Feng smiled and replied, received. Fan, keep up the good work in leveling. Your Zhonggui is essential for our team battles. Team, Yun Hui, yes. I will catch up with everyone as soon as possible. His tone was now devoid of the confusion and trepidation he had felt in Wei Chao, replaced with an abundance of enthusiasm and hope, nearly overflowing. Chapter 26. The emergence of weaknesses. Seeking healing. The air conditioning in the Xing Xian training room hummed laboriously, attempting to mitigate the pervasive heat and a barely perceptible sense of urgency that filled the room. The computer screens flickered with light, and intense sound effects faintly resonated through the headsets, striking each person's eardrums. It has been over a week since Qiao Yifan joined Xing Xian as ECU and Hui. During this time, the 5 individuals engaged in daily training sessions to enhance their synergy. The level cap in District 10 continued to rise, and they faced increasingly challenging dungeons and formidable wild maps. At this moment, the screen displayed a high-intensity, small-scale simulation battle. Yishio had somehow procured an exceedingly complex map, the Abandoned City, filled with crumbling walls and shadowy corners for concealment. Their adversaries were a team of 5 elite players, simulated by Yishio through an unknown method, whose profession configuration was textbook standard: swordsman, elementalist, martial artist, gunner, and a priest. A classic triangle of damage dealers supported by a healer. On the other hand, Xing Xian's lineup comprised a wanderer, a chi master, a battle mage, a rogue, and a Zhang Gui. Not a single knight or guardian capable of withstanding direct damage was present, and most critically, there was no healer. In the second floor of the F9, a gunner was channeling his power. Disrupt him. Yishio's voice resonated in the team channel, steady yet noticeably quicker than usual. Jun Mo Xiao transformed his Qianji sand into a battle spear, blocking the fierce rising dragon slash from the opposing swordsman. His body sliding back half a step as he used the momentum. Understood, boss. Baozi exclaimed excitedly, his rogue character executing a nimble roll to evade the fiery impact zone left by the elemental mage, scrambling towards the ruins in an attempt to close the distance. Xiao Tang, apply pressure on that martial artist. Don't let him breach the backline. Yishio continued to command. Got it, Tang Rou replied succinctly. Han Yinro wielded her spear, the Zhan Chong, releasing a dazzling array of light and an unstoppable force that ensnared the martial artist attempting to flank Jun Mo Xiao. The spear's shadows danced dramatically, forcing the opponent to turn back and defend. Yifan, at 3 o'clock, deploy the blade formation and ice formation to restrict their movement, commanded Yishio. Yes, brother Yi, Xiao Yifan replied, executing a steady swing of his Tai Dao, unleashing a gray-white blade formation and an ice-blue barrier in the designated area, effectively slowing the movement and attack speed of the opposing swordsman and elemental mage. Lin Feng maneuvered his Tianyun from a relatively safe position, his Qigong master being the closest to a support and crowd control role in their lineup. At a critical moment, he cast a Qi shield on the aggressively advancing Han Yinro, absorbing the elemental mage's devastating lightning strike. His Qi wave precisely interrupted the gunner's channeling, and the Qing TNPO occasionally scattered the enemies attempting to focus fire on a single target. From the battlefield, it appeared that Xing Xian held a slight advantage. Their individual capabilities were remarkably outstanding. Yishio's commands were elusive, Lin Feng's crowd control and support were impeccable. Tang Rou's offensive strategy was relentless. Baozi, though somewhat erratic, occasionally made astonishing plays, and Xiao Yifan's ghost formation released with increasing finesse. However, this advantage resembled a castle built upon shifting sands. The first wave of crisis emerged from Baozi's reckless advance. He successfully closed in on the opposing gunner, unleashing a series of rogue combos that drastically diminished the opponent's health. Yet he completely overlooked that he had exited the coverage of the ghost formation and had become exposed to the elemental mage's onslaught. Baozi, retreat, Lin Feng shouted, casting a Qi shield, but it was a moment too late. The elemental mage's heavenly thunder had already been chanted, and the raging lightning erupted beneath Baozi's feet. The Qi shield absorbed most of the damage, yet the residual explosion still knocked off a portion of his health. Ouch, that firecracker packs quite a punch, Baozi exclaimed, his health dropping by about 1/5. This was not considered a severe injury. In a standard team, a healer could easily restore it with a minor healing spell. However, at this moment, Xing Xian lacked a healer. Baozi's health remained slightly depleted, becoming a minor vulnerability. The battle raged on, with fierce exchanges leading to inevitable attrition of everyone's health. In a bid to eliminate the troublesome martial artist, Tang Rou took a direct hit from the opposing swordsman's draw slash, her health plummeting below half. Jun Mo Xiao sustained injuries while defending against a surprise bullet aimed at Yifan, his shoulder armor shattering and blood splattering. Even Lin Feng, positioned optimally, found his health diminished by a third due to frequent repositioning and skill casting to fend off stray attacks. There was no recovery, not even the slightest. The vacant health bar loomed like the sword of Damocles, growing heavier with the passage of time. I can't go on. I'm out of mana, Xiao Yifan murmured. His mana depleted from continuously casting the ghost formation. The ice formation vanished, and the blade formation's effects ceased, allowing the opposing team to maneuver with newfound agility. The pressure on the enemy dropped drastically without the ongoing damage and restrictions from the ghost formation. The swordsman and martial artist seized this opportunity, charging directly towards the most vulnerable target, Han Yinro. Protect Xiao Tang, Yi Xiu shouted. Jun Mo Xiao abandoned his current opponent and turned to assist. The chi shield from Tianyun illuminated once more, aimed at Han Yinro. However, this time, the opposing team seemed prepared. The healer, who had remained sheltered at the back, finally sprang into action. Instead of casting a major healing spell, he swiftly applied a minor restoration to his swordsman, while simultaneously casting a divine light of exhortation that did not heal, but rather significantly reduced the defense of all targets within the area, including Han Yinro and Tianyun. Damn! Lin Feng could not help but curse, instinctively attempting to withdraw Tianyun from maintaining the chi shield, but it was already too late. The gunner's long-charged satellite beam, combined with the elemental mage's prepared absolute zero, erupted at that moment, targeting Han Yinro now shrouded by the divine light and with reduced defenses. The chi shield trembled violently under the onslaught of the two potent skills, shattering like a soap bubble as the brilliant skill lights engulfed Han Yinro's figure. Despite Tang Rou's extraordinary maneuvering, desperately rolling Han Yinro backwards, the devastating damage was sufficient to deplete her already precarious health bar. The screen faded to gray as Han Yinro became the first character to fall in the match. Oh no! Tang Rou let out a brief, frustrated gasp, gripping the mouse tightly. With one of their core damage dealers down, the battle's momentum shifted dramatically. Focus fire on that ghost formation, commanded the opposing strategist. Controlled by Yi Xiu's simulation program, coldly issuing orders. Without Tang Rou's control, the opposing martial artist and swordsman lunged toward Xiao Yifan, who had just consumed a mana potion and had yet to recover much mana. Xiao Yifan attempted to maneuver, casting a feeble gray formation with his remaining mana. But it was futile. Jun Mo Xiao and Tianyun endeavored to provide assistance, yet they were forcibly obstructed by the elemental mage and gunner-s area skills. Xiao Yifan fell. Next was Baozi, who, lacking the protection of the ghost formation, was now heavily targeted. The situation deteriorated to a 3 against 5, with Xing Xin's trio all in poor condition. Let us retreat. It's futile, Yi Xiu sighed. Ultimately, Jun Mo Xiao and Tianyun, through their exceptional skills and deft maneuvers, managed to eliminate the dissatisfied gunner from the opposing team. However, they were eventually besieged by the remaining 4 adversaries and met their demise. The glaring failure message appeared on all 5 computer screens, casting an uncomfortable light in the training room. A brief silence enveloped the space, with only the relentless hum of the air conditioning breaking the stillness. Baozi raked his fingers through his hair, visibly agitated. Damn. So close. If it weren't for that sudden intervention by the priest. Xiao Yifan gazed at his grayish screen, biting his lip, a look of guilt crossing his face. I'm sorry. I ran out of mana and couldn't keep them under control. Tang Rou remained silent, her eyes fixed on the replay of Han Yinro collapsing on the screen. Her brow furrowed in evident frustration over her misstep. Lin Feng removed his headphones, rubbing his aching temples. He glanced at Yi Xiu, who had just taken off his own headphones and was retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, casually placing it between his lips without lighting it. Did you all see that? Yi Xiu's voice pierced the silence, imbued with a calmness that suggested he had anticipated this outcome. No one replied, but their expressions conveyed everything. We lack nothing in terms of individual skill, execution, awareness, and even preliminary teamwork. We are indeed strong. Yi Xiu's gaze swept across the group, and Baozi, unable to contain his pride, countered that the timing of the priest's final holy light and healing was undoubtedly professional-level judgment. Even if you hadn't overextended, and Xiao Tang hadn't taken the brunt of the attack, the outcome wouldn't have differed significantly. He paused, lightly tapping the screen where the nearly full-health priest resided. The issue does not lie with any individual among you. The problem is that we are missing the most crucial element. From the very beginning, we were destined not to endure a protracted battle. Any drop in health is irreversible, as long as the opponent drags it out, or seizes an opportunity like earlier to trade healing for a health disadvantage. We will inevitably lose. Yi Xiu took the cigarette from his lips, absent-mindedly twirling it between his fingers, his tone resolute. What we urgently need is not a stronger damage dealer, nor a more resilient tank. He looked at Lin Feng and then at everyone. We require someone capable of restoring the team's health. We must find a healing player, and not just any healer. It must be an elite one. The weight of Yi Xiu's words regarding elite resonated heavily in the training room. Everyone understood the gravity of his statement. In previous instances of dungeons and battles, they could rely on overwhelming skills and Lin Feng's fortuitous luck, like the instant recovery potion drop, to compensate. But as the opponents grow stronger, especially with the impending challenge, the absence of reliable healing will become a fatal flaw. It is akin to a martial artist of great prowess with intricate techniques and profound internal strength, yet lacking a resilient body to withstand and recuperate once injured. They can only watch helplessly as defeat approaches. Lin Feng took a deep breath, continuing Yi Xiu's thought. Old Yi is right. In that last round, had we had a priest, even one of average ability, Bao Zi's damage would have been mitigated, Xiao Tangwun Ti have been eliminated in a single burst, and Xiao Yifan would have had ample mana to maintain the formation. The outcome was still uncertain. He leaned forward, resting his hands on the table, his gaze sharpening with focus, a determination to lock onto the target. It seems our recruitment plan must be prioritized immediately. And the highest priority is, he and Yi Xiu exchanged a knowing glance, simultaneously stating, healing. Chapter 27. The dawn of the data control. Yi Xiu's assertion regarding the urgent need for a top-tier healer weighed heavily on the hearts of everyone in the Xing Exine training room. For the next 2 days, the atmosphere was tinged with an indescribable anxiety, especially during team simulation battles. The despair of having health lines plummet irreversibly tormented each individual like a relentless parasite. Tang Rou played more aggressively, seemingly intent on resolving battles swiftly before health ran out. But this often led to more oversights. Bao Zi remained his usual exuberant self, yet during moments of health crises, he would call out, "Heal me, bro," only to remember that there was no such role in their team. Xiao Yifan became increasingly cautious, striving for perfection in positioning to conserve mana, his forehead glistening with sweat from the pressure. Lin Feng observed all of this and realized that this could not continue. The gap in healing must be addressed immediately. That afternoon, during a training break, Chengguo brought in a plate of chilled watermelon. Bao Zi cheered, lunging forward to grab the largest piece, juice dripping down his chin. Tang Rou took a small slice, nibbling thoughtfully while her eyes darted towards the screen displaying the Battle Mage's skill combo guide. Xiao Yifan politely thanked her, taking a smaller piece, quietly sitting aside. Yi Xiu picked up a piece of watermelon, delaying his bite, his gaze distant, clearly still contemplating potential healing candidates. Well-known healers in the Glory Circle were all secured by various major teams, making it exceedingly difficult to poach them, and their transfer fees were beyond reach. Seeking talent from the online game was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, requiring both keen insight and a stroke of luck. Old Yi, Lin Feng said, leaning closer while munching on the watermelon, lowering his voice. Yi Xiu snapped back to attention. We can't afford a top healer right now, but there's a place that might harbor undiscovered gems. Lin Feng gestured towards the computer. You mean in the online game? Yi Xiu was not surprised. There were numerous priest players, yet most were just following along in dungeons, and those with good awareness and skills had already caught the attention of major guilds, absorbed into elite teams. Exactly. However, there are always those who slip through the cracks, or possess unique styles that larger guilds may not appreciate. Lin Feng set down the watermelon rind, taking a tissue to wipe his hands. I remember there's a priest in the normal zone, perhaps called Xiao Shou Bingliang. Xiao Shou Bingliang. Yi Xiu repeated the name, lacking any recollection. What is so special about them? This individual has garnered a bit of fame in the normal zone's arena, but not due to flashy skills. Lin Feng reminisced about the intricate details of the original work he had perused before his transmigration, carefully organizing his thoughts. It was said that his win rate was quite high, yet his playing style was exceedingly monotonous, or rather, precise. He never executed superfluous movements, timing his healing perfectly, akin to an emotionless healing machine. Moreover, he exhibited remarkable calmness, displaying an impressive grasp of the overall situation, rarely seen in a state of panic. Oh, Yi Xiu felt a flicker of interest. The terms monotonous, precise, calm, and strategic all combined in the context of a priest sounded intriguing. While the elite teams of large guilds might prefer a more aggressive priest who could complement their offensive maneuvers, this calm and precise type might yield extraordinary results within a more advanced tactical framework. Let us go and take a look. Yi Xiu hastily finished the snack he was munching on, wiped his mouth, and returned to his computer. Lin Feng promptly resumed his seat. The two of them synchronously opened the official forum of Glory's competitive arena and several player-driven data statistics websites. The ordinary section was a chaotic mix of players, and searching for a specific individual was no easy feat. Yi Xiu's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, entering keywords such as little cold hands, priest, and arena to conduct a search. Soon, a few scattered threads emerged. What is it like to encounter a priest named Little Cold Hands in the arena? Rant. Faced a Little Cold Hands. One, but had no gaming experience. Data analysis. Little Cold Hands arena win rate and statistics over the past 3 months. Opening these threads gradually validated Lin Feng's assertions. Holy cow. I encountered a priest named Little Cold Hands today, healed me to victory, but I nearly fell asleep. The entire time he was just casting spells. The health line never fluctuated. I've encountered him. He is like a robot, terrifyingly precise but devoid of any excitement. Winning is enough, right? What excitement do you want? Do you want the priest to dance around for you? It just feels too calm. Even when the opponent was nearly upon him, he still calmly completed his final healing spell. His mental fortitude is truly abnormal. Yishio clicked on the data analyst's post. The author was evidently a player with a penchant for data analysis, having extracted a portion of Little Cold Hand's arena statistics from the past 3 months. Though not exhaustive, it hinted at some insights. While the average healing amount might not be the highest, the effective healing rate was exceptionally high, indicating that his mana was almost entirely spent on critical moments. The damage taken was astonishingly low, suggesting that his positioning was remarkably astute and safe. Most notably, the distribution of his battle duration indicated that the majority of his victories occurred in the mid to late stages of combat, especially after the 5-minute mark, where his win rate experienced a significant surge. Did you see that? Lin Feng pointed at the win rate curve. This guy becomes increasingly stable as the match drags on, indicating an excellent mental state, making it difficult to make mistakes, and possessing strong situational awareness, knowing how to accumulate advantages in a war of attrition. Yishio remained silent. Yet his gaze grew increasingly bright. He exited the forum and attempted to search for Little Cold Hands in the game's arena rankings. The player base in the ordinary section was vast, and the top ranks were almost exclusively occupied by exceptionally geared lunatics. Little Cold Hand's ranking was not particularly high, yet among priests, he managed to position himself in the upper middle tier, which, for a player who might not possess top-tier equipment, spoke volumes about his skill. Recording. Yishio murmured to himself, beginning to scour various channels for arena recordings of Little Cold Hands. This proved to be a challenging task, but after considerable effort, he finally found several clips labeled with Little Cold Hand's perspective from a community dedicated to sharing recordings. Yishio clicked on one of the segments. The map was a familiar arena layout. Little Cold Hand's teammate was a berserker, while their opponents comprised a magical swordsman and an assassin. As the match commenced, the berserker charged in with a ferocious cry, displaying an aggressive yet somewhat reckless style, quickly losing half his health to the combined assault of the magical swordsman and the assassin. The camera perspective shifted to Little Cold Hands, where his priest remained composed at a distance, his cross held aloft. A perfectly timed small healing spell restored a portion of the berserker's health, just enough to negate the damage from the magical swordsman's next attack. Moreover, as the assassin initiated a swift maneuver to flank, a small recovery spell had already been preemptively cast on the berserker, while the priest deftly executed a nimble backward jump, evading the assassin's anticipated backstab. The assassin hesitated, clearly taken aback by the unexpected prediction of his actions. This momentary delay allowed the berserker to turn and unleash a heavy strike. The entire battle lasted nearly 4 minutes. The sequence was not particularly flashy. Little Cold Hands even refrained from utilizing high-level skills, spending most of the time casting small healing spells and recovery spells to maintain precise sustainability. However, his mana depletion rate was remarkably slow, and his health consistently remained within a safe and economical range. Ultimately, with the berserker's explosive power and the priest's crucial timing with a holy light spell to weaken the opponent's defenses, they successfully secured the victory. Hiss. Yishio breathed softly after watching, clicking on another recording. In the subsequent footage, the situation was more perilous, with his teammate being a fragile gunner ensnared by the opposing ninja. The operational pressure on Little Cold Hands escalated dramatically, yet he remained unflustered, skillfully utilizing obstacles to manipulate vision, accurately calculating the ninja's skill cooldowns and his own casting range, deftly maneuvering as if dancing on the edge of a blade, repeatedly pulling the gunner back from the brink of death, ultimately even using a precise hypnosis spell to control another incoming enemy, creating an opportunity for a counterattack. After reviewing several recordings, Yishio leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and unconsciously tapped his fingers on the desk. His mind was processing all the information he had just received at an accelerated pace: positioning habits, skill selection timing, mana consumption control, and predictions of enemy intentions. Lin Feng chose not to disturb him, patiently waiting. He understood that Yishio was analyzing and assessing. In the training room, the only sounds were the muffled burps from Baozi finishing his watermelon and the rhythmic tapping of Tang Ro's keyboard as she practiced her combos. After a considerable time, Yishio suddenly opened his eyes, and the usual laziness in his gaze was now alight with the glimmer of discovery. Calm, precise. With an exceptional vision of the overall situation, Yishio spoke slowly, noting that although there was still room for improvement in operation and the equipment was rather ordinary, these core qualities were often lacking in many professional healers. He was not merely a blood-adding machine. He was analyzing the match, calculating. He turned to Lin Feng and asserted decisively, "It's him. This player, Xiaoshou Bingliang, is an excellent prospect." He contemplated. Find a way to get in touch with him. Target locked. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. No problem. Now that we know, it will be much easier. He took out his phone and walked to a corner of the training room. As a responsible landlord, His role extended beyond merely collecting rent. It was quite normal to know a few friends who could lend a helping hand. He dialed a number and communicated softly for a moment. Help me check an honor account named Xiao Shou Bing Liang in the regular zone. Yes, try to narrow down the common login range to the city, preferably to a specific area or near a school. Thanks, I'll treat you to dinner later. After hanging up, Lin Feng returned to Yi Xiu and gestured with his hand, indicating to wait for news and that it would come soon. Yi Xiu nodded and redirected his gaze to the screen, fixating on the unassuming priest character, Xiao Shou Bing Liang. With a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, the name Xiao Shou Bing Liang was quite fitting, exuding a sense of calmness. On the evening 2 days later, Lin Feng received a call. He moved to the window of the training room, muttering a few sounds before hanging up and nodding at Yi Xiu. I found it. The common login is in the city. Most likely, he is a university student. With the range narrowed down to near the city's Polytechnic University, Lin Feng lowered his voice. He should just have finished class and returned to his dormitory, likely online. Yi Xiu understood immediately and logged in with Jun Mo Xiao to the regular zone. Lin Feng also resumed his position, logging into his Qigong master Tian Yun. They opted not to search aimlessly in the arena or main city, as that would be inefficient. Dungeon. Yi Xiu stated succinctly. Understood, Lin Feng replied, comprehending the intent. For a player like Xiao Shou Bing Liang, who valued efficiency and data, if not in the arena, he would most likely be in a dungeon either making money by carrying others or farming materials or practicing skill proficiency. Yi Xiu opened the dungeon record leaderboard and quickly scanned through the recent records of mid to high-level dungeons. His gaze swiftly locked onto one name. Dark Forest. Level 50 dungeon, currently holding the third best record, with the priest Xiao Shou Bing Liang in the team. Yi Xiu clicked the mouse. This is it. He had just completed the record. He might be organizing his equipment or waiting for others. Jun Mo Xiao and Tian Yun immediately used the teleportation array to arrive at the entrance of the Dark Forest dungeon. Here, players bustled about, with incessant team invitations and sales pitches filling the air. Players dressed in various gear came and went, creating a lively atmosphere. Their character appearances were quite striking. Jun Mo Xiao's eclectic outfit and peculiar weapon were notable, and Tian Yun, due to Lin Feng's luck, was already adorned with 1 or 2 pieces of exceptionally rare gear that shimmered brightly, making him stand out in the crowd. As they appeared, they sparked a commotion among the surrounding players. Wow, is that Jun Mo Xiao from District 10? It's really him. What brings him here? And that must be Tian Yun, right? The lucky wealthy player? What are they here for? Are they aiming to break the dungeon record? Players murmured, many gathering around. Some out of curiosity, while others sought to issue team invitations. Yi Xiu and Lin Feng ignored the surrounding noise, their sharp gazes scanning the crowd. Soon, Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he spotted a solitary priest character standing in a relatively quiet corner near the dungeon entrance. His equipment was rather average, even somewhat shabby, with a purple cross in his hand. Yet, his positioning was strategic, allowing him to observe most of the situation at the dungeon entrance while being less likely to be bumped by hasty players. The character was Xiao Shou Bing Liang. He seemed to have just concluded a battle, quietly checking his equipment durability and consumables in his bag. Found him, Lin Feng communicated in the team channel. Yi Xiu responded, maneuvering Jun Mo Xiao to part the crowd and head directly toward that corner, with Tian Yun following closely behind. Players around them watched curiously, eager to discover what these two renowned figures intended to do. Xiao Shou Bing Liang evidently noticed the commotion, raising his head to see 2 well-equipped characters, radiating an aura that starkly contrasted with the surrounding environment, approaching him. He instinctively took a half-step back, gripping the cross in his hand, a classic defensive gesture. Jun Mo Xiao stopped 3 steps away from him, and a line of text appeared in the current channel. Current, Jun Mo Xiao. Xiao Shou Bing Liang? The priest in the corner seemed even more cautious, not responding immediately. Tian Yun stepped forward as well, speaking in the current channel. Current, Tian Yun, don't be nervous. We'd like to discuss something with you. Perhaps due to Tian Yun's recent appearances on forums alongside terms like wealthy and lucky, he did not appear to be a troublemaker, prompting Xiao Shou Bing Liang to relax slightly. Current, Xiao Shou Bing Liang. What is it? I don't provide leveling services. Buy gold or join guilds. His tone was flat, tinged with a sense of detachment, exuding an aura of don't bother me. Yi Xiu chuckled softly, directly addressing the topic at hand, his fingers flying over the keyboard as text swiftly appeared. Current, Jun Mo Xiao. I've watched your arena footage. You perform quite well. Your calculations are precise, your rhythm steady, and you do not overextend. Your vision of the overall situation is commendable. Xiao Shou Bing Liang seemed taken aback by the unexpected praise, especially given its specific and accurate nature, leading to a silence lasting several seconds. Current, Xiao Shou Bing Liang. Thank you. And then, current, Jun Mo Xiao. The downside is that your operational ceiling still has room for improvement. Your speed and reaction might not keep pace under intense pressure, and your equipment is a hindrance. This statement was both precise and incisive, akin to piercing through a veil. Xiaoshou Bing Liang's character froze in place, unable to refute it. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Yi Xiao did not afford him much time for contemplation. The next message appeared as if it were a bombshell. Current, Jun Mo Xiao. Are you interested in pursuing a professional career? Not only was Xiaoshou Bing Liang stunned, but the onlookers, eavesdropping on the conversation, were equally shocked. A professional career? Good heavens. Jun Mo Xiao is inviting someone to turn professional? Who is this Xiaoshou Bing Liang? I've never heard of him. Is the great master forming a team? Xiaoshou Bing Liang's character became utterly motionless, as if he had disconnected. One could only imagine the shock experienced by the person on the other side of the screen. After a full half-minute, the current channel finally displayed his response, laced with disbelief and skepticism. Current, Xiaoshou Bing Liang. Professional? Are you joking? Or is some guild pulling a new type of scam? Current, Jun Mo Xiao. I am not joking. This is a formal invitation. I am Yi Qiao, and I am in the process of forming the Xinxin team, aiming for next season's professional league. We need a healer, someone calm like you, capable of reading the game. Yi Qiao? The emergence of this name sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. Although the rumors of Jun Mo Xiao being Yi Xiao, had circulated widely, this was almost a definitive acknowledgement. Xiaoshou Bing Liang fell silent once more. The magnitude of the information required time for him to digest. At this moment, Lin Feng stepped forward, seizing the conversation. He knew it was his turn to take the stage. Current, Tian Yun. He is indeed Yi Xiao. I am Lin Feng, a partner in the team. We are well aware of your potential. The shortcomings you mentioned can be improved through training and high-level guidance within a professional framework. As for equipment, that is not an issue. His words were pragmatic and direct, followed by a more tangible proposition. Current, Tian Yun. If you are interested, we can offer you a contract. The benefits are generous, including meals and accommodation, with Yi Xiao and a team of experts providing personal guidance. We will address all your concerns. You only need to focus on enhancing your skills and competing. Finally, Lin Feng concluded with a classic, confident remark. Current, Tian Yun. Money is not a problem. Xiaoshou Bing Liang's character remained silent, yet everyone could sense the intense mental deliberation beneath that silence. Professional league, Yi Xiao's team, meals and accommodation, expert guidance. Money is not a problem. These phrases, when combined, were irresistibly tempting for a university student who was still in school, passionate about glory, yet acutely aware of his limitations. This was not merely an opportunity. It was a clear pathway to a higher stage, one that cleared almost all obstacles in his way. After a seemingly interminable pause of several seconds, just as everyone feared he might have truly disconnected, the current channel flickered to life once more. Current, Xiaoshou Bing Liang. I need proof. Prove that you are indeed Yi Xiao, and that you are truly forming a team, rather than playing a prank. Cautious and composed, even in the face of immense temptation, he maintained a questioning and verifying attitude. This quality only served to further please Yi Xiao and Lin Feng. Current, Jun Mo Xiao. Certainly. I will give you a channel number. You can join now to discuss. Yi Xiao promptly provided a voice channel number. Xiaoshou Bing Liang's character immediately reacted, sitting down in place to enter the channel and listen as Yi Xiao explained while showing a photo of him with Su Mu Cheng from the Jiashi team. Upon seeing the evidence, Xiaoshou Bing Liang's character stood up once more. His tone had noticeably shifted, though he still endeavored to maintain his composure. There was an unmistakable hint of suppressed excitement and seriousness woven into his words. Current, Xiaoshou Bing Liang. Master Yi Xiao, Mr. Lin Feng. Current, Jun Mo Xiao. Just call us by our names. Current, Xiaoshou Bing Liang. All right. Yi Xiao, Lin Feng. I believe you. I am very interested in your invitation. Yi Xiao and Lin Feng exchanged smiles. Current, Xiaoshou Bing Liang. However, I need some time to handle my school matters. Additionally, I would like to see the team situation in person. Current, Tian Yun. Of course. We welcome on-site visits. When would be convenient for you? Current, Xiaoshou Bing Liang. We begin our final exams next week. After the exams, I will have time during the winter break. Current, Jun Mo Xiao. That works. Please provide me with your contact information, and we can discuss the specifics of the time and place. Current, Xiaoshou Bing Liang. Okay. A stranger's number was sent by Xiaoshou Bing Liang in the current channel. Objective achieved. Yi Xiao noted the number and sent a friend request. Current, Jun Mo Xiao. Let us leave it at that for now. Focus on your exams, and reach out to us once they are finished. Xinxin looks forward to your joining. Current, Tian Yun. All travel expenses, meals, and accommodation will be covered. Just contact me upon your arrival. Current, Xiaoshou Bing Liang. All right. Thank you. I will handle my matters as quickly as possible. His tone finally revealed a hint of youthful anticipation and excitement. Yi Xiao and Tian Yun said no more, turning to leave the bustling entrance area of the dungeon. Behind them stood Xiao Bing Liang, still in place, as if still processing this unexpected opportunity and the envious discussions of the surrounding players. Chapter 29. The foundation of the guild Wu Chun. The morning sunlight streamed through the slats of the blinds on the second floor of the Xinxin Internet CAF, casting alternating stripes of light and shadow across the table. Lin Feng, holding a cup of freshly brewed coffee, gazed out at the street, which was gradually becoming lively. The city's mornings always carried a leisurely rhythm. At the corner, a breakfast stall was bustling with a steady queue, the proprietress skillfully packaging soy milk and fried dough sticks. The steaming mist noticeably rising in the crisp air. Yi Xiao emerged from the lounge, yawning, his hair disheveled, and his eyes half closed, appearing as though he had not yet awakened. He settled into the chair next to Lin Feng, slumping over the table. Good morning. Lin Feng pushed a cup of freshly brewed coffee toward him. Did you stay up all night again? Yi Xiao barely lifted his head, sipping the coffee and wincing from the heat. I was reviewing the match footage of various teams. I need to prepare in advance. Lin Feng nodded slightly, taking a sip of his coffee. Outside the window, a bus arrived, and passengers crowded together before dispersing in different directions. This mundane scene suddenly made him realize that their team-building efforts needed to accelerate. Speaking of which, Lin Feng set down his coffee cup. We are increasingly well-staffed, but the guild remains a significant issue. For now, our temporary coordination is manageable, yet to effectively manage the entire guild, we require more specialized individuals. Yi Xiao rubbed his eyes, becoming slightly more alert. Do you have suitable candidates? Do you remember Wu Chun from the Wuji team? Lin Feng inquired. After Wuji disbanded last year, he returned to his hometown. I've inquired and learned that he is currently working as a clerk in a small company. So he hasn't completely left the glory circle. Yi Xiao pondered for a moment. That Wu Chun, his skills are commendable, and he has a good hand at leading teams. Wuji's performance in the challenge tournaments was noteworthy. Although they did not advance, the guild was quite well structured. It was precisely due to him that such a small team could hold its ground in resource contention. Lin Feng took out his phone. I believe it is time to reach out to him. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. Now, it is only 7:30 in the morning. Lin Feng chuckled. Those who truly love glory should already be awake at this hour. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the city, Wu Chun was squeezed into the morning rush hour subway. One hand grasped the handrail while the other scrolled through the glory forum on his phone. The carriage was packed, with a lang of odors that made it hard to breathe. Upon exiting the station, he purchased a jianbing guozi from a breakfast stall next to his company, eating as he walked. The job at this small company was a monotonous 9-to-5, stable yet dull, contrasting sharply with his previous life in esports. When he arrived at the office, it was still early, with only the cleaning lady mopping the floor. Wu Chun opened his computer, habitually clicking on the glory icon. But he did not log in. Instead, he stared blankly at the login screen. Since Wuji disbanded, he rarely logged into the game. It was not that he disliked it, but rather he feared that memories would resurface. Those teammates who once fought alongside him had now scattered in different directions. Some had changed careers. Others joined different teams as substitutes, and some had completely vanished into the masses. Ding dong. A private message notification pulled him back from his reverie. It was a message from Glory Assistant, sent by an unfamiliar Tianyan. Wu Chun furrowed his brow. He had a vague recollection of this name. Having seen related posts on the forum recently, it was said that they were a newcomer from District 10, breaking numerous records alongside Jun Mo Xiao. He opened the message. Hello, Mr. Wu Chun. I am Lin Feng from the Xinxin team. I have long admired your reputation. I understand that you are currently not in the professional scene, which is truly unfortunate. We are in the process of forming a new team and urgently require an experienced guild manager such as yourself. Would it be possible to have a conversation? Wu Chun hesitated for a moment. Xinxin team? He had not heard of them. Moreover, with so many scams these days, who could tell whether this was a pyramid scheme? He responded cautiously. Thank you for your interest, but I have retired and currently have a stable job. Almost immediately, the reply came. I understand your concerns. However, Xinxin is a legitimately registered professional team, and our captain is Yi Xiao, now known as Yi Xiao. We are preparing for the upcoming season's challenge tournament and urgently need talents like you. Wu Chun's hand trembled slightly. Yi Xiao? The god of fighting, Yi Xiao? He steadied himself and replied, how can you prove it? 5 minutes later, his phone rang. It was a number from the city. Wu Chun hesitated, then walked to the stairwell to answer the call. Mr. Wu Chun? Hello, I am Lin Feng, the one who messaged you earlier. The voice on the other end was youthful yet steady. I apologize for disturbing you at this early hour. Leaning against the wall, Wu Chun cautiously asked. You say your team has Yi Xiao? Hasn't he retired? Yes, but he has returned, now using his real name, Yi Xiao. Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of amusement. If you require proof, I can have him speak with you right now. However, he may not be fully awake yet, considering he was reviewing game footage until the early hours. The casualness of the statement eased some of Wu Chun's suspicions. If this were a scam, they would not weave such a realistic detail. Why are you seeking me? Wu Chen inquired. I have been out of the professional scene for over a year. Lin Feng's tone seemed to carry a smile. Precisely because you have been away for over a year, we have a better chance of inviting you. I have reviewed your guild management data from your time in Wuji. Your resource allocation efficiency ranked in the top 3 among all small and medium-sized teams, which is quite remarkable. Wu Chen was taken aback. Such data was not publicly available. For them to obtain it indicated they had substantial connections. Wuji has already disbanded. Wu Chen's voice grew somber. That was not your fault, Lin Feng replied sincerely. I watched the matches. Wuji's elimination was largely due to individual player capabilities and the team's financial issues, rather than guild logistics. In contrast, achieving such results under extreme resource scarcity only highlights your competence. Wu Chen fell silent for a moment. The sounds of the subway station's announcements faintly echoed, reminding him that the rush hour was about to begin. What can you offer? He eventually asked. On the other end, Lin Feng appeared to be well prepared. Firstly, regarding salary. We can offer a base salary of 20,000 per month, in addition to performance bonuses and year-end dividends, with an expected annual income of around 400,000. Furthermore, we provide meals and accommodation, or an additional housing allowance. You will become the head of the Xingxin Guild, directly accountable to the team management, overseeing guild development, resource collection, intelligence work, and logistical support. Wu Chen held his breath. This compensation far exceeded his current salary, even surpassing what he earned during his time in Wuji. Why such a high offer? He couldn't help but ask. Because we understand the guild's importance to the team, Lin Feng stated earnestly. Both Yishio and I believe that a strong guild is the foundation of a team. We need professionals to build this foundation. Wu Chen's heart raced. He glanced at the time. There were 20 minutes left before work. The sounds of colleagues beginning to move through the corridor filled the air, chatting about last night's television dramas and today's weather. Everything felt so distant, yet so near to the glorious world he once knew. I need to think it over, said Wu Chen, his voice slightly hoarse. Lin Feng, understanding, replied, of course. However, if you are interested, we would be delighted to have you visit the city first. All expenses will be covered. Just consider it a chance to make a friend. After hanging up the phone, Wu Chen stood in the stairwell for a long while. Outside the window, the city's sky was overcast, mirroring his current mood. Throughout the day, Wu Chen was distracted at work, making several mistakes in the documents. During his lunch break, he couldn't resist searching for information about the Xingxin team, but found very little. However, Jun Mo Xiao and Tian Yun were quite renowned in District 10, with numerous forum discussions about them. Upon returning home from work, Wu Chen habitually opened the Glory client, but hesitated to log in. His gaze fell upon a photo frame on the bookshelf, showcasing the last group picture of the Wuji team. Everyone in the photograph wore forced smiles, aware that the team was about to disband. Yet their eyes still sparkled with hope for the future. He sighed, about to shut down his computer when suddenly a friend request popped up, Jun Mo Xiao. Wu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He clicked to accept, and the other party immediately sent a message. Wu Chen, this is Yishio. Simple and straightforward. With no unnecessary embellishments, it perfectly embodied the legendary Yishio's style. I heard Lin Feng reached out to you. Yishio continued. Xingxin truly needs a professional like you. Building a guild is no trivial matter, and both he and I cannot spare too much energy. Wu Chen's fingers trembled slightly. Are you really planning to form a team and return to the league? Of course, Yishio replied swiftly, not just returning, but aiming for the championship. So how about it? Are you interested in joining us? Wu Chen stared at the screen, unsure how to respond. Just then, his phone rang again. It was still Lin Feng. Mr. Wu Chen, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Lin Feng's voice remained polite. I just spoke with Yishio. And if you are willing to join us, we can start with a 3-month probation period, during which your salary will remain unchanged. If you find it unsuitable, you can leave at any time, and we will provide you with compensation. This statement completely moved Wu Chen. Not only did they offer generous terms, but they also considered his concerns, a sincerity rarely seen in the professional realm. May I ask where the team's funding comes from? Wu Chen inquired, as such compensation did not seem typical for a new team. On the other end, Lin Feng chuckled. I am one of the team's investors and own some properties in the city. To put it simply, we are financially secure. Our training base is on the 2nd floor of the Xingxin Internet CAF, equipped with top-notch facilities. If you decide to join us, I can send you some photos of the environment to review. Wu Chen took a deep breath, looking out the window. The night scenery of the city was not dazzling, yet it exuded a warm sense of stability. The opportunity presented on the other end of the line was a chance to return to the world of glory, an unknown challenge. I will need a week to handle my resignation procedures, he finally said. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by Lin Feng's barely concealed joy. Wonderful. Welcome to Xingxin. You will not regret this decision. After hanging up, Wu Chen remained in a state of exhilaration for quite some time. He logged back into glory, and for the first time in a year, He proactively clicked on the guild management interface, his fingers gently tapping on the keyboard as if he had never left. The next day, Wu Chen submitted his resignation to the company. His supervisor was surprised and attempted to dissuade him, but seeing his resolve, ultimately approved it. A week later, Wu Chen boarded the high-speed train to the city. The train sped along, the scenery outside shifting from urban landscapes to fields and back again to cities. His laptop was open, displaying the preliminary plan for the Xing Xian Guild's development sent by Lin Feng. Upon arriving in the city, Lin Feng personally greeted him at the station. To Wu Chen's surprise, this investor appeared very young, looking no older than 25, dressed simply in jeans and a jacket, hardly resembling a wealthy magnate. "Welcome to the city," Lin Feng said with a smile, taking over Wu Chen's luggage. "Yi Xiao is waiting for you at the base. He said he wants to spar with you to see if you're still sharp." Wu Chen chuckled. He might be disappointed. "I've been practicing quite a bit lately." Outside the train window, the cityscape rushed past. Wu Chen gazed at this unfamiliar city, a surge of long-lost passion welling up within him. Upon reaching the Xing Xian Internet CAF, Wu Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had expected a grand, professional venue, but it turned out to be an ordinary Internet CAF. Yet, ascending to the second floor completely changed his perspective. Professional training rooms, state-of-the-art equipment, and tactical analysis rooms were all available. A stark contrast to the atmosphere of the CF below. Yi Xiao was indeed waiting for him, a cigarette in his mouth. "Already logged into the game. You arrived just in time. I just found a wild map about to respawn. How about a warm-up match?" Wu Chen set down his luggage. Smiling, "Sure, let me see just how formidable the legendary Yi Xiao truly is." Lin Feng watched as the two quickly got into the zone, smiling with satisfaction. He moved to the window and sent a message to Chen Guo. "The person has been picked up. The guild leader is in place." Outside, the sun was setting, and the lights were beginning to twinkle. Another piece of the Xing Xian team puzzle had fallen into place. Wu Chen swiftly immersed himself in work. That evening, he devised a guild development plan based on the circumstances of District 10, including recruitment standards, resource allocation strategies, and competitive tactics. "We need to prioritize nurturing a core group of members." Wu Chen pointed to the table he had created, addressing Lin Feng and Yi Xiao. "Not just casual fans, but truly skilled and reliable players. I can bring over a few from Wu Ji's old team. They are experienced and trustworthy." Yi Xiao nodded. "You are more adept in this area than we are. Feel free to take the lead." Lin Feng added, "Don't worry about funding. We shouldn't skimp on the benefits that need to be provided. We need to establish the guild's cohesion." The three continued their discussion late into the night. The table cluttered with draft papers and takeout boxes. It had been a long time since Wu Chen felt such a sense of trust, importance, and responsibility. This feeling, more than any high salary, could truly touch a former esports player. By the time they finalized the preliminary plan, it was already 2 in the morning. Wu Chen stood at the entrance of Xingxin Internet Cafe, inhaling the cool night air. The city's night sky appeared far clearer than that of the metropolis, revealing a handful of twinkling stars. His phone vibrated, signaling a new message from Lin Feng. "Tomorrow, I will take you to see the accommodation. It's just a 10-minute walk from here. You've worked hard today, make sure to rest well." Wu Chen replied with a simple thank you, and then gazed up at the starry sky, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He had finally returned back to this exhilarating world. Meanwhile, on the second floor of Xingxin Internet Cafe, Lin Feng and Yi Xiao remained seated in front of their computers. "Now we have someone to oversee the guild." Yi Xiao stretched lazily, "which will save us quite a bit of trouble." Lin Feng nodded, his gaze lingering on the project proposal drafted by Wu Chen. "He is a rare talent. We are fortunate." "It's your keen insight that is commendable," Yi Xiao chuckled. Then suddenly recalled something. "By the way, and when you is on break these 2 days, he mentioned wanting to come for a visit." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Perfect timing. Let Wu Chen meet his future teammates. The synergy between healers and guild managers is crucial. Outside, a night bus passed, its headlights casting fleeting shadows against the wall of the cafe before returning to tranquility. Chapter 30, Xingxin Guild. The seat of the European monarch. The morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, and the old district of the city remained shrouded in a gossamer veil of haze. The sign of Xingxin Internet Cafe appeared somewhat dim in the morning light, yet the training room on the second floor was brightly lit. Wu Chen had arrived early. Seated before 3 monitors, one displaying the map of Glory's 10th district, another featuring the guild management backend, and the last filled with densely packed spreadsheets. Beside him sat a cup of coffee, now cold, and a stack of paper filled with notes. "Working so early?" Lin Feng yawned as he entered the training room. Carrying a bag of breakfast he had just purchased. "Try this. I had them add extra cilantro to the pancakes from Old Wang's downstairs." Wu Chen finally lifted his gaze from the screen, rubbing his tired eyes. "We need to make haste. Today, Blood Gunner Yage will respawn. Marking the first large-scale operation since the establishment of the Xingxin Guild, we cannot afford any mistakes." Yi Xiao sauntered in, his hair tousled as if he had just been dragged from his bed. He casually snatched a pancake from Lin Feng's hand, mumbling, "What is the rush? It's just a wild map." "It's not merely a wild map," Wu Qin replied earnestly. "This is the debut of the Xingxin Guild, and our success or failure will directly influence our reputation in the 10th district and our ability to recruit. Other major guilds will surely interfere, and they might even collaborate against us." Lin Feng nodded, handing Wu Qin a pancake. "Wu Gu is right. We must perform splendidly in today's battle." The training room gradually filled with lively chatter. Tang Rou, Bao Zi, and Xiao Yifan arrived in succession, each wearing a serious expression. Even Bao Zi, typically the most boisterous, quietly consumed his breakfast, his eyes glued to the game interface on the screen. At exactly 9 o'clock, Wu Qin stood up and clapped his hands. "Everyone, we will assemble in the meeting room in 10 minutes for a pre-battle briefing." The small meeting room quickly filled with people. Wu Qin sketched the terrain map of Blood Gunner Yage's respawn point on the whiteboard, meticulously explaining possible scenarios and strategies. Based on past data, Yage was most likely to respawn in the southern part of the Dark Forest, an area characterized by complex terrain and dense trees. Conducive to ambushes, but also vulnerable to counter-ambushes. Wu Chun's marker glided across the whiteboard. The 3 major guilds will undoubtedly lay plans in advance. "We must be prepared for a tough fight." Leaning against the wall, Yi Xiu interjected, "Don't forget that small guilds and casual players will also come to join the fray. While they may fight solo, their numbers can become a nuisance. Thus, we need to advance in waves." Wu Chun continued, "The front line will be led by Jun Mo Xiao and Tian Yun, responsible for the main assault and command. The second line will be led by Han Yen Rou, Bao Zi Ru Qin, and Yi Yuan Hui, tasked with providing cover and clearing the area. The third line consists of ordinary members, who will engage other guilds on the periphery." Lin Feng added, "Remember, our primary goal is to secure the area, not to kill. Unless absolutely necessary, we should avoid direct confrontation with other guilds." Bao Zi raised his hand to ask, "What if they attack us first? Then we retaliate with full force." Yi Xiu replied nonchalantly, prompting a ripple of laughter in the meeting room, lightening the atmosphere considerably. Wu Chun concluded with emphasis, "The most important thing is to follow commands. The battlefield is ever-changing. I will coordinate from the rear, but frontline commands will be the responsibility of Tian Yun and Jun Mo Xiao. Their orders must be executed immediately." The group responded in unison. At 10:23 in the morning, a multitude of players had gathered in the southern part of the Dark Forest. The teams from various guilds occupied advantageous positions, while casual players clustered in 2s and 3s within the trees, awaiting an opportunity to capitalize. The elite teams from Lanchi Pavilion, Zhong Chaodang, and Baki Xiongtu occupied the central area, maintaining a delicate distance from one another, vigilant, yet tacitly excluding other factions. "Xingxin has arrived," someone shouted, instantly heightening the tension in the forest. A neatly organized team emerged from the woodland path, all adorned with the distinctive Xingxin prefix. Leading the charge were the recently renowned Jun Mo Xiao and Tian Yun, followed closely by Han Yen Rou, Bao Zi Ru Qin, Yi Yuan Hui, and other skilled players. "Oh, how lively!" Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Xiao stepped forward, his voice resonating through the game's voice chat. "Are you all having a meeting?" The leader of Lanchi Pavilion, Deng Huayi, sneered. "Xingxin? A small guild that has never been heard of thinks it can partake in the spoils." Lin Feng's Tian Yun stepped forward, his tone calm, yet authoritative. "Whether we are a small guild or not, you'll find out soon enough." Before his words could fully settle, a system announcement abruptly appeared. Blood Gunner Yage has respawned in the southern part of the Dark Forest. Almost simultaneously, all guild teams sprang into action. Lanchi Pavilion. "Follow me. Control the left flank." Zhong Chaodang. "Prepare ranged attacks. Focus fire." Baqi Xiongtu. "Advance head-on. Priests follow closely." Amidst the chaos, only the Xingxin team maintained their orderly formation. Lin Feng's voice resonated clearly and calmly in the team channel. "Attention everyone. Proceed according to the predetermined plan. Jun Mo Xiao will lead a squad to infiltrate from the left flank. Han Yen Rou will provide cover on the right. Yi Yuan Hui will prepare the ghost formation. And Bao Zi, follow me." Wu Chun, stationed in the command center at the rear, focused intently on multiple screens, continually issuing directives. The 3rd Regiment. "Move 30 coordinates southeast to block the reinforcement route of Zhong Chaotang." The 2nd Regiment. "Be aware, a squad of scattered players is gathering behind you. They might be the Alts of Baqi Xiongtu. Send 5 to keep an eye on them." In the center of the battlefield, the Blood Gunner Yagu frantically wielded his long spear, unleashing arcs of crimson light that swiftly cleared a section of players. The elites of various guilds dodged attacks while scheming against one another, creating utter chaos. At that moment, the team from Xing Xian suddenly sprang into action. Jun Mo Zhao's Qianji Sen transformed unpredictably, carving a bloody path through the crowd. Han Yen Rou's battle spear surged forth like a dragon from the sea, expertly repelling each approaching adversary. Bao Zi's rogue style was bizarre, appearing in the most unexpected places, and Ecun Hui's ghost formation fell precisely, restricting the enemy's movements. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's Tian Yun stood resolutely at the center of the team, issuing commands with clarity and decisiveness. Third team, pay attention. There are 3 Blue Creek Pavilion players chanting at your 10 o'clock. Interrupt them. The healing team, retreat 5 positions. There's a bush that can obscure your line of sight. Baozi, do not chase too deep. Come back. There's an ambush on the right. Ecun Hui, place the next ghost formation at 175, 283. What was most astonishing was the chilling precision of Lin Feng's every command, as if he could foresee the future. His judgments regarding enemy positions and skill predictions were so accurate, they were nearly unbelievable. Wow, is Tianyun hacking? A player from Zhongchao Tang couldn't help but comment in the guild channel. How does he know we have an ambush here? Deng Hua's expression darkened. Stop the chatter. Everyone focus fire on Tianyun. Take him down first. In an instant, countless skills surged towards Tianyun. However, just at that critical moment, a massive energy shield suddenly enveloped Tianyun, deflecting all incoming attacks. Simultaneously, Jun Mo Zhao's figure appeared like a phantom behind the Blue Creek Pavilion, transforming the Qianji sand into a spear and swiftly eliminating 2 spellcasters who were chanting. Impressive. Wu Chen couldn't help but marvel from the rear. The coordination was impeccable. The battle escalated into a fevered intensity. The health of Blood Gunner Ye Ge continuously dwindled, and the competition among the guilds grew fiercer. Although Xing Xian was outnumbered, under Lin Feng's precise command and the exceptional performance of the team members, they gradually seized control of the situation. Only 10 health left. Everyone prepare. Lin Feng's voice remained calm as he directed, Jun Mo Xiao, draw the aggro, Han Yen Ro. Prepare to unleash. Ecun Hui, do not cease the ghost formation. Healing team, heal vigorously. Just then, Bachi Xiong Tu suddenly launched a full-scale assault. All elites charging forward, evidently aiming to snatch the final blow through sheer numbers. Right on time. Lin Feng smirked. Baozi, lead your squad to flank them and disrupt their formation. Ecun Hui, place an ice formation at 192, 305. Jun Mo Xiao, prepare to take over. Commands flowed one after another, and the members of Xing Xian executed them flawlessly. Baozi's rogue squad pierced into the flank of Ba Qi Xiong Tu like a dagger, instantly causing confusion. Ecun Hui's ice formation landed precisely in the path of Ba Qi Xiong Tu's advance, significantly slowing their momentum. While Jun Mo Xiao steadfastly maintained the aggro, the last drops of blood for Ye Ge were plummeting rapidly. 531 now? Lin Feng commanded, everyone focus fire. With a single order, all firepower was unleashed. Blood Gunner Ye Ge let out a furious roar, his colossal form crashing to the ground. The world channel fell silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous cheers and curses. System announcement. Congratulations to Xing Xian Guild for successfully defeating Blood Gunner Ye Ge. We won. We won. Baozi was the first to leap up in celebration in the training room. Tang Ro let out a long breath, her face breaking into a rare smile. Xiao Yifan silently clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Even the typically composed Yi Xiu slightly lifted the corners of his mouth. However, the most thrilling part was yet to come, the looting phase. All eyes were fixed on Tianyun. It is well known that drops in glory are random, but the quality and quantity are influenced by the team that delivers the final blow. Moreover, the choice of who loots directly affects the quality of the drops. Tianyun, hurry and loot the corpse. Guild members in the channel urged eagerly. Lin Feng smiled, guiding Tianyun towards the body. Yet, instead of looting immediately, he announced in the team channel, today's first battle was splendid. I will grant everyone an additional reward. With that, he randomly selected a name from the guild member list. You, the one called Xing Xing, come loot the corpse. The channel erupted in a flurry of excitement. The chosen player appeared startled, timidly asking, me can I? Of course, Lin Feng replied. Today, you are our lucky star. Under the gaze of all, the small player cautiously approached the corpse and nervously clicked to loot. The next moment, a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky. System announcement. Player Xing Xing has obtained the drop from Blood Gunner Ye Ge, Blood Red Long Spear, Orange Weapon, 3 Blood Condensation Pearls, Ye Ge's Revenge Soul, Rare Material, Dark Bloodline Cloak, Purple Equipment. A series of system prompts flooded the screen, totaling 8 items, including an orange weapon and 3 pieces of purple equipment. The entire arena fell silent for a full 5 seconds before erupting into a cacophony of astonishment. Wow, an orange weapon, 3 Blood Condensation Pearls. This luck is off the charts. Rare material. ISNT this used for crafting silver weapons? What kind of outrageous luck did Xing Xian just experience? Even the members of the 3 major guilds were left dumbfounded. After years of hunting in the wild, they had never seen such bountiful drops. The fortunate little star, named in the announcement, was so excited that she stammered. I really touched it? Am I not dreaming? Lin Feng chuckled in the channel. I told you. You are today's lucky star. All right. All members participating in this operation will receive rewards based on their contributions, along with an additional 20 guild points as a bonus. Instantly, the channel was inundated with cheers for Tianyan Laoda and praises for Xingxin. In the training room, Wu Chun gazed at the back-end statistics. Unable to suppress his astonishment. The drop rate is exceedingly abnormal, Lin Feng. Your luck is truly remarkable. Yi Xiao interjected lazily. You'll get used to it. This fellow's luck has always been outrageous. Lin Feng merely smiled, offering no further explanation. Checking the time, he said, All right, let us wrap up the celebrations. Wu Gu. Arrange for someone to tally the gains, prioritizing the silver weapon development needs of the team members. Others, take a 10-minute break, then we shall proceed to the next target. Wu Chen promptly replied, Understood. I've already arranged it. The materials we collected will be stored directly in the guild warehouse, and equipment will be distributed according to contributions. Additionally, I've noticed that several players from the 3 major guilds have applied to join us post-battle, likely attracted by this fight and the substantial rewards. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. Oh, they've begun poaching already? Quite swift indeed. Wu Chun adjusted his glasses. Talent acquisition is a vital aspect of guild development. Especially players with battle experience. They can be cultivated more swiftly. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. In this regard, Wu Gu, you are the expert. Feel free to proceed. However, do ensure a thorough vetting to prevent any infiltrators from rival guilds. Rest assured, I have experience, Wu Chen replied confidently. In the ensuing days, Xingxin Guild surged forward with remarkable momentum. Under Lin Feng's auspicious guidance and precise command, they consecutively conquered several wilderness maps, reaping substantial rewards. Even more astonishing was their consistent fortune in looting, with one instance yielding 2 orange weapons, astonishing the entirety of District 10. The reputation of Xingxin Guild skyrocketed. With a continuous influx of players eager to join, Wu Chun was kept exceedingly busy, yet wore a perpetual smile of satisfaction. For a guild manager like him, nothing was more gratifying than witnessing the growth of the guild he oversaw. However, a towering tree attracts the wind. The rapid ascent of Xingxin naturally drew the keen attention of the major guilds. 1 week later, Lin Feng received an urgent communication from Wu Chen. Lin Feng, we have a situation. I've just received news that the 3 major guilds may join forces against us. Lin Feng was not surprised. Finally unable to sit still? A bit later than I anticipated. Yet, Wu Chen's tone was serious. This time is different. They are said to have reached a temporary agreement to jointly suppress us before competing internally. Tomorrow, when the skeleton warriors respawn, it is likely to be their first move. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Perfect timing. I was just lamenting the lack of an opportunity to test the true strength of our guild. Wu Chen was taken aback. Do you have a plan? Of course, Lin Feng replied confidently. Since they wish to play hardball, we shall indulge them. Spread the word. Everyone must log in tomorrow. We are going to teach these veteran guilds a lesson. After ending the communication, Lin Feng gazed out the window. Beneath the night sky of the city, neon lights flickered, and traffic flowed like a river. Tomorrow would bring another fierce battle. Yet for some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Turning back to the computer, Lin Feng logged into the game. The figure of Tianyun appeared on the glory continent. The characters Xingxin shining prominently under the moonlight. In the guild channel, members were fervently discussing the day's rewards and tomorrow's plans. The vibrant energy and fighting spirit inspired every individual. Lin Feng smiled slightly and typed a line in the channel. Tomorrow we continue. Let glory remember our names. The channel was instantly flooded with cheers and responses. Chapter 31. Encirclement and counterattack. The frontline canyon of District 10 has always been a place of both affection and loathing for players. The allure lies in its unique scenery, where reddish-brown jagged rocks intertwine, outlining numerous narrow passages and hidden caves, making it an excellent location for exploration and completing specific tasks. The disdain arises from the area's overly complex terrain, which makes it easy to get lost and even easier to be ambushed. In the words of the glory players, it is a natural haven for thugs. Today, this sacred ground is particularly lively. An elite team from Xingxin Guild, comprising around 30 individuals, was taking a brief respite on a relatively open gravel beach in the middle of the canyon. They had just successfully seized a low-level wilderness map, the Rock Wave Manao Pan, which, although not formidable, yielded materials crucial for Xingxin's current development. The atmosphere within the team was quite relaxed, as they excitedly discussed the miraculous looting feat of Tianyan Laoda that had just occurred. Our leader's luck is unparalleled. Another rare material. Of course, otherwise. How could we call him Tianyan? Following Tianyan Laoda and Jun Mo Xiao Laoda, one could feast without end. The characters of Lin Feng, Tianyun, and Yi Xiao, Jun Mo Xiao, stood together, one a chi master in flowing robes, the other in a mix-and-match of equipment. Becoming the focal point of the team, Yi Xiu's voice came through the headset, laced with a hint of languor but distinctly reaching Lin Feng and several team leaders. Don't just revel in the moment, Baozi. What about the sentry you were supposed to place? Fear not, boss. Within a 50-meter radius, not even a single female fly could pass without my notice. Baozi Ruqin's confident voice rang out, accompanied by an exaggerated pawing gesture from his character. There were no flies in the canyon. Xiao Yifan, Itsu and Hui, quietly corrected him, his tone as earnest as ever. Oh, as long as the meaning is conveyed, that is sufficient. Baozi dismissed the correction nonchalantly. Lin Feng chuckled, maneuvering Tianyan to survey the surroundings. The reddish-brown rock walls appeared silent and oppressive under the game's lighting effects, with some dark openings high above obscured from view. He spoke, Old Yi, this place is too quiet. We just fought, yet there's not a single scavenger around. It seems illogical. Indeed, Yi Xiu replied. Once the meat is consumed, the wolves will surely catch wind of it. And I fear it won't be just one or two. The two exchanged knowing glances. Recently, Xingxin has been in the spotlight, dominating the leaderboard and seizing resources in the wilderness with fervor, causing other guilds to harbor considerable frustration. It was almost a foregone conclusion that a coordinated offensive would be launched against them, this time in the number 3 canyon. Their objectives included both seizing opportunities and laying traps. Brothers, it's time to move, Yi Xiu typed in the team channel, directing the formation to spread out. With healers positioned centrally, ranged attackers at the back, and melee fighters guarding the flanks. Gradually, they advanced along the number 3 canyon passage. Most members of the elite team were seasoned veterans selected by Wu Chun or players with a strong allegiance to Xingxin, exhibiting remarkable execution. The team swiftly transitioned from a disorganized state to a coordinated movement. Just as they entered the narrower section of the number 3 canyon, unexpected turmoil erupted. Explosive bursts of dazzling magical light and arrows cascaded down from the high cliffs and boulders on either side, targeting the core of their formation, Tianyan and Jun Mo Xiao. An ambush. The team channel erupted in cries of alarm. Calm down. Yi Xiu's voice remained steady, even carrying the casual undertone of someone taking a puff from a cigarette. Adhering to the plan. A split second before the attack descended, Lin Feng's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Tianyan clapped his palms together and thrust forward with force. Sky Cannon. A powerful blast of psychic energy surged forth, not aimed at any specific enemy, but slamming into a rock wall to the left front of the team. The immense force not only deflected the incoming arrows but also shattered debris, creating a brief smoke screen that obscured the view of the ambushers. Simultaneously, Lin Feng flicked his mouse, Tianyan spun half around, and his right hand traced an arc in the air. Psychic Shield. A semi-transparent, swirling protective barrier instantly enveloped him, Jun Mo Xiao, and several key allies. The barrage of attacks rained down, creating ripples across the shield, yet failing to breach the defense immediately. Wow, there are so many, a team member exclaimed. From the heights on both sides, a multitude of player characters emerged, their guild names prominently displayed as Baki Xiongtu, Wanqigo, and Zhangkeatang. The 3 major guilds had indeed joined forces, and judging by their numbers, at least 5 elite teams had arrived, totaling over 100, more than triple that of Xingxin. The Baki Xiongtu team is advancing, a sharp-eyed member shouted. In front of the passage, a dozen heavily armored warriors with shields advanced steadily like a wall of steel, followed by a throng of damage dealers and healers. Meanwhile, the swordsmen and mages of Lanqigu were positioned on the right high ground, while Zhangkeatang's mages began their incantations on the left. The assault came like a torrential storm, swiftly engulfing Xingxin's small contingent. Fortunately, Yi Xiu had commanded them to spread out in advance, averting a total annihilation from concentrated fire, yet the situation remained perilous. Quite the spectacle, Yi Xiu remarked nonchalantly. Old Lin, your shield was timely. Less chatter. I'll handle the left. I'll take a look at the right, Lin Feng responded, his fingers clattering on the keyboard. The cooldown on the psychic skills of the Chi Master was relatively short, but against such dense firepower, the shield would not hold for long. Understood. Yi Xiu replied with a smile. Jun Mo Xiao's 1,000-machine umbrella transformed instantly into a mechanical box, which launched a small robot towards the left high ground where Zhangkeatang's mages were clustered, interrupting several incantations. All squads split up, groups 2 and 3. To that depression on the right high ground, quickly. Groups 1 and 4, follow me. We shall confront Baki Xiongtu. Yi Xiu swiftly issued commands in the team channel. Xingxin's team erupted like fireworks, rapidly dividing into several factions, utilizing the complex terrain to evade and counterattack. They could not remain static, as that would render them easy targets. Boss Tianyan, what about us? A group of 7 or 8 players, including Baozi and Yukuowi, followed Lin Feng, struggling to lift their heads under the firepower from Lanqiji's right high ground. What about us? Lin Feng glanced at the progress bar indicating the shield's imminent collapse. His gaze sharpening. We shall deliver them a grand gift. At the moment the shield shattered, he commanded, Baozi, Yinyu, throw into the largest opening on the right high ground. Got it. Without hesitation, Baozi launched a smoke bomb that arced perfectly into the opening. Instantly, the area was engulfed in smoke, severely obscuring the vision of Lan Shiji's ranged attackers. Yifan, understood. Xiao Yifan maneuvered Yukuo, swinging his blade to quietly lay down an ice field at the edge of the smoke. As Lin Feng's Tianyun dashed out the instant the shield vanished. He did not retreat, but instead surged forward into the firepower from the right high ground. Dragon Wave, a wave of condensed psychic energy, surged forth. While not a high-damage skill, its impact was substantial, forcing several Lan Shigu players attempting to flank through the smoke back. On the high ground, the leader of Lan Shigu, an experienced swordsman, quickly discerned Xingxin's intentions. They aim to break through? Focus fire on that Qi master. Eliminate him. Instantly, over a dozen skills hurtled toward Tianyun, fireballs, ice arrows, bullets, and sword energy, threatening to engulf him. All Xingxin members witnessing this scene felt their hearts leap to their throats. In this critical moment, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. His left pinky deftly slid across the keyboard to press a custom shortcut. Source Flow Jade Pendant. Activating self-created silver weapon effect. Tianyun's arms shimmered with brilliant psychic energy. He did not employ any attacking skills, but instead slammed his palms against the ground. Psychic Shield. A smaller, yet denser psychic barrier materialized, shielding several evading Xingxin members behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The majority of the attacks struck the frontal psychic shield, dazzling light flashing violently, yet it steadfastly withstood the onslaught. The shield at the side and rear also obstructed scattered area damage. What the hell? The strength of this energy shield seems rather unusual. The swordsman from Lanchi Pavilion nearly bulged his eyes out in disbelief. What kind of maneuver is this? This is not a system skill. Rather, it is Lin Feng leveraging the special effect of the Inwu Yupei to significantly enhance the effect of the next energy type skill, which has a lengthy cooldown, and executing an extreme level of micromanipulation, simultaneously determining two distinct areas for skill release, creating a defensive technique akin to dual-line operations. Although it demands an extreme amount of dexterity and energy, and cannot be sustained for long, at this moment, its effect is unparalleled. This sudden, counterintuitive energy shield not only blocked the deadly concentrated fire, but also left the players of Lanchi Pavilion momentarily stunned and their attacks halted. This brief pause was more than sufficient for Yishio. Now is the time. The figure of Jun Mo Xiao emerged like a specter, suddenly charging out from a shadow. He utilized the gap and smoke created by Lin Feng, taking cover behind the ice formation, and silently circled around to a small platform on the flanking side of Lanchi Pavilion's high ground. The Qianji umbrella transformed into a gun form. The Guilin machine gun. A dull gunshot rang out, and an elemental mage from the Lanchi Pavilion team, who was in the midst of casting a large spell, fell to the ground in response. The umbrella morphed once more, taking on a sword form. Silver Light's descending blade. Jun Mo Xiao plunged down, directly crashing into the chaotic remote camp of Lanchi Pavilion, caused by the sudden defeat of the mage. Oh my, how did Jun Mo Xiao get up here? Protect the healer. Quickly. Chaos spread in an instant. A solitary player had approached the high ground, and the outcome for the ranged classes was disastrous. Yishio's maneuvers offered no opportunity for reprieve. The Qianji Umbrella's transformations were unpredictable, striking and shifting locations, disrupting the formation of Lanchi Pavilion. Below, Lin Feng was not idle. At the moment the energy shield shattered, he commanded Tianyun to jump back to evade scattered attacks. Baozi, Yifan, charge that gap. Break through them. Received, boss. Baozi enthusiastically shouted, waving his claws as he rushed towards the defensive breach created by Jun Mo Xiao's disruption. Ichu and Gue followed closely, summoning ghostly formations that further restricted the enemy. Other members of the Xingxin team, witnessing the core area open up, were also invigorated, resolutely resisting the assaults from Baki Xiongtu and Zhang Keitang. This ambush had morphed into a counterattack, ultimately, through the exquisite cooperation of Yishio and Lin Feng. The pinnacle of personal ability, alongside the exceptional execution of the elite members of Xingxin, they forcefully tore a gap through the encirclement of the three major guilds. Although they did not completely annihilate the enemy, they managed to retaliate against over 20 elites, most of whom were eliminated by Yishio during the opportunities created by Lin Feng or were taken down by concentrated fire during the breakout. Watching the Xingxin team depart with their spoils, providing mutual cover as they vanished deeper into the complexities of the canyon. The remaining personnel from the three major guilds exchanged glances, feeling a sting of embarrassment. Especially for the few leading guild leaders or core members, their expressions were particularly grim. What was that from the Qigong master? A double energy shield? Are you kidding me? And Jun Mo Xiao, this lone player is too slippery. Their coordination left the channel in silence. The once seemingly foolproof encirclement had resulted in casualties and allowed the enemy to escape. It seems that relying on such ambush tactics to deal with them will be more difficult in the future. A representative from Zhongkeitang's side. Especially with both Tianyun and Jun Mo Xiao present, the swordsman from Lanqi Pavilion felt a lingering fear. A message was dispatched. The head of Baki Xiongta solemnly declared a temporary shift in strategy. The focus of wilderness competition would shift towards harassment and aggro theft, avoiding large-scale frontal battles. The emphasis would now be on resource point control and competition for dungeon records. They finally realized that this Xingxin guild, led by Jun Mo Xiao and Tianyun, was no longer a soft target to be easily manipulated. To suppress them, more strategic and enduring measures must be employed. News of the failed encirclement quickly spread throughout District 10, bolstering Xingxin's reputation, while Tianyun and Jun Mo Xiao became increasingly formidable figures of caution. The once bustling canyon gradually returned to its former tranquility, leaving behind a ground littered with unrespawned corpses and skill marks, silently narrating the thrilling counterattack that had just transpired. Chapter 32. And Winnie's visit and on-site inspection. The city's mornings are always imbued with a moist aroma of tea, lingering in the ancient streets. And Winnie dragged a small suitcase, standing at the roadside amidst the bustling traffic, checking the address on his phone. Clad in a crisp white shirt, his gaze behind the glasses scanned the surroundings with a calm demeanor. Resembling a young scholar here for academic exchange rather than a prospective player poised to decide on joining an esports team. The sign of the Xingxin Internet CAF was unremarkable. Yet the bright red banner offering a bonus of 300 for 1,000 spent was especially eye-catching. And when he adjusted his glasses, silently calculating the potential daily costs and revenues of this promotional activity. And when a clear voice called from behind him. He turned to see a young man of similar age approaching with a smile. Dressed in a simple black t-shirt, he exuded a clean and sharp aura. But what stood out most were his bright eyes, as if they could see through everything. I am Linfeng. The young man extended his hand, asking, was the journey smooth? And Winnie, somewhat surprised, shook hands with Linfeng. He knew that the operator of Tianyun was a skilled player, but did not expect him to be so approachable and youthful. He noticed the expensive watch on Linfeng's wrist, a subtle contrast to his casual attire. Very smooth, thank you, and Winnie replied, maintaining a restrained and polite tone. Linfeng eagerly took in Winnie's luggage. Come, let me show you our future home. Upon entering the Xingxin Internet CAF, and Winnie was slightly taken aback. Contrary to his expectations of an Internet CAF, this place was tidy, well-lit, and devoid of any smoke. Instead, a faint aroma of coffee wafted through the air. Although it was morning, several players were already wearing headphones, intensely focused on their screens, the sound of keyboards striking like a gentle, continuous rain. Chunguo was busy at the front desk when she noticed Linfeng entering with someone, and she immediately smiled in recognition. Is it Shaoan? Welcome. Have you had breakfast? Our canteen still has hot baozi. I've already eaten, thank you, and Winnie replied politely while quickly assessing this future boss. Chunguo's enthusiasm was genuine, her eyes sparkling with a sincere passion for glory. Boss lady, I'll take Winnie to see the training room first, Linfeng said with a smile. Chunguo nodded eagerly. Go ahead, feel free to ask for anything you need. And Winnie followed Linfeng through the bustling Internet CAF. Noticing the admiration in the eyes of several customers who recognized Linfeng, with some young individuals even sneaking pictures on their phones. Linfeng, however, seemed blissfully unaware, effortlessly introducing the various facilities to Winnie. As they reached the depths of the CAF, Linfeng swiped a keycard to open an inconspicuous door, revealing a spacious and professional training area that elicited a rare expression of surprise from Winnie. Before him was a fully equipped training zone, spacious and bright, featuring 10 high-end computers neatly arranged, each accompanied by the latest gaming chairs. The walls were painted in a soft light gray adorned with decorations of the Xingxin team. One side housed a large tactical whiteboard and projection equipment, while the other side was a full glass wall overlooking a verdant courtyard. What do you think? Quite a sight, isn't it? Linfeng asked with a smile. All the computers are top tier, with a dedicated internet line separate from the CAF operations, ensuring stability during training and competitions. The monitors have a 240 Hz refresh rate, and the keyboards and mice can be customized to personal preferences. And Winnie approached one of the computers, lightly brushing his fingers along the edge of the monitor. As a computer science student, he recognized the value of this equipment. The investment in this training room alone far exceeded what many professional teams had at their inception. Over here is the lounge area, Linfeng continued, leading him on. Drinks from the fridge are free, and the snack cabinet is replenished daily. Next door is the rehabilitation room, equipped with massage chairs and therapy devices. During competitions, professional therapists come in to help everyone relax their muscles. And Winnie adjusted his glasses and asked, what is the expected return period for this investment? Lin Feng chuckled, as expected from an economics major. However, here we prioritize winning matches before considering profits. Now, let us check out the dormitory. They ascended to the second floor, and Lin Feng opened a door. The room was spacious and bright, featuring an ensuite bathroom and a balcony, a study desk, wardrobe, and a single bed. Even equipped with a decent computer. All team members resided on the same floor, each with a private room. Meals were prepared by a dedicated chef, and a nutritionist customized meal plans based on each individual's physical condition and training intensity. Leaning against the doorframe, Lin Feng asked, "How does this compare to university dorms?" And Waney nodded, candidly admitting, "Much better." At that moment, a commotion arose from the training room. Lin Feng glanced at the time. They should be starting their training now. "Would you like to meet your future teammates?" And Waney took a deep breath, "Sure." Descending the stairs, they entered the training room, now populated by several people. And Waney instantly recognized the focused man in the corner, Yishio, a textbook figure of glory, who was executing a dazzling series of maneuvers on the screen with Jun Mo Xiao. "Old Yi, the newcomer has arrived," Lin Feng greeted. Yishio turned his head, giving a simple nod. "Just a moment, I'm finishing this match." He immediately immersed himself back into the game. A charming girl approached, smiling as she extended her hand to Waney. "I'm Tang Ro, known as Han Yen Ro in the game. Welcome." Her handshake was firm and confident. "And Waney," he replied, noting her long fingers, which must be extremely agile when she played. A tall, lanky young man with medium-length hair bounded over, throwing an arm around Waney's shoulders. "Wow, you're our future dad. What is your zodiac sign?" And Waney stiffened slightly. "Virgo." "I'm Baozi Ruchin, Scorpio." "Our signs are quite compatible," Baozi exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Waney's back with such force that it caused him to cough. A somewhat shy young man stepped forward, gently pulling Baozi back. "Sorry, he's always this enthusiastic. I'm Qiao Yifan, known as Yun Hui." And Waney adjusted his dislodged glasses. "I know you. You're a trainee from Wei Chao." Qiao Yifan smiled. "I used to be. This place is a better choice now." Lin Feng interjected, since Waney just arrived. "How about a practice match to help him get acclimatized?" "Old Yi, are you done yet?" Yishio, just finishing his battle, turned around. "Coming." He stood up and extended his hand to Waney. "Yishio, welcome to Xingxin for your inspection." As Waney shook hands with Yishio, he felt an inexplicable pressure. This man appeared casual, yet his gaze possessed a sharp insight that seemed to see through everything. "Let us head to the arena and set up a room," Lin Feng directed. "Waney, you're with us. The opponent will be the elite team from Baqixiong 2. I noticed many of their members online just now." And Waney was slightly taken aback. "Direct combat?" Yishio lit a cigarette, only to extinguish it sheepishly after receiving a glare from Chengua. "Combat is the best way to assess skills. Don't worry, just follow our rhythm." Everyone took their positions, and Waney sat at the computer prepared for him, adjusting the keyboard and mouse to his liking. The equipment felt excellent, clearly well maintained. As he entered the game, he received a team invitation. The roster made his heart race. Jun Mo Xiao, Tian Yun, Han Yen Ro, Baozi Ruchin, Yun Hui. This was nearly the entire core lineup of Xingxin. Across from them were the elite members of Baqixiong 2, with commendable equipment and skills. Lin Feng explained, "We'll be playing a siege battle." As the match commenced, and Waney quickly found his focus. Known for his precision and calm demeanor, he was fully engaged. However, the combat style of Xingxin still caught him slightly off guard. Jun Mo Xiao showcased a versatile and unpredictable playstyle. Tian Yun executed precise control. Han Yen Ro charged fearlessly. Baozi Ruchin maneuvered with whimsical agility, and Yun Hui adeptly laid down traps. Each player's operation exuded distinct personal flair while harmoniously merging into a cohesive whole. "Waney, pay attention to my health points. In 30 seconds, I will charge into the enemy's right flank, and I may require additional healing then." Yishio's calm voice resonated in the headset, and when he was taken aback. 30 seconds? How could he predict so accurately? But it soon became evident that Yishio's foresight was utterly correct. Precisely 30 seconds later, Jun Mo Xiao made a bizarre turn and surged into the enemy's right flank, simultaneously facing the concentrated fire of 3 adversaries. And one was already prepared, and a small healing spell landed precisely on Jun Mo Xiao. "Splendid," Lin Feng praised. "Next, Bao Zi will harass the enemy's healer. Fan will set up an ice formation on the left, and Mu Ro and Tang Ro will prepare for a frontal assault. When monitor the overall health points, prioritizing Fan's survival." And when promptly executed the command, he realized he did not need to think excessively. He merely had to follow orders to perform at an unprecedented level. Xing Xian's rhythm was brisk and effective. Every team member's positioning and skill releases were meticulously calculated while still allowing room for improvisation. What astonished him most was Lin Feng's fortuitousness. As a Qigong master, Lin Feng's control of the battlefield was nearly supernatural. Each cannon blast perfectly segmented the battlefield, and every chi shield appeared precisely where protection was most needed. Even more remarkable was that Lin Feng seemed able to predict the opponent's actions, as if he could read the minds of the operators behind the screen. The enemy is about to unleash a powerful attack, Lin Feng suddenly said, when give me a holy judgment light in 5 seconds, targeting that battle mage. And when he did not hesitate to comply. Sure enough, 5 seconds later, the opposing battle mage raised his spear, initiating the ultimate skill, Rising Dragon Soaring Sky. The holy judgment light enveloped the target accurately, and under the increased damage effect. Yi Xiao S, Jun Mo Xiao, and Tang Rou S Han, Yen Rou instantly focused their fire, eliminating the enemy's core damage dealer. The battle quickly concluded with Xing Xian's victory. Excellent teamwork, Yi Xiao remarked, when Yi's calculation ability is impressive and his timing is precise. Lin Feng chuckled as he patted in Wen Yi's shoulder. See, I told you we need a healer like you. And Wen Yi adjusted his glasses, concealing his inner excitement. During that battle, he experienced an unprecedented fluidity. Without reminders, teammates would always appear where he anticipated. Without calls, healing would timely reach those in need. This level of tacit understanding surpassed any teaming experience he had during his time with the Batu Guild. Another match? Tang Rou inquired, her eyes glinting with the spirit of competition. And Wen Yi smiled faintly, which was rare for him. All right. They proceeded to engage in several more matches, facing elite teams from Lan Shigu and Zhong Xiaotang. With each match, and when he found himself increasingly in tune with the team's rhythm, he discovered that Xing Xian's tactics were remarkably flexible, centered around Yi Xiao's overall command and Lin Feng's battlefield control while fully leveraging each member's strengths. Even more astonishing was Lin Feng's seemingly incredible luck. On numerous critical occasions, the opponent's lethal skills inexplicably missed, or crucial control skills were conveniently resisted. In one battle, the enemy's Magic Scholar's lava flask could have engulfed the entire Xing Xian team, yet for some reason, it fell short by a foot, allowing Xing Xian to escape unscathed. Is this the fortune of Tianyun? And when he could not help but wonder. During a break in training, Chunguo brought out fruits and drinks. The team gathered together, casually discussing the recent match. Your holy judgment light was perfectly timed, Xiao Yifan praised. It covered all 3 of the enemies. And Wen Yi replied calmly, based on Yishun's commands and timing calculations, that was the most beneficial moment. Bao Zi wrapped his arm around Wen Yi's neck. You're a great healer. Stick with Bao Gu, and I promise you'll live the good life. Laughter erupted among the group, and Wen Yi awkwardly wriggled free from Bao Zi's embrace, though a hint of a smile was evident in his eyes. Lin Feng, seated beside Wen Yi, said earnestly, do you see? This is Xing Xian. We may not be the most traditional team, but we have the best players, the most professional equipment, and the most steadfast goals. He paused, and more importantly, we trust each other and help one another succeed. And Wen Yi fell silent for a moment. Adjusting his glasses, may I inquire about the details of the remuneration? How is the contract signed? Is housing and meals included? Do you provide the 3 insurances and 1 fund? If I take a leave of absence to compete, what support does the team offer for my studies? Yi Xiao chuckled from the side. See, I told you. Many questions, but all pertinent ones. Lin Feng also laughed. All of this is negotiable. The contract can be tailored to your requirements, with a basic salary, match bonuses, and performance rewards. As you saw earlier, meals and accommodation are covered. The 3 insurances and 1 fund are definitely included, and we also provide additional commercial insurance. Regarding academics, Xing Xian can assist you in communication with the school, and we have a dedicated legal advisor to help with leave of absence procedures. If you wish to pursue further studies in the future, the team will also provide support. And Wen Yi nodded, clearly satisfied with these responses. By evening, Wen Yi stood alone before the glass wall of the training room, watching the bamboo sway gently in the wind. He reflected on the day's training, the interactions with each team member, and the precise cooperation and unspoken understanding. He opened his phone, glancing at the new semester's course schedule sent by the school, then looked at the focused figures in the Xing Xian training room. Yi Xiao approached, handing him a bottle of water. So, does it meet your expectations? And Wen Yi turned around, his gaze resolute. When can I sign the contract? Yi Xiao laughed. You're deciding so quickly? And Wen Yi adjusted his glasses. From an investment return perspective, this is the optimal choice. From a personal development standpoint, the growth opportunities here far exceed those anywhere else. He paused briefly, rare emotion surfacing, and moreover, I believe we can win here. Lin Feng had unknowingly walked over, and upon hearing this, he extended his right hand with a smile. Welcome to join Xing Xian. And Wen Yi grasped Lin Feng's hand, followed by Yi Xiao's outstretched hand. At the entrance of the training room stood Tang Rou, Bao Zi, Xiao Yifan, and Chunguo, smiling as they welcomed their new teammate. And Wen Yi felt an unprecedented sense of belonging. In this place, not only are there professional equipment and generous treatment, but also a team that he has long sought. one that truly comprehends glory and pursues victory. Chapter 33. Where's the Summoner? The Arrival of Luo Ji. Inside the training room of Xingxin, the sounds of keyboards clacking and mice clicking resonated, interspersed with Baozi Rushu's occasional, uniquely creative tactical inquiries. The screen flickered with light and shadow, with the effects of character skills reflected on every focused face. Having just concluded a high-intensity simulated battle, Yishio removed his headphones and rubbed his somewhat sore fingers. He turned to Lin Feng beside him and remarked, "The depth of our lineup is still insufficient. In playoff-level confrontations, the demands for tactical variations are higher. We lack a pivotal element that can fundamentally alter the battlefield dynamics." He paused momentarily and added, "For instance, a top-tier summoner." Lin Feng's eyes brightened at his words, as memories surged forth. Without a moment's hesitation, he exclaimed, "A summoner? I happen to know of a candidate." "Oh." Yishio raised an eyebrow, encouraging him to continue. "There is a summoner in the ordinary district named Mei Guang," Lin Feng recalled. "To be honest, his gameplay is rather dismal. It is said that he often faces disdain at the entrance of dungeons due to his summoned beasts obstructing the path." At that moment, Baozi Rushu, who had been eavesdropping, interjected, "A summoner? Isn't that just the gatekeeper of dungeons? Boss, why are we looking for them?" However, Yishio did not smile. He merely regarded Lin Feng with keen interest. "For you to mention him specifically, it must be more than mere poor gameplay." "Exactly," Lin Feng affirmed. "This individual is a theoretical genius. He is passionate about studying various dungeon data and mechanics, capable of simulating strategies and optimal completion guides just by watching videos. He calls it his foolproof guide. Although his strategies are incomprehensible to anyone lacking his intellect, let alone capable of executing them." Yishio quickly grasped the crux of the matter. "Mathematically adept? Exceptionally skilled in data analysis?" "Indeed, at a top-tier level," Lin Feng confirmed, noting that this young man was a university student mentored by a world-class mathematician. "I believe his value extends far beyond mere participation in competitions. He could play a significant role in silver weapon development, skill point task strategies, tactical simulation analysis, and even future opponent data breakdowns." He added with a smile, "Moreover, if there is indeed theoretical support for the summoner profession, its potential could be immense." Yishio pondered for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "He sounds like a treasure. Gameplay can be honed, but intellect is innate. Let us see if we can recruit him." "Leave it to me," Lin Feng replied, donning his headphones once more. "I will go meet him in the ordinary district." Logging into the game, Lin Feng maneuvered his Qigong master, Tian Yun, through the bustling main city square. He skillfully opened the friend search bar and inputted the name Mei Guang, the summoner whose level was not particularly high, and his equipment rather ordinary. The search results indicated that he was online. Instead of adding him as a friend directly, Lin Feng first checked his location near Hade Village. Teleporting there, he indeed found the summoner character, clad in a simple robe, practicing summoning in a secluded corner. Mei Guang was facing a wooden stump, clumsily attempting to summon his creatures. Several goblins and thunder spirits were summoned, yet due to mismanaged commands, they stood confused at times, creating a rather comical scene. Nevertheless, he seemed undeterred, repeatedly trying to connect his skills. Lin Feng chose not to interrupt and observed quietly for a while. He could tell that this player's execution was indeed awkward, even somewhat clumsy, yet there was an underlying diligence in his understanding of skills and the timing of their release. The interval for issuing commands to summon beasts could be reduced by approximately 0.3 seconds, allowing for quicker combat readiness. Lin Feng typed a message in the nearby channel. Mei Guang was evidently startled by the sudden voice, causing his character to stumble and nearly collide with the tree. He turned to the unfamiliar Qigong master, Tian Yun, hesitantly responding, "Hello. 0.3 seconds? How did you arrive at that figure?" "I calculated the average public cooldown and skill wind-up time, and theoretically, the optimal interval should be 0.5 seconds. Indeed, he was a research enthusiast," Lin Feng mused with a smile, and began discussing several key data points relevant to summoners. After a few exchanges, Mei Guang's demeanor shifted from cautious to enthusiastic, as if he had found a kindred spirit, and he began elaborating on his foolproof guide theory and various dungeon data models. Lin Feng skillfully posed incisive questions while subtly showcasing his profound understanding of game mechanics. Mei Guang became increasingly engaged, even venting about how his strategies were often dismissed as crazy and impractical. "The theory is flawless, yet it is indeed not very suitable for average players," Lin Feng assessed. "However, if entrusted to true experts, it might unleash unexpected power." Mei Guang's tone dipped slightly. "I know, but I just can't seem to improve it. Have you considered changing your environment?" Lin Feng sensed it was time to delve into the main topic. "Your talents should not be buried in the ordinary district, toiling over these impractical strategies." "Change my environment?" Mei Guang questioned, puzzled. Lin Feng got straight to the point. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Lin Feng from the Xingxin team, Tian Yun. Our team is currently recruiting players in preparation for the upcoming professional league. I am very interested in your theoretical research capabilities. A professional esports team? On the other end, Luo Ji nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. He was merely an ordinary university student, playing glory purely out of passion. While he had dreamed of the professional arena, he was acutely aware that his skill level was abysmally low, a far cry from the realm of professionalism. Are you joking? I'm not capable. My gameplay often gets me kicked from dungeon parties. Lin Feng chuckled, his tone steady and enticing. Poor gameplay can be improved. Have you heard of Yishio? He personally guides and teaches. He added, Xingxin may not boast much, but opportunities for one-on-one mentorship with a top-tier master are not easily found. Yishio, the legendary Jun Mo Shao. Luo Ji's voice shot up, filled with incredulity. Yishio's reputation in the glory community was akin to that of a deity. Absolutely, Lin Feng continued to lay out his cards. Moreover, our team has a professional analyst position available. Though currently vacant, it will undoubtedly be needed in the future. Your data analysis capabilities can be maximally harnessed in this context. More importantly, Lin Feng slightly intensified his tone, aware of what resonates most with such technical talents. Xingxin possesses ample financial support for the research and development of silver weaponry and equipment. I have heard that you harbor a keen interest in material analysis and equipment design. This inquiry truly struck a chord within Luo Ji. Compared to the battles in the arena, the intricate interplay of numbers, probabilities, material properties, and equipment effects is what captivates him the most. The research of silver equipment by a professional team. That is a platform he could only dream of. A prolonged silence enveloped the conversation, punctuated only by the sound of slightly hurried breaths. Lin Feng did not rush him, patiently awaiting his response. After what felt like an eternity, Luo Ji's voice emerged once more, trembling with uncertainty yet ignited by a spark of enthusiasm. But can I truly do it? I am merely a student. My skills are inadequate for professional play. Xingxin values your intellect. Lin Feng indicated towards his temple, rather than your hand speed. Skill is a matter of muscle memory, which can be honed through training. However, the knowledge within your mind is a gift. What do you say, Luo Ji? Are you interested in joining Xingxin and transforming your theoretical concepts into intelligent strategies that perplex all your opponents? Another silence ensued. It felt as though a century had passed before Luo Ji, seemingly summoning all his strength, took a deep breath and solemnly replied, I need a bit of time to arrange my school matters. However, I am willing to give it a try. Please guide me. His voice still carried a hint of tension and apprehension, but more so, it brimmed with excitement at having found a direction and the immense anticipation of an unknown future. Welcome to Xingxin. Lin Feng smiled. Let us first create an account for District 10, named Meiguang. We shall discuss the specifics in detail. Very well. I will get to it right away. Luo Ji's voice radiated determination, as his previous hesitation and self-doubt seemed to dissipate. After concluding the call, Lin Feng removed his headset and met Yishio's gaze. Have you finalized it? Yishio inquired. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded, our team's chief analyst. The future core of silver weapon theory, the master of demolition, Meiguang, is about to make his debut. Old Yi, prepare to find a new student for yourself. His foundation is rather, unique. You will need to invest some effort. Yishio languidly lit another cigarette, took a puff, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Teaching a genius is far more interesting than instructing a fool. Rest assured, it will be handled. The door to the training room swung open, and Chunghua entered, carrying a platter of fruit. What were you discussing? I seem to have heard about another newcomer joining. Yes, boss. Lin Feng cheerfully accepted the fruit platter. We have a genius whose intellect rivals that of a supercomputer. Our team has skill points, silver weapon strategies, and map data will be well taken care of. Chunghua's eyes instantly brightened. Really? That is wonderful. Oh, Xingxin is becoming more impressive by the day. I must hurry and see if there are any vacant rooms available. Watching Chunghua rush out, Lin Feng and Yishio exchanged a smile. Chapter 34. The leap of the thousand machine umbrella. The night deepened, the city's neon lights filtering through the slats of Xingxin's training room, casting mottled shadows upon the walls. The air was infused with the mingled scents of instant noodles and the cooling fans of computer hardware, along with a barely perceptible hint of metallic and electronic components. The room was tranquil, save for the low hum of the server cabinet and the rhythmically crisp keystrokes of Yishio's fingers on the mechanical keyboard. The cold glow of the screen illuminated his expressionless face, with only his exceptionally focused eyes reflecting brilliant streams of light. Lin Feng pulled a chair to sit beside Yishio, unconsciously gripping a can of iced cola, the condensation moistening his fingertips without his notice. Scattered across the desk before him were a few account cards and some coins, signifying his laid-back identity as a landlord, yet at this moment, all his attention was riveted to the screen before Yishio. On the screen lay the intricate interface of the equipment editor embedded within the game Glory. dizzying in its complexity, adorned with countless parameters, lines, and three-dimensional model components. Suspended at the center was the core thousand-machine umbrella, determining how far Xingxin could venture into the future. Its structure had been fully expanded, appearing both precise and intricate while exuding a peculiar aesthetic charm. Each component, the ribs, the handle, the connecting joints, gleamed with the luster of various materials, a testament to the fusion of numerous rare substances. The blue-white crystal possessed a notably stable magical conductivity, with energy loss reduced by 3% from what was anticipated. Yishio suddenly spoke, his voice slightly hoarse from the late hour, yet maintaining its steadiness. That batch of void dust you acquired last time had a remarkably high purity, which has saved us considerable trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng could not help but smile, remaining silent as he squeezed the can of cola, producing a resonant sound. His fortuitous luck in the online game had proven advantageous in looting treasures, but receiving such affirmation from Yishio stirred a swell of pride within him. Over the past few days, he had immersed himself in various dungeons and wild map refresh points, relying on his extraordinary luck and the burgeoning strength of Xingxin to gather the rare materials that Yishio had deemed nearly impossible to procure. The process had been nothing short of legendary. For instance, the core amber crystal, rumored to be a treasure of the level 70 wild boss, Yanji, had an exceedingly low drop rate. Lin Feng led a team to ambush it and succeeded on the first attempt as they looted the body. A golden flash revealed not only the amber crystal, but also a rare skill book, causing the team chat to erupt in admiration for their leader's prowess. Furthermore, the star's purple iron required the completion of a monotonous daily quest chain with a minuscule chance of reward. Lin Feng attempted it thrice, and on the third try, he received a double reward, nearly causing the other guild players who had been camping the quest for nearly a week to choke in disbelief. These materials now lay quietly within the various components of the thousand-machine umbrella, awaiting their ultimate awakening. Yishio's fingers executed a series of extraordinarily complex keystrokes, followed by several precise adjustments with the mouse. His movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of hesitation, as if he had rehearsed the creation of the thousand-machine umbrella countless times in his mind. Lin Feng understood that this was the result of the initial design blueprint by Su Muchio, fused with Yishio's profound comprehension of glory accumulated over the years. Outsiders could hardly grasp its essence, merely dazzled by its complexity. The energy infusion was about to commence. Yishio lowered his voice slightly, as if fearing to disturb something delicate. Lin Feng instinctively straightened his posture, even softening his breath. He knew the critical moment had arrived. The new form expansion, particularly for the intricately designed Qianji San, involved structural changes accompanied by the reconstruction and stabilization of energy circuits. Should failure occur, the consequences could range from a significant drop in attributes to complete material destruction, with a fall in level not being out of the question. On the screen, a blinding point of light illuminated the editor's center, and a torrent of data flowed like a surging river, rushing into the internal structure of Qianji San along the pre-designed energy circuits. Qianji San began to tremble slightly, its various components emitting glimmers of different colors, at times bright and at times dim, as if engaged in a silent struggle. Yishio's brow furrowed slightly, his fingers moving more rapidly, occasionally pausing the energy infusion to adjust seemingly trivial parameters. Lin Feng's heart raced along with the fluctuating energy, the sweat in his palms nearly dampening the can of cola. Although he provided ample ammunition, this technical endeavor relied entirely on Yishio. Time ticked by, the air in the training room growing almost palpable. Suddenly, a faint sound, akin to a perfectly fitting lock clicking into place, emanated from the speakers. The tremors ceased. At that moment, all flowing energy pathways achieved perfect balance, operating with stability and strength. On the screen, the structure of Qianji San suddenly contracted and then expanded magnificently. The original umbrella shape transformed abruptly, the canopy folding, reshaping, and recombining with the handle, extending instantaneously into a shield, adorned with a faint orange-red glow, a unique luster resulting from the fusion of high-quality rare materials, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed to leap from the screen. It worked. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly leaping from his chair. Before he could utter a word, Qianji San's form shifted once more. The shield structure seemed to come alive, rapidly disassembling and reassembling, the metallic components interlocking and rotating, producing a pleasing mechanical sound. In the blink of an eye, a robust, powerfully designed rifle emerged. The barrel was deep and dark, the scope shimmering with a faint light, and several key connection points subtly displayed traces of energy flow, appearing both futuristic and perilous. Dual form expansion. It was a success. Magnificent. Lin Feng could no longer contain his excitement, thumping his thigh with a shout. He knew that with Yishio's technical prowess combined with his luck, nothing was impossible. On the screen, The newly formed Qian Sen rotated slowly, as if showcasing its newfound power. Its attribute panel automatically popped up, with physical and magical attack values skyrocketing, and the boosts to strength and intelligence becoming even more impressive, further enhanced by two formidable additional attributes related to the new forms. A clear and deeply satisfied smile finally blossomed on Yishio's face. He let out a long, slow breath, leaning back against the chair, stretching his stiff neck and wrists. "What do you think, Brother Yi?" Lin Feng leaned closer to the screen, greedily observing the attribute panel, his tone brimming with excitement. These attributes were explosive. Indeed. Yishio nodded, reaching for a cigarette from the corner of the table, popping one into his mouth. The increase in basic attributes was within expectations. The key was that these two new forms had stabilized. The options and variations for the scattered person's combos had greatly expanded. He lit the cigarette, inhaling deeply, his eyes shining brilliantly amidst the swirling smoke. That was the look of a strategist who had found an extraordinary piece on the chessboard, or a swordsman who had discovered a legendary blade. "Let us go?" Yishio suddenly stood, the chair's wheels making a subtle sound against the floor. "Huh, where to?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "To the arena." Yishio replied matter-of-factly, his fingers swiftly exiting the equipment editor and logging into the Glory Arena interface. Would it not be absurd to not test the feel of the new weapon? He was eager to witness how this weapon, transcending level limitations and embodying the dreams of old friends, the dedication of teammates, and boundless possibilities, would shine in a true confrontation. Lin Feng watched Yishio's rare display of urgency and excitement as he hurried away, smiling. He grabbed his account card and stood up to follow. Let me also see just how formidable this upgraded Qian San truly is. Chapter 35, Establishing Authority in the Wilderness. The new umbrella shines bright on the second floor of the Xingxin Internet CAF late at night. The training room was filled with the sounds of keyboards and mice clicking in a cacophony, mingled with Baozi occasionally exclaiming, "Boss is so awesome," and commands like, "Qiao, watch your left, to the left. Yes, bury him, bury him." The air was thick with the aromas of instant noodles, coffee, and the unique exhilaration mixed with fatigue of young people pulling all-nighters. Having just finished a round of dungeons, Lin Feng removed his headphones and rubbed his sore fingers, preparing to rise for a glass of water, when he heard Yishio beside him let out a rare sound of interest. "Oh, Swaxar has respawned." Those four words acted like a pebble cast into a tranquil pond, instantly stirring excitement in the training room. "The Dark Knight Cat Demon?" Tang Ro immediately lifted her head, her gaze sharp. "Is that the one that drops Dark Knight materials?" And when he adjusted his glasses, maintaining a calm demeanor, though his fingers paused from typing. "Swaxar. Sounds formidable. Let us get it." Baozi Invasion was already excitedly preparing to stretch his wrists. Wu Qin's voice sped through the guild channel, confirmed. "The Dark Knight Cat Demon Swaxar has respawned deep in the gloomy forest at coordinates 187, 394. The Baki Xiong 2, Lanshi Pavilion. And Zhong Tang members are already heading there, moving swiftly." Yishio yawned, casually pulling out a cigarette to place between his lips, unlit, as Chunguo was watching. And with a click of the mouse, Jun Mo Zhao's character began running toward the teleport point. "Let us get moving." As per usual, the main team goes first, and the guild brothers provide support from the periphery. "Let us grab it, and let our brother Tianyan have a taste." Lin Feng smiled, putting his headphones back on. His Qigong master, Tianyan, seemed to still radiate a faint luminescence from the recent crafting of silver weapons. He flexed his fingers, the testing software still active, and was quite pleased with the stable data hovering around 670 after a bout of intense operation. As he walked, he wondered what treasures this cat demon might offer us. The dimly lit map of the forest was shrouded in darkness, with twisted, dead branches reaching skyward like ghostly claws, and a faint purple-black mist enveloped the ground, rendering visibility low. The main force of Xing Xian included Jun Mo Xiao, a free spirit, Tian Yun, Qigong master, Han Yen Ro, battle mage, Bao Zi Ru Qin, rogue, Yun Hui, a ray ghost. Alongside the elite team commanded by Wu Chun from the guild, swiftly and quietly approached the designated coordinates. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as they neared the respawn point. Shadows of players from other guilds flickered amongst the trees, exchanging wary glances, while sporadic flashes of skills ignited and quickly extinguished, signaling small-scale skirmishes and probing. There are quite a few players. Xiao Yifan Secun Hui cautiously set up a silent array, whispering, "Everyone desires good treasures." Yishio's tone remained languid. Yet Jun Mo Xiao's movements did not falter. The 1,000-machine umbrella in his hand silently shifted forms, resembling a spear one moment, a rifle the next, finally stabilizing into a peculiar composite shape, its tip glimmering with a dangerous light, a sign of the critical upgrade just completed. Lin Feng's Tian Yun followed closely behind Jun Mo Xiao, his Qigong master S robe billowing slightly with his character's strides. His gaze swept over the densely packed lights on the minimap, rapidly calculating the distribution and potential movements of various forces. Such grand scenes could only be witnessed through videos in his past life. Now, being a part of it, even as a core member, felt profoundly different. Adrenaline surged within him. They are coming. Tang Ro's cool voice pierced the air. Before them, a massive shadow coalesced in the glade. It was a gigantic black cat. Its emerald vertical pupils glowing like two ghostly flames in the dark, moving gracefully yet dangerously, with the tip of its tail ablaze with a cluster of ghostly violet flames. Indeed, it was the wild map's dark night cat demon, Sua Kusair. Almost instantaneously, chaos erupted. Kill! Someone shouted. And the elite teams from various guilds surged forth like a tidal wave, the effects of skills illuminating the dark forest as if it were daylight. Arrows, spells, and sword energies crisscrossed, blending with the shouts of players and the explosive sounds of skills, creating a cacophony. Do not rush, let them engage for a while. Yi Xiu's voice rang out in the team channel, unnaturally calm. Jun Mo Xiao, accompanied by his companions from Xing Exine, silently circled to the flank, concealing themselves behind a pile of rubble to observe. Wu Chun, have the guild brothers create distractions on the periphery. Do not allow them to fight comfortably. Xiao Xiao, keep a close watch on the front line as health. Luo Ji, calculate the skill range and threat thresholds. Lin Feng supplemented the commands, his voice emanating through the microphone with a reassuring steadiness. As the leader, he habitually considered the overall situation and resources, while the confidence of an RNG king allowed him to maintain an extraordinary calm amidst the chaos. Understood. Received. Came the swift replies in the team channel. Minutes later, as health dipped to 80, they unleashed a barrage of shadow arrows, instantly decimating a cluster of lower-level players, causing momentary disarray among the formations of various guilds. Now, Yi Xiu and Lin Feng spoke in unison. Jun Mo Xiao, charge. Han Yanro, follow on the left. Bao Zi, create disturbances on the right. Isi Yunhui, slow them down with your knife formation. Tian Yun, prepare to control the field. Yi Xiu spoke rapidly. Guild brothers, focus fire on the healing squad of Lan Shi Guo at the 3 o'clock position. Disrupt them. Lin Feng simultaneously ordered Wu Chun. The surprise strike of Xing Xin surged forth. Jun Mo Xiao led the charge, the newly upgraded 1,000-machine umbrella demonstrating its terrifying might. The umbrella instantly unfurled, blocking a wave of attacks, and in the next moment, it retracted into a spear, executing a sweeping motion that sent a formidable knight from Ba Qi Xiong Tu flying. The transformation between forms was seamless, blending offense and defense, moving with such speed that it dazzled the eyes. The spear form pierced, the rifle form fired precise shots, and even occasionally morphed into a stealthy knife, showcasing the versatile maneuvers of a free spirit in Yi Xiu's hands, enhanced by the upgraded 1,000-machine umbrella. What the heck? What s with that free spirit? The damage is so much higher. His weapon seems different. Came the astonished exclamations from players in the public channel. Tang Ro's Han Yen Ro followed closely behind, her fiery spear, infused with blazing combat spirit, precisely and ferociously clearing nearby enemies. Bao Zi Ruqin shouted chaotically, employing bricks and sand with reckless abandon, creating disorder among the enemy ranks. Xiao Yifan Secun Hui unleashed a series of ghostly formations, ice formations, dark formations, silence formations, meticulously slicing through the battlefield, significantly restricting the movements and output of their opponents. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's Tian Yun acted as the conductor of the battlefield's symphony. He did not pursue ultimate damage but stood in a relatively safe position, overseeing the entire situation. His energy flowed at his fingertips, and each release of skill was impeccably timed. Cannon of Heaven. A powerful wave of energy surged forth, not striking directly, but accurately hitting a squad of Zhong Chaotang players attempting to flank Xing Xian from the right. The explosion forcefully pushing them back several paces and disrupting their charge rhythm. Energy Shield. A semi-transparent barrier timely descended, enveloping Jun Mo Xiao and Han Yen Ro, who had just endured a claw strike, shielding them from the subsequent area damage. Energy Bombs. A continuous stream of small energy orbs shot out, precisely interrupting several key spells being chanted by Lan Shi Guo from a distance. His operations flowed seamlessly, with rapid perspective shifts. His brain functioned like a high-speed computer, processing the chaotic battlefield information. The next move, which teammate needed support, which direction posed the greatest threat, which guild seemed poised for a surprise attack. His formidable prowess was not directed towards reckless output, but rather transformed into the most precise crowd control and support. Every mouse click and keyboard strike bore a clear intention. With astonishing efficiency, this Tian Yun is a formidable adversary. In the 10th district, the captain of LNXG could not help but express his frustration in the channel. Damn it, why is he everywhere? This energy master is making me utterly uncomfortable. Focus fire on that energy master. The commander of ZH-Ing attempted to redirect their target, but such a feat was far from simple. JNM Shio guarded the vicinity of TNYN like a specter, wielding the Chi NJSN with astonishing precision, repelling any enemies that dared approach. XN maintained an impeccable formation, with JNM Shio as the spearhead and TNYN as the pivot, advancing and retreating with purpose. Blood levels steadily dwindled amidst the chaos. As the battle for 503010 intensified, all players were consumed by bloodlust. In the final moments, BQ Xiing T seemed to gamble everything, with the guild leader YDHNTN personally leading a team of elites in a desperate attempt to secure a kill. In your dreams. Why, she scoffed. JNM Shio abruptly maneuvered, evading an oncoming attack, and transformed the Chi NJSN into a mechanical box, deploying a miniature mechanical airdrop to obscure the opponent's vision. It swiftly morphed back into sword form, delivering a decisive slash to clear a path. TNYN. It's here. LNF understood instantly. TNYN brought his palms together, channeling a surge of energy for his level 70 ultimate skill. Chi Jing BOP. Yet, his target was not YDHNTN, nor the charging leader, but the ground before YDHNTN. Boom. A tremendous explosion of energy erupted, sending earth and dust flying, creating a temporary barrier that severely hampered BQ Xiing T's final sprint. It was this fleeting obstruction that determined the outcome. HNYNRU's spear, BOZRQN's chokehold, and the precisely timed shot from JNM Shio, along with a preemptive corrosion array laid by YCN weakened their defenses. The Dark Knight Cat Demon Su-K Sr. emitted a reluctant wail before its massive form collapsed. The world channel fell silent for a brief moment, soon overwhelmed by a system announcement. System announcement. Congratulations to XN Guild players JNM Shio, TNYN, HNYNRU, BOZRQN, and YCN for successfully achieving the first kill on the Wild Dark Knight Cat Demon Su-K Sr. Splendid. A thunderous cheer erupted from the XN training room. CH Ngu was so excited she nearly jumped up. Quick, quick, quick. TNYN. Loot the body. BOZ could hardly contain his enthusiasm. On the battlefield, players from other guilds watched as XN members surrounded the corpse. Their emotions complex. Another loss. And this time, JNM Shio's weapon seemed even more formidable. While the crowd control of that TNYN energy master was utterly infuriating, LNF maneuvered TNYN to the corpse, and the drop list appeared on the screen. Habitually, he clicked on it. Instantly, a dazzling orange light flickered, illuminating a small area around them. Following that were several brilliant purple flashes, interspersed with the names of items gleaming with the luster of rare materials. Dark Knight Cat Demon S Reigns, orange. Su-K Senior S Shadow Cloak, purple. Shadow Crystals 3, Cat Demon Sharp Claws 5, Nether Silk Thread, a plethora of items. The public channel initially fell silent before erupting in chaos. What the heck? An orange weapon. An orange weapon has dropped. And it's a mount. What kind of outrageous luck is this? Damn, it's him again. That TNYN. He found the hidden treasure in the spider cave last time too. Truly a lucky star. XN's strength is one thing, but their luck is just too good. Are they leaving anyone else a chance? Even within XN, the dazzling drops astonished their own members. I can't believe it. WCHN's voice trembled in the guild channel. The loot was simply too astounding. Haha. WVE struck gold. BOZ laughed the loudest. TNRU's eyes widened slightly. Chio YFN quietly remarked, Senior LNS luck is truly remarkable. Why, she examined the drop list, smacking his lips in satisfaction. Then turned to LNF beside him, saying, not bad, old LN. With luck like this, you should take charge of looting bodies from now on. LNF smiled, glancing at the rare materials now in his bag, especially those shimmering with a dark luster. Precisely the materials needed for upgrading the Chi NJSN and crafting other silver-grade weapons. His spirits lifted. The essence of a lucky star is often simple, yet monotonous. Basic operations, he said casually, guiding TNYN to begin distributing items, reserving the remainder for the guild for future activities. HNYN would take the cloak. Old Y, take whatever materials you urgently need first. The rest will be stored. In this battle, XN not only seized a high-level wild map, but also gained abundant spoils, showcasing to all players and guilds in the 10th district their newly enhanced Chi NJSN, which was now astonishingly powerful, and the TNYN Energy Master, whose crowd control capabilities reached unprecedented heights. JNM Shio and TNYN complemented each other perfectly. One was unpredictable while the other was steadfast, one focused on offense while the other commanded the battlefield. The reputation of X's dual-core system resonated throughout the 10th district that night, silencing all doubts. As LNF gazed at the screen displaying the two characters, JNM, Shio, and TNYN standing side by side, a smile played at the corners of his mouth. This was merely the beginning. The vast stage of the professional alliance was where they would truly shine. Next stop, the challenge tournament, he murmured softly, closing the loot distribution interface. Chapter 36. The Silver Weapon Workshop commences. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows of the XN training room, casting elongated beams upon the floor. The air still retained the lingering aroma of instant noodles from the previous night, mingled with the cool metallic scent unique to new computer hardware. A few unidentified flying insects buzzed around the light tubes, adding a touch of summer languor to this space brimming with the fervor of electronic sports. Why she, with a cigarette but burning perilously close to his lips, squinted at the screen, his fingers dancing rapidly, leaving behind trails of motion as the keyboard produced a series of crisp, rapid clicks, reminiscent of a fierce symphony only he could comprehend. You sat not far from him, her posture upright, as HNYN executed a piercing thrust on screen, producing a razor-sharp sound effect. She furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly contemplating the intricate connections of a skill. BOZRQN was loudly proclaiming his prowess in a practice match with Chi OYFN in the arena, exclaiming, "Look, boss. ISNT my brick strike impressive," while Chi OYFN responded good-naturedly, as YCN whose ghostly formations silently spread across the corners. And when I adjusted his glasses, the screen before him displaying a complex data analysis chart, while Luagia sat deep in thought over his densely filled notebook of mathematical formulas. Everything seemed to unfold as usual, infused with perspiration, focus, and a slightly chaotic vitality. At that moment, Lin Feng poked his head through the door, having just returned from a morning run, a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, yet his face radiated an uncontainable excitement. "Everyone, could you pause your tasks for a moment?" He clapped his hands, his voice booming, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Yishio lazily turned his head, ashes from his cigarette falling. "Oh, Lin boss. What good news do you have this time? Did you stumble upon some rare materials?" He was well aware of Lin Feng's extraordinary luck, where stumbling upon rare items during a casual stroll was hardly newsworthy. Lin Feng grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly whites. "It's even better than that. Come with me. I'll show you a new place." "A new place?" Tang Ro paused her work, her curiosity piqued as she turned her head. Baozi had already bounced up. "A new map? Is the boss taking us to raid?" "It's far more interesting than raiding," Lin Feng teased, beckoning them. "It's just next door, a few steps away." With a mix of confusion and curiosity, everyone rose and followed Lin Feng out of the training room. Chunghua happened to be descending from upstairs and, intrigued, joined the group. The room adjacent to the training area had previously served as a vacant storage space, typically cluttered with miscellaneous items. However, at that moment, the door was wide open, and the interior had undergone a remarkable transformation. The previous clutter had been cleared away, the walls freshly painted a brilliant white, and overhead, several rows of bright lights illuminated every corner of the room with clarity. In the center stood several computers arranged side by side. Wu Chun, having heard the news, hurried over, and upon witnessing the scene, Lin Feng proudly placed his hands on his hips. Standing in the middle of the room with an air of authority, "From today onwards, this will be our Xingxin team's Silver Weapon Workshop. What do you think? Does it have a proper feel to it?" "Silver Weapon Workshop?" Tang Ro echoed, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. For someone like her, who pursued ultimate attack power, a powerful exclusive weapon held immense significance. Indeed, Lin Feng waved his hand grandly, his gaze sweeping over each teammate. "Previously, we made do with whatever we had, barely scraping by. But now, things are different. We are a serious team aiming for championships. As professional players, how can we not have custom-made silver weapons?" He paused, his tone turning earnest and filled with commitment. "I have already discussed this with Lao Yishio. Moving forward, I will utilize the equipment here to craft exclusive silver weapons tailored for each of you. As for materials, I and the guild will take care of that. So you needn't worry, just express your needs and ideas." These words fell like pebbles cast into a still lake, instantly stirring ripples of excitement. Exclusive silver weapons. Baozi was the first to leap up, eyes sparkling. "Boss, is that true? Can I get a super invincible whirlwind claw for my rogue? One that glows and sparks?" He animatedly gestured while bouncing in excitement. Xiao Yifan instinctively clenched his fist, his eyes filled with longing and a hint of barely perceptible tension. For a player like him, who had transitioned to a ghostly formation, a silver weapon that could significantly enhance the ghost formation's effectiveness was undoubtedly a dream come true. And when I adjusted his glasses again, calmly inquiring, Could my cross be prioritized for enhancing healing stability and interference resistance? As a priest, maintaining a solid foothold in the arena is of utmost importance. Luo Jie had already begun silently calculating various material ratios and energy formulas, muttering to himself. Meanwhile, Su Mucheng, who had come to find Yi Xiao, curiously surveyed the equipment. Smiling, "It sounds fantastic." Yi Xiao observed the substantial workshop, then glanced at the spirited Lin Feng, a smile tugging at his lips as he flicked off the ash. "Not bad, Lin boss. It seems this landlord's financial prowess is finally being put to good use. If Guan Rongfei finds out, he'll surely jump ship." Though it was a jest, the approval in his tone was unmistakable. Chen Guo was so excited that her face flushed. Envisioning the scene of the Xingxin team wielding formidable weapons on the battlefield, dominating their opponents. "Of course it's real," Lin Feng assured everyone. Moving to the main workstation and activating the holographic projector connected to the computer, a beam of light quickly outlined a three-dimensional model of a spear in the air. The spear's lines were sleek and imbued with a sense of power, its shaft appearing slightly thinner than standard spears. Reducing weight while the tip structure was exceptionally complex and sharp, faintly pulsating with azure energy patterns. "Xiao Tang," Lin Feng turned to Tang Rou, a confident smile gracing his face. "This is a preliminary design concept for your silver weapon spear, tentatively named Ji Feng, crafted based on your combat style." All eyes were instantly drawn to the exquisite virtual model. Lin Feng used his fingers to zoom in on the spear's tip. Explaining, "The core design concept focuses on ultimate speed and armor penetration. A lighter weight and unique aerodynamic structure will enhance your thrusting speed by at least 10%. Most critically," he pointed to the intricate energy patterns at the spear's tip, "we intend to embed a special armor-piercing rune that will, during attacks, have a chance to ignore a portion of the target's defense, inflicting more authentic damage. This aligns perfectly with your aggressive and direct breakthrough style." As the three-dimensional model slowly rotated under Lin Feng's control, showcasing every detail, the azure glow flickered, as if one could already hear its sharp whistle tearing through the air. Tang Rou gazed at the spear named Ji Feng, her eyes focused and fervent, as though she could already sense its weight and texture in her hands. Her pursuit was of ultimate attack and breakthrough, and the spear's design philosophy seemed tailor-made for her, striking directly at her heart. She subconsciously moved her fingers slightly, as if simulating the sensation of thrusting with it. "Do you like it?" Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Tang Rou nodded emphatically, her response succinct yet powerful. "I love it. When can we start making it?" She was already brimming with anticipation. "Haha, don't rush." Lin Feng extinguished the projection, rubbing his hands together, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. With the workshop now open, it was essential to have a promising start. I had already gathered most of the materials, and by sheer luck, I had managed to acquire the rarest core components during my last endeavor. Thus, let us commence with your Zhu Feng. Lin Feng placed the box at the center of the workstation, inhaled deeply, and his expression shifted to one of seriousness and focus. "Allow me to craft the first silver weapon that belongs to our beloved Xingxin's fierce warrior." As his words fell, the bright lights within the silver weapon workshop appeared to shine even more brilliantly. All eyes were fixed on Lin Feng and the computers before him, brimming with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 37. Han Yenrou's New Spear Zhu Feng, Part 1. The night had deepened, and the city's clamor had quieted. Yet the silver weapon research room on the second floor of Xingxin Network Club was ablaze with light, its atmosphere fervently contrasting with the chill outside. The air was imbued with a subtle scent of computer cooling, not unpleasant, but rather comforting, embodying the essence of creation. Lin Feng sat before a meticulously designed equipment editor, the screen's cool blue glow illuminating his focused visage. His fingers danced across the specialized keyboard and touch area with a fervor as if possessed by a life of their own, leaving behind a dazzling array of afterimages. The crisp sound of keystrokes merging into a continuous rhythm. His operations per minute at this moment was astonishing. Had an outsider witnessed it, they would have been left utterly astounded. However, this was not a battle in the arena, but an immersion into the intricate crafting of silver weapons. The computer screen displayed an array of precious materials and top-tier orange equipment. All treasures he had painstakingly unearthed over the past few days through sheer luck and precise targeting of specific dungeons or rare quest chains. For one particular piece of Luyuan, he had dragged Yi Xiao through a niche, level 20 dungeon thrice, which was so obscure that even the forums had no guides for it. Each entry required a slightly different route and trigger conditions, relying solely on his mystical luck. Finally, on the third attempt, it had dropped. Yi Xiao had looked at him as if he were some kind of rare humanoid monster. Focus on stabilizing energy output during the energization phase, and set the 3 scales of the left spinning Qinji disc accordingly. Yes, just like that. Yi Xiao's voice resonated nearby, as he held an unlit cigarette between his lips, leaning back slightly in his chair. His gaze was sharp as an eagle. intently fixed on the rapidly changing data and three-dimensional models on the screen. With your speed, it's a waste not to compete. This precision work suits you just as well. At least there's no worry about trembling hands. Lin Feng was entirely absorbed, beads of sweat forming on his brow, which he neglected to wipe away. He managed a slight smile in response to Yi Xiu's teasing, his hands never faltering. Yi Xiu's presence served as a stabilizing force, though he mostly spoke casually. Each piece of advice pinpointed crucial technical aspects, saving Lin Feng much trial and error. Such was the value of experience, a wealth unattainable from textbooks. Not far behind them, Tang Rou stood quietly, her hands unconsciously clasped before her chest, her body slightly leaning forward. Her clear eyes were fixed intently on the incomprehensible data streams and the elongated metallic form gradually taking shape on the workstation. That was her new spear. She had heard Lin Feng refer to it as Zhufeng. The name was melodious, but what mattered more to her was the power it represented. Ever since Lin Feng proposed to forge a bespoke silver weapon for her, a mixture of anticipation, excitement, and gratitude had enveloped her heart. She watched Lin Feng conjure those shimmering rare materials as if by magic, and now observed him pouring all his focus into the task. His dedication and intensity reminded her of another battlefield where Yi Xiu fought. She preferred not to indulge in excessive words, burying her expectations deep within, transforming them into more rigorous training. Yet, her gaze at this moment burned with a fervor that seemed capable of melting the cold metal form. She could feel her heartbeat quickening, a long-lost desire for a weapon awakening within her. Han Yinrou deserved the finest spear. With everything assembled, only one last material was needed. Lin Feng murmured softly, almost issuing a command to himself. His fingers swept across the interface, prompting a gentle hum from the editor. The silver-gray metallic spear prototype at the center of the workstation suddenly illuminated, as if countless tiny streams of light surged within, emitting a faint sizzling sound. The data on the screen cascaded down like a waterfall. Yi Xiu squinted. Tang Rou held her breath, her clenched fists turning slightly pale. Time seemed to elongate in that moment. The sizzling sound resonated like electricity, striking at the heart. Moments later, the hum diminished, the streams of light gradually calmed, and the metallic spear body returned to tranquility, though its silver-gray luster appeared more subdued and profound. A green marker appeared on the screen, accompanied by a gentle system notification. First phase, successful. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, almost inaudibly, and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. As his highly concentrated mind relaxed slightly, a wave of fatigue washed over him, yet overwhelming joy surged forth from the success. Not bad. Yi Xiu nodded, a hint of barely perceptible admiration in his tone. It seems your luck isn't just about drop rates, it also affects success rates. Perhaps I have a good feel for it? Lin Feng chuckled, flexing his somewhat stiff fingers. He understood well that it was not merely luck. The extraordinary speed of his hands provided him a significant advantage during the meticulous energy guidance and structural shaping, allowing him to accomplish in one go what would require numerous adjustments and had a high failure rate for ordinary craftsmen. Luck was merely the ticket to the show. While hand speed and Yi Xiu's guidance were the keys to his progress thus far, the main structure was essentially complete. Lin Feng gazed at the war spear prototype, which lay quietly on the operation table, shimmering with a gentle, mercury-like silver glow. The smooth, powerful lines were already discernible, and although the blade remained unsharpened and lacked any additional attribute effects, one could faintly sense a latent sharpness within. Tang Rou could not help but take a step closer, her eyes fixed intently on the weapon that was soon to be hers. It appeared so flawless, even in its embryonic state. It surpassed any orange-tier weapon she had ever wielded in both elegance and strength. It's beautiful, she murmured, her tone revealing an unreserved affection. Oh, beauty is just the beginning, Lin Feng replied with a smile. For now, it is merely a frame. The true spectacle lies ahead when we infuse it with the soul. The so-called soul refers to the added attributes and activated effects. This is the essence that distinguishes silver-tier weapons from ordinary gear and represents the most challenging and perilous step. It requires the flawless integration of diverse rare materials, guiding energies to produce specific resonances and reactions. A single misstep may result in severe attribute degradation or, at worst, render all prior efforts futile, with the materials possibly destroyed. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, opening his character's inventory to focus on a small piece of stardust shimmering with a celestial glow, Li F ing HXN, containing unstable wind energy, and lastly, a seemingly unremarkable gray crystal, the Hu HN, of a pangolin, which harbored an extraordinary energy that could breach armor. These elements were pivotal in determining how high the Zhufeng could ultimately soar. Yi Xiu stood upright, his demeanor more serious than before. Let us take a 5-minute break to adjust our state. Every step from here on must be deliberate and steady. The crafting of silver-tier weapons, particularly high-tier ones, is never a guarantee of success. Lin Feng nodded, taking a few sips from a nearby water bottle, yet his gaze remained fixed on the materials. His mind racing as he simulated the upcoming fusion steps. Tang Rou sensed the shift in atmosphere, her previous excitement giving way to a tinge of tension. She ceased speaking, quietly stepping back half a pace, fearful that her breath might disturb Lin Feng. 5 minutes passed swiftly. The research room was filled only with the low hum of machinery and Lin Feng's gradually deepening, steady breaths. He placed his hands once more upon the operation table, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Let us begin," he whispered, fearing to disrupt the delicate moment, and then his fingers descended. Chapter 38. The New Spear of Han Yin Rou. Ji Feng, Part 2. Within the silver weapon research room, the air seemed to solidify, leaving only the low buzzing of machines and Lin Feng's nearly imperceptible breaths. The spear Ji Feng, poised on the brink of completion, floated within the luminous confines of a sophisticated equipment editor, exuding a restrained, almost lifelike silver-gray sheen. The spear's lines were fierce, with energy patterns flickering like breath. Only one final step remained, integrating the rare material known as the LNGXGJing to fully activate its core armor-breaking effect. Yishio leaned against the edge of a nearby table, a cigarette dangling unlit from his lips, his expression unusually focused. His gaze locked onto the cascading data streams on the screen. Tang Rou stood a little further away, her hands instinctively clenching, her clear eyes unwaveringly fixed on the weapon that was soon to belong to her, her usual cool demeanor replaced by an unmistakable anticipation. The cold white light from the overhead lamp cast elongated shadows of the three figures. Lin Feng took a deep breath, loosening his fingers that had grown stiff from prolonged, precise movements. He could feel the extraordinary speed of his hands converging into a fine control at his fingertips, while an enigmatic intuition akin to that of a fortunate emperor pulsed within him, as if heralding the approaching critical moment. "It's about to commence." Lin Feng's voice resonated clearly in the quiet room, tinged with a barely perceptible huskiness. Yishio acknowledged with a grunt, yet his eyes remained glued to the screen. With utmost care, Lin Feng retrieved the LNGXGJing from his inventory. The crystal was no larger than a thumbnail, radiant red, containing what seemed to be a flowing flame, emitting searing energy waves and an ancient aura. After analyzing extensive data from dungeon drops and hidden quest clues alongside Yishio, he had, through sheer luck, acquired this rare gem from an obscure level 55 elite monster, likely unmatched in the entire server. He placed the crystal into the editor's designated embedding slot, aligning it with the core energy node connecting the spearhead to the shaft. Upon detecting the high-energy rare material, an IC system notification rang out. Fusion risk level, extremely high. Estimated success rate, 173. Strongly recommend halting the operation or utilizing a stabilizer. The appallingly low probability caused Tang Rou's heart to lurch, instinctively glancing at Yishio, who merely furrowed his brow, seemingly unfazed, and perhaps having anticipated this probability. However, Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Probability? That was merely a concern for the ordinary. For him, favored by the goddess of fortune, the probability was more of a reference point. Disregard the prompt. Continue with the operation, Lin Feng commanded, his voice steady and resolute. The mouse neatly placed the crimson crystal into the slot. The moment they made contact, the entire spear violently trembled, the editor's light beam flared blindingly, and the red energy surged forth like a wild stallion, attempting to tear apart the yet-to-be stabilized structure of the silver weapon. Alarm lights on the operation table flashed erratically, and data on the screen soared chaotically. Energy overload. Structural stability plummeting. The system notifications became frantic. Tang Rou's breath nearly halted. Yishio straightened, his brow furrowed tightly. Speaking rapidly, forcefully extract the crystal, preserve the weapon's integrity. The loss of effects is acceptable. At this moment, forcibly removing the crystal might save this promising silver weapon prototype. But the armor-breaking effect would be lost, and the precious LNGXGJing would most likely be rendered useless. Yet, Lin Feng remained unmoved, his pupils slightly constricted, and his entire being was immersed in that marvelous sensation. Within his perception, the frenzied crimson energy was not entirely chaotic. Its tumultuous trajectories and the intensity of its impacts seemed to resonate with an ineffable pattern. His fortuitous physique endowed him with an almost instinctual ability to capture and harness this rhythm. This was not a system skill, nor was it a matter of dexterous operation, but rather a pure intuition belonging to the fortunate. His hands moved. 10 fingers danced across the control panel, leaving behind a blur that dazzled the eye. It was no longer a mere input of predetermined commands. It resembled a spontaneous and highly creative micro-intervention. He continuously fine-tuned the frequency of energy output, guiding the editor to inject minuscule streams of neutral particles, with timing, angles, and force executed to perfection, each strike landing precisely at the most critical junctures of energy conflict. It appeared as though he were grooming a raging dragon beast with a needle. Yi Xiu observed Lin Feng's maneuvers, a glimmer of profound astonishment flashing in his eyes. This intervention method was audacious, exquisite, and even possessed a touch of artistry, entirely transcending conventional silver weapon crafting principles, akin to waging an extreme electronic warfare. He could even sense that with each strike, Lin Feng exuded an inexplicable confidence, as if he already knew where the key points lay. This lad, Yi Xiu muttered softly, absent-mindedly pinching the cigarette in his hand, forgetting to light it. The risk indicator fluctuated violently before, with great difficulty, beginning to ascend ever so slowly. This process was immensely taxing on the mind, and beads of sweat formed on Lin Feng's forehead, yet his gaze was astonishingly bright, his entire focus intensely concentrated. As if the outside world had vanished, Tang Rou fixated on the fluctuating numbers and the gradually tamed crimson energy within the light column, her palms slightly sweating. Time seemed to stretch, each second elongated. Finally, when Lin Feng, guided by instinct, employed an almost counterintuitive reverse energy pulse, the crimson energy appeared to be subdued at last, emitting a deep, dragon-like hum as it fully integrated into the core node of the spear. The blinding radiance instantly contracted, and the alarm ceased abruptly. A momentary pause in the system prompt was followed by a flat tone announcing, "Fusion successful. Armor-breaking special effect activated. Silver weapon Ji Feng completed." The control panel's brilliance was entirely contained. The spear hovered quietly, its silver-gray hue deepening, with a hint of crimson at the tip, reminiscent of a slumbering dragon's eye. An unmatched sharp aura naturally radiated from it, rendering the surrounding air almost cutting. Success. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling as if he had just completed a marathon. As he relaxed, a wave of intense fatigue washed over him. Leaning back in his chair, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yi Xiu gazed at the finalized data, his eyes sparkling with excitement, unable to restrain himself from patting Lin Feng's shoulder. Well done. That last move was brilliant. He could tell that had the timing or force of that final reverse pulse been slightly off, the outcome would have been entirely different. It was not merely luck, but a perfect amalgamation of fortune and top-tier finesse under extreme pressure. Tang Rou approached the computer, her gaze fixed intently on the spear Ji Feng. Lin Feng smiled as he retrieved the spear from the editor, equipping it to Tang Rou's game character. She immediately called up the weapon attribute panel. Ji Feng, silver weapon spear. Level, 55 physical attack, 785 strength, 78 attack speed, 5 additional attribute, 15 chance to ignore 30 physical defense upon attack, armor-breaking special effect. Durability, 50-50. The subsequent attributes surpass the basic values of current level orange weapons, ignoring 30 physical defense. Tang Rou's eyes sparkled like two brilliant cold stars. This effect was invaluable for her, a battle mage pursuing ultimate attack, coupled with her formidable skills and desire to strike. It would surely make her a nightmare for any opponent. This is incredible. Tang Rou lifted her head to look at Lin Feng, her tone brimming with surprise and excitement. The usual coolness completely replaced by fervor. Thank you, Lin Feng. She gazed intently at the cold yet seemingly alive spear, her face blossoming with a radiant smile. Pure joy akin to receiving a cherished toy. Haha, it's mainly due to the excellent materials, and Brother Yi's guidance was superb. Lin Feng waved his hand. Though exhausted, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. It seems my luck extends beyond looting corpses. I can craft equipment quite well too. Yi Xiu lit a cigarette, finally taking a puff and exhaling a smoke ring with a smile. Don't get too cocky. However, this time truly was impressive. The probability and effect of that armor-breaking feature exceeded expectations. Once little Tang equips it, her output will elevate significantly. Tang Rou, brimming with eagerness, turned her gaze toward the training room, her eyes sharp and filled with combat spirit. I'm going to the arena to test its feel. Without waiting for Lin Feng and Yi Xiu to respond, she swiftly turned and headed toward the training room, her steps brisk and powerful, her high ponytail tracing a clean arc in the air, clearly unwilling to waste a moment. Lin Feng and Yi Xiu exchanged amused glances. Let us go? Yi Xiu extinguished his cigarette, but, eager to witness the power of this new spear. And we should consider what to craft next for Baozi. That fellow is probably itching to get started. Lin Feng chuckled, rubbing his slightly sore wrists, and followed Yi Xiu toward Tang Rou's retreating figure, heading to the training room. Chapter 41. Wei Chen appears, the master of the unsavory flow. As night deepened, the Xing Xian Internet CAF at the street corner remained brightly lit. Lin Feng had just concluded a round of dungeons, rubbing his somewhat sore wrists when he suddenly heard Yi Xiu's soft exclamation. As he leaned closer, he noticed Yi Xiu's screen was currently displaying the arena room, where stood a warlock named Ying Feng Bujan, whose character appeared quite weathered, sporting a scruffy beard and a lewd gaze, reminiscent of a seasoned trickster. What's going on, Yigo? Lin Feng casually inquired. Encountered an intriguing fellow. Yi Xiao replied with a smile, his tone laced with amusement. The warlock's tactics were rather underhanded, clearly indicative of an old hand in the game. Lin Feng's interest peaked. It was rare to hear Yi Xiao describe someone as interesting. He moved closer and observed that Yi Xiao's Jun Mo Xiao was already engaged in battle with Ying Feng Buzhan. The warlock class is inherently focused on control, and skilled players often exhibit a ruthless nature. This Ying Feng Buzhan took the concept of cunning to an extreme, avoiding direct confrontation with Jun Mo Xiao while cleverly manipulating the terrain to obstruct visibility, occasionally launching spells like the Curse Arrow or Corruption spell to harass. Seizing opportunities, he would unleash a manipulation spell or soul strike, forcing Jun Mo Xiao to adjust his positioning. Oh dear, so it's Jun Mo Xiao, huh? You're quite feisty in the new district, young man. Allow this old fellow to teach you a lesson in respect for elders. The public channel was flooded with Ying Feng Buzhan's taunts, his tone exceedingly irksome. Yi Xiao, however, remained unfazed, his fingers dancing nimbly across the keyboard. Jun Mo Xiao's figure moved like a specter, the thousand-machine umbrella shifting unpredictably, at times lunging with a spear, at others firing with firearms, attempting to close the distance. Yet, Ying Feng Buzhan slithered away like an eel, consistently interrupting Jun Mo Xiao's rhythm with seemingly insignificant spells at crucial moments. A perfectly timed hypnosis or a precisely predicted shadow flame could effectively block movement. This warlock has some skill, Lin Feng mused, impressed. While his actions may not be particularly swift, his experience was profoundly astute, demonstrating a keen understanding of abilities and timing that was exceptionally disruptive to Jun Mo Xiao's offensive momentum. Yi Xiao, with a smirk playing on his lips, remarked, "Not just some skill. The essence of his cunning is rather intense. After all these years, he hasn't changed a bit." No sooner had he spoken than Jun Mo Xiao executed a forceful charge, absorbing damage as he closed in. Ying Feng Buzhan seemed taken aback by this sudden aggression, retreating a moment too late and being struck by the spear. Ouch! You young folks have no respect for martial ethics. Sneaking an attack on this old comrade. Ying Feng Buzhan yelped as he fell back, hastily casting a pain curse on Jun Mo Xiao. Yet, Yi Xiao abruptly ceased his actions, leaving Jun Mo Xiao standing still, no longer pursuing. Ying Feng Buzhan also halted, maintaining a cautious distance. "Old Wei, is that you?" Yi Xiao typed in the channel. Silence enveloped the opposing player for several seconds before a reply emerged. "Damn, who are you?" "I am Yi Xiao." Once again, Ying Feng Buzhan fell silent. After a brief moment, a flurry of messages erupted. "Yi Xiao, no way. It really is you. Aren't you retired? Coming to the new district to pose as a newbie and bully the old-timers? Have you no shame, Yi Xiao? Wait, you're called Jun Mo Xiao now? I've heard of you. You're the one stirring things up in District 10. Observing the flustered response from his opponent, Yi Xiao chuckled and remarked to Lin Feng, "Indeed. It's him, Wei Chun, one of the earliest players in the league, the one with the least scruples, and a warlock at that." Lin Feng's eyes brightened. "Wei Chun, I know that name well. The former captain of the Blue Rain team, the first operator of Swaxair. Though retired for many years, his strength is undeniably formidable, especially for a veteran steeped in glory for so long. His experience and strategic thinking are invaluable assets, precisely the talent Xing Xian desperately needs. Yi go, bring him over." Lin Feng urged immediately. Yi Xiao nodded and typed in the channel, "Enough chatter. Where are you? Come join me." "Join you? For what? Are we teaming up to fool kids at the dungeon entrance? Though I may be broke, I still have my principles. Forming a team, returning to the professional league." Yi Xiao stated succinctly. Wei Chun fell silent again, seemingly taken aback by this response, before replying, "Are you all right, Yi Xiao? Did Joshua knock some sense out of you? Forming a team? You think this is a market for vegetables? What about the money? The people? The team location? Are you in an internet CAF?" His words were purely sarcastic, yet they struck a chord. Yi Xiao replied calmly, "Yes, we're in an internet CAF. At Xing Xian Internet Club, we have enough people, and the funds are plentiful." He turned to Lin Feng, who immediately understood and leaned into the microphone, clearing his throat and exclaiming with exuberance akin to a real estate agent promoting a desirable property, "Big Boss Wei, it's an honor to finally meet you. I'm Lin Feng, the investor of Xing Xian team. Yigo is right, come on over. Join us at Xing Xian to unleash your potential. Satisfaction guaranteed. Generous salary and bonuses. Full benefits. Meals and accommodation provided. Outstanding treatment. You'll be an elder as soon as you arrive. The championship ring is just around the corner. Big Boss Wei." His lengthy proclamation, sincere yet exaggerated, left Wei Chun on the other end of the game utterly bewildered. "Investor? Generous salary and bonuses?" Wei Chun's voice came through the headset, tinged with evident hesitation and a hint of temptation. "Is this for real? Yi Xiao, you haven't hired a decoy to con me, have you?" Yi Xiao was left speechless. What would I gain from tricking you into working a night shift at our internet CAF? So what's the deal then? Wei Chun's tone wavered. Who's in your team? I just mentioned that kid I called out earlier. He has quick hands and good fortune, along with a few talented youngsters, Yi Xiao introduced. What do you think? Want to come take a look? We'll cover your travel expenses. Travel expenses? Wei Chun seized upon the key point. All right, you said it. I'll begrudgingly go check out your operations. Send me the address. 2 days later, a middle-aged man, dressed in a somewhat wrinkled shirt, with disheveled hair and a disheartened demeanor, stood at the entrance of the Xing Xian Internet CAF, dragging an old suitcase. He took a deep breath, muttering to himself not to be fooled, before stepping inside. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the vibrant atmosphere of the Internet CAF. Although it was not a competition day, the Internet CAF was bustling with people, most of whom were engrossed in playing honor. The sounds of shouts and the clattering of keyboards and mice filling the air. Chen Guo had already received a notification from Yi Xiao and, upon seeing this uniquely charismatic middle-aged man, tentatively inquired, "Are you Mr. Wei?" "Ah, that's me," Wei Chun replied, surveying Chen Guo and then glancing around the CAF. "Where's that brat, Yi Xiao?" "He's in the training room upstairs. I'll take you up," Chen Guo said with a smile as she led the way. Ascending to the second floor, the environment opened up dramatically. The spacious and bright training room was filled with high-end computers and professional esports chairs, with tactical diagrams and honor posters adorning the walls. Wei Chun's eyelids twitched at the sight. The hardware conditions here were leagues ahead of what he had envisioned in a dark internet CAF team. Inside the training room, Yi Xiao was busy guiding Tang Rou in basic practice. Tang Rou was focused, her fingers flying across the keyboard with astonishing speed. Baozi was engaged in a practice match against Xiao Yifan, the atmosphere lively with cheers and shouts. And Winnie and Luo Ji were huddled over a computer, seemingly analyzing data. Lin Feng sat at his desk, with an equipment editor open on his screen and a steaming cup of coffee beside him. Upon seeing Wei Chun enter, Yi Xiao lifted his gaze. "You're here?" Quite prompt. Lin Feng immediately stood up, beaming as he approached. "Ah, Wei Laoda. Welcome, welcome. You must be tired from your journey. I'm Lin Feng, the one you spoke with in the game yesterday." He extended his hand enthusiastically. Wei Chun, slightly taken aback, shook his hand while his eyes wandered, especially brightening upon spotting Tang Rou. He leaned closer to Yi Xiao and whispered, "Wow, old Yi, this girl is impressive. Her speed, her looks. Is your team still recruiting for a mascot?" Yi Xiao feigned indifference to his lewdness. Lin Feng, however, began introducing the members. "Wei Laoda, let me introduce you. This is Tang Rou, the battle mage Han Yinrou, with top-notch talent. That's Bao Rongxing, the rogue Baozi, with a unique style. This is Xiao Yifan, the tactical genius Yun Hui, formerly of Micro, and quite promising. The ones analyzing data are in Winnie, the priest Xiaoshou Bing Liang, and Luo Ji, the summoner Mei Guang, our theoretical master." As Wei Chun listened and nodded, he felt increasingly astonished. These individuals appeared youthful, yet his seasoned eyes could discern their capabilities. Tang Rou's dexterity and focus, Xiao Yifan's composure, Baozi's exuberance paired with quick reflexes, and Winnie and Luo Ji's analytical fervor. In addition to Yi Xiao's extraordinary prowess and Lin Feng's luck, this Xingxin team was evidently not to be trifled with. "How about it, old Wei? Not misleading you, am I?" Yi Xiao asked leisurely as he lit a cigarette. Wei Chun cleared his throat, suppressing his excitement as he tried to maintain an air of indifference. "Humph. It's passable. The hardware is decent, and the players are just average, barely acceptable." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Feng threw an arm around his shoulder. "Average is still above average. With you here, it's anything but ordinary. Your experience, your tactics, your unique style, precisely what we need. Come, this computer is set up for you. Why not test it out? Tonight, we'll treat you to a seafood feast. You can choose the place." Wei Chun was slightly dazed by Lin Feng's enthusiasm and the promise of a seafood banquet, especially when he caught sight of the brand new high-end computer and professional peripherals. He maintained a facade of nonchalance. "Humph, you certainly know how to charm. But I'm not easily swayed by just a meal. Do they serve lobsters at the seafood restaurant?" "Absolutely. Without limit," Lin Feng boasted. Finally unable to hold back, Wei Chun chuckled and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. "Not bad, kid. You have an eye for talent. Since you've so sincerely invited me, I'll reluctantly stay to offer some guidance." As he spoke, he unceremoniously plopped down in front of the new computer, expertly booting it up, inserting his card, and logging into Honor. Watching the loading cursor on the screen and glancing at this vibrant group of individuals, each with their distinct personalities, then casting a sidelong glance at Yi Xiao, who sat lazily yet with a sharp gaze, and finally resting his eyes on Lin Feng, who exuded an aura of affluence. Wei Chun's seemingly carefree demeanor concealed a flicker of complex emotions, a hint of nostalgia, sentimentality, and a spark of rekindled ambition. He murmured almost inaudibly, "Damn. This might actually be promising." Chapter 42. The Warlock's Silver Weapon. Death's grasp. Wei Chun had settled into Xingxin. Though he often boasted about his glorious past while belittling the youthful exuberance of Yi Xiu and Lin Feng, his actions betrayed his words. The next morning, like clockwork, he appeared in the training room, commandeering the new computer to commence what he termed recovery training. He even claimed it was to help assess everyone's training results. But in the arena, he dominated everyone except Yi Xiu, particularly tormenting Baozi with his warlock's cunning control, leaving Baozi fuming. See, this is the prowess of an old veteran. The art of control, Wei Chun exclaimed triumphantly, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Though he sheepishly extinguished it after receiving a glare from Chen Guo, Yi Xiu merely chuckled, not intervening. He understood that this was Wei Chun's way of integrating himself, providing Tang Rou and the others with a different, albeit harsh, experience of the challenges beyond straightforward aggression in the world of honor. As the days passed, Wei Chun, although silent, grew increasingly impressed by the potential of these young talents. Tang Rou's progress was astonishing, Baozi's innate gifts were remarkable, Xiao Yifun's diligent efforts stood out, and Wenyi's calm calculations were impressive, and Luo Ji's theoretical depth, coupled with Yi Xiu's monstrous abilities and Lin Feng's eccentricity, these ignited a long-dormant flicker of ambition within him. On that afternoon, during a training break, Wei Chun approached Yi Xiu with an air of mystery, glancing furtively around before carefully extracting a slightly worn piece of paper from the pocket of his crumpled coat. "Old Yi, let me show you a treasure," Wei Chun whispered, his face a blend of pride and pain. Yi Xiu received the paper and unfolded it. The page bore hand-drawn sketches rendered in pen, with some lines already blurred. Surrounding the sketches were densely packed annotations of various material names, attribute parameters, structural concepts, and even some notes on failures and revisions. At the top, in bold lettering, were the four striking characters, Siwang Ji Shou, Death's Hand. This was a design blueprint for a silver weapon, specifically for a warlock. "Wow, old Wei, impressive. You've kept this gem all these years." Yi Xiu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the drawing. He was a connoisseur, recognizing the exceptional nature of this blueprint at a glance. Although merely a sketch, its intricate structure and ingenious concepts perfectly aligned with the characteristics of the warlock class, particularly regarding curse-related skills and enhancements of dark attributes, showcasing audacious creativity. "Of course," Wei Chun replied with a pained expression, "I invested so much effort back then. If it weren't for..." He seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and fell silent, sighing instead. "The materials are just too hard to procure, especially a few core components. Damn it, I've barely even heard of some of them, let alone seen them. I searched for years and found nothing, eventually losing hope." His finger traced the names of several highlighted materials on the blueprint. Just these few: Yuanling Jiezhen, Wailing Spirit Crystal; Xinyuan Moang de Chushu, Abyssal Demon King's Tentacle, and the Curse Core. Just hearing their names indicates they're not of this realm. I seriously doubt this game even has these items. Though his voice was low, the confined space of the training room drew the attention of others. Lin Feng happened to be carrying a cup of water and curiously glanced over. "Wei Laoda, what is this treasure? Get lost, kid. Don't pry." Wei Chun instinctively tried to hide the paper, much like a protective cat. However, Yi Xiu directly handed the blueprint to Lin Feng. "Old Wei's hidden treasure. The warlock's silver weapon, Siwang Ji Shou. He has stuck on materials." Lin Feng took the blueprint, and, upon a single glance, his eyes lit up. Although he wasn't as technically skilled as Yi Xiu or Wei Chun, he possessed memories of his past life and a profound understanding of the game, enabling him to discern the value of this design. This was undoubtedly a top-tier silver weapon prototype. Hearing Wei Chun's lament about the materials, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. The names Yuanling Jiezhen and Xinyuan Moang de Chushu sparked a particularly mischievous grin on his face, eliciting a reaction from Wei Chun. "Sounds quite difficult to obtain." "Difficult? Try impossible," Wei Chun exclaimed passionately. "Leave it to me," Lin Feng casually interrupted, shoving the blueprint back into Wei Chun's hands. "Wei Laoda, are you free tonight? Let us go explore." "Huh? Explore where?" Wei Chun was taken aback. "To find those otherworldly materials," Lin Feng replied, grinning like a fox that had raided the henhouse. "I know where to find them." Wei Chun's eyes widened in disbelief as he seized Lin Feng's arm. "Don't you dare boast. I've searched for years without success. You've only been playing for a short time. Hey, just lucky, that's all." Lin Feng humbly waved his hand, though his expression radiated satisfaction. "Trust me, Wei Laoda. Come with me tonight, and you won't be disappointed." Wei Chun remained skeptical, yet Lin Feng's confidence, coupled with his seemingly uncanny luck, ignited a glimmer of hope within him, akin to a withered tree experiencing a revival in spring. That night, after the peak hours at the internet CAF, Lin Feng and Wei Chun logged into the game. Tianyun and Yingfeng Bujan met at the agreed location. "Let me make one thing clear. Kid, if you play me for a fool, I won't let it slide." Wei Chun feigned bravado. Yet his following actions revealed his underlying eagerness as he closely trailed behind Tianyan. Don't worry, Wei Laoda, just follow me, Lin Feng reassured him. First, we'll head to the ruins of Yuan City. There's a hidden quest chain there, and the final step has a chance to yield Yuanling Jieshan. However, the trigger conditions are rather peculiar, requiring us to converse with the mad old beggar in town 10 times at midnight game time, ensuring that each dialogue is unique. As Lin Feng spoke, he skillfully maneuvered Tianyan to evade patrolling ghostly monsters, winding through to a shadowy corner. Sure enough, there squatted a crazed old beggar with a blood-red name. Wow, you even know this? Wei Chen was astonished. Such bizarre trigger conditions were beyond what any rational person would conceive. Just something I stumbled upon while browsing the forums. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly before initiating a conversation with the old beggar. He was evidently well prepared, selecting dialogue options with remarkable speed, ranging from inquiries about the beggar's past to philosophical discussions, even critiquing the game's developers. Wei Chen watched, dumbfounded. After completing the 10 conversations, the old beggar suddenly let out a piercing wail, his body dissipating into a plume of black smoke, leaving behind a flickering quest scroll imbued with ominous dark energy. Got it, Lin Feng announced. Wei Chen hurriedly commanded Yingfeng Bujan to pick up the scroll. The task required collecting 100 essence shards from Wailing Souls and defeating a randomly appearing elite monster, the Wraith Aggregate. Such a quest might daunt ordinary players, but with Lin Feng and Wei Chen, 2 skilled players, it was a mere trifle. Especially for Wei Chen, the prospect of obtaining the materials fueled his determination, unleashing a torrent of warlock skills to control the ghostly monsters with finesse. In less than half an hour, the task was completed. Upon returning to turn in the quest, which was another hidden task easily discovered by Lin Feng, an item that made Wei Chen's breath quicken appeared among the reward options. Yuanling Jieshan. It's here. It really came out. Wei Chen exclaimed, nearly leaping from his chair, frantically selecting the reward. Gazing at the black crystal radiating a rich, shadowy aura in his inventory, he felt as though he were dreaming. Just a small matter. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Now, let us move to the next location, the Abyssal Rift. The Abyssal Rift was a perilous area outside the entrance of a level 55 team dungeon, teeming with various demonic creatures. Lin Feng, accompanied by Wei Chen, did not enter the dungeon but instead circled around its periphery. The tentacles of the Abyssal Demon are not loot from the instance, Lin Feng explained. They are drops from a rare elite, the Abyssal Observer. However, its respawn time is unpredictable, its location random, and it is exceedingly elusive, preferring to lurk in the shadows to ambush solitary players. We must draw it out. How do we do that? Wei Chen inquired, eager to engage. It's simple, Lin Feng replied as he maneuvered Tianyan, purposely stepping into a shadowed area and began to dance in place. Wei Chen was taken aback, thinking Lin Feng had lost his mind. Just then, a remarkably swift shadow leaped from the darkness, launching directly at the back of Tianyan. Here it comes. Lin Feng was prepared. Tianyan executed a graceful sidestep, evading the attack while countering with a powerful energy wave that forced the shadow into view, revealing a grotesque demon adorned with countless tentacles and a singular eye. Old Wei, keep it under control. Don't let it slip back into the shadows. Just watch. Wei Chen exclaimed, invigorated. He swiftly set up a formation, wielding his staff as he unleashed a barrage of spells, Cursed Arrow, Corruption, and Bind, all striking the Abyssal Observer with precision. Anchoring it firmly in place, the duo unleashed their combined might, and the notorious and elusive elite fell with a cry, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Lin Feng stepped forward to inspect the loot. Well, luck is on our side, he whistled, as the drop list revealed a sticky, writhing purple tentacle exuding an aura of the abyss. Tentacle of the Abyssal Demon. Wei Chen was too ecstatic to articulate his thoughts, only managing a silly grin. The final item was the Cursed Core, a material rumored to be the ultimate reward for a hidden storyline quest, which began in a little-known village not marked on any map. Guided by the dreamlike state of Wei Chen, Lin Feng traversed mountains and waters, navigating through high-level monster zones, utilizing various terrain techniques and jumping points, until they finally arrived at the secluded village nestled deep within a canyon. Accepting the quest led to a series of exceedingly tedious challenges demanding both stamina and exceptional skill to complete. Wei Chen followed closely behind, watching Lin Feng deftly unravel numerous puzzles and execute complex maneuvers, his mouth agape in awe. He increasingly felt that this seemingly unfathomable young man, Lin Feng, was nothing short of extraordinary. Was it merely luck? The depth of understanding and exploration displayed in the game was simply astonishing. Ultimately, Tianyan and his formation stood before a cursed altar. After delivering all the quest items, a dark light coalesced in the center of the altar, slowly forming a pulsating heart seemingly composed of pure cursed energy, the Cursed Core. As Lin Feng received the Cursed Core, Wei Chun felt his hands tremble while controlling the formation. Gazing at the three rare materials radiating enticing light in his bag, he glanced at the composed figure of the Qi master beside him and suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. How many years had it been? He could hardly remember. He thought he had long since given up, accustomed to a life of jesting and biding his time in online games. Yet here, under the guidance of this seemingly unreliable lucky youth, he had effortlessly gathered the very items he had yearned for over the years in a single night. An indescribable emotion surged within him: excitement, nostalgia, a tinge of sorrow, and above all, a rekindled passion. "Kid," Wei Chen's voice came through the headset, slightly hoarse. Devoid of his usual lewdness and imbued with sincerity. "Thank you. No need for formalities, Wei Lauda," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "It's all for Xing Xin. Now, quickly, let us bring forth the hand of death and show those alliance folks the prowess of our cunning style, or rather, the mastery of control." "Damn right." Wei Chen's enthusiasm ignited, and he shouted with bravado, "Once my artifact emerges, watch me take down those little rascals. Especially that scoundrel Fang Shijun. He'll probably be wide-eyed." He laughed heartily, eagerly disconnecting from the game, even forgetting to bid farewell. Moments later, the training room echoed with Wei Chen's booming voice. "Boss lady. Old Yi, I need a leave of absence. I'm going into seclusion. No interruptions. Meals at the door. I'm crafting an artifact." What followed was the sound of him rummaging through drawers for paper and pen to calculate data, along with the frantic clacking of the keyboard. His vigor seemingly rejuvenating him by a decade. Lin Feng exchanged a knowing smile with Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao shook his head, remarking, "This old fellow has come to life again." He understood that Xing Xion's battle strength would soon gain a significant new asset, a deadly silver weapon set, to re-emerge, alongside a soul thoroughly ignited, both cunning and formidable. Chapter 44, The Mysterious Strong Enemy? Crushing like dried weeds, the schedule for the challenge matches was relentless. One round after another, the Xing Xion team advanced like tireless tanks, steamrolling through amateur teams, their flawless victory record glaringly apparent. As the rounds progressed, the strength of their opponents gradually increased. Eventually, they encountered a name on the matchup list that piqued their interest: the Xuanqi team. This team held a modest reputation within the Glory community, not due to their strength, but because they were a quintessential professional elimination team. The roster consisted almost entirely of seasoned players who once participated in professional leagues, or those who lingered in training camps but failed to secure a spot, yet were reluctant to entirely depart from the world of Glory. They were not quite on par with the top teams, but they far surpassed pure amateur squads, relying on a more professional understanding and coordination to navigate the middle tier of challenge matches, occasionally brushing against the playoff threshold, making them formidable opponents in the eyes of many grassroots teams. The night before the match, Chen Guo appeared somewhat anxious. Having scoured the internet for a plethora of past match footage and player profiles of the Xuanqi team, this Zhang Yiwei was once a trainee for the 10th cycle, and his marksmanship is quite precise. And this Tang Xing plays a solid knight, his style very stable. Their healer, Wang He, was a substitute at He-Wu for 2 years. She rambled on, sharing her findings with Yi Xiao and Lin Feng. Wei Chun reclined with his legs crossed, picking his teeth, a look of disdain on his face. "Humph, a bunch of has-beens can only bully the little ones in the challenge matches. They are doomed to meet us at Qingxin." Yi Xiao, however, displayed little reaction, merely glancing at a few video clips and commenting that they were adequate before returning to his own tasks. Lin Feng smiled to reassure Chen Guo, "Don't worry, boss. It's just the perfect opportunity to test our recent training outcomes." Despite his words, when the day of the competition arrived, none of the 5 players from Qingxin, Yi Xiao, Lin Feng, Tang Rou, Wei Chun, and An Winnie, underestimated their opponents in the specially designated online match server. The match map randomly selected was a moderately complex town layout. Lowland Ancient City. With ruins providing cover and open squares suitable for direct confrontations, the countdown concluded and the competition officially began. The Xuanqi team had evidently studied previous matches of Qingxin, aware of their favored opening strategies. Thus, they adopted a relatively conservative formation right from the start. With Knight Tang Xing positioned at the forefront, Gunner Zhang Yiwei and Elemental Mage centrally supporting, while the assassin maneuvered on the flanks, and the healer remained securely at the back, a standard professional defensive counterattack formation. "Ah, they've learned," Wei Chen chuckled, maneuvering his character, Ing Feng, to hide behind a low wall. According to plan, Yi Xiao simply commanded. Jun Mo Shao led the charge, not directly assaulting the enemy formation, but instead utilizing the gun form of the Qianji San to engage in long-range harassment, targeting the enemy healer, Wang He. Almost simultaneously, a figure darted from the flank like a fiery meteor. Han Yanro. Tang Rou disregarded the opposing defensive setup, her battle spear, Zhu Feng, gleaming with silver light. Thrusting boldly towards the core DPS gunner, Zhang Yiwei. "What the so fierce?" The members of Xuanqi were astonished. This girl was utterly unreasonable. Knight Tang Xing immediately raised his shield to intercept, but a dark green curse light preemptively struck him with a weakness spell. It was Wei Chen's Yingfeng. Simultaneously, another curse accurately affixed itself to Zhang Yiwei, inflicting pain curse. Tang Xing's shield-raising motion faltered slightly, and Zhang Yiwei's movement and attack speed plummeted. In that brief moment of delay, Han Yanro had already closed in. Haolong Break Army. The Zhufeng spear, accompanied by a sharp whoosh, broke through the knight's feebly raised shield. Its tip aimed directly at Zhang Yiwei. Protect. The Xuanqi captain, the elemental mage, hurriedly began casting an ice wall to block. Yet, just as he reached the midway point of his incantation, a seemingly gentle, yet powerful wave of energy whistled through the air, precisely interrupting his spellcasting. It was Tianyun. Lin Feng maneuvered Tianyun with impeccable positioning, able to support Tang Rou's assault, while also disrupting the enemy's backline casting. Zhang Yiwei, taken aback, quickly executed a slide to retreat while raising his weapon to retaliate. However, burdened by the pain curse, his attack speed was drastically reduced, rendering his bullets weak and ineffective. Han Yanro deftly dodged the bullets with a flick, and the Zhufeng spear struck like a venomous serpent. Round dance staff. Zhang Yiwei, the gunner, was unceremoniously sent flying, crashing into the assassin who had been preparing to ambush Tang Rou. Bang! The two collided in a chaotic tangle. Focus fire on that battle mage. The Xuanqi captain shouted anxiously. Knight Tang Xing shook off the effects of weakness and charged towards Tang Rou, while the elemental mage began casting an area attack spell. However, a radiant light flashed, enveloping Han Yanro in a healing spell and a damage-absorbing shield. It was Xiao Shou Bingliang, and Wen Yu calmly stood at a safe distance, precisely maintaining Tang Rou's health. At the same time, Jun Mo Xiao sprang into action. The Qianji San transformed into spear form, delivering a precise dragon tooth that interrupted the knight's charge. Damn it, this free agent is so annoying. Tang Xing cursed. Even more bothersome was what came next. Wei Chen's Yingfeng appeared like a specter, constantly emerging from the shadows, unleashing curses and shadow arrows as if they were free. The effects of Death's Hand allowed him a considerable casting range with minimal energy consumption, tormenting Xuanqi's backline mercilessly, especially the pain drain effect, which enabled him to regain health intermittently, making it even more challenging for them to deal with. First, take down that warlock. The Xuanqi captain shifted targets. The assassin immediately went into stealth, creeping towards Wei Chen's position. Yet, all of this was observed by Yi Xiu and Lin Feng. Old Wei, 3 o'clock. A mouse is coming, Yi Xiu calmly reminded. Got it. Wei Chen chuckled, feigning ignorance as he continued to cast corruption. Just as the assassin revealed themselves, ready to plunge their dagger into Yingfeng's back, a semi-transparent mental barrier appeared. Clang. The dagger struck the barrier, sending ripples through the air. The assassin was momentarily stunned. Awaiting him was a retaliatory strike from Yingfeng, Death's Entanglement. The black energy swiftly consumed the assassin, dealing damage while inducing a brief fear effect. You think you can outstealth me? Wei Chen smugly spat. Meanwhile, with the assassin threat neutralized, Tang Rou's Han Yanro was completely unleashed. The attack speed of the Zhufeng spear was exceptionally rapid, and its effect of partially ignoring defense made her strikes against the knight painfully effective. For consecutive aerial thrusts, swift charge, dragon tooth, a seamless series of moves, coupled with Jun Mo Zhao's supportive attacks, relentlessly pushed the knight Tang Xing back, his health rapidly dwindling. Xuanqi's healer, Wang He, desperately tried to replenish health, but it was like pouring water into a sieve. He felt an immense pressure. The attacks from the free agent and battle mage were overwhelmingly high, while his side's output was severely limited by the psychic and warlock's restraints, rendering them unable to retaliate effectively. No, I can't hold on any longer, Tang Xing exclaimed, his knight's health reaching critical levels. Withdraw. Fall back. The Xuanqi captain reluctantly ordered. But to retreat, did they consult Xingxin first? Jun Mo Xiao transformed the Qianji San back into gun form, unleashing a barrage of gunfire to block their escape routes. Tianyun's dual palms thrust forward, unleashing the cannon of heaven. The powerful wave of mental energy scattered the Xuanqi formation as they attempted to retreat, leaving them in disarray. As the winds howled, a shadowy flame was cast forth, igniting the ground in a conflagration of black fire that continued to inflict damage and slow the enemy. Han Yanro, embodying the spirit of a combatant, unleashed her fighting will, her aura swelling like that of a war god, as she charged into the crumbling formation of her adversaries with her spear in hand, striking down all who dared to oppose her. Chaos. Utter chaos. The so-called professional coordination of the Xuanqi team was rendered utterly impotent under the ferocious and precise multi-pronged assault of the Xingxin team. Their proud experience paled in the face of Yi Xiu's cunning, Wei Chen's slyness, and Lin Feng's overarching perspective. Their defenses crumbled under Tang Rou's sharpness and the fierce thrusts of the Zhuban spear, as fragile as paper. The first to fall was the knight Tang Xing. Following closely was the gunner Zhang Yiwei, who, despite Han Yinrou's focused attention, found himself powerless to turn the tide. The assassin attempted to flee, only to be ensnared by Jun Ma Xiao's cloud-catching hand, subsequently overwhelmed by the explosive force of Tianyun's energy and the shadowy arrows of the windward formation. The elemental mage struggled to cast a powerful spell, but Lin Feng, controlling Tianyun, interrupted him with a perfectly timed energy wave. Finally, only the healer Wang He remained, desperately encircled by 5 opponents in a matter of minutes. The team match concluded. A massive glory emblazoned the screen. Xingxin team emerged victorious, a complete and utter domination. Throughout the battle, the Xuanqi team scarcely managed to mount any effective counterattack, being led around like puppets, ground into the dirt. In the matchroom, the 5 members of the Xuanqi team stared at the now gray-white screen, dazed and unresponsive, their faces flushed as if they had been soundly slapped. Was this truly the team they believed to be from an internet CAF? Meanwhile, at Xingxin, the task was accomplished. Wei Chun was the first to remove his headphones, stretching lazily, expressing his lack of excitement, declaring it to be devoid of challenge. My spear hasn't even warmed up yet. Tang Rou's tone was calm, yet her slightly raised chin revealed her good spirits. Incredible. Rou Yi is amazing. Old Wei, your eyes were so wide the opponents didn't dare move. Baozi cheered from the audience, where he was a substitute. The healer felt little pressure, and when you adjusted his glasses and concluded, Yi Xiu yawned. Not bad. Who's next? Lin Feng smiled, but remained silent, merely observing the final statistics on the screen. The output, control, and healing data from the entire Xingxin team overwhelmingly surpassed that of Xuanqi. This swift victory was exhilarating, a perfect testament to their recent synergy. Wei Chen's integration had gone even smoother than anticipated. They remained unaware that this match, which they considered ordinary, had stirred significant ripples among the audience of the challenge match, particularly among the few media personnel who took notice. Though the Xuanqi team was not a powerhouse, they were certainly not weaklings. To see such a team completely overwhelmed by Xingxin, defeated in merely 10 minutes? The enigmatic Jun Ma Xiao, with his unpredictable tactics. The combat mage Han Yinrou, whose offensive prowess was astonishing. The energy master Tianyun, whose control was seamless. And the newly emerged warlock windward formation, whose sly control sent shivers down one's spine, coupled with a healer whose stability belied their newcomer status. What exactly was the origin of this Xingxin team? Posts discussing Xingxin began to appear in the challenge match section of various gaming forums. Shocking. Xuanqi team obliterated by a mysterious internet CAF team in 10 minutes. Does anyone know about Xingxin team? Jun Ma Xiao and Han Yinrou are unbelievable. That warlock windward formation. Isn't their style reminiscent of some veteran? Background check on Xingxin team. Suspected connections to the legendary Yi Qiu? Some astute esports reporters began directing their attention to this suddenly emerging grassroots team displaying extraordinary prowess. A storm was quietly brewing. Meanwhile, the members of Xingxin casually exited the match server as if merely concluding a routine training session. Chen Guo observed their calm demeanor and glanced at the forum posts beginning to surface, her face flushed with excitement, yet striving to maintain composure. They played quite well. She managed to exclaim, "Let us have a feast tonight. Long live the boss lady." Baozi was the first to respond. Wei Chen leaned toward Lin Feng, winking. "Kid, did you see that? The moment I stepped in, the attention immediately followed. This is what they call the star effect." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Yes. Old Wei is the greatest." He turned to gaze out the window, the sunset casting a warm glow upon the city streets. The name Xingxin was finally beginning to echo in the ears of many. Chapter 45, The Prospect of Jia Shi. Pre-battle meeting on the second floor of the Xingxin Internet CAF, in the newly established team meeting room. The atmosphere was markedly different from usual. Although the air conditioning diligently dispensed cool air to dispel the early summer humidity, an invisible tension still permeated the air. Around the rectangular conference table sat all the current members of the Xingxin team. Yi Xiu, Lin Feng, Tang Rou, Baozi, Xiao Yifan, and Wenyu, Luo Ji, and veteran Wei Chun. Chen Guo did not occupy the main seat, but sat beside Tang Rou, her face betraying a mix of nervousness and anticipation as she unconsciously fidgeted with a pen in her hand. On the table, several laptop screens glowed, displaying the official pages of the Glory Alliance and paused clips from match videos. The ashtray was already filled with cigarette butts, the contributions of Yi Xiu and Wei Chun. Clearing his throat, Yi Xiu broke the somewhat oppressive silence. He maintained his typical nonchalant demeanor, lazily leaning against the back of his chair. Yet his gaze had shifted from its usual casualness to a focused sharpness. With everyone present, he declared, "Let us begin." The next opponent had yet to be definitively confirmed, but it was highly probable, or rather, without question, that they would face them. He paused, casting his eyes over the youthful, or not so youthful, faces present, and steadily articulated that weighty name, Jia Shi. This word struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring profound ripples in the hearts of all present. Jia Shi, once a glorious dynasty, the place where Yishio single-handedly established and ultimately departed, is now home to the prestigious team boasting Sun Xiang and Yi Yiqiu. They stand as the most formidable and menacing obstacle in Xing Xian's path to the professional league. Bao Zi's reaction was immediate. He straightened his back, eyes wide with astonishment. Jia Shi, the incredibly powerful team? Boss, are we finally going to take them on? His tone conveyed more surprise than fear, even tinged with a hint of eager excitement. Tang Rou remained silent, her lips pressed together slightly, her gaze ablaze with an unwavering spirit ignited by the prospect of facing a formidable opponent. Her hands, concealed beneath the table, clenched tightly. Xiao Yifan, and then when he appeared more solemn, Xiao Yifan instinctively straightened his posture, fully aware of the profound heritage and formidable prowess that a prestigious team embodies, having emerged from Wei Chao himself. And when he adjusted his glasses, the reflection from the screen obscured his eyes, but his fingers curled slightly upon the keyboard. Before Luo Ji, the notebook's screen displayed rapidly scrolling data. As he seemingly sought a semblance of stability within the cold numbers, Wei Chun spat out an expletive, cursing at the tough challenge ahead. Yet his face bore the familiar nonchalance of someone seasoned by tempests. Chen Guo, on the other hand, was so tense that she nearly snapped her pen, her breathing becoming almost imperceptible. Lin Feng, seated beside Yishio, maintained a relatively calm demeanor. He had long anticipated this day, even saying he had come for this very purpose. He lifted the thermos before him, exhaled gently, and slowly sipped the goji berry-infused water that Chen Guo had insisted he and Yishio consume as a health regimen to counteract the toll of late nights. Yishio maneuvered the mouse, opening a video file, a compilation of Jia Shi's recent challenge matches. The situation of Jia Shi was somewhat familiar to everyone. Although they stumbled into the challenge matches this year, their roster was undeniably robust, far superior to the teams they had previously encountered. As Yishio spoke, the image froze on a proud battle mage, the weapon, Jixie Zhan Miao, gleaming with a cold light, the core figure being Sun Xiang, controlling Yi Yiqiu. In the footage, Yi Yiqiu unleashed a wild and unmatched offensive, executing flashy maneuvers with devastating force. On the technical front, there was no question, they were top tier. Yiqiu offered an objective assessment, noting that their speed, reaction, and aggression were all elite. However, he pointed out a flaw, pausing the video at a somewhat reckless advance by Yi Yiqiu. It was easy to become overzealous, and sometimes their playstyle could be overly self-centered, disregarding team coordination when the pace quickened. This was both a strength and their most significant vulnerability. The scene shifted to a mechanic character, showcasing a flurry of mechanical creations, each impeccably positioned to appear at critical moments. Xiao Shiqin, controlling Shengling Mia, was a tactical mastermind and the former captain of the Thunder Squad. Jia Shi had recruited him to address their tactical shortcomings. He was the true brain of Jia Shi, the on-field commander who could unify a disparate group of players. Yishio's tone conveyed a clear respect. Dealing with him would prove more troublesome than contending with Sun Xiang. Subsequently, the screen flashed through images of Su Mu Cheng's Mu Yucheng Feng, Lu Hao's and Wu Tianri, and other key players from Jia Shi. Yishio succinctly analyzed each individual's characteristics and habits, even noting the minute details of the priest Zhang Jiaxing's playstyle. His understanding of Jia Shi was profoundly thorough. In the conference room, only Yishio's calm analysis and the occasional soft click of the keyboard and mouse remained. Everyone listened intently. Even Bao Zi, usually the most restless, had quieted. When Yishio concluded his analysis and turned his gaze toward Lin Feng set down his thermos. Brother Ye's analysis was comprehensive, Lin Feng began. His voice clear yet not loud, resonating with everyone. I would like to add 2 points. Leaning slightly forward, he gently tapped the table. First, Sun Xiang is Jia Shi's sharpest spear and also the most likely point of fracture in their formation. His impulsiveness and confidence provide us with an excellent opportunity to break through. If we can exploit his recklessness, Jia Shi's offensive rhythm will falter. Second, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. Xiao Shiqin is the core. We cannot allow him to comfortably set up his strategies. His mechanic requires foresight and planning. Once his rhythm is disrupted, his effectiveness will be significantly diminished. He glanced at Yishio, exchanging a tacit understanding. Lin Feng continued. My suggestion for the team match is for brother Yes Jun Mo Xiao to focus on Sun Xiang's Yi Yiqiu, utilizing the versatility and experience of a dispersive player. We do not seek an immediate kill, but rather to entangle him, apply pressure, and magnify his impatience, ensuring that his spear cannot strike out, but rather risks wounding himself. Then he pointed to himself. My Tian Yun, as a Qigong master, will primarily control the battlefield. I will dedicate at least 70% of my effort to restraining Xiao Shiqin's Sheng Lingye. I will interrupt his chance with Qi Bo Dan and divide his mechanical formations with the Hong Tian Pao. In summary, I will do everything in my power to prevent him from thinking clearly. Looking at his teammates, Lin Feng emphasized the need for collective effort. Xiao Tang, your Han Yin Ro is our sharpest blade aside from Brother Yi. Seize the opportunity to tear apart their formation. Bao Zi, your task is to create chaos. The more disarray, the better, preventing them from forming effective coordination. Yi Fan, your ghost formation is crucial for limiting movement, creating opportunities, and protecting Shaoan. Shaoan, your healing responsibilities will be immense. Jiashi's firepower is formidable. Trust in your calculations, and trust in us. Finally, he addressed Wei Chun and Luo Ji. Old Wei, your experience is a valuable asset. Your cunning strategies may yield unexpected results at critical moments. Luo Ji, your data analysis must swiftly uncover any patterns in Jiashi's teamwork. Even the slightest preferences will suffice. Lin Feng's strategy was clear and precise, integrating each person's strengths and responsibilities. He did not resort to empty slogans, but provided concrete and actionable plans. Yi Xiu nodded and took over the conversation. What Lin Feng said aligns perfectly with my thoughts. The core strategy is as follows. I will focus on Sun Xiang, while Lin Feng will restrict Xiao Shiqin. Each member will fulfill their respective roles. Yet it is essential to remember that we function as a cohesive unit. Jia Shi possesses individual prowess, yet we place greater emphasis on our collective strength. They may wield the sharpest spear and the most astute mind, but we, Yi Xiu's gaze once again swept across the arena, his voice imbued with an undeniable conviction, are a complete warrior. We possess both intellect and strength. The fists, Tang Rou, Bao Zi, must be sufficiently solid. The blades, Xiao Yifan, sharp and cunning. The shields, and Weini, Lin Feng's energy barrier, robust, and the brains, himself and Lin Feng, adequately engaged. Should we lack any of these elements, victory in this arduous battle would remain elusive. He paused momentarily before concluding. Do we all understand our positions and tasks? Understood. Tang Rou was the first to respond. Her voice clear and resolute. Rest assured, boss. Watch as I turn them upside down. Bao Zi rubbed his hands together, already in the zone. I will do my utmost. Xiao Yifan nodded earnestly. The healing will remain uninterrupted. And Weini succinctly stated, I will process the data as swiftly as possible. Luo Ji adjusted his glasses. My curse has long been eager and restless. Wei Chen chuckled. Chun Guo observed this group of individuals, who had suddenly been infused with purpose and clarity, and her previously mounting anxiety dissipated significantly, replaced by a surge of fervor and confidence. She nodded firmly. Good. Yi Xiu slapped the table, concluding the meeting. In the coming days, all training activities will revolve around simulating Jiashi's tactics and player characteristics. Old Wei, imitate Xiao Shiqin's style. It need not be a perfect likeness, but rather embody the essence of his calculated approach. Luo Ji will provide data support. I will simulate Sun Xiang. As the pre-match meeting concluded, the heavy atmosphere had been replaced by an ardent spirit of combat. Each individual clearly understood what they were to do and what they were to face. The bright lights of the meeting room elongated the silhouettes of those preparing to engage in training, casting their figures upon the wall as if they were warriors about to embark on a campaign. Chapter 46. The fateful confrontation in the grand sports arena of the city. An unprecedented uproar filled the air. The massive circular stands were densely packed with spectators, an array of support banners and light boards shimmering, intertwining to form a vibrant sea of light. The atmosphere was sweltering, infused with the sweetness of popcorn, the refreshing chill of beverages, and the unique, hormone-charged scent produced by a gathering of thousands, all futilely cycled by the central air conditioning system, unable to suppress the overwhelming roar of the crowd. The Glory Challenge Championship final featured Xing Xin versus Jia Shi. This match, from the outset, was laden with drama and intrigue, drawing far more attention than anticipated. Would it signal the fall of an old dynasty or the rise of a new force? Would it be a counterattack led by Yi Xiu and his grassroots team, or a crushing victory by the prestigious Jia Shi? All questions would be answered in today's best-of-3 final. Within the players' preparation area, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the fervor outside, permeated by an almost stagnant seriousness. The members of Xing Xin had already completed their pre-match preparations, each seated on their resting chairs. Yi Xiu maintained his typical inscrutable demeanor, a cigarette unlit between his lips, his gaze vacantly fixed on the ground, as if everything external was of no concern to him. Lin Feng sat beside him, leisurely stretching his wrists, his calm eyes scanning the haughty figures of Jia Shi in the distance. Wei Chen muttered to himself, seemingly replaying some underhanded tactics. Xiao Yifan closed his eyes for deep breaths, silently adjusting his state, and Weini repeatedly checked his equipment. Luo Ji's notebook screen glowed as he conducted a final rapid review of data. Bao Zi, unable to sit still, glanced around curiously. remarking to himself about the many eyes upon them, eager to perform well. Chunghua, her palms slick with sweat from anxiety, paced back and forth, wanting to say something yet fearing to disrupt the team, resorting to incessantly rubbing her hands. The first match, the individual competition. The staff's voice broke through the silence of the preparation area. Instantly, all eyes converged. Yishio lifted his head, scanning his teammates. Finally resting his gaze on the girl with a neat ponytail, her eyes clear and resolute. Little Tang. Yishio spoke, his voice barely above a whisper, yet distinctly clear. Ready for the opening match? Any issues? Tang Rose stood up at the call, her focus unwaveringly directed towards the door leading to the competition. As if she could already envision her opponent waiting beyond. Clad in the red and white colors of the Xing Xian team, her posture was upright, akin to a poised spear ready to launch. No problem. Her response was succinct and devoid of embellishment, yet it radiated an undeniable certainty and immense confidence. She grasped her account card, bearing the name Han Yinro, and lightly pressed her fingertips upon it, forging a connection with the battle mage within. Then, she stepped forward. Advancing toward the door, the hem of her red uniform swaying gently with her strides. Go, little Tang. Chunghua couldn't help but call out, her voice trembling with nervousness. Tang Rou did not look back, but raised her right hand, giving a thumbs-up gesture, her figure soon vanishing into the shadowy corridor beyond the door. That girl's momentum is growing stronger, Wei Chen remarked. Lin Feng observed the direction where Tang Rou had disappeared, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had faith in Tang Rou and even greater confidence in the spear she wielded, Zhan Piao. The announcer's voice resonated through the arena, passionately introducing the contestants for the first battle. For Jia Shi, the first contestant in the individual match is the martial artist, Shun Jian. Operating character, Lian Jin. The Jia Shi fan zone erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause. Shun Jian is one of Jia Shi's key players, seasoned and reliable in his approach. While not among the most elite all-stars, he is certainly a force that no opponent would dare underestimate. Assigning him to lead the charge underscores Jia Shi's seriousness regarding this final and their desire for a stable outcome. The first player to take the stage for the Xingxin team is the rookie battle mage, Tang Rou, operating the character Han Yinro. The number of fans supporting Xingxin pales in comparison to that of Jia Shi, yet their cheers are remarkably resounding, interspersed with murmurs of curiosity and anticipation. Tang Rou's beauty starkly contrasts with her aggressive and unyielding gameplay in the challenge matches, which has already drawn considerable attention. Many are eager to witness how this girl, who looks anything but a professional player, will perform under the immense pressure of the finals. As both competitors enter the arena, they approach their respective soundproof booths on either side of the stage. Seated within, Tang Rou is enveloped in silence, with only her steady breathing and heartbeat audible. She skillfully swipes her card to log in, and her character materializes on screen. The battle mage Han Yinro, clad in formidable attire, stands proudly with her spear, Jifeng. The sleek lines of her silver weapon glimmer with a faint azure light, the spear tip radiating a chilling gleam. The map loads, the arena. This is the simplest and most straightforward of battlegrounds, a square platform devoid of any complex terrain. The choice of this map signifies that both teams have eschewed elaborate tactics, opting instead for a pure contest of skill and raw power. This undoubtedly favors the battle mage, known for her formidable offensive capabilities, while simultaneously testing the mental fortitude and stability of the players. As the countdown concludes, the match commences. Han Yinro and Lian Jin burst forth from their respective spawn points like arrows released from a bow, charging directly towards the center of the arena. Veteran player Xin Jian does not underestimate his opponent simply because she is a newcomer. He initiates with a low-level probing strike, his fists slicing through the air, aiming to disrupt Han Yinro's positioning. However, Tang Rou's response is astonishingly swift. As the force of the strike approaches, Han Yinro maintains her momentum, executing a slight sidestep while the spear's tip narrowly grazes Lian Jin's fist, and with a flick of her wrist, she counters. Heaven strike. The spear rises from below, precisely targeting Lian Jin's chin. Shun Jian is taken aback, not anticipating such a rapid and decisive counter from his opponent, and hastily commands his character to leap back in evasion. The gust from the spear narrowly misses him. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Rou presses forward. Han Yinro's footwork shifts, seamlessly shadowing Lian Jin's retreat, while the spear transforms into a bolt of blue lightning, striking with the ferocity of a tempest. Rapid thrust. The sound of two impacts resounds. Despite Shun Jian's best efforts to block, Tang Rou's execution is too swift and accurate, landing a second thrust that chips away at Lian Jin's health. The audience erupts in astonishment. No one expected this rookie from Xingxin to start so aggressively and even gain the upper hand in the initial exchange. Shun Jian's expression darkens, feeling the sting of being outmaneuvered by a newcomer. He steadies himself, commanding his character to unleash a powerful strike. Gathering immense energy in his colossal fist, a signature move of the martial artist, the fierce tiger dance. Countless fist shadows converge upon Han Yinro, an overwhelming display of force as if to engulf her entirely. The Jiashi fans cheer in anticipation of Shun Jian's explosive comeback. Yet, Tang Rou's gaze remains unwavering. In the face of the oncoming barrage, Han Yinro's form becomes elusive. She does not retreat, but instead capitalizes on the battle mage's speed, expertly weaving through the chaotic barrage with remarkable precision. In doing so, a faint frost-like mark, reminiscent of condensed cold air, silently adheres to Lian Jin's gauntlets, a precursor to the armor-piercing effect of Ji Feng being activated. Remarkable. Han Yinro's maneuvering is exquisite. She completely avoids the core damage zone of the fierce tiger dance. The live commentary bursts with admiration. Having evaded the explosive skill, Han Yinro retaliates instantly. The azure light around Ji Feng intensifies. Dragon's Tooth, a precise strike that causes a momentary stun. Falling Blossom Palm. She delivers a palm strike that sends the staggered Lian Jin reeling backward. Yet, this is not the end. In Lian Jin's moment of instability, Han Yinro raises her spear high, a torrent of magical energy surging forth. Dominating Dragon. With an unmatched force, the spear crashes down. Boom. A muffled thud reverberates as the arena trembles. Lian Jin is struck solidly, losing additional health. More importantly, as a result of the prior assaults and the impact of Dominating Dragon, the armor-piercing effect is fully activated. Shun Jian's character visibly loses defense, an ephemeral, fragile shield appearing around him. Armor broken. Shun Jian is now vulnerable. The commentators exclaim, highlighting the effectiveness of Han Yinro's silver weapon. This puts Shun Jian at a significant disadvantage. Anxiety grips Shun Jian as he realizes the implications of his diminished defense. His opponent's skills can now inflict even greater damage. He must be more cautious. But will Tang Rou grant him an opportunity to adjust? The answer is a resounding no. With the armor-piercing effect activated, Han Yinro's assault becomes increasingly ferocious and lethal. Her execution is unrestrained, her speed reaching unprecedented heights. Under her command, Han Yinro transforms into a fierce spear-wielding dragon. Round dance. Crushing blow. Raging dragon pierces heart. Each skill of the battle mage cascades forth like an unrestrained torrent, seamlessly chaining together with no hint of delay. Every strike precisely exploits the openings in Shun Jian's defense or the recovery time of his skills, mercilessly battering Lian Jin in his vulnerable state. Shun Jian finds himself retreating under the relentless onslaught, scrambling to defend and evade, occasionally managing to retaliate, yet unable to disrupt Tang Rou's tempestuous rhythm. He feels as though he is facing a relentless, flawless offensive machine, the pressure nearly suffocating. The gap in health rapidly widens. The audience, both present and those watching the live stream, are left in stunned silence. They anticipated Tang Rou to be formidable, but never to this extent. It is utterly astonishing to witness an experienced professional player being so thoroughly dominated. The relentless and formidable momentum is palpable even through the screen. My goodness, is this truly a newcomer? The aggression displayed is absolutely fearsome. Shun Jian is entirely suppressed. The weapon, Ji Feng, is perfectly suited for her. Once the armor-breaking effect is triggered, the damage is simply explosive. The fans of Xing Xin are in a complete frenzy, with cheers rising higher and higher. Chenghua, in the stands, is nearly leaping with excitement, tightly gripping the arm of Wei Chun beside her. Wei Chun winces in pain, but wears an expression of exhilaration. Within the competition area, Tang Rou's demeanor remains focused and composed, though the fiery determination in her eyes burns ever more intensely. Her fingers dance across the keyboard and mouse, as if performing a stirring symphony of battle. Ultimately, when her health points dwindle to the last segment, Han Yinro leaps into action, channeling all her might into the spear, Ji Feng, with magical energies sparkling like stars. Fu Long Xiang Tian, a colossal magical dragon roars forth, completely engulfing the struggling Quan Patian Xia. Glory. The instant the two characters of honor appear, a moment of silence envelopes the arena, only to be shattered by the most fervent uproar since the match began. Victory. In the first match of the individual competition, Xing Xin team, Tang Rou, triumphs. Han Yinro stands resolutely in the center of the arena, her character's health bar still over half full, the red team uniform glowing like flames under the virtual spotlight. Tang Rou exhales softly, removing her headphones. The deafening cheers from the outside world flood in immediately. Her expression remains inscrutable. Yet a glimmer of satisfaction flashes in her eyes before she stands and calmly exits the competition area. She strides towards Xing Xin's preparation zone, greeted by the excited gazes and smiles of her teammates. Well done. Yishio nods, succinctly. Brilliant. Little Tang, you're amazing. Baozi exclaims, nearly leaping towards her. Incredible. Lin Feng smiles as he hands her a bottle of water. Tang Rou accepts the water, softly murmuring her thanks, then sits down, her gaze already fixed on the stage. awaiting the commencement of the next individual match. She has achieved it, securing a clean victory, heralding a promising start for Xing Xian and greatly uplifting the team's morale. This overwhelming triumph resonates like a resounding slap across the faces of all who underestimated Xing Xian and her, casting an unforeseen shadow over the previously formidable Jiashi team. Chapter 47, Fateful Confrontation Challenge Cup Finals, Part 1, Individual Match, Mid. Tang Rou's victory sent ripples through the Jiashi team, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up tremendous waves within. In the preparation area, the previously relaxed and somewhat arrogant atmosphere vanished, replaced by a stifling silence and disbelief. Sun Xiang's countenance darkened, nearly dripping with discontent, as he leaned against the wall with crossed arms. His sharp gaze fixated on the screen replaying Tang Rou's final strike, Fu Long Xiang Tian, emitting a faint cold snort from his nostrils. Xiao Shiqin adjusted his glasses, a frown creasing his brow, clearly perturbed by the unexpectedly formidable prowess Tang Rou displayed and the effects of the silver weapon, Ji Feng, which disrupted part of his pre-match strategies. Deploying Shun Jian as the vanguard was intended to ensure stability, yet it resulted in a complete rout, inflicting a tangible blow to their morale. Never mind, there are still 2 individual matches left. As a tactical mastermind, Xiao Shiqin quickly recalibrated his mindset, reassuring his teammates that Shun Jian had grown complacent and had exposed his weaknesses. In the next match, we must secure a victory. His gaze swept over the remaining team members, ultimately landing on a stoically composed player. He Ming, you will take the stage in the second match. The opponent may continue with their aggressive tactics, leverage your professional characteristics, proceed steadily, and do not grant her opportunities for consecutive assaults. He Ming, the Jiashi team's magical scholar player, nodded, a fierce determination glimmering in his eyes. Understood, Deputy Captain. I will rectify the score. Meanwhile, in the Xing Xian preparation zone, excitement overflowed following their initial victory. You played so beautifully, little Tang. That evasion from the ferocious tiger was simply divine. Baozi exclaimed with glee. Indeed, it was splendid. Yi Xiu affirmed Tang Rou's performance, though his expression remained serious. A promising start is excellent. Yet Jiashi's counterattack will undoubtedly be more ferocious. Lao Wei, prepare yourself for the second match. Upon hearing this, Wei Chen's eyes lit up as he rubbed his hands together and stood up. Haha, is it finally my turn? Rest assured, I shall impart some lessons to those younglings from Jiashi. They will experience the harsh realities of society. He exuded an eager demeanor, his aura of a cunning master fully unleashed. Lin Feng observed Wei Chun with a smile and remarked to Yi Xiu, having Lao Wei face the magical scholar is indeed a wise choice. Yi Xiu nodded in agreement. Yes, if the map proves to be complex, it will suit his playstyle well. Just then, the voice of the live host resounded once more, announcing that the second individual match was about to commence and requesting both contestants to prepare. The information of the second match contestants appeared on the big screen. Jiashi team, second contestant in the individual match, He Ming, magical scholar, character, Fa Bu Rongqing. Xing Xian team, second contestant in the individual match, Wei Chun, warlock, character, Ing Feng Bu Zhen. Oh, Xing Xian has sent out the veteran Wei Chun. This founding member of the Lan Yu team and a first-generation warlock player in the league has continued to shine since joining Xing Xian, the commentator introduced. On the other hand, Jiashi has dispatched the magical scholar He Ming, a player known for a similarly agile and versatile playstyle. The warlock versus the magical scholar will result in a contest of control and counter-control. Murmurs of discussion arose among the audience. Wei Chen's reputation is well known, yet his age has led to a decline in his peak operational skills. His matches rely more on peculiar strategies and vast experience. In contrast, He Ming is in his prime, showcasing impressive strength. Many perceive this confrontation as more suspenseful than the first match. Wei Chen stood up unsteadily, retrieving his account card from his pocket and placing it in his mouth, adopting a demeanor of absolute confidence. Watch as I secure another victory for you all. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder and winked at Tang Rou, saying, Xiao Tang plays exceptionally well. I feel immense pressure and cannot afford to lose face. With that, he strode confidently towards the competition area. He Ming had already settled in at the competition seat, his expression grave. The unexpected defeat of Shun Jian had amplified the weight of responsibility on his shoulders, and he could not permit another loss. The map loaded, Zhongluo Yi, a moderately complex terrain centered around an abandoned ancient clock tower, surrounded by scattered ruins and massive gear components, which provided ample opportunities for cover and tactical advantages. This map slightly favored sorcerers, yet the flight capabilities of the magic scholars could also exploit the elevation changes effectively. As the commentary began, the countdown concluded, and the match commenced. Fa Bu Rongqing instantly mounted his broom, the starry comet, soaring into the air to seize the aerial vantage point. racing towards the center of the map. The standard tactic for a magic scholar was to claim air superiority from the outset. But what about Ing Feng Buzhen? Wei Chen did not direct his character towards the center. Instead, he maneuvered Ing Feng Buzhen stealthily along the edge of the crumbling wall, utilizing shadows for rapid movement while casting skills. Oh, player Wei Chen has eschewed conventional positioning, opting instead to utilize the intricate terrain at the map's edge. The commentator exclaimed in surprise. He Ming, with a clear aerial view, quickly spotted Ing Feng Buzhen, who was barely discernible among the ruins. He immediately commanded Fa Bu Rongqing to dive down and scattered a handful of dispelling powder in an attempt to disrupt his opponent's spellcasting. However, just as the dispelling powder was about to descend, Ing Feng Buzhen executed a strange right-angle twist, evading behind a massive stone pillar, and with a flourish of his sorcerer's staff, unleashed a cursed arrow. Several purple-black arrows of dark energy targeted not Fa Bu Rongqing in the sky, but a section of the ground directly in the path of Fa Bu Rongqing's dive. A preemptive strike, the commentator shouted. He Ming reacted swiftly, pulling on the broom to alter his trajectory. Yet, Wei Chen's placement of the cursed arrows was particularly cunning, blocking several of his potential escape routes. Although Fa Bu Rongqing narrowly evaded most of the arrows, he was still grazed by one, acquiring a slight debuff that slowed him. Ah, the old fox, Li Rue muttered under his breath, reluctant to dive again and opting to regain altitude. Wei Chen chuckled to himself, maneuvering Ing Feng Buzhen to peek from behind the pillar, gesturing at Fa Bu Rongqing in the sky while murmuring, though no one could hear youngster, soaring high grants a broad view, but it also makes one a target. He was in no rush to attack. Instead, he began weaving between various covers, occasionally casting corrosive or devouring spells. These skills dealt minimal damage but carried annoyingly debilitating effects. He was like a piece of taffy, persistently irritating his opponent. He Ming attempted to bombard Wei Chen with area skills like Acid Rain and Ice Fog. But Wei Chen's agile movements allowed him to evade the assaults just in time, or he would use a soul strike to briefly interrupt He Ming's incantations. What a sly tactic. Wei Chen's approach is undeniably devious. The commentator couldn't help but laugh, noting that he was avoiding direct confrontation with He Ming, instead opting for a strategy of incessant harassment, wearing down his opponent's patience. Yet, it proved effective. He Ming was growing increasingly frustrated. His attacks repeatedly missed, while Ing Feng Buzhen's health remained nearly full. As time ticked away, the atmosphere became somewhat tense. The fans of Jiashi were growing anxious, fervently cheering for He Ming, hoping he could swiftly subdue this cunning veteran. Indeed, He Ming's impatience mounted. After a prolonged assault with no success, compounded by the incessant harassment from Wei Chen's minor spells, his mindset began to waver. He seized an opportunity, commanding Fa Bu Rongqing to make a sharp turn and dive, attempting to execute a powerful attack on Ing Feng Buzhen, who was sheltered behind a low wall. He Ming can no longer hold back. He has chosen to engage closely, the commentator exclaimed, just as Fa Bu Rongqing was about to collide with the low wall. Ing Feng Buzhen unexpectedly rolled out from behind it, not retreating, but rolling forward, nearly landing directly beneath Fa Bu Rongqing. This unforeseen maneuver left He Ming momentarily stunned, instinctively adjusting his broom's direction. Yet, Wei Chen was waiting for this very moment. Binding spell. A beam of purple-black light shot forth from the tip of Ing Feng Buzhen's staff, striking Fa Bu Rongqing at close range with pinpoint accuracy. The magic scholar was forcibly immobilized in midair. This is bad, He Ming thought frantically. However, that was not the end. Almost simultaneously with the binding spell's impact, Wei Chen commenced the incantation for his next skill. He had been prepared. 6-star light prison. Boom. 6 beams of purple-black light descended from above, forming a perfect cage that ensnared Fa Bu Rongqing, who had just recovered from the binding spell and was still unable to react. Got him. Player Wei Chen's brilliant baiting strategy. He used himself as bait to draw out He Ming's aggressive attack, then flawlessly chained his control. The 6-star light prison has caught its prey, the commentator shouted excitedly. The Jiashi fans were in an uproar, while the fans of Xing Xian erupted in cheers. Trapped within the 6-star light prison, Fa Bu Rongqing could not move, becoming a living target. Wei Chen would not squander such an opportunity. He swiftly maneuvered Ing Feng Buzhen to retreat, creating a safe distance, and began his wicked incantation. Reign of Chaos. Gates of Death. Massive, sinister purple-black storm clouds gathered above the 6-star light prison, unleashing corrosive raindrops that pelted down, while a colossal, eerie gate, entwined with countless vengeful spirits, slowly opened behind Fa Bu Rongqing, a powerful suction beginning to draw him in. He Ming's face turned pale. He struggled to maneuver. But before the effect of the 6-star light prison could expire, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as his health plummeted under the dual assault of the Reign of Chaos and the Gates of Death. When the effect of the 6-star light prison finally ended, Fa Bu Rongqing had lost over half of his health and was afflicted with multiple negative statuses, including chaos and corrosion. The formidable pull of the Gate of Death continues to persist, making it arduous for him to advance. Wei Chun, seizing the advantage, unleashes an array of warlock skills with relentless fervor. Cutting Spell, Voodoo Spell, Soul Strike. He Ming attempts to maneuver Fa Bu Rongqing to escape the confines of the Gate of Death and launch a counterattack, but under the influence of various debilitating effects, his operations become utterly distorted, and the rhythm is thrown into disarray. Wei Chun, akin to a seasoned hunter, methodically orchestrates his formation, maintaining a safe distance and gradually depleting his opponent's health with the most efficient and effortless methods. Ultimately, when Fa Bu Rongqing struggles to break free from the range of the Gate of Death, his health is nearly exhausted, and the final curse arrow, having completed its incantation, soars forth, obliterating his life bar entirely. Glory. The two characters leap onto the screen once more. In the second match of the individual competition, the Xingxin team, led by Wei Chun, emerges victorious. Another win. The Xingxin team claims another victory. Veteran Wei Chun, with his wealth of experience and uniquely cunning strategy, presents us with a masterclass in warlock control. The commentator's voice is filled with awe. The audience erupts in astonishment. 2-0. The individual matches have only just begun, yet Xingxin has already secured 2 points. Moreover, both victories have been achieved by the seemingly underdog competitors. Tang Rou's overwhelming dominance and Wei Chen's cunning control, two entirely contrasting styles, have both yielded perfect results. In the preparation area of the Jia Shi team, a deathly silence prevails. Sun Xiang strikes the adjacent wall with a fist, producing a dull thud. Xiao Shiqing's expression grows gravely serious. Losing 2 points in succession has already placed them at a significant disadvantage. With only one match remaining in the individual competition, another loss is absolutely unacceptable. The third match must be won. Wei Chen strides out from the competition area, basking in the fervent praise of his Xingxin teammates. Old Wei impressive, quite cunning. Lin Feng laughs heartily. Even Yi Xiu, rarely one to offer praise, grants his approval. As expected of a senior, Xiao Yifan expresses with admiration. Wei Chen strokes his non-existent beard, adopting an air of casual superiority. Humph, merely a youngling from Jia Shi, not worthy of my consideration. The consecutive victories have elevated Xingxin's morale to unprecedented heights, while Jia Shi finds itself teetering on the brink of despair. The third match in the individual competition has become a battle for dignity that Jia Shi cannot afford to lose. The atmosphere in the arena becomes increasingly tense and solemn. Everyone is eager to know who Jia Shi will dispatch to salvage this precarious situation, while Xingxin contemplates who will seize the opportunity to pursue victory. The large screen swiftly provides the answer. Jia Shi team, third participant in the individual competition, Zhang Jiaxing, priest, character, Zhiying. As this information is revealed, an enormous gasp of surprise and murmurs erupt throughout the crowd. A priest? Jia Shi has sent out priest Zhang Jiaxing in the individual competition? The commentator's voice is laced with disbelief. This is the finals. Deploying a healing class in an individual match is exceedingly rare. Could Jia Shi be orchestrating some unique tactical maneuver? The inherent weaknesses of a priest in one-on-one combat are glaringly evident. Their offensive capabilities are scant, lacking in burst damage, primarily relying on attrition and healing. Unless equipped and skilled to an overwhelming degree, it is nearly impossible to defeat an equally leveled offensive class. Jia Shi's decision has taken everyone by surprise. In the Xingxin preparation area, the team members are momentarily taken aback. A priest? Has Jia Shi truly exhausted all options? Baozi questions, puzzled. No, Yi Xiu shakes his head, his gaze sharpening. They had no choice but to resort to this. Having lost 2 consecutive matches in the individual competition, the pressure for the third match is immense. Sending in an attacker would be risky. Another loss would be devastating to morale. By deploying a priest, a win would be a pleasant surprise, while a loss would be somewhat understandable, minimizing the blow to their spirits. Moreover, Zhang Jiaxing's priest is well equipped, and his skill points may be substantial. In an attrition battle, they may well have a chance. This is a classic case of strategic maneuvering, employing a lower-tier horse against a mid-tier or opposing lower tier. Lin Feng interjects. They likely wish to conserve their stronger players for the subsequent arena and team matches. Then who shall we send? Chengua asks nervously. Yi Xiu's gaze sweeps across the remaining team members, Xiao Yifan, Mo Fan, Luo Ji, and himself alongside Lin Feng. Jia Shi aims to use the priest for a stable attrition battle to regain some dignity, while simultaneously testing our formidable players. Yi Xiu rapidly assesses. Then we shall not grant them their wish. Since they have sent forth their weakest contender, we will respond with one of our relatively unconventional choices. A win would be a significant gain, while a loss would not be too detrimental. His gaze finally settles on the quiet, reserved youth who seems detached from the surrounding commotion. Yifan, Yishio declares, "You will take this match." Xiao Yifan lifts his head, a glimmer of determination flashing in his clear eyes. He offers no words, silently rising to retrieve his account card. Isiyu and Hui, the formation demon against the priest. This is destined to be an intensely challenging battle of tactical layout and rhythm control, a clash of control versus counter-control. How will the unpredictable formation demon confine the priest under the protection of holy light? And can the well-equipped priest withstand the relentless encroachment of the demon's formations until the very end? The curiosity of the audience is piqued. The final match of the individual competition commences with this unexpected pairing. The map loads, the shadowy thicket, a dimly lit expanse, densely populated with trees and severe visibility restrictions. This map serves as an ideal stage for the formation demon, who requires the ability to set traps. Xiao Yifan maneuvers, Isiyu and Hui, swiftly weaving through the trees upon entering the map, his form ethereal, like a specter merging with the shadows. On the other side, Zhang Jiaxing, controlling Jiying, appears exceedingly cautious and steady. He refrains from hasty movements, opting instead for a relatively open position, backed against a colossal tree, casting a healing spell upon himself, and vigilantly monitoring the surrounding rustling of leaves and shifting winds. He is acutely aware of his strengths and weaknesses. His mission is to wear down the opponent, to delay, to coax out their skills and trump cards, and even to seek out the slightest opportunity for victory. There is no need for haste. It is his opponent who is pressed for time. Seconds tick by, in the shadowy depths of the forest. Apart from the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind and the occasional chirping of insects, there was an eerie silence. The two characters seemed to have vanished. The audience, viewing from a godlike perspective, could distinctly observe YC who, akin to a meticulous chess master, stealthily weaving through the shadows of the trees, silently laying the groundwork for a series of ghostly formations, calculating distances and timing with precision. Meanwhile, Zhying remained as still as a meditating monk, only the occasional glimmer of healing light emanating from him indicating his heightened state of vigilance. It was an intensely tactical confrontation. Player Chio YFN was meticulously strategizing, while player Zhying GX was steadfast in his defense against the myriad of changes. The commentary lowered its volume, as if to avoid disturbing the players on the field. Chio YFN exhibited remarkable patience, maneuvering YC who to the flank of Zhying, utilizing the trees as cover to commence his incantation. An ice formation. A pale blue frost barrier quietly unfurled behind Zhying, yet Zhying GX, acutely aware, immediately commanded Zhying to move forward, narrowly evading the reach of the ice formation. A probing ice formation, skillfully dodged by Zhying GX, the commentator exclaimed, undeterred by the missed opportunity. Chio YFN swiftly repositioned YC who, disappearing once again into the darkness. Zhying GX remained cautious, subtly adjusting his stance while vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Chio YFN began to frequently shift positions, employing various forms of cover for brief incantations, quietly setting up numerous ghostly formations, blade formation, plague formation. Though most did not directly envelop Zhying, they silently constricted his mobility. Zhying GX recognized the opponent's intent. He endeavored to remain in relatively open areas, efficiently healing himself while attempting to counter YC whose incantations with sacred fire and holy light. The two engaged in a battle of control amidst the dimly lit forest, testing their patience and strategic prowess. As time elapsed, both players' health remained nearly full. Yet Zhying's movement space was gradually being encroached upon by the invisible walls of ghostly formations. The situation was exceedingly tense. Player Chio YFN displayed immense patience, compressing space with ghostly formations. However, the priest's countering capability was formidable. If this continued, the match could extend indefinitely. The commentator analyzed. The turning point arrived in the 7th minute of the match. Chio YFN skillfully maneuvered YC who, subtly overlapping the edges of 3 ghostly formations, blade formation, plague formation, shadow formation, at a slight angle, creating a zone of death. Subsequently, he deliberately exposed his position, luring Zhying to move in that direction. Zhying GX, falling into the trap, commanded Zhying to retreat, inadvertently stepping into the overlapping edge of the ghostly formations, slowed, blinded, and subjected to additional damage. Now is the moment. A sharp gleam flashed in YFN's eyes. His fingers glided smoothly over the keyboard. Feast of the Ghosts. All previously laid ghostly formations erupted with energy. The dark forest erupted in a dazzling yet perilous display of light, completely engulfing Zhying. Zhying GX, remaining calm under pressure, directed Zhying to absorb the damage and resolutely activated his ultimate skill, Angelic Radiance. Dazzling white light erupted from Zhying, attempting to dispel the residual effects of the ghostly formations and interrupt YCN, whose subsequent incantation. Splendid. Zhying sought to turn the tide with angelic radiance. Cheers erupted from the GSH fans. Yet, Chioyfn's offensive was far from over. At the very moment the effects of angelic radiance began to wane, YCN, whose incantation was complete. Silence formation. A brand new barrier descended, perfectly enveloping Zhying, who had just escaped the chaos. All skills requiring incantation were instantly sealed. A pang of anxiety gripped Zhying, who hastily commanded Zhying to utilize an instant cast skill to create distance. However, Chioyfn's calculations were unfailingly precise. A moonlight slash struck true, inflicting damage while causing a momentary stun. Ghost slash. Following that, a purple-black strike whistled forth, staggering Zhying backward. Control was established. Chioyfn successfully restricted Zhying's movements. The silence formation continued. The commentator shouted. Zhying realized the gravity of the situation. He could only utilize an instant cast healing spell to stabilize his health line, attempting to force his way out of the silence formation's range. But Chioyfn's ghostly formations seemed inexhaustible. Another ice formation blossomed in Zhying's retreat path. The slowing effect triggered once more. The scales of victory began to tilt gradually in Chioyfn's favor. It was evident to all that the priest was perfectly controlled by the ghostly formations, ensnared in a chain of traps, leaving him in an extremely precarious situation. Sweat beaded on Zhying's forehead. He knew that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. He timed his move precisely for the moment the silence formation's effect was about to end, enduring the damage from Ghost Slash and forcefully incanting Hope Prayer. This skill could significantly restore mana. As long as he completed the chant, he would have the resources to continue. Yet, just as his incantation neared completion, Chioyfn seemed to have already anticipated his action. With a point of YCN whose blade, Ghost Claw, a pale spectral hand suddenly emerged from the shadows beneath Zhying, launching a fierce grasp. The damage was minimal but sufficient to interrupt the incantation. Interrupted once more. My goodness. Chioyfn's predictions and interruptions today have been astoundingly precise. Player Zhying was unable to discern any critical skill. The commentator marveled. The interruption of Hope Prayer became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Zhying's mana had dwindled to nothing, and his health rapidly declined under the continuous damage of the ghostly formations and YCN whose assaults. Though he still struggled with the few remaining instant cast skills, everyone understood that hope was lost. Ultimately, Chioyfn commanded YCN who to deliver a clean and decisive full moon slash, depleting the last vestige of Zhying's health. Glory. A system message popped up, announcing the conclusion of the third match of the individual competition. In the third match of the individual competition, Team XNGXN Chioyfn emerged victorious. 3-0. Team XNGXN unexpectedly shaved Team GSH's head, achieving a resounding victory in the first game of the finals with overwhelming dominance. The entire arena was engulfed in an overwhelming shock and uproar. Fans of Joshua were left dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the events unfolding before their eyes. While supporters of Xing Xian erupted into frenzied cheers, Xiao Yifan let out a long sigh, his face lighting up with a relieved yet triumphant smile. As he stepped off the competition platform, he was met with the enthusiastic embraces and accolades of his teammates. This once timid youth had, through his astute strategies and composed maneuvers, secured a resounding victory for Xing Xian in the individual matches. In the preparation area of Joshua, an eerie silence prevailed. Sun Xiang's face was ashen, and Xiao Shiqin closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. With a complete defeat in the individual matches, the start could not have been worse. The pressure now rested entirely on Joshua. In the forthcoming arena matches, they could afford no further mistakes. Chapter 48, Fateful Confrontation Challenge Match Finals, Part 2. Arena match. The exhilaration from the successful start in the individual matches still lingered in the preparation area of Xing Xian, but it was swiftly replaced by a more serious atmosphere. The upcoming arena matches would test the team's overall depth and resilience even further. The map for the arena match was projected onto the large screen, a dimly lit forest. This map, characterized by its obscured lighting and towering ancient trees, created numerous visual blind spots and obstacles, with the ground entangled and intermittently slick with moss. Compared to the straightforward and brute force nature of the previous individual matches, this map was evidently filled with uncertainties and tactical opportunities. The arena match commenced, and both teams entered the stage. The host's voice resonated once more. Yishio gazed at the screen, swiftly issuing commands. Baozi, you're up first. Got it, boss. Watch me. Bao Rongxing sprang to his feet, his face radiating a near-blind confidence and excitement, as if he were not heading into a crucial final, but rather off to a gaming CAF downstairs for a casual match. He seized his rogue character card and strode toward the competition platform, humming an off-key tune. Baozi, remember, Yishio added from behind. The map is dark, with many trees. Don't charge and recklessly navigate around. Understood. I'll confuse them. Baozi waved his hand without looking back, his figure vanishing at the entrance of the passage. The vanguard sent forth by Xing Xian was Bao Rongxing's rogue character, an arrangement that caught many by surprise. Typically, teams would place more stable players in the vanguard to gain an advantage or employ strong players to take on multiple foes. To position someone as unpredictable as Baozi in the vanguard was a significant risk. On the opposite side, the first character to enter the fray drew a chorus of cheers and screams. Mu Yuqing Feng, Su Mucheng, the league's foremost gunner, also a highly popular goddess-level player. By placing her at the forefront, Jia Shi clearly hoped she could leverage the map's complexity and her long-range capabilities to secure the first point while exhausting the players behind Xing Xian. Oh, Jia Shi is sending Su Mucheng to lead. Mu Yuqing Feng has entered the dimly lit forest. Meanwhile, Xing Xian has dispatched Bao Rongxing's rogue character Baozi. This arrangement is intriguing. The commentators analyzed. The match began. Mu Yuqing Feng materialized on one side of the map, and upon her appearance, she gracefully leaped, her heavy machine gun unleashing a torrent of fire, utilizing the recoil to spring onto a thick horizontal branch, claiming the high ground. The gunner's vantage point was exceptionally wide, with the ominous barrel aimed at the forest below, calmly scanning for targets. This was a quintessential Su Mucheng opening, elegant yet lethal. Baozi on the other side, refreshed at a different location. As soon as his character landed, he looked around, mumbling, "Wow, this place is pretty dark, perfect for sneaky moves." He recalled Yishio's advice, avoiding a direct rush to the center of the map. Instead, he maneuvered Baozi like a little thief, crouching low and using the cover of sturdy tree trunks and bushes to stealthily advance. His movements lacked any discernible pattern, alternating between quick dashes and sudden halts to hide behind trees, making it nearly impossible to predict his next move. Su Mucheng patiently awaited from her high vantage point. Time ticked by, yet the map remained eerily quiet, save for the rustling leaves in the wind and the occasional chirping of insects. This silence brought an intangible pressure to the atmosphere. Baozi is being cautious, not revealing his position, the commentator noted. Just as everyone anticipated a war of attrition, Baozi unexpectedly emerged from an entirely unforeseen direction, from a shadowy area behind Mu Yuqing Feng, where a dense curtain of hanging vines concealed him, previously unnoticed by most. How did he get there? Even the commentators were astonished. It turned out, Baozi had not devised any tactical maneuver. He simply thought that spot looked good for hiding. After meandering through, he inadvertently evaded Su Mucheng's primary scouting route, successfully inching closer. Perfect opportunity. Baozi's eyes lit up. He cared not who operated the character opposite him, seeing them all as potential targets. Baozi lunged from behind the vines, raising his hand in a swift motion. Sand throw. A handful of sand flew towards Mu Yuqing Feng perched on the branch. Su Mucheng reacted swiftly, immediately maneuvering Mu Yuqing Feng to dodge to the side. But the unexpected nature of the attack still slightly obscured her vision. Seizing this brief moment of disruption, Baozi executed a powerful knee strike against the tree trunk, propelling himself high into the air, lunging directly at Mu Yuqing Feng. Wow, he has closed in. The audience erupted in astonishment. To allow a rogue to approach a gunner so easily was nearly fatal. Calm under pressure, Su Mucheng aimed the barrel of Mu Yuqing Feng downward, attempting to use the recoil of her anti-tank cannon to create distance once more. Yet Baozi's maneuvers were often irrational and unpredictable. In a surprising twist, Baozi did not employ the usual punch or slap, but rather unleashed a skill, Mountain Tiger. This skill, typically used for blocking, was instead directed at Mu Yuqing Feng's cannon in midair. Bang! In the midst of the explosive flames, the health of Baozi Ruzhen diminished slightly. However, he successfully utilized the shockwave to close the distance to Mu Yuqing Feng. A humble brick materialized in the hands of Baozi Ruzhen, striking firmly against Mu Yuqing Feng's forehead. Dizziness. Although the moment was fleeting, it was sufficient for a duel of masters. A chokehold, a back throw, a poison-infused strike. Baozi Ruzhen unleashed a series of ruthless, unrefined skills, executing them swiftly and without mercy, offering no respite to his opponent. Su Mucheng exerted her utmost effort, struggling to block with her cannon's handle while attempting to escape using her flying cannon technique, but was relentlessly pursued by the frenzied rogue's close-range barrage, amplifying the disadvantages faced by the gunner. Ultimately, under the barrage of Baozi Ruzhen's chaotic yet exceedingly effective punches, Mu Yuqing Feng's health was ground down to nothing. Victory. When the emblem of triumph appeared, the arena fell silent for a moment, followed by an eruption of astonished gasps and discussions. He won. Baozi Ruzhen triumphed over Su Mu Cheng's Mu Yuqing Feng, and the process was so bewildering. Utilizing the terrain, executing an unexpected close approach, and a haphazard yet effective combination of skills, this commentary momentarily lost its words. Player Bao Rongxing had achieved it. He had defeated Su Mu Cheng, securing an advantage for Xingxin in the arena. Although the process was somewhat peculiar, the outcome was paramount. In the Xingxin preparation area, Chen Guo had already leaped up in excitement. Wei Chun stood agape, eventually muttering, "This foolish lad is truly lucky beyond belief." Yi Xiu smiled, remaining silent. Lin Feng could not help but shake his head in mirth. Baozi's erratic nature was indeed the greatest unpredictable factor in the competition. With a triumphant strut, Baozi Ruzhen exited the competition stage, even tilting his chin toward Jia Shi, exuding an air of supreme confidence. The atmosphere on Jia Shi's side instantly plummeted to a freezing point. Sun Xiang wore a terrifyingly sullen expression. Lu Hao rose, brushed off his clothing, and coldly declared, "A worthless pastry, I shall deal with him." In the second round of the arena, Jia Shi's magic swordsman Lu Hao appeared, controlling the character and Wu Tianri. Lu Hao entered with palpable fury, and Wu Tianri surged directly toward the center of the arena, unabashedly revealing his murderous intent. Having just won a round, Baozi Ruzhen, overflowing with confidence, charged forward with a battle cry. However, Lu Hao was no Su Mu Cheng. Although the magic swordsman was not a close combat class, his mid-range magical attacks and control capabilities were formidable, and Lu Hao was a skilled player with a calculating mind, particularly adept at countering the unconventional tactics of Baozi. As expected, from their first encounter, Baozi found himself on the defensive, and Wu Tianri provided no opportunity for close engagement, unleashing various ground-splitting wave blades, frost wave blades to restrict movement, and dark sky wave eyes to lower Baozi's attributes. Seizing on a positional misstep, he executed a blazing wave blade that detonated explosively. Boom, boom, boom. Following a set of combos, Baozi Ruzhen's health plummeted rapidly. He attempted to catch Lu Hao off guard as before, but Lu Hao was thoroughly prepared, consistently anticipating or interrupting his skills. Ultimately, Wu Tianri delivered a decisive evil light slash, cleanly extinguishing Baozi Ruzhen's remaining health. Defeated, Baozi returned scratching his head. This guy is a bit slippery. However, he had completed his task admirably, not only defeating Su Mu Cheng, but also depleting a portion of Lu Hao's health. Next, it's my turn. Lin Feng rose, flexed his fingers, and took hold of his account card. The second contestant for Xingxin in the arena was Lin Feng, a Qi master, Tian Yun, making his entrance. The match commenced anew. The battered and Wu Tianri faced the fully intact Tian Yun. Lu Hao sought to continue his prior strategy, employing the magic swordsman's wave blade skills for mid-range suppression. However, he was no longer contending with the erratic Baozi, but with Lin Feng, whose operations, awareness, and reactions were of the highest caliber. Tian Yun's movements were more elusive than Baozi Ruzhen's, consistently dodging the wave blade attacks at critical moments. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's extraordinary hand speed began to showcase its prowess. Qi Wave Bullet, a seemingly inconspicuous white light energy bullet soared forth, striking at the perfect moment, precisely interrupting Wu Tianri's casting of a powerful skill. Bang! The skill was thwarted. Qi Shield, a translucent barrier instantaneously appeared before Tian Yun, perfectly blocking the retaliatory frost wave blade from Wu Tianri, scattering ice shards while the shield stood unwavering. Transitioning from defense to offense, Tian Yun began to press forward. Lin Feng's maneuvers flowed seamlessly, as if the Qi Master's skills were imbued with life in his hands. Thunder Cannon, Energy Dragon Wave, Spiral Energy Field. Each skill connected flawlessly, not only delivering substantial damage, but also exhibiting impeccable control over the battlefield. The Thunder Cannon forced movement. The Energy Dragon Wave pursued with relentless harassment, and the Spiral Energy Field sealed escape routes. Lu Hao's and Wu Tianri felt ensnared in an invisible web. No matter which direction he moved, he was met with preemptive strikes. His health steadily eroded. He attempted to counterattack, but Lin Feng's reactions were swifter, consistently interrupting with Qi Wave bullets or blocking with the Qi Shield. The sensation of being completely outmaneuvered and restrained was profoundly frustrating for Lu Hao. The control exhibited by Lin Feng was nothing short of perfection. Lu Hao was utterly suppressed. Tian Yun's health remained nearly full. The commentary was awestruck. Ultimately, with a resentful roar, Wu Tianri was dispatched by Tian Yun's close-range Qi burst. Tian Yun, victorious. Remaining health, 85. Lin Feng effortlessly dispatched Lu Hao, securing a firm advantage in the arena for Xingxin. And now, the final player from Jia Shi, the defending champion, was set to make his entrance. The atmosphere surged to a fever pitch. On the big screen, The imposing image of the legendary One Leaf in autumn, enough to quicken the heartbeat of every Glory fan, was displayed. Sun Xiang, the dual god, One Leaf in autumn, the final hope of Jia Shi, their most formidable trump card, stood before the arena with a visage as cold as ice. Sun Xiang rose, his eyes ablaze with intense battle fervor and a hint of rage, pushed to the brink. He had not anticipated being compelled to enter the arena prematurely, especially against a Qigong master who was already significantly weakened. Lin Feng, observing Sun Xiang rise from the opposing player's bench, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Excellent, the target has emerged. He maneuvered Tianyun forward, undeterred, calmly awaiting the confrontation. Yi Jiqiu entered the arena, wielding the formidable yet Xia War spear, emanating an astonishing aura as he stepped out from the respawn point. His gaze sharply fixed upon Tianyun. The imminent clash was palpable, and the audience collectively held their breath. The grand finale of the arena battle, Tianyun, Lin Feng, versus Yi Jiqiu, Sun Xiang. Everyone was acutely aware that behind this Qigong master stood the true guardian of the arena, the esteemed Jun Mo Shao, Yi Xiu. Poised to strike when the moment was ripe. Lin Feng's objective was to deplete Sun Xiang's health as much as possible, thereby securing an advantage for Yi Xiu. In the dimly lit forest, the remnants of fierce energy clashes lingered, leaving the surroundings in disarray. Broken branches emitted faint wisps of smoke, the ground was riddled with craters, and the air was suffused with an unusual blend of charred and fresh aromas. At the center of the arena, Yi Jiqiu stood defiantly. His health reduced to a mere 28, yet the magic coursing through his Xia War spear still radiated an imposing presence. Sun Xiang's expression was dark and brooding, the earlier disdain and anger replaced by a fierce focus. He fixed his gaze upon the figure that had just entered the arena. There was no dazzling brilliance, no overwhelming aura. Jun Mo Shao stood there casually, wielding the peculiar silver weapon, Qianji San, which appeared to be an assembly of countless parts, currently maintaining its basic spear form, angled toward the ground. Yi Xiu's character exuded a calmness that was almost unsettling. The arena fell into a hushed silence, with all eyes riveted on this climactic showdown. Xing Xins Yi Xiu versus Jia Shi's Sun Xiang. The solitary Jun Mo Shao against the battle god Yi Jiqiu. This was not merely the decisive round of the arena battle. It was akin to a collision of eras, an unspoken declaration regarding the rightful bearer of the title of battle god. Yi Xiu and Sun Xiang nearly gritted their teeth as they muttered this name, yet the public channel remained devoid of any text. All emotions and battle intent coalesced in Yi Jiqiu's impending movement. He moved first. Yi Jiqiu launched forward like a cannonball, exerting every ounce of strength despite his dwindling health. He opted for the most aggressive assault, knowing that against Yi Xiu, this enigmatic solitary player, hesitation and conservatism would only lead to swifter demise. He was compelled to gamble his life, to unleash the most potent burst of power in the shortest time possible to vanquish his opponent. The moment he unleashed How Long Pajun, transforming into a fearless dragon, he charged toward Jun Mo Shao with a resolute momentum that seemed capable of crushing all in its path. This strike encapsulated Sun Xiang's fury, his unwillingness to yield, and his fervent desire to prove himself, fast and powerful, unwavering in its trajectory. The audience collectively tensed. How Long Pajun, a formidable advanced technique for battle mages, boasted an exceptionally high hit rate, making it challenging to withstand or evade without superior foresight and skill. How would Yi Xiu respond? Just as How Long Pajun was about to collide with Jun Mo Shao, the latter made an unexpected move. He did not retreat nor block, but executed a surprising action, the shadow clone technique. With a soft sound, Jun Mo Shao left a faint silhouette in his place while his true form appeared 2 positions to the side, narrowly evading the direct impact of How Long Pajun. Yet, Sun Xiang seemed to have anticipated this. As How Long Pajun sped past the illusion, he abruptly canceled the attack, and the Xia War spear swept horizontally in a follow-up motion. Bossway. This area attack covered the potential positions where Jun Mo Shao might move. However, Yi Xiu's reflexes were quicker. The moment Jun Mo Xiao's true form became visible, the Qianji San transformed. No longer a spear. It morphed into a shield form. With a sharp clang, the spear tip of the Xia War spear struck against the shield of Qianji San, sparks flying. Jun Mo Shao utilized the force of the block to slide backward, dissipating the impact. But the onslaught was not over. Sun Xiang roared, his fingers dancing across the controls like lightning. Yi Jiqiu withdrew the spear, stepping forward for a direct thrust with Longya, swiftly followed by Tianji, aiming to pierce upward. A classic combination of battle mage skills flowed seamlessly. Jun Mo Shao retracted the shield, and the Qianji San transformed once more, instantaneously switching to sword form. Block. A crisp sound echoed again as Jun Mo Shao deftly parried Longya, simultaneously counterattacking with a rapid series of thrusts aimed at Yi Zhiqiu's wrist, forcing him to defend. Tianji went astray. In a fleeting moment, both engaged in a flurry of offensive and defensive exchanges, the skills flashing like a dazzling spectacle, their maneuvers so swift that the average spectator could barely discern the details. Only catching glimpses of two figures intertwining at high speed, the sounds of clashing weapons ringing out incessantly. It was astonishingly rapid. Both players operated at the pinnacle of their abilities. The commentators excitedly exclaimed that although Sun Xiang faced a health disadvantage, his offensive momentum remained undeterred. While Yi Xiu's unpredictable solitary style rendered each block and counterattack perfectly timed, Sun Xiang grew increasingly alarmed. He had elevated his speed to an extraordinary level, his attacks falling like a torrential storm. Yet Yi Xiu's defense resembled an unfathomable ocean, vast and impenetrable. Every seemingly certain strike was deftly neutralized by the almost supernatural transformations of his weapon and millimeter-perfect positioning. The low-level skills of the solitary class had short cooldowns and varied applications, utilized by Yi Xiu with masterful finesse, continuously disrupting Sun Xiang's offensive flow. What was even more frustrating was that Yi Xiu appeared unhurried in his offensive approach, as if patiently whittling away at Sun Xiang's vigor and health. Jun Mo Zhao's health bar remained nearly full, while Yi Zhiqiu's steadily dwindled with each minor skill exchange. 252320. Do you look down on me? Sun Xiang typed furiously in the public channel, his anger boiling over. He felt as though Yi Xiu was toying with him. Young man, do not let your temper flare so fiercely. Yi Xiu calmly replied, his hands deftly maneuvering the controls. Jun Mo Zhao sidestepped a fierce attack, the angry dragon piercing heart, as his Qianji Sen transformed with a click into a pistol form. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets shot towards Yi Zhiqiu's head and shoulders in a triangular formation. The marksman skill, triple shot. Sun Xiang maneuvered Yi Zhiqiu to lower his head, narrowly evading a fatal blow. The bullets grazed his armor, drawing a few drops of blood. Although the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound. You bastard! Sun Xiang erupted in fury. He realized that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. He had to stake everything on this one chance. Suddenly, a powerful magical wave emanated from Yi Zhiqiu, the will of the fighter. The awakened state of the battle mage activated. Attack speed and movement speed surged dramatically. All dazzling patterns coalesced instantly, enveloping him. Falling dragon ascending sky. Once again, the strongest strike. But with the enhancement of the will of the fighter, the speed and power were magnified. The magical dragon let out an ear-splitting roar, surging towards Jun Mo Zhao at a velocity surpassing before. This time, Yi Xiu did not resort to clever tricks like the Qi Shield or Shadow Clone technique. Just as the magical dragon was about to reach him, Jun Mo Zhao's Qianji Sen underwent a remarkable transformation. The umbrella folded, and its ribs merged and extended, instantly transforming into a colossal, fierce war scythe. The exorcist's weapon form, the Ascension Array, a white, sacred magic circle illuminated beneath Jun Mo Zhao's feet. Yet it was not for attack, but to harness the slight levitation effect it produced. With the power of the Ascension Array, Jun Mo Zhao's figure slightly lifted from the ground, simultaneously swinging the war scythe, tracing a chilling arc soul command. But rather than controlling from a distance, he hurled the scythe at close range, targeting the forehead of the magical dragon. Boom! The war scythe collided fiercely with the magical dragon, producing a deafening roar. Blinding light erupted, energy surged. The war scythe was deflected by immense force, yet the momentum of falling dragon ascending sky was also momentarily halted. The dragon's head tilted slightly upward. In this seemingly insignificant moment, Jun Mo Zhao landed, and the Qianji Sen reverted to its spear form, without hesitation. He executed the simplest heavenly strike upwards. Timing, angle, and force, all executed with utmost precision. The radiance of the heavenly strike accurately struck a barely detectable energy node beneath the magical dragon's jaw. A fleeting gap in the operation of falling dragon ascending sky's power. Break! Yi Xiu uttered softly, as if struck at a vital point. The massive magical dragon emitted a mournful cry. Its colossal energy structure began to oscillate violently and unsteadily. Then, rumble, 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 falling dragon ascending sky detonated mid-air. Terrifying magical energy erupted like fireworks, illuminating the dark forest as if it were daylight. The shockwave violently radiated outward, causing countless branches and leaves to be torn and scattered. Both combatants were thrown backward by the force of the explosion. Falling dragon ascending sky was blown up prematurely. The commentator's voice cracked with emotion. Today's duel had been overwhelmingly shocking. Yi Xiu, how did he accomplish this? He used the exorcist's skill combination to unravel the falling dragon ascending sky under the will of the fighter. This was nothing short of a miracle. Sun Xiang stared blankly at the screen, witnessing the chaotic explosion of the dragon, his mind a blank slate. This completely exceeded his comprehension. During the backward flight, Jun Mo Shao swiftly regained his posture, transforming the Qianji sand into rifle form. Bullets whistled towards Yi Qiu, who was still airborne and losing balance. Thud, thud, thud. His health steadily dwindled. Yi Qiu crashed heavily to the ground, his health reduced to a mere 10. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Shao, though affected by the explosion, was positioned further away and managed to respond adequately, retaining over 85 health. The outcome was clear. Sun Xiang struggled to command Yi Qiu to rise, his eyes filled with blood and resentment. He could not lose. How could he possibly lose here? But a figure appeared before him like a wraith. Jun Mo Shao, holding the Qianji San, aimed its tip at him. The Qianji San began to transform, ultimately settling into its most primal, fundamental form, the spear form. Yi Xiu intended to conclude this duel as a battle mage. Dragon Tooth, Heavenly Strike, Continuous Thrust. These unadorned fundamental skills, in Yi Xiu's hands, wielded the power to transmute the mundane into the extraordinary, striking precisely at Yi Qiu, who attempted to rise. Once again suppressing him, Sun Xiang frantically maneuvered, but the evil war spear flailed aimlessly in defense, unable to penetrate the seemingly simple yet impenetrable rhythm of attacks. He felt like a moth ensnared in a spider's web. The more he struggled, the deeper he became ensnared. Ultimately, Jun Mo Shao delivered a crisp and decisive falling blossom palm, landing squarely on Yi Qiu's chest. The last sliver of his health was completely extinguished. Time froze, then slowly, helplessly, he toppled backward. Victory! A system notification erupted, massive golden letters occupying the center of the screen, illuminating every shocked face in the audience. The arena match concluded. The victor, the Xing Xian team. Jun Mo Shao stood quietly beside the fallen Yi Qiu. The Qianji San reverting to its closed state, slung casually behind him, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. The arena fell silent. Moments later, the section where the Xing Xian fans gathered erupted in a fervent cheer that tore through the heavens. Many leaped with excitement, embracing each other, tears of joy streaming down their faces. They had won. They had truly triumphed in the arena match. With a lead in the individual matches, they had secured another victory in the arena. The overall score stood at 2-0 leading Jia Shi, and it was achieved in such a manner. Bao Zi's unexpected first victory. Lin Feng's dazzling consumption, culminating in Yi Xiu's textbook-like, near-overwhelming finish. The arena match had concluded. The commentator's voice was hoarse yet exhilarated. Xing Xian had won. Yi Xiu had triumphed. He conveyed to us through an impeccable victory that while the title of the god of battle may change hands, the legend shall never fade. Do not mock, sang Rin Jun. Today, in this shadowy forest, he has forged a new legend of his own. The player bench of Jia Shi fell into a profound silence. Sun Xiang sat despondently at the competition seat, his hands still lingering on the keyboard and mouse. Seemingly unable to accept this reality, he had lost, and lost utterly. In the very confrontation where he was most confident, he was effortlessly defeated by Yi Xiu employing the battle mage tactics that had made him famous. Lu Hao's face was ashen, while Tao Xian, watching from the sidelines, appeared pale. In stark contrast, the preparation area of Xing Xian had transformed into a sea of joy. Chen Guo excitedly wiped away her tears. Bao Zi cried out in exuberance. Tang Rou's eyes sparkled with admiration, and Xiao Yifan along with Wen Yi were equally ecstatic. Wei Chun, filled with satisfaction, patted his thigh and exclaimed, "Damn it, this kid is still so monstrous." Lin Feng gazed at the serene figure on the screen, a smile gracing his lips. This is Yi Xiu, the textbook of glory, a man who can forever bring forth miracles. Yi Xiu removed his headphones, and the roaring sound of the crowd surged into his ears. He rubbed his slightly sore fingers, calmly stood up, and walked away from the competition seat. Awaiting him were the spotlights and an even more deafening cacophony of cheers, gasps, and incredulous shouts. He merely smiled, casting a glance at his teammates from Xing Xian and waving to them. The victory in the individual match belonged to the entire team of Xing Xian. What lay ahead was the decisive team match that would determine the ultimate champion. The true battle had only just begun. Yet at this moment, Xing Xian had already secured an absolute psychological and score advantage. Chapter 51. The Fated Showdown Challenge Match Finals. Part 2. Team match. The smoke of the individual matches had yet to clear, and on the enormous electronic screen within the arena, the score was frozen at Xing Xian 2 o'clock Jia Shi. Thanks to Tang Rou's opening victory, Bao Zi's astonishing ambush, Lin Feng's steady control and consumption, and Yi Xiu's overwhelming defensive performance, this result erupted like an ice cube thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting the entire venue. Cheers, gasps, doubts, and anger intermingled, nearly threatening to lift the roof off. The faces of Jiashi's fans were marked with disbelief and anxiety, while the few supporters of Xing Xian were flushed with excitement, vigorously waving anything they could grasp. However, both the players of Xing Xian and Jiashi were acutely aware that the true contest for the championship had only just begun. The individual matches and the individual competition were merely appetizers. The real feast, the most brutal clash, awaited in the upcoming team match. The competitors donned their headphones once more, the soundproofing once again rendering the external clamor a distant backdrop. Each individual's expression transformed into one of intense focus and seriousness, breaths adjusted, fingers poised above the keyboard and mouse, akin to fierce beasts preparing to pounce upon their prey. The team match map loaded, abandoned city. The screen displayed crumbling walls, dilapidated skyscrapers, crooked billboards, rusted vehicle wrecks, and winding, dark alleys. This was an exceedingly intricate urban combat map, severely obstructing visibility and featuring significant elevation changes, making it ideal for ambushes, surprise attacks, and tactical divisions. The map is advantageous for us. Yi Xiu's voice resonated in Xing Xian's team channel, calm and steady. Proceeding as planned. Lin Feng directed. Understood. Lin Feng replied succinctly, his gaze swiftly scanning the small map on the screen and the surrounding environment. As a Qigong master, he needed to maintain a comprehensive view. Every decision he made would influence the course of battle. Meanwhile, within Jiashi's team channel, Xiao Shiqin's voice was equally calm and clear. Urban map. Watch your positions. Do not become disconnected. Sun Xiang. Apply pressure from the front, but heed my markers. Mu Cheng. Suppress from high ground. Share vision. Jia Xing. Stay close to the front line. Lu Hao. Provide flank support. Ensure Mu Cheng's protection. Got it. Sun Xiang replied impatiently, his Yi Xiu seemingly eager for action. Countdown concluded. The team match begins. 10 figures simultaneously materialized in various corners of the abandoned city. Without a moment's hesitation, both teams operated like precisely interlocking gears, instantly springing into action. Jiashi's intentions were unmistakable. Yi Xiu, Sun Xiang, surged forward like a cannonball, charging down a relatively wide path of ruins. A fierce determination driving him straight towards the heart of Xing Xian's formation. The battle mage's relentless momentum was vividly displayed through his actions. Mu Yucheng Feng, Su Mu Cheng, swiftly located a half-collapsed second-floor building, setting up a gunner's mount, her heavy firepower aimed ahead, commanding a powerful deterrent from above. Wu Tianri, Lu Hao, lurked in the shadows of a side alley, akin to a viper poised to strike. Quan Patian Xia, Shenjian, followed closely behind Yi Xiu, forming a dual vanguard stance. Meanwhile, Jiashi's true core, Shengling Mie, Xiao Shiqin, occupied a relatively rear position, accompanied by the priest Jiying, Zhang Jiaxing. Xiao Shiqin's perspective rapidly shifted, the cursor on the screen dancing like a butterfly among teammates and potential threats, his mind racing to calculate the optimal attack route and skill combinations. His mechanical box had already opened, releasing several small robots that began tactical reconnaissance ahead. Everything seemed to unfold according to Jiashi's familiar rhythm. Sun Xiang's frontal assault drew fire, Su Mu Cheng provided distant suppression, and Xiao Shiqin coordinated from the center, seeking a decisive opportunity. Yet, Xing Xian's response took them by surprise. Xing Xian chose not to remain entrenched nor to confront Yi Xiu's brilliance head-on. Scatter. Lin Feng's voice rang out in the Xing Xian channel, brief yet powerful. At his command, the 5 members of Xing Xian erupted like fireworks, instantly dispersing into the complex terrain in various directions. Jun Mo Xiao, Yi Xiu, did not retreat. Rather, he executed a peculiar maneuver, charging towards Yi Xiu like a specter. The Qianji Sen transformed with a flourish into a spear form, directly thrusting forth with a dragon tooth attack. Clang. A light sound echoed as K Xia clashed momentarily with Qianji San. Yi Xiu's aim was not to engage in a forceful confrontation, but rather to entangle. He aimed to leverage the unpredictable nature of the Sanrin and his own extensive experience to firmly restrain Sun Xiang, preventing him from retreating easily or disrupting the formation of Xingxin. Do you think one person can stop me? Sun Xiang snorted coldly, intensifying the assault of Yi Xiu. At that moment, Han Yan Rou, Tang Rou, did not rush to assist Yi Xiu. Instead, like a whirlwind, she darted towards the flank, targeting the lurking and Wu Tianri, Lu Hao. The battle spear Ji Feng surged forward with indomitable momentum, pulling the ambushing Lu Hao into the rhythm of a one-on-one duel. Baozi was making a ruckus, charging into another alley like a headless fly. But his erratic movements inadvertently interfered with the advance of Quan Patian Xia, Xinjian, resulting in a bizarre scuffle between the two. However, the true killing move of Xingxin lay with Lin Feng. Tian Yun, Lin Feng, did not engage in the frontline chaos. Instead, he immediately occupied a slightly elevated pile of rubble, gaining a relatively advantageous perspective. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle, firmly locking onto the seemingly safe figure of Sheng Lingmie at the rear of the Jia's team formation. Mu Cheng, 1 o'clock direction, second floor window, suppressed that psychic. Xiao Shiqin quickly identified Tian Yun at the high ground and swiftly issued his command. The cannon of Mu Yucheng Feng instantly adjusted, and the scorching firepower roared towards Lin Feng's location. Yet, it seemed Lin Feng had anticipated this. The moment before Tian Yun was targeted by the cannon fire, he commanded his character to roll sideways and leap down from the rubble pile. Boom. The rubble was engulfed in smoke and dust. However, at the instant the dust rose, an unassuming Qi Bo Dan spiraled out from an extremely cunning angle between the narrow gap of two dilapidated buildings, resembling a precision-guided missile. Its target was not Mu Yucheng Feng or any frontline combatants, but rather Sheng Lingmie, who had just released a mechanical patrol and was preparing to issue the next tactical command. Xiao Shiqin's attention was primarily focused on the entangled Sun Xiang and the harassed flank. Completely unprepared for the opposing psychic's ability to deliver such an accurate and evidently purposeful long-range interference while dodging cannon fire. Bang! The Qi Dan struck Sheng Lingmie precisely. Although the damage was minimal, it successfully interrupted a crucial mechanical placement action Xiao Shiqin was about to complete. Splendid! Someone shouted from the Xingxin fan area. But this was not the end. Tian Yun's figure flashed out from behind another broken wall, pushing forward with both hands. The roaring cannon, a far more powerful wave of mental energy surged forth, targeting the ground between Sheng Lingmie and the frontline fighters Sun Xiang, Shen Jian, and others. Rather than striking Sheng Lingmie directly, boom, the mental energy exploded, sending dust and debris flying. While it did not inflict significant damage, the visual obstruction and area impact created a brief separation between Sheng Lingmie and the frontline. Now, Lin Feng's voice suddenly rose. Focus fire on the healer. Emerging from the shadows, seemingly having vanished, Yicun Hui, Xiao Yifan, suddenly charged from a narrow alley behind Jia's. He had long completed his incantation, and with a swift motion of his blade, Ice Array, Dark Array, the two ghostly formations descended almost simultaneously, accurately covering the momentarily hesitant healer Ji Ying, Zhang Jiaxing, and Sheng Lingmie due to the roaring cannon's explosion. Slow, blind. Zhang Jiaxing's heart sank, his screen darkened instantaneously, and his movement speed plummeted. Not good, Xiao Shiqin thought, immediately commanding Sheng Lingmie to retreat while attempting to deploy a mechanical barrier to protect the healer. However, once Xingxin's offensive commenced, it was like a thunderous storm. Su Mucheng, seeing Xiao Shiqin and Zhang Jiaxing trapped by Yicun Hui's skills, swiftly found an excellent position. Satellite ray. A sturdy beam of light descended from the heavens, instantly enveloping the trapped Ji Ying and Sheng Lingmie. Thwarting Han Yen rose, Tang Rou, intent to attack the two. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Xiao, Yi Xiao, entangled with Sun Xiang, unexpectedly executed a slide to evade Ji Xia's thrust, transforming the Qianji sand into a hand cannon and unleashing an anti-tank shot towards Ji Ying's direction, providing fire support. All attacks, at Lin Feng's command, converged like a meticulously rehearsed performance upon the most crucial and vulnerable healer of Jia's. Zhang Jiaxing felt a tumultuous chaos on his screen. Darkness had not yet receded, and frost hindered his actions as anti-tank shots and various skill effects overwhelmed him. He desperately attempted to raise his cross to cast a healing spell, but his health bar plummeted like a dam bursting. Xiao Shiqin's Sheng Lingmie strained to provide aid, deploying mechanical shields, but Xiao Yifan's ghostly formations clung to him like a curse. While Lin Feng's Tian Yun continued to unleash Qi Bo Dan for harassment and interruption, making it impossible for him to mount an effective defense. In but a few fleeting seconds, the healer of Jia's, Ji Ying, fell. The system notification rang coldly, yet it detonated like a bomb in the hearts of all spectators and Jia's players. The team match had lost its first member, and it was the most crucial healer. Xingxin's flawless tactical execution and concentrated fire caught Jia's completely off guard, successfully establishing a significant numerical advantage. The venue erupted with deafening cheers. The Jia's team found themselves in unprecedented passivity. Xiao Shiqin's expression darkened dramatically as he stared intently at the composed figure of the psychic Tian Yun on the screen, as if everything was under his control. The strategy had been completely unraveled, the layout effortlessly countered, even turned against them, directly tearing open the most fatal wound. What should come next? The mechanical box of Sheng Lingmie buzzed ominously as Xiao Shiqin's mind raced with unprecedented speed. Chapter 52. The fateful showdown, the finals of the challenge match, and team match decisive moment. Ji Ying has fallen. The Jia's team has lost their healer. Xingxin has achieved a dreamlike advantage at the start of the team match. The commentator's voice, tinged with excitement, faltered. But it could not mask the tsunami-like roar within the venue. In the Jiashi player area, the expressions of everyone turned ashen in an instant. Manager Cui Li abruptly rose, his lips trembling, yet he could utter not a single word. The first casualty of the treatment was akin to a death sentence in a professional team match. However, the battle was not yet over. Within the Jiashi team channel, Xiao Shiqing's voice retained an astonishing calmness, even more urgent and clear than before. Reminiscent of a supercharged computer, stay composed. Execute the plan. Sun Xiang, launch a fierce assault on that Qi Gong master. Disrupt their rhythm. Lu Hao, support Sun Xiang. Mu Cheng, unleash firepower, suppress the entire field. Do not allow them to concentrate comfortably. Xin Jian, hold the front line with me. Protect Mu Cheng's output. In the face of despair, Xiao Shiqing made the most decisive and audacious choice to abandon defense and launch a full counterattack. The target was aimed directly at Xingxin's tactical initiation point and command core, Tianyun, Linfeng. If they could eliminate Tianyun in a short span, disrupting Xingxin's command and control, Jiashi would still have a glimmer of hope. Understood. Sun Xiang, already brimming with pent-up fury, heard the command and forcefully shook off Jun Mo Zhao's entanglement. The fighters will erupted instantaneously, enveloping him in a tempestuous aura of a battle mage. The Zhixie battle spear in his hand transformed into a bolt of black lightning, charging towards the distant Tianyun with an unstoppable momentum. Fulong Xiangtian. He even unleashed his ultimate move, attempting a one-hit kill. Lu Hao's Onwu Tiandi surged forth from the shadows, unleashing a flurry of wave sword techniques around Tianyun, obstructing his movement. Mu Cheng's Mu Yu Cheng Feng unleashed full firepower with projectile cannons, grenade launchers, and anti-tank weapons raining down across the midfield, forcibly suppressing other Xingxin personnel attempting to provide support. Jiashi's sudden, reckless counterattack was terrifying, akin to a wounded beast issuing its final roar. Jiashi counterattacked. The target was Tianyun. Sun Xiang unleashed his ultimate move, Fulong Xiangtian. This was an attempt to forcibly kill Linfeng. The commentators exclaimed in astonishment. Faced with this sudden concentrated fire, Lin Feng's pupils constricted slightly. Yet his face bore no trace of panic. His exceptional hand speed and calm mind melded flawlessly at this moment. Rather than retreating, Tianyun advanced, stepping forward with determination. Ninqi Zhao, a solid, semi-transparent shield instantly unfurled, perfectly blocking the path of Fulong Xiangtian's charge. Boom. The magical dragon collided violently with the Ninqi Zhao, producing a deafening roar. The shield quivered violently, cracks rapidly spreading across its surface, yet it stubbornly resisted immediate shattering, absorbing most of Fulong Xiangtian's impact. It held. Tianyun's Ninqi Zhao blocked Fulong Xiangtian. The commentators nearly lost their voices. However, Sun Xiang's killing move was not yet finished, following Fulong Xiangtian. Yi Zhiqiu's powerful combo had already followed up. The Zhixie battle spear darted forth with a chilling glint, almost simultaneously as the Ninqi Zhao began to shatter. Lin Feng's operation reached its zenith. Tianyun's hands clasped together fiercely. A powerful wave of Ninqi erupted from him, pushing back the encroaching Yi Zhiqiu and the side-ambushing Onwu Tiandi, Lu Hao, momentarily stalling their assault. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's voice resonated within the Xingxin channel. Rapid yet crystal clear. Yi Fan. Ghost Array, support Yixiu. Old Wei, restrict Mu Cheng. Xiao Tang, ignore Lu Hao, charge their backline. Yi Gu, leave Sun Xiang to you. His commands flowed without interruption. Even in the midst of extreme operations for self-preservation, he continued to allocate tasks with clarity. Received. Xiao Yi Fan's Ecun Hui instantly abandoned the harassment of Shun Jian, pivoted his blade, and a silent array accurately descended upon the feet of Yi Zhiqiu, who was preparing to continue the assault on Tianyun. Sun Xiang's skills were abruptly interrupted. He was infuriated, nearly smashing his keyboard. Meanwhile, Wei Chun, Yingfeng Buzhan, who had been lurking distantly to chant spells, chuckled and waved his staff. Behold my 6-star light prison. Several peculiar black beams abruptly ascended from the vicinity of Mu Yu Chengfeng's building. Although they did not completely trap her, they severely restricted her cannon's rotation and movement space, creating an immediate gap in her firepower suppression. It was this gap. Tang Rose Han, Yan Rose's eyes sparkled with determination. She disregarded Lu Hao's attempts to intercept her, enduring a wave sword strike, her health dwindling as she utilized the impact to activate the Hao Long Pajun, transforming into an unstoppable meteor, charging towards the rear of Jiashi's formation, where Xiao Shiqing's Sheng Lingmia and Mu Yu Chengfeng were striving to provide firepower support. My goodness, Lu Hao never expected Tang Rou to be so reckless. It was already too late to block her. Meanwhile, the focal point of the entire arena lay between Yi Zhiqiu and Jun Mo Zhao, having been silenced by the ghost array and forcibly pushed away. Sun Xiang exposed a fleeting flaw. This flaw, which might vanish for an ordinary player, was more than enough for Yishio. Like a relentless pest, Jun Mo Xiao erupted. The Qianji San transformed swiftly into spear form, executing a precise Tianji that sent the momentarily stunned Yiji Qiu soaring into the air. Langya. The stun was prolonged. Luo Huazhong. Blown away, the Qianji San instantaneously morphed into a mechanical box, and with a series of rapid-fire sounds. The gremlin machine gun unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the airborne Yiji Qiu. In umbrella form. Shield strike. Knockdown. In sword form. Continuous thrusts. In claw form. Tear apart. Yishio's hand speed surged to its peak at this moment. The Qianji San in his grasp seemed to possess life. Flawlessly linking various low-tier skills of different classes together, flowing seamlessly without interruption. A dazzling yet lethally efficient combo, akin to a storm, engulfed Yiji Qiu. Sun Xiang desperately attempted to maneuver, to block, to recover, but in the face of Yishio's seasoned experience and the infinite combo possibilities of a free agent, all his efforts appeared futile. He felt as though he was ensnared in an endless whirlpool of skills, his health plummeting. My heavens! Yishio. It's Yishio's free agent combo. A flawless combination. Sun Xiang can't escape it all. The commentators shouted excitedly. The hearts of Jiashi fans raced with anxiety. Xiao Shiqin, his eyes nearly bursting with intensity, contemplated unleashing his mechanical units with the skill Shengling Mia to disrupt Yishio. However, Tang Rou's Han Yanro had already arrived on the scene. The spear Zhu Feng, enhanced with armor-piercing effects, relentlessly targeted his Shengling Mia, forcing him to take measures for self-preservation. Su Muqing found herself confined by Wei Chen's 6-star light prison, unable to provide effective support. Xin Jian was inexplicably entangled by Baozi's invasion. Lu Hao was still in pursuit of Tang Rou. No one could save Sun Xiang. Ultimately, Jun Mo Xiao transformed his Qianji San into a heavy sword form and delivered a devastating blow, a Beng Shanji, with tremendous force. Accompanied by the system's notification sound, the ace of Jiashi, controlling the character Yiji Qiu, saw Sun Xiang's health bar drop to 0, crashing to the ground. The Doshin was defeated, fallen before the very master who once controlled him. The arena fell into a profound silence. Soon after, a thunderous cheer erupted from the supporters of Xingxin. Sun Xiang sat in disbelief on the competition bench, staring at the now gray-white screen. His expression one of incredulity and bewilderment. With the fall of Yiji Qiu, Jiashi's morale shattered completely. Focus fire on Shengling Mia. Lin Feng's cold voice rang out again, without a hint of hesitation. There was no need for excessive commands. All members of Xingxin swiftly redirected their fire. Jun Mo Xiao's Qianji San transformed into gun form, unleashing a barrage of bullets. The Tian Yun's cannon roared, and Nian Long bow howled forth. Han Yanro's furious dragon pierced through the heart. The Gui Zhun of Yicun Hui stacked up. Even Baozi's brick came flying in. Xiao Shiqin maneuvered Shengling Mia. But his mechanical units were continuously destroyed, and his health plummeted rapidly. He attempted to reposition, to struggle, but under the synchronized fire from Xingxin's 5 members, all efforts proved futile. In the end, Jun Mo Xiao delivered a swift and decisive thrust, extinguishing the last vestige of health from Shengling Mia. Jiashi's mastermind, the tactical genius Xiao Shiqin, was eliminated. With both core players down and the healer already fallen, only Su Muqing, Lu Hao, and Sun Jian remained. Although they continued to resist, their efforts were utterly in vain. The defeat was as overwhelming as a collapsing mountain. Xingxin offered them no opportunities, methodically eliminating them one by one. When Jiashi's last character, Su Muqing's Mu Yu Cheng Feng, fell beneath Jun Mo Xiao's Qianji San, the entire venue seemed to be muted, and then a greater wave of sound erupted. It was over. The match concluded. Xingxin emerged victorious. They had defeated Jiashi. They claimed the championship of the challenge match. The commentators shouted hoarsely, filled with disbelief and excitement. In the center of the screen, the grand characters for glory slowly emerged, reflecting in the eyes of every member of the Xingxin team. Team competition victory. The final score, Xingxin 3 o'clock Jiashi. Chapter 53, The New King Ascends. Qualification for the league. On the screen, the enormous, golden characters for glory were engraved deeply in the minds of everyone present and all those watching the live broadcast. After a brief silence that felt almost stagnant, a volcanic eruption of enthusiasm followed. We won. We actually won. Chen Guo was the first to leap from her seat, hands firmly covering her mouth. Her eyes wide with disbelief as if she could hardly fathom the events unfolding before her. It wasn't until Wei Chun, with a strange shout, sharply patted her back that the overwhelming joy and shock cascaded through her like a flood breaking its dam. We won. We won. Champions. We are champions. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Chen Guo's face, not from sorrow, but from an indescribable exhilaration and release. She jumped and shouted, embracing Wei Chun without a care for her image. Then attempted to hug Tang Rou, nearly tripping over a chair in her excitement. Within Xingxin's competition bench, the atmosphere exploded. Incredible. Boss is incredible. Lin Gu is incredible. Everyone is incredible. We are the champions. Baozi Invasion tore off his headphones, bouncing 3 feet high from his seat, shaking his fists in childlike glee. Hopping and dancing in the cramped space of the competition bench, uttering meaningless syllables with wild joy written all over his face. Xiao Yifan let out a long sigh of relief, his previously tense body instantly relaxing as he leaned back in his chair. He removed his headphones, his hands trembling slightly from the overwhelming excitement and tension. He gazed at the word glory on the screen, his eyes misty, yet his lips could not help but curl upwards in a smile. From being an overlooked player on the outskirts of the team to now being a core member of the championship squad, the journey had been arduous. In this moment, all pressure and grievances dissipated, and when he appeared relatively calm, but even his hand that adjusted his glasses trembled slightly, he scrutinized the final statistical panel, as if to confirm that this was not a dream. The tension in his mouth slowly eased, eventually transforming into a shallow arc of relief. His calculations and composure had contributed indispensable strength to this victory. Luo Ji was exuberantly gesticulating at the data on the computer screen, chanting, "We won. We really won." The data model predicted a success rate of only 375 miracles. This is a team miracle. Tang Rou stood, her face still serene, yet her bright eyes burned with a fiercer flame than ever before. She gently caressed the keyboard and mouse before clenching her fist. Defeating formidable foes and standing atop the peak was an intoxicating feeling. She looked at her teammates, who were also rising, and her gaze ultimately settled on Yi Xiu and Lin Feng. Lin Feng removed his headphones, and the roaring sound from the outside world surged into his ears, vibrating his heart alongside it. Unlike Baozi, he did not shout. Instead, a radiant, blissful smile blossomed on his face. He turned around, first looking at Yi Xiu, who had just taken off his headphones and pulled out the unlit cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips. He did not display much excitement. Rather, the usual languor and fatigue in his eyes were replaced by a hidden glimmer of relief. He gazed at the screen, exhaling deeply and slowly, as if he were releasing the burdens accumulated over an entire season, or even longer, all at once. The melancholy of being forced to retire a year ago, his struggles in the internet CAF day and night over the past year, all the efforts and perseverance found their resolution in this moment. Lin Feng smiled and extended his palm towards him. Yi Xiu glanced at him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he raised his hand. With a crisp clap, the sound resonated through the Xiangxin competition area, filled with unspoken understanding and sentiment. Following this, Lin Feng exchanged high-fives with Baozi, Xiao Yifan, and Wu Yi, and Luo Ji in succession, before turning to Tang Rou, extending his hand with a smile. Tang Rou smiled slightly and confidently raised her hand to meet his. "Let us go," Yi Xiu said, pushing open the door to the competition area first. Outside awaited a roaring wave of sound and dazzling lights, akin to a tsunami. The members of Xiangxin streamed out, greeted by countless focused gazes and even more fervent cheers and applause. Though Xiangxin's fan base paled in comparison to Jiaxi's at this moment, their shouts, filled with fervor, were enough to shake the entire venue. Staff guided them towards the center of the stage, where the trophy symbolizing the championship of the challenge match sparkled under the lights. In stark contrast was the silence and low pressure on the Jiashi side of the competition area. Sun Xiang sat pale and dejected in his chair, his gaze vacant as he stared at the now dim screen before him, his hands stiffly poised on the keyboard and mouse, unable to accept the final outcome. He had lost, not just the match, but also to Yi Xiu, whom he had once underestimated and replaced, all under the scrutiny of the crowd. The title of God of Battle felt so ironic at this moment. Lu Hao's expression was similarly grim, his head lowered as he hastily packed his equipment, unwilling to glance at the stage again. Xinjian and the others were also downcast, the atmosphere thick with despair. Only Su Muching remained composed. She quietly removed her headphones and calmly organized her keyboard cables. Her face bore little expression, betraying neither sadness nor disappointment. Yet, as she lifted her head to gaze at the familiar yet unfamiliar figures on the stage receiving their cheers, her eyes became exceptionally complex, filled with a mix of satisfaction, envy, a hint of imperceptible confusion, and perhaps even a touch of longing. Her gaze lingered for a moment on Yi Xiu and Lin Feng before she lowered her head slightly, her long eyelashes concealing the emotions in her eyes. Let us welcome our champions of the 10th Glory Challenge with the most enthusiastic applause and cheers. The host's voice echoed throughout the venue, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. Golden streamers cascaded down from above, landing on the heads and shoulders of the Xiangxin team. As the captain, Yi Xiu was pushed to the forefront. He looked at the brilliant trophy before him, his expression still calm, yet the slight tremor of his fingers betrayed the turmoil within. He did not immediately reach for the trophy, but instead turned to look at his teammates behind him. Chunghua, tearfully excited, Lin Feng, with a radiant smile, Tang Rou, proudly defiant, Baozi, still shouting, Xiao Yifan, shyly smiling, and Wui, striving to maintain composure, Luo Ji, brimming with excitement, and Wei Chun, wearing a contented expression. This was the team he had built from scratch, a team that had journeyed from the internet CAF to the league. He extended his hand, not to lift the trophy alone, but inviting all his teammates to join him. For a moment, everyone was taken aback, but then they quickly responded, gathering around him, including the tearful Chunghua. Countless hands collectively hoisted the heavy trophy, a symbol of their qualification for the pinnacle of professional league. Xiangxin, Xiangxin, Xiangxin. In the audience, their fans shouted their names hoarsely. The lights focused, the trophy gleamed. Lin Feng and Yi Xiu stood side by side at the center, surrounded by their teammates, basking in the dazzling lights and the thunderous applause. One carried a sense of determination and joy from his journey, while the other bore the relief and composure of returning to the pinnacle. Congratulations to the Xiangxin team. Not only have they won the championship of the challenge match, but they have also secured their qualification for the next season of the Glory Professional League. The host announced loudly. The words league qualification struck heavy in the hearts of everyone in Xiangxin, reverberating through the live broadcast across the nation. This signified that their team, comprised of grassroots players, newcomers, castaways, and veterans, had truly and officially stepped onto the long-desired competitive stage representing the highest level of glory. The road ahead was destined to be more arduous, filled with stronger opponents and more severe challenges. Yet at this moment, they wished only to revel in this hard-won victory. Chapter 54, The Fall of Jiashi. The shock of the league, the celebratory night of the Challenge Match Championship, seemed to linger in the air, with remnants of golden streamers and the echoes of deafening cheers still palpable. However, when the sunlight of the following day streamed through the windows of the second floor of the Xiangxin Internet CAF, illuminating the somewhat disheveled training room, a different atmosphere began to quietly permeate, one that was neither the tension of competition nor the ecstasy of victory, but rather a more complex and realistic feeling. After a brief respite, the wheels of reality had begun to turn, revealing the cruel side of the professional realm in an unexpectedly abrupt manner. At 10 in the morning, the announcement from the official event committee of the Glory Professional League struck like thunder, reverberating throughout the Glory community, its impact far exceeding the shocking victory of Xiangxin from the previous day. The announcement was succinct and cold, yet carried an undeniable authority, according to the regulations of the Glory Professional League and the rules of the challenge match. Given that Jiashi did not secure the championship in the 10th Glory Challenge, they have lost their qualification to retain their league position. The league committee has decided to revoke Jiashi's eligibility to participate in all events and their membership in the Glory Professional League, effective immediately. Simultaneously, in accordance with the regulations, the champion team of the 10th Honor Challenge, Xiangxin, will officially secure a participation slot in the next season of the Honor Professional League, thereby becoming a new member of the alliance. This announcement has sent ripples through the community. Although everyone was aware of the rules, the actual occurrence of such an event still delivered a devastating impact. Jiashi, once a triumphant dynasty with 3 championships and the most substantial fan base, a team epitomizing the god of battle, Yi Xiu, has truly been eliminated? No longer a professional team? What does this signify? It means that the name Jiashi will completely vanish from the professional league stage starting next season. It signifies that this team, which carried countless glories and memories, is likely to disband and become a part of history. Major forums, discussion boards, and Weibo hot searches related to Honor were instantly flooded with this announcement, causing servers to experience temporary paralysis. Can it be true? Jiashi is gone. Despite harboring some disdain for the current Jiashi, the announcement still struck a chord of shock within me. An era has come to an end. Yi Xiu has personally sent away his former team, leaving him with a complicated mix of emotions. Xiangxin is remarkable. They have indeed slain the god. The next season of the league promises to be intriguing, as the newly crowned champion of the challenge has risen over Jiashi. Jiashi is in dire straits. The club is likely to disband, right? What will happen to the players? Not only the fans, but the entire professional realm has been thrown into disarray by this monumental event. Managers and players across clubs have seen their messages inundated with a flurry of activity. In the Blue Rain team, Yu Wenzhou gazed at the announcement on his phone screen, adjusting his glasses thoughtfully before remarking to Huang Xiaotian beside him, "Indeed, it is as we expected. The league structure is about to undergo a complete upheaval." Huang Xiaotian, unusually quiet, widened his eyes and after a moment of contemplation exclaimed, "Wow, old Yi has gone too far. He really has taken down Jiashi." But his new team is indeed extraordinary. In the Ba Tu team, Han Wenqing scrutinized the announcement with a furrowed brow, uttering a disdainful snort. "Jiashi, Disappointing. Zhang Xinjie calmly added, Captain, this implies that next season we will face an opponent with a highly unpredictable factor. Xingxin's tactical system and player potential need to be reassessed. In the Wei Chao team, Wang Jiesher glanced at his phone. A flicker of emotion crossing his single eye as he recalled the remarkable performance of the talented youth Qiao Yifan in the challenge. Now, he is a member of Xingxin. Xingxin, Yixiu, he murmured softly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. In the Luan Hui team, Zhou Zikai remained silently fixated on the announcement, while Jiang Buotao remarked, Can you believe it? Jiasha has truly fallen to this dark horse, Xingxin. They are thoroughly formidable. The lessons learned from Sun Xiang's previous experiences have ensured that they will not underestimate this new force. Almost all professional players, shocked by Jiasha's downfall, simultaneously turned their attention to the newly emerged team, Xingxin, which had just achieved a miracle and was poised to enter their domain. Curiosity, vigilance, scrutiny, and anticipation, various emotions surged within them. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Xingxin's headquarters exhibited a peculiar blend of bustling activity and tranquility. Within the training room, Yixiu remained steadfastly seated at his computer, seemingly unaffected by the tumultuous waves outside. The screen displayed the interface of the Honor Equipment Editor as he contemplated the next upgrade plan for the Qianji-san. For him, winning the match and securing qualification was merely the beginning. The focus now was on continued improvement and preparation for the new season. As for Jiasha's fate, he may have anticipated it, or perhaps preferred not to dwell upon it. Tang Rou, Baozi, Xiao Yifan, and others were still processing the news. Defeating Jiasha and the dissolution of Jiasha are two entirely different levels of impact, particularly for Xiao Yifan, whose emotions were quite complex. As he had once been a member of the prestigious Wei Chao and could genuinely appreciate the harsh reality behind such a monumental shift. Chen Guo oscillated between feelings of nostalgia and pride for Xingxin, her emotions flitting between two contrasting states. The one truly overwhelmed was Lin Feng. As the nominal manager of the team, and in reality, the primary financier and logistics coordinator, his phone had scarcely ceased ringing since the announcement. Hello, yes. This is Lin Feng from Xingxin. Yes, we have received the formal notification from the league regarding the subsequent registration process. All right, what materials do we need to submit? Let me jot that down. Team information, player contracts, qualification proof, bank account. Understood, we will prepare them promptly. He balanced the phone on his shoulder while diligently noting the requirements sent by the league staff on his laptop, with a pile of documents sprawled across his desk. Just as he hung up the call with the league, another call came in immediately. Hello, where is this? Sports news? Interview request? Apologies, at present. The team has just entered the league, and we are quite overwhelmed. We cannot accept individual interviews for now, but we will arrange a unified media conference soon. Please stay tuned for our official announcements. Thank you for your understanding. After hanging up, he barely had a moment to breathe before WeChat messages began to chime incessantly, filled with congratulatory notes and inquiries from familiar club managers. Lin Feng found himself responding with a mix of polite pleasantries and evasive tactics. It seems that being a manager is no easy task. Unbeknownst to him, Yixiu had sidled over, holding a thermos filled with goji berries. Leisurely commenting with a hint of sarcasm, Lin Feng shot him a glance. Captain Yi, if you're so free, why not come and assist with organizing the players' registration materials? Oh, that is not my forte. Let the professionals handle professional matters, Yixiu retorted, retreating with a sense of righteous indignation. My expertise lies in playing honor and researching silver weapons. Lin Feng shook his head in exasperation and continued to immerse himself in the myriad of tasks at hand. In addition to managing the league and media, he had already begun to contemplate more pragmatic issues. The existing training room on the second floor of the Xingxin Internet Cafe is evidently inadequate for a professional team. The search for a larger and more professional base has become imperative, encompassing independent training rooms, tactical analysis rooms, conference rooms, dormitory areas, fitness zones, and more. The contracts of the players must be restructured to align with the league's standards, accompanied by corresponding enhancements in their compensation. The guild department requires expansion to tackle the intensified competition for resources and talent acquisition that comes with entering the league. The development of silver weaponry must accelerate, as the opponents within the league are far beyond the caliber of mere challenge matches. Commercial collaborations and sponsorship negotiations have also been placed on the agenda. Each task demands financial resources, energy, and specialized individuals to manage them. Guogua, Lin Feng lifted his gaze towards Chen Guo, who was still lost in thought. We need to scout for new premises in the coming days. The team base must be relocated as our current space is insufficient. Oh, right. The base. Chen Guo snapped back to reality, instantly shifting into action. No problem. I will immediately search online for property listings. It should be larger, in a good location. Money is not an issue. What matters is that it is suitable, tranquil, and equipped with adequate facilities. Lin Feng added. Furthermore, Yigu, he turned to Yi Xiao. Do you have any thoughts regarding the players' contracts and compensation? After all, you are the most familiar with everyone's circumstances and the league's average standards. Yi Xiao stroked his chin. Well, just handle it as you see fit. Just ensure that everyone is treated fairly. However, I have faith in your capabilities, Boss Lin. He returned the ball, his gaze imbued with trust. Lin Feng smiled, having already formed a preliminary plan in his mind. He understood that from this point onward, Xing Xin would no longer be a grassroots team. It must swiftly transform into a genuine, professional club. The catalyst for this transformation is that chilling yet fervent announcement from the league. The fall of Jiashi has sent shockwaves through the league. From the ruins of the old dynasty, the newly reborn Xing Xin has officially secured its passage into the future. The glory of challenge matches is now a thing of the past. The true journey is just beginning. Chapter 55, New Base. New journey. The morning sun streamed through the glass windows of the second floor of the Xing Xin Internet CAF, casting light upon the freshly cleaned floor. Chengua stood at the end of the corridor, gazing at the rejuvenated space before her, still somewhat incredulous that this was reality. Boss, does this area require further adjustments? The renovation foreman approached with the inquiry. Chengua came back to her senses, smiling as she shook her head. It's perfect, truly splendid. Thank you all. In merely 2 weeks, Lin Feng had invested funds to lease the vacant shop adjacent to the Internet CAF, completely transforming the second floor into a professional team base. At this moment, the renovation workers were finishing their final touches, while the members of Xing Xin were about to step into their new home for the very first time. A cacophony arose from downstairs, prompting Chengua to make her way to the staircase, where she spotted Yi Xiao leisurely ascending, a cigarette in his mouth, followed by the members of Xing Xin. Come on up, let us take a look at our new base, Yi Xiao beckoned. Tang Rou was the first to quickly ascend the stairs, having donned a sporty outfit for the occasion, her ponytail tied high, exuding vigor. Bao Zi trailed behind, curiously glancing around, while Qiao Yifan quietly followed at the rear, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wow, this is absolutely incredible, Bao Zi exclaimed as he reached the top of the stairs. What greeted them was a spacious and well-lit hall, with a row of high-spec computers neatly arranged on the left, each separated by partitions that ensured privacy without hindering communication. To the right stood a massive tactical whiteboard and a projection screen. Yi Xiao approached one of the computers, running his hand across the monitor. The configurations are top-notch. Lin Feng has truly invested heavily. Indeed, if we are to compete professionally, our equipment must not lag behind. Lin Feng's voice resonated from behind. Of course, since we are entering the professional realm, we cannot afford to compromise on our equipment. Lin Feng, clad in a simple black shirt and holding a bag of drinks, continued. Come, let us have some refreshments. I brought milk tea. Chengua took the bag and began distributing the drinks, unable to restrain her sentiments. Just 2 months ago, we were crammed into a small corner of the Internet CAF for training, and now we have an entire floor dedicated to our professional base. This is merely the beginning. Lin Feng replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping across the entire space, evidently pleased with his investment. Tang Rou had already seated herself at one of the computers, testing the keyboard's responsiveness. It's incredibly sensitive, with a suitable key travel, perfect for high-frequency operations. Naturally, I specifically sought out professionals to select this. Taking everyone's different operating habits into account, Lin Feng explained as he joined her. Especially for you and Lao Yi, who require high-performance gear. The peripherals absolutely cannot fall short. Yi Xiao had already commandeered a computer, logging into his account. How's the internet speed? A dedicated gigabit line. Identical in specifications to that used for competitions. We will no longer experience lag during training, Lin Feng clarified. Bao Zi excitedly dashed to a computer. Plopping down. This chair is so comfortable. It can recline. Qiao Yifan cautiously tested the equipment, softly asking Lin Feng. Senior Lin, this must have cost a fortune, right? Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Money is not an issue. The key is to enhance everyone's training efficacy. By the way, let me show you other areas. He led them through the training zone and pushed open a glass door. This is the tactical analysis room. Inside, a rectangular conference table was set up, with multiple displays mounted on the walls and a 3D projection device at the center. Wei Chen's eyes lit up as he approached the equipment. This is quite an expensive setup. Even professional clubs would have this configuration. It will be much easier for us to analyze opponent footage and strategize moving forward. Yi Xiao nodded in approval. Lin Feng then opened the adjacent door. This is the silver weaponry development room. This room was evidently more specialized, equipped with various precision instruments and tools, alongside several high-performance computers. The moment Luo Ji laid eyes on this equipment, his eyes widened. I have only seen this equipment in magazines. This will certainly make it easier for you and Lao Wei to research silver weaponry. Lin Feng patted Luo Ji's shoulder. I believe that with your theoretical knowledge combined with this equipment, you will undoubtedly design even more formidable silver weapons. Finally, Lin Feng guided everyone through the comfortable lounge in the living area, equipped with sofas and a television, alongside a compact kitchen where the fridge was already filled with food and beverages. A few small rooms had even been designated as nap areas. After a tiring training session, you can rest here. I have hired a caretaker who will be responsible for everyone's meals, Lin Feng introduced. Chun Guo looked at all of this in astonishment. Lin Feng, your investment is quite substantial, isn't it? Renting the venue, renovating, and acquiring equipment must cost a fortune. Lin Feng chuckled, boss lady. Do not forget that I am the landlord. This expenditure is negligible. Moreover, investing in the team equates to investing in the future. Once we secure the championship, all of this will be but a trifling sum. Yishio suddenly clapped his hands. All right, the tour is over. Everyone, gather in the conference room for a meeting. The group made their way to the tactical analysis room and settled around the conference table. Yishio stood at the front, his expression unusually serious. From this day forth, we are no longer an underdog team. He surveyed the room. With this base, we have training conditions on par with professional teams. However, this also means we bear greater responsibility. He activated the projector, and the screen displayed information about the Glory Professional League. Winning in the challenge match is merely the beginning. The real test is just commencing. The Professional League consists of 38 rounds of regular season matches, with 19 opponents, each facing us twice, alternating between home and away games. This signifies a more intense competition, a denser schedule, and more professional adversaries. Yishio switched the display to showcase the emblems of several teams. Let me briefly introduce some of our main opponents. First, we have the Batu team, led by Han Wenqing, known for their aggressive play and rich experience. Next is Lan Yu, with the combination of Yu Wenzhou and Huang Xiaodian, known for their versatile tactics. Wei Chao is represented by Wang Jieshi, who possesses exceptional individual skills. Lastly, there is Luan Hui, last season's champion, with Zhou Zikai hailed as the current top player in Glory, Lin Feng added. In addition to these traditional powerhouses, we must also be wary of several mid-tier teams, such as Lei Ting with Xiao Shiqin and Lin Hai with Zhao Yang. While these teams may not match the elite in overall strength, they possess ace players that we cannot underestimate. Tang Rou diligently took notes, her brows slightly furrowed. Who is our opponent in the first match? Yi Xiu changed the screen, revealing the emblem and information of the Qingkai team. Qingkai finished 15th last season, barely managing to stay in the league. Although they are not particularly strong, we must not underestimate them as this is our debut in the professional league, Yi Xiu analyzed. Their captain, Feng Xiao, is a professional elemental mage with a stable style, and the vice-captain, Li Jiu, is an assassin who enjoys ambushing from the backline. Lin Feng continued. Qingkai's team strategy typically revolves around defensive counterattacks, favoring a drawn-out game. Therefore, if we face them, we need to take the initiative in the early stages and not let their rhythm dictate the match. Xiao Yifan raised his hand. Senior Yi, do we need to study their recent match footage? Of course, Yishio nodded. From now on, analyzing our opponents will become part of our daily training. Before each match, we will hold tactical meetings like today to analyze the opponent's characteristics and weaknesses. Baozi scratched his head. That sounds complicated. Didn't we just rush him before? Wei Qing gave him a light slap. Kid, we are a professional team now. We can't act on whims like before. Tactics and coordination are the keys to victory. Yishio smiled. Baozi has a point. Ultimately, we must step onto the battlefield. However, thorough preparation will allow us to play more comfortably. He turned to Lin Feng. Do you have anything to add? Lin Feng stood up. I will say this. This base and these facilities are the hardware support I provide as an investor. However, whether we can establish ourselves in the professional league ultimately depends on each of your strength and efforts. He paused, his gaze sweeping across each face. I believe we possess the capability not only to avoid relegation in the league, but also to contend for the championship. Yet, this necessitates 100% effort from everyone. After the meeting concluded, the group returned to the training area to embark on their first training session with the new equipment. Lin Feng settled into his position, relishing the feel of the new keyboard, nodding in satisfaction. He logged into his Qigong Master account, Tian Yun, and entered the arena. Yishio approached. Leaning against the partition, how does it feel? The equipment is excellent, but it will take time to adjust, Lin Feng replied. The key layout and sensitivity differ from what I used before. Yishio nodded. That's normal. Professional players always require an adaptation period when switching gear. Take advantage of this time before the official matches to practice. Meanwhile, Tang Rou was fully immersed in her training, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as Han Yin-Rou executed various complex maneuvers on screen. Xiao Yifan practiced his ghost blade combos, pausing occasionally to ponder. Baozi exclaimed excitedly. Exploring the various features of the new equipment, this keyboard's lights can change colors. Isn't that awesome? Chun Guo watched all of this with shining eyes. She approached Lin Feng and softly said, Thank you, Lin Feng. Without you, Xing Xian could not have achieved such training conditions so swiftly. Lin Feng smiled, boss lady. There's no need for such formalities. I am also a member of the team. This is my responsibility. He glanced at Yi Xiu, who was guiding Qiao Yifan. Then at Tang Rou, who was focused on her training, and finally at Wei Chun and Luo Ji, who were examining the new equipment. We have the finest players, the best coach, and now the most favorable training environment, Lin Feng said softly. In the upcoming professional league, let everyone witness the true strength of Xing Xian. The rhythmic sound of keyboards tapping filled the training room, resembling a pre-battle overture. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating every concentrated face and casting a warm glow on the newly hung emblem of Xing Xian, a phoenix poised for flight, beneath which were the bold characters of Xing Xian team. Chapter 56, The First Signing. Su Muqing joins. As the weather in the city gradually warmed, the air in the Xing Xian Internet CAF seemed to have shed its usual lingering scent of smoke and instant noodles. Sunlight filtered through the not-so-clean glass, casting mottled shadows on the tabletop. Yi Xiu had just concluded a match in the arena, lazily stretching his limbs, when the cigarette he held almost poked Lin Feng, who was deeply engrossed in contemplation before his laptop screen. Hey, pay attention, brother Yi. Don't let the ash fall on my keyboard. It's quite expensive, Lin Feng remarked without lifting his gaze, his fingers swiftly gliding over the touchpad. The screen displayed a complex electronic spreadsheet, densely packed with the league registration process, budget planning, and a list of potential team members. Well, with Lin Boss's considerable wealth, does he really care about a keyboard? Yi Xiu teased, casually flicking the ash into the instant noodle cup beside him, a remnant of breakfast from a few hours prior. Finally, Lin Feng lifted his head from the screen, rubbing his tired eyes. Even the landlord's household has no surplus. Every penny must be spent wisely. Moreover, we are now a legitimate team and must present ourselves accordingly. He gestured towards the screen, indicating that most of the paperwork was nearly complete and that the league had virtually acknowledged their qualification to compete. The next crucial matter was. Their gazes met, and they spoke in unison. Personnel. Yi Xiu nodded, his expression growing serious for once. The challenge matches were merely a surprise performance, but entering the league presents a different level of intensity. Our current roster lacks depth, especially in terms of ranged fire support and tactical coordination. He paused, not finishing his thought regarding Su Muqing, as the situation of Jia Shi was well understood among them. The once gilded dynasty was now precariously teetering on the brink of dissolution, and its disbandment seemed inevitable. Naturally, Su Muqing's future became a focal point of interest within the community, as she was one of Jia Shi's core players. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, his tone resolute. Sister Muqing must join us. On a professional level, she is an exceptional gunner who would perfectly complement our ranged firepower and tactical coordination, and her synergy with you, brother Yi, is beyond question. On a personal level, he smiled, she is one of us. Yi Xiu took a drag from his cigarette, the smoke obscuring his expression. As for Jia Shi, they are struggling to survive, and Sister Muqing's contract situation is merely a matter of going through the termination process. A nominal transfer fee or free agency, both are negotiable. Lin Feng had evidently done his homework, but the critical factor remained Su Muqing's own thoughts. Yi Xiu exhaled a ring of smoke, his gaze drifting. It must have been quite challenging for her during the final days at Jia Shi. The once familiar team has become estranged, her tactical position awkward, and she may face some unfriendly public opinions. Despite her perpetual smile, the disappointment and exhaustion must have accumulated to a significant extent. Therefore, we need to take the initiative and provide her with a compelling reason to choose us without hesitation. Lin Feng closed his laptop, his tone decisive. Brother Yi, will you make the call, or shall I? Yi Xiu shot him a glance. You are the manager. This matter of extending a sincere invitation to a player, oh no, this recruitment, is undoubtedly your responsibility. Understood. Lin Feng did not hesitate, pulling out his phone. I will call Sister Muqing now. The waiting tone echoed through the training room, leaving only the faint sounds of street noise outside, and Yi Xiu's gentle taps on the table. Lin Feng could feel his heart racing slightly. Although he was nearly certain of persuading Su Muqing to join, the moment still brought a tinge of nervousness. This was not merely a game acquisition. It was a genuine effort to secure an all-star caliber core player for Xing Xian. The call connected swiftly, and a gentle, sweet voice answered, imbued with just the right amount of curiosity. Hello? Who is this? Sister Muqing, it's me, Lin Feng. Lin Feng endeavored to keep his voice steady and reliable. Lin Feng. Su Muqing's voice revealed surprise, followed by understanding. Oh, it's Manager Lin from Xing Xian, right? Her tone carried a hint of playful teasing. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. Sister Muqing, please don't tease me. I'm calling because I have something important to discuss regarding your future plans. There was a brief silence on the line before Su Muqing's tone shifted, the playful undertone fading into seriousness. I think I might have an idea. Jia sure is pretty much settled. Though anticipated, hearing it confirmed allowed both Lin Feng and the attentive Yi Xiao to breathe a sigh of relief, albeit with a tinge of discomfort. After all, it was Jia sure. Lin Feng gathered his thoughts and spoke candidly, his tone exceedingly sincere. Sister Mucheng, I will be straightforward. Yi Xiao and I, representing Xing Xin, formally invite you to join us. He continued without pause, presenting the prepared terms. Regarding the contract, it will undoubtedly reflect the treatment of a top-tier core player in the league. We can discuss the specifics later, but it will only increase, not decrease. The team has just secured a new sponsorship, and subsequent commercial developments will follow suit. You will not be shortchanged in this regard. More importantly, he emphasized, here, you can continue to fight alongside Yi Xiao without any concerns. You may have heard about the atmosphere at Xing Xin. We are a fresh team with a unified goal, devoid of any discord. Everyone's intentions are pure, simply to play well and strive for the championship. He paused to allow Su Mucheng a moment to absorb the information before continuing, his voice softening. I understand that the situation with Jia sure may have been exhausting for you. Come to Xing Xin, Sister Mucheng. It should be more relaxed here. We truly need you. Silence reigned on the other end, punctuated only by faint breaths. Lin Feng remained patient, waiting. Yi Xiao had extinguished his cigarette at some point and quietly regarded Lin Feng's phone. After a considerable pause, Su Mucheng's voice returned. Imbued with a lightness that suggested relief, even tinged with an almost imperceptible quiver, but predominantly filled with mirth. That sounds quite appealing. She did not inquire about the specifics of the terms, nor question Xing Xin's potential as a new team. She merely confirmed softly, Yi Xiao is there listening. Isn't. Lin Feng glanced at Yi Xiao, who was rubbing his nose. He is indeed. He wholeheartedly supports this. With a dismissive huff, Su Mucheng remarked that he could only hide behind others. She then decisively declared, all right, I agree. This straightforwardness momentarily stunned Lin Feng, leaving him speechless as his anticipated responses lodged in his throat. What? Sister Mucheng, you mean? I said, I agree to join Xingxin, Su Mucheng reiterated, her smile becoming more pronounced. You can handle the contract. I trust you and everyone else. When do you need me to come over? Lin Feng suppressed his overwhelming joy and quickly replied, anytime. Sister Mucheng, feel free to come over whenever it's convenient for you. The base is almost ready, with all new dorms. If you want to check the environment first, that's fine too. No need for that trouble. Su Mucheng interrupted him lightly. I'll come over once I finish the last bit of paperwork here. It should be in a couple of days. Great. That's wonderful. Lin Feng could no longer contain his excitement and exclaimed, we'll be waiting for you at the internet CAF. Yes, it's settled then. Su Mucheng paused, her voice softening. Thank you, Lin Feng. And please let Yi Xiao know that I'll settle my score with him when I arrive for making you call. After hanging up, the training room fell into a brief silence. All set? Yi Xiao inquired, although he already knew the answer from Lin Feng's expression. All set. Lin Feng sighed in relief. Tossing his phone onto the desk, his face alight with an uncontrollable smile. Sister Mucheng agreed. She'll be here in a couple of days. A smile also appeared on Yi Xiao's face, a blend of relief and contentment. I told you she would definitely come. Of course, just consider who made the move. Lin Feng said proudly, then added thoughtfully, but Sister Mucheng is really straightforward. She didn't hesitate at all. It seems she wasn't happy at Jiasha. It would be strange if she were, Yi Xiao remarked casually, taking another puff of his cigarette. It's for the best, a new beginning. 2 days later, Su Mucheng appeared at the entrance of the Xingxin Internet CAF, dragging a small suitcase. She wore simple jeans and a knit top, complemented by a cap, resembling a neighborly girl setting out for a trip. Yet, her remarkable aura still drew the attention of several customers inside the CAF. Lin Feng and Yi Xiao had been waiting at the door. Sister Mucheng. Lin Feng rushed forward to take her suitcase. Su Mucheng removed her cap, revealing a radiant smile. Her gaze drifting past Lin Feng to rest on Yi Xiao, who wore a knowing expression. Ah, you made it. Yi Xiao waved, greeting her. Su Mucheng approached him, sizing him up before smirking slightly. Yes, I came to see how a certain individual, who got kicked out of Jiasha to become an internet CAF manager, is faring. Yi Xiao shrugged. As you can see quite well, I'm about to become a member of the championship team. Keep dreaming, Su Mucheng laughed, the last remnants of her earlier gloom seemingly dissipating. Chen Gua, hearing the commotion, rushed down and, upon seeing Su Mucheng, was so excited she could barely speak. She managed to utter, welcome, welcome, Su Mucheng. I'm your fan. Su Mucheng smiled and shook her hand. Hello, boss. I hope to rely on you a lot in the future. Not a bother at all. Chen Gua waved her hands repeatedly, her face flushed with excitement. Lin Feng, observing this harmonious scene, felt elated. He retrieved a prepared contract from his folder. Sister Mucheng, here's the draft contract. Take a look and see if there are any issues. We drafted the terms as we discussed, with the highest standards for duration and benefits. You can read through it at your leisure. There's no rush to sign. Su Muching took the contract, but did not even glance at it. She flipped to the last page, took the pen from Lin Feng's hand, and swiftly signed her name. Sister Muching, aren't you going to review it? Lin Feng asked, somewhat astonished. What is there to see? Do you think you would trick me? Su Muching returned the signed contract to Lin Feng, her smile carefree. From now on, we're teammates, so I look forward to working together. Manager Lin, Captain Yi. Lin Feng held the hefty contract, gazing at the elegant and firm signature. Realizing that from this moment forth, the player known as Mu Yu Chung Feng, along with the elite gunner it represented, officially belonged to the Xingxin team. This not only signified a qualitative leap in Xingxin's firepower and tactical support capabilities, but also indicated a substantial enhancement in their attractiveness. The joining of an all-star player undoubtedly announced to the entire Glory community that Xingxin, a newly ascended team from the Challenge League, was serious and harbored formidable ambitions and allure. I dare not claim to instruct. Let us strive together, Lin Feng replied earnestly, then carefully stored the contract. Now, Sister Muching, let me show you the new base in your room so you can settle in. Everyone is eager to greet you, our new teammate and esteemed senior. Su Muching followed his gaze, her eyes filled with anticipation for the future. Sure, I haven't had a proper match in Glory for quite some time. The sunlight streamed through the glass doors of the internet CAF, casting a warm glow upon the group. Chapter 57. The Prodigy's Choice. Su Muching's arrival acted like a potent tonic, infusing the entire Xingxin base with vibrant energy. In the training room, the sound of keyboard clacking seemed more intense and vigorous than usual. Tang Rou was engaged in a one-on-one training match with Su Muching, while Han Yinro wielded her Ji Feng lance with fierce ferocity. Meanwhile, Mu Yu Chung Feng skillfully maneuvered, leveraging his exceptional range and precise positioning to counterattack effectively. Yi Xiao, with a cigarette in his mouth, observed from the sidelines, occasionally offering incisive commentary. Lin Feng, nestled in a makeshift office, stared at his computer screen, his brow furrowed. The screen displayed an official announcement from the league regarding the asset liquidation and player contract termination list of Jiaxia. Each name on the lengthy list represented countless dreams temporarily shelved or utterly extinguished. His mouse scrolled down slowly, his gaze settling on one particular name, Xiao Fei. Battle Mage. Role, battle format. This name resonated deeply with Lin Feng. In the original text, this individual is recognized as the most promising talent within the Jiaxia training camp, even regarded by some as a potential successor to Yi Zhiqiu following Yi Xiu's departure. With solid skills and a composed demeanor, he exhibits a tenacity that surpasses his years. Unfortunately, he is caught in a tumultuous period for Jiaxia. As the grand edifice of Jiaxia collapses, these future stars find themselves adrift. Some may be absorbed by other teams, yet for someone like Xiao Fei, whose unique background bears a strong imprint of Yi Xiu and who possesses a lofty ambition, the situation becomes somewhat awkward. Lin Feng closed the webpage, leaning back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the tabletop. Sunlight streamed through the slats of the blinds, casting a patchwork of light and shadow across his face. What are you pondering? Yi Xiu's voice suddenly resonated from the doorway. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, he had sauntered over, leaning against the door frame. Observing Lin Feng, who appeared deep in thought. I was considering the legacy left by Jiaxia, Lin Feng replied, gesturing toward the computer screen, particularly at the boy named Xiao Fei. Yi Xiu's gaze momentarily faltered before returning to its usual state. He stepped inside and pulled out a chair to sit down. Xiao Fei is indeed a promising talent. He exhibits steadiness, a calm heart, and a willingness to work hard. He possesses the makings of a professional. What's unfortunate? Lin Feng inquired. Jiaxia may be gone, but his professional career has yet to commence. Yi Xiu shot him a sideways glance. What? Are you, Manager Lin, contemplating poaching talent? We already have a battle mage here, and she's quite formidable. He referred to Tang Rou, who was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Su Muching outside. One can never have too many battle mages, Lin Feng chuckled. Moreover, Tang Rou is Tang Rou, and Xiao Fei is Xiao Fei. Their styles differ. Tang Rou wields her spear with relentless aggression, while Xiao Fei, having observed some of his training match footage, appears more composed and well-rounded, reminiscent of your former self. Yi Xiu non-committally hummed in response. Lin Feng leaned forward, lowering his voice. Brother Yi, be honest. What do you think of Xiao Fei? Is he worth recruiting? After a few moments of silence, Yi Xiu, unusually serious and devoid of humor, replied, absolutely. His fundamentals are even stronger than mine were during my time at the training camp. Moreover, this kid has spirit. He is not one to easily concede or lose his way. The harsh environment of Jiaxia did not diminish him. Rather, it has intensified his determination. If directed properly, his potential is boundless. That's settled then. Lin Feng clapped his hands on the table. Since you, the honorary textbook, have endorsed him, we at Xingxin shall claim him. Claim him how? Yi Xiu raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting we thrust him directly into the first team? Competing against Little Tang for a position? He might still need some seasoning, and transitioning from the Jiashi training camp to our team for rotation presents psychological and positional challenges. Lin Feng appeared to have anticipated this dilemma, confidently stating, "Therefore, I shall present him with two choices. First, he joins the first team as a substitute, competing against Tang Rou for a position, earning his opportunities. Second," he paused, his eyes gleaming, "we at Xing Xian shall officially establish a youth training academy. We invite him to be the cornerstone of this academy, personally guided by you, Yixiao, cultivating him systematically. We will convey that we believe in his future, willing to provide him with time and a platform to develop as a core reserve for our future." Upon hearing this, Yixiao paused for a moment and then chuckled. "Well, Lin Feng, your ability to envision grand plans has certainly improved. You've even managed to propose a youth training academy? Our base has only just regained its footing. Every journey begins with a single step," Lin Feng asserted with conviction. "With Su Mu Cheng's arrival, we have garnered attention. This is the perfect opportunity to establish the youth training framework. With Qiu Fei on board, we can attract more promising young talents. This is crucial for the team's long-term development. We can't always rely on a few old-timers, and you, this prodigy, and Tang Rou, to hold the fort." He quickly clarified that the label of old-timer did not apply to Wei Chen alone. Yixiao stroked his chin, mulling over Lin Feng's words. He had to admit that Lin Feng's foresight was indeed commendable. For a team to achieve true strength and sustainability, the cultivation of fresh blood is indispensable. Furthermore, Lin Feng added, his tone laced with a hint of cunning, having you as his personal mentor is likely a greater temptation for Qiu Fei than merely offering him a position as a substitute on the first team. After all, he grew up watching your matches. Yixiao smiled, not denying this fact. He harbored a degree of admiration for Qiu Fei and was not averse to lending a helping hand to the boy. "All right, you've convinced me. How do you intend to reach out to him? He is probably feeling quite lost right now. I'll see if I can find his contact information," Lin Feng replied, reopening his computer. Although Jiashi had disbanded, there were still channels to inquire through. Such matters should be addressed promptly. Through diligent effort and connections from previous gaming acquaintances who had peripheral ties to the Jiashi club, Lin Feng managed to acquire a contact number for a chat application reportedly used by Qiu Fei. After sending a friend request, he waited for a while. Just as he began to think that the request would go unanswered, the system notification chimed. The friend request was accepted. Lin Feng's spirits lifted, and he straightened in his chair. Yixiao leaned in to observe the screen with keen interest. Lin Feng did not rush to speak. Instead, he clicked on the empty personal profile page before cautiously typing a message. "Hello, is this Qiu Fei? I am Lin Feng, the manager of Xing Xian team." There was a lengthy silence on the other end, so long that Lin Feng feared he might be ignored. Finally, a simple reply came through. "Yes." The tone conveyed a sense of detachment and wariness. Lin Feng wasted no time in laying his cards on the table. "We are aware of the situation with Jiashi. It is unfortunate. What are your plans for your career moving forward?" Another moment of silence passed before the response arrived, still considering. Lin Feng could envision the young man on the other side, lips pressed tightly, feigning calmness. He continued typing, regarding the Xing Xian team. "I wonder how much you know about us. We have just secured eligibility for the upcoming season in the league. We greatly admire your talent and potential, and we sincerely invite you to join us." This time, the reply came swiftly, laced with a hint of self-deprecation. "Xingxin has the esteemed Yixiao and Tang Rou, both formidable battle mages. I am no longer needed, am I?" Indeed, it was a question he had contemplated long before. Lin Feng smiled, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. "Tang Rou is Tang Rou, and you are you. The role of a battle mage is never fixed. Moreover, our invitation extends beyond the present." He clearly articulated the two options he had previously discussed with Yixiao. Option 1, directly join Xingxin's first team, starting as a substitute player and competing for a position based on merit. Option 2, Xingxin is about to officially establish a youth training camp, and we hope you will join as one of the inaugural core members, with Yixiao, also known as Yixiao, personally serving as your mentor for systematic training. We view you as a crucial reserve for the team's future and are willing to invest resources and time to aid your growth. He deliberately emphasized Yixiao as personal guidance. After sending the message, the other side fell completely silent. Lin Feng did not rush him, patiently awaiting a response. He understood the profound impact these two choices, particularly the second, would have on a young man like Qiu Fei. Minutes later, Qiu Fei replied, his tone tinged with disbelief. "Yixiao will personally mentor me?" "Indeed," Lin Feng affirmed confidently. "He holds you in high regard. He believes your foundation is exceptionally solid. Yet you lack experience in major competitions and advanced tactical guidance. These are precisely what he is willing to impart." After a brief pause, Qiu Fei inquired, "Why me?" Lin Feng answered earnestly, "Because Xingxin's future requires new blood like you, who are grounded, resilient, and talented. We are not merely seeking a quick fix. We are investing in the future. We believe you embody the potential of Xingxin's championship lineup. Though this statement might seem grandiose at times, young individuals require such passion and affirmation. This time, Xiao Fei's reply came much quicker, albeit with a single word, good. Shortly thereafter, he sent another message. I choose the second option. I wish to join the youth training camp and learn from Yi Qiao. Lin Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Qiao, both reflecting the joy in each other's eyes. It was a wise choice. Lin Feng replied, welcoming him to the Xingxin family. If convenient, he could visit the Xingxin Network Club within the next few days to familiarize himself with the environment and complete the necessary paperwork. Travel expenses and accommodation will be reimbursed by the team. Thank you. I will come tomorrow, Xiao Fei responded succinctly, already having made his decision. The following afternoon, a youth clad in a pristine white sports jacket, carrying a backpack, appeared at the entrance of the Xingxin Internet CAF. He stood straight, a hint of nervousness in his demeanor, yet his gaze was clear and resolute as he surveyed the vibrant atmosphere of the Team S base. Lin Feng, having received the news, was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing him, he greeted with a smile. Xiao Fei? The young man nodded, somewhat shyly. Hello, Manager Lin. No need for such formality. You may call me Feng Gu or Lin Feng, Lin Feng said, patting his shoulder and naturally leading him inside. Come, let me show you around. Yi Qiao, known as Yi Qiao, was currently inside, guiding a training session. Upon hearing his name, Xiao Fei's eyes brightened, and his body tensed slightly, embodying the nervous anticipation of meeting an idol. In the training room, Yi Qiao was instructing Tang Rou on the subtle intricacies of a particular combo. Hearing the commotion, he turned, smiled upon seeing the young man beside Lin Feng. You've arrived? A casual greeting, yet it caused Xiao Fei to stand at attention, as if undergoing inspection. Yi Qiao, greetings. Yi Qiao found this posture somewhat amusing and waved his hand. Relax, there are no strict protocols here. He approached and scrutinized Xiao Fei, nodding approvingly. You appear more spirited in person than in the videos. Was the journey smooth? Yes, Xiao Fei replied earnestly, his gaze fervently fixed on Yi Qiao, brimming with admiration. Lin Feng observed the interaction, chuckling inwardly, knowing that only Yi Qiao could manage such a serious young man. Good to have you here, Yi Qiao acknowledged. Lin Feng has briefed me on your situation. Choosing to join the youth training camp and dedicating yourself to learning is a commendable decision. The path of a battle mage requires a strong foundation, but there is much more to master if you wish to reach the pinnacle. Absolutely. I look forward to your guidance, Xiao Fei exclaimed, drawing the attention of others in the training room. Tang Rou paused her practice, curiously observing the earnest newcomer, while Su Mucheng offered him a friendly nod. A faint blush crept across Xiao Fei's cheeks, yet his resolve remained unwavering. Lin Feng interjected at the opportune moment. All right, we have plenty of time to converse in the future. Xiao Fei, let me first take you to your accommodation and settle you in. The formalities can be completed gradually. Starting tomorrow, you will officially be under Coach Ye's tutelage. He emphasized the title Coach Yi. Yi Qiao rubbed his nose, muttering to himself, it feels like I've taken on a new responsibility. However, upon witnessing the determination and eagerness in Xiao Fei's eyes, he ultimately smiled and instructed. Go on, once you're settled, come find me. I want to assess your current skill level. Yes, Xiao Fei's voice resonated with vigor. As he followed Lin Feng away, maintaining his straight posture, he appeared to relax slightly, no longer so tense. A subtle smile tugged at Yi Qiao's lips. He turned back to Tang Rou's screen, just a fraction quicker there, and the damage would be maximized. Again, in the training room, the sound of keystrokes resumed its relentless cadence, echoing as if it would never cease. Chapter 58, The Blueprint for Silver Equipment and the Team-Wide Upgrade Plan. The addition of Su Mucheng and Xiao Fei felt akin to infusing high-quality fuel into the freshly assembled engine of Xingxin, propelling it with vigor while simultaneously amplifying the urgent need for hardware upgrades. The professional league loomed ever closer, a battleground where mere tricks and sheer determination could no longer suffice. It was a true crucible of steel, a clash of elite skills and top-tier equipment. Xingxin currently possesses several silver weapons, including Yi Xiao's enigmatic Qianji-san, which has a long and arduous upgrade path. Tang Rou's gradually revealing Zhu Feng, and Wei Chen's Death's Hand, which is slowly regaining its power. These are formidable artifacts in challenge matches, yet they appear somewhat inadequate when cast into the crucible of professional leagues. Not to mention, other key players are still wielding orange or even purple weapons. Although Enwani's Cross provides a decent healing output, it significantly lacks survival ability and special effects enhancement under the concentrated fire pressure of professional-level combat. Xiao Yifen's katana is rather conventional, failing to utilize his increasingly refined ghost formation prowess. Baozi, however, can wield any weapon with vigor. Yet a tailor-made silver weapon would undoubtedly elevate his erratic destructive capability to new heights. Even Lin Feng himself, with his Qigong master gloves, only possesses a quality orange item, and is gradually finding it challenging to cope with high-intensity control and self-preservation. As for Su Mucheng, her Mu Yu Chung Feng, while not lacking in quality, must also be reassessed now that she has joined Xingxin, with a more powerful and synergistic hand cannon naturally becoming a priority. This dilemma weighs heavily on Lin Feng's heart. That afternoon, after training concluded, the team members either rested or unwound in online games. Lin Feng summoned Yishio Wei-chun and Luo Ji into the freshly arranged tactical analysis room, where the whiteboard remained pristine. The air in the analysis room was infused with the scent of new furniture and electronic devices. Lin Feng placed several bottles of mineral water on the table and directly addressed the matter at hand. Ladies and gentlemen, time is of the essence as the League approaches. We must urgently expand our inventory of silver weapons. Relying solely on old Ye's Qianji San, Little Tang's Zhufeng, and Old Wei's half-recovered Death's Hand is far from sufficient. Wei Chun lounged casually in his chair, crossing his legs. Has Boss Lin finally recognized the gravity of the situation? I've long asserted that silver weapons are the backbone of a team. Back in the day, my Death's Hand. Heroes should not dwell on past glories, Old Wei. Yishio interjected, effortlessly twisting the cap off a water bottle. Let's focus on the present. Lin Feng acknowledged the urgency, especially with Mucheng's arrival necessitating consideration of her equipment. He then glanced at Little Shou, Yi Fun, Baozi, and paused, directing his gaze at Lin Feng. And you yourself. Lin Feng nodded, approached the whiteboard, and took up a black marker. Thus, I've convened everyone today to hold a Zhuge Liang meeting, to establish the direction and priorities for our initial phase of silver weapon development. Old Wei, your extensive experience is invaluable, Luo Ji. Your theoretical prowess and data support will be crucial. Yigu, you'll oversee the technical aspects and final decisions. Luo Ji adjusted his glasses, appearing somewhat anxious yet exhilarated by the responsibility, swiftly opening his laptop. I've compiled data on top-tier orange weapons and known silver weapons across various classes, as well as material yield analyses. Excellent, Lin Feng commended, jotting down the first name on the whiteboard, Baozi's Invasion Rogue. This fellow, Yishio mused, stroking his chin, operates with boundless creativity, though his precision may falter. However, his explosive and chaotic combat capability is formidable. I believe his silver weapon should enhance either his instantaneous damage output or the damage bonus following control effects. Wei Chun interjected. The rogue's claws should either pursue an extreme armor-piercing bleed path, vicious and ruthless, or a critical stun route, simple yet brutal. Given Baozi's temperament, the latter may suit him better, providing a more exhilarating combat experience and amplifying his ability to triumph amidst chaos. Luo Ji typed rapidly on his computer, retrieving a series of data, according to the Glory physical attack formula and critical damage benefit model, using the 75-level orange weapon blood sacrifice claw as a benchmark. An increase of 15 in base attack power, along with a probabilistic high critical damage or brief stun effect, is projected to enhance Baozi's single-target kill efficiency in chaotic scenarios by 22 to 35%. Lin Feng listened attentively, inscribing on the whiteboard, claw high critical stun effect priority, high. Baozi is one of the main output points, and his enhancement will significantly bolster the team's immediate combat capability. Next, Itsuan Hui Formation Ghost. Lin Feng wrote down the name. Yi Fun is remarkably steady, too steady, Wei Chun assessed, as the core control point. His silver weapon should enhance the ghost formation's effects, range, duration, or some specific strength. Yishio added, we could also consider increasing certain survival attributes or reducing casting time. The formation ghost must be resilient to ensure stable control. Luo Ji adjusted his glasses. The data for the formation ghost katana is quite complex, involving skill enhancement coefficients. If we focus on strengthening the effects of the ice and dark formations, we will require rare materials infused with shadow and frost energy. I have a few alternative data simulations ready. Ultimately, the whiteboard bore katana ghost formation enhancement, range, duration, effects, survival casting priority, high. Qiao Yifun's formation ghost is a crucial element of the team's tactical framework, thus holding a high priority as well. Little Shou's Chill Priest. Lin Feng wrote down the third name. For a priest, especially within our lineup that lacks frontline protection, survival and stability must take precedence. Yishio established the tone. His computational abilities are exceptional, yet his operations and reactions aren't top tier. Thus, the silver weapon should ideally compensate for this. Wei Chun chuckled. Either maximize healing output and range, or bestow him with life-preserving effects, such as automatically casting a thin shield upon being attacked, or temporarily increasing his resistance to interruptions. Allowing him to endure longer equates to providing the team with greater assurance. Luo Ji retrieved data on healing professions. If we aim to enhance effective healing and survival, we could consider materials with the pure light prefix, adding effects like focus, resistance to interruptions, or shelter, automatic shield. Based on the model calculations, prioritizing survival offers superior cost-effectiveness. On the whiteboard, he noted, cross-healing output range survival effects, resistance to interruptions, automatic shield, priority, extremely high. And Wayne's safety directly correlates with the team's survival. Thus, his silver weapon was assigned the highest priority. Lastly, Tian Yun Qigong Master. Lin Feng inscribed his own requirement. My needs are quite clear. As a control point, I require stronger skill effects and self-preservation capabilities. For instance, enhancing the strength of the Qi shield, the repelling effect of the Qi wave, or a short-duration defensive burst skill. Yi Xiu cast a glance at him and remarked, given your fortunate constitution, gathering materials should be effortless. Feel free to design boldly. For instance, when the energy shield is breached, it could trigger a localized explosion as a counterattack effect. Luo Ji began to search for the skill data of Qigong masters and related materials, ultimately noting down Su Mu Cheng, the gunner. Yi Xiu reflected on Mu Cheng, stating, her skills are comprehensive, her firepower coverage and precision strikes are unparalleled. Her silver weapon could be optimized for range, firepower density, or unique barrage effects. Ideally, it should synergize with our overall tactical system, such as my crowd control as a free spirit and Lin Feng's Qigong support. Wei Chen interjected, how about a charged attack for a wider explosion, or a penetrating effect? After all, for a gunner, firepower is the essence of romance. Luo Ji immersed himself in calculations. To enhance long-range suppression, we might consider heavy artillery core materials, with additional effects like overload for a temporary boost in attack speed or damage, or precision to improve hit and critical strike rates. After an animated discussion, occasionally laced with banter between Wei Chun and Yi Xiu, and Luo Ji earnestly countering some extravagant ideas with data, the whiteboard gradually filled with notes. Each individual's silver weapon direction was roughly established. Baozi Ru Qin, plus high critical hit rate and damage, with a probability of stunning or armor-piercing effects. Yun Hui, Tachi significantly enhances the range and duration of the ghost formation, with the addition of minor survival attributes or reduced chanting. Xiao Shou Bing Liang, Cross increases basic healing amount and range, with core effects of focus, anti-interruption, or protection, automatic shield. Tian Yun, Glove strengthens the effects of Qi-related skills, intensity, and range, with additional short-term defensive boosts or counterattack effects. Mu Yu Cheng Feng, Hand Cannon enhances range or firepower density, with added overload, explosive, or precision effects. I possess the subsequent upgrade material list for the Qianji San, and a few crucial items are still needed for the Death's Hand. I will provide those to you separately, Yi Xiu said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng gazed at the densely written whiteboard, feeling both exhilarated and overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Luo Ji, based on today's discussion. Please compile all relevant materials from your database and organize the most detailed Xing Xian Silver Weapon Phase 1 development plan and material requirement list. The more detailed, the better, including material names, possible acquisition methods, and priority rankings. Understood, Brother Lin. I will get right on it. Luo Ji sprang into action, fingers flying over the keyboard, the lenses of his glasses reflecting the rapidly scrolling codes and data on the screen. Wei Chun observed this fervor and remarked, goodness, once that list is compiled, it might be quite the shocker. Many materials are valuable yet scarce, some not even circulating in the market. They can only be obtained through dungeon farming, snatching, or completing those outrageous tasks. Yi Xiu patted Lin Feng's shoulder earnestly. Boss Lin, the weight of revolution rests upon your shoulders. The guild, Wu Chun, must strive to seize resources, and your fortunate hands must play a crucial role. It's up to you to discern which dungeons yield easily, which are guaranteed drops, and which quest chains to pursue. Lin Feng envisioned the overwhelming material demands illustrated on the whiteboard, almost seeing Wu Chun leading the guild members in relentless battles within the game, crying out for assistance, and imagining his own grim future of being immersed in various dungeons and tasks. The pressure was undeniably immense. Yet, gazing at the imminent emergence of Xing Xian's silver weapon blueprints, and picturing the team's upgraded equipment propelling their combat prowess, Lin Feng felt invigorated. Fear not, he smiled, his eyes gleaming with a blend of fortune and determination. Once the list is ready, we shall commence work. For Xing Xian, we shall toil tirelessly. He could almost hear the alluring calls of countless rare materials and exceptional equipment beckoning to him. Chapter 59, The League Debut. Facing Qing Kai, Part 1. The clamor of the city airport still echoed in their ears as the Xing Xian team found themselves immersed in the atmosphere of another city. This city, home to the Qing Kai team, was renowned for its light industry, the air infused with a subtle blend of metallic and oil scents. A bus arranged by the League transported the members of Xing Xian from their hotel to the competition venue. Although the venue was not overly large, it exuded a palpable professional ambience. A massive sign proclaiming glory hung above the entrance, and small groups of spectators were entering. Many adorned in the blue and white support outfits of the Qing Kai team, waving cheer sticks or small flags. Wow, it looks quite impressive, Wei Chen mused. Peering out the bus window, far more grand than our internet CAF competition stage. Baozi pressed his face against the glass, his nose flattened, excitedly pointing outside. Look at all those people. Are they all here to watch us play? Not quite. Yishio yawned, appearing somewhat disheveled. They're here to see the home team thrash us. What's there to fear? We'll retaliate. Tang Rou, seated in the front row, turned back, her eyes bright and filled with anticipation, exuding a spirit of readiness. Beside her, Su Mucheng smiled, adjusting her teammate's uniform collar. And Wan Yi adjusted his glasses, quietly checking his keyboard and mouse bag, ensuring every connection was flawless. Xiao Yifan appeared somewhat anxious, sitting straight with his hands on his knees, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the unfamiliar faces and the venue's facilities outside. As the manager, Lin Feng maintained a semblance of calm, although only he was aware of his slightly accelerated heartbeat. This was his, or rather, Tian Yun's, true debut in a professional league. And while it was merely an individual match, its significance was profound. He took a deep breath and turned to Yishio. Brother Yi, is our formation all set? Yishio lazily glanced at him. It's just Qing Kai. Relax. Just play as you do in practice. But you, for your first individual match, don't get so nervous that your hands shake and you end up casting the energy shield on your own team. Get lost, Lin Feng retorted with a chuckle. Feeling his tension dissipate considerably, the bus entered an underground passage, heading directly into the venue. As soon as they disembarked, the staff from the Alliance, who had been waiting patiently, promptly approached them and guided them towards the guest team lounge. The lounge was far more spacious and well-lit than they had anticipated, equipped with all the necessary amenities. A colossal LCD screen was displaying warm-up footage accompanied by the enthusiastic commentary of the announcer. The air was infused with a scent of disinfectant mixed with air freshener. Chen Guo, brimming with excitement, explored every corner, snapping photos incessantly with her phone while exclaiming, "This is the lounge for professional matches. It's truly wonderful." Wu Chun, representing the guild, accompanied the team and was primarily concerned with the network conditions on site, quietly confirming the network interfaces and backup lines for the competition machines with the staff. Yi Xiu, as the captain, had gone to attend the pre-match captain's meeting. The remaining team members were each making their final preparations. Lin Feng donned his headphones, closing his eyes to meditate, mentally simulating various skill combos and strategies for countering different classes. Tang Rou, on the other hand, pulled out her phone to repeatedly watch footage of several players from the Qing Kai team, particularly focusing on their notorious assassin, Li Jiu, renowned for his underhanded tactics. Before long, Yi Xiu returned, holding an envelope containing the lineup for the team match that both sides had submitted, which would only be exchanged before the commencement of the team competition. The individual match roster had been finalized. Yi Xiu placed a piece of paper on the table, announcing, for the first match, Xiaotang, you're up. Tang Rou abruptly lifted her head, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes, and responded without hesitation. All right. It was highly likely that Qing Kai would dispatch their assassin, the Shadowless Hand, Li Jiu, to lead off, intending to exploit his cunning tactics to target their new team, aiming to undermine their morale. Yi Xiu analyzed, Xiaotang. Your aggressive playstyle is perfectly suited to counter his sneaky approach. Don't let him dictate the pace. Seize the opportunity and strike decisively. Understood, Tang Rou nodded, rising to stretch her fingers and wrists in preparation for her entrance. Indeed, shortly thereafter, staff arrived to inform Xingxin that their first individual match participant was to prepare for entry. The announcer's booming voice resonated through the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, the first round of the 10th season of the Glory Professional League is about to commence, with the home team, Qing Kai, facing off against the visiting team, Xingxin. First up is the individual match. Qing Kai sent forth their assassin, known as the Shadowless Hand, Li Jiu. A cheer erupted from the home team's fans in the audience. The announcer, deliberately elongating his tone while perusing the player's information card, seemed taken aback before exclaiming in surprise, and representing Xingxin is a newcomer, the battle mage, Tang Rou. Character, Han Yanrou. A murmur of disbelief and some jeers rippled through the audience. The newcomer was leading off in the very first match against the notoriously tricky Li Jiu. Was Xingxin merely there to provide a warm-up? Tang Rou paid no heed to the surrounding chatter. She checked her account card, took a deep breath, and looked towards her teammates. Let us go. Su Mucheng encouraged her with a smile. Give him a thrashing, Baozi exclaimed, waving his fists. Stay steady, follow the plan, Yi Xiu advised calmly. Lin Feng gave her a thumbs up. Tang Rou nodded affirmatively, her gaze resolute, as she followed the staff out of the lounge and towards the passage leading to the competition stage. The corridor, though not lengthy, was dimly lit, casting a long shadow behind her. At the end lay the bright stage and a deafening roar of cheers. She advanced step by step, her heartbeat steady yet her blood coursing with fervor. This was not her first match, but it was a professional league, the pinnacle of competitive play. She gripped her account card tightly, feeling the lingering essence of the Zhufeng battle spear. Upon entering the competition area, the soundproof door closed behind her, filtering out much of the external clamor, leaving only the sounds of her own breathing and heartbeat. The familiar machines and login interface awaited her. She inserted her account card and entered her password. Han Yinro loading. The screen illuminated, revealing her character within a randomly selected map, a dilapidated ancient castle. The lighting was dim, with crumbling walls and shadowy corridors, an ideal environment for an assassin's exploits. The countdown concluded. The match commenced. Han Yinro, wielding the Zhufeng battle spear, charged unhesitatingly towards the center of the map. The battle mage never shied away from a confrontation. Indeed, she had not advanced far when a faint sound of slicing air reached her ears. A dagger, glimmering with a green hue, lunged silently towards Han Yinro's back. Li Jio's assassin, the Shadowless Hand, had indeed opted for a sneak attack, initiating with a lethal strike intended to capitalize on the psychological advantage against this inexperienced newcomer. A gasp arose from the audience. Many supporters of Xingxin, though few in number, felt a pang of anxiety. Yet, Tang Rou seemed to possess a sixth sense. As at the very moment the dagger was about to make contact, Han Yinro executed a swift sidestep, simultaneously unleashing a sweeping strike with her spear. Clang! The dagger clashed against the spear, producing a crisp sound and an unexpected feedback for Li Jio. His ambush had been thwarted with precision. Oh! The announcer exclaimed in astonishment. She blocked it. Tang Rou executed a stunning sidestep and perfectly countered Li Jio's anticipated sneak attack. Such reflexes, such skill. With his initial attack thwarted, Li Jio attempted to retreat and conceal himself, adhering to the standard protocol of an assassin. However, Tang Rou would not grant him such an opportunity. Han Yinro pressed forward, the Zhufeng battle spear seemingly imbued with life, executing a series of basic combos. Long Tooth, Rapid Strike, Sky Strike. A torrent of assaults rained down upon Li Jio, the speed so blinding it left spectators in awe. Li Jio struggled to maneuver his assassin, blocking and dodging, internally lamenting, what is up with this newcomer? Her reflexes are unreasonable. Her desire to attack is absurdly fierce. He sought to utilize the castle's complex terrain to evade her, casting smoke bombs to obscure his movements. Yet, Han Yinro boldly unleashed a powerful dragon break, crashing through the smoke as her spear targeted the true form of the assassin. Her momentum seemed poised to pierce through both him and the very pillars of the castle. The subtle swirling effect of the weak air currents surrounding the Zhufeng war spear became particularly pronounced amidst the swift movements and attacks, as if enveloping Han Yinro in a cloak of wind armor. Suppression. Absolute suppression. Li Jio was completely overpowered by Tang Rou. The commentator spoke rapidly. Is this truly a newcomer? Such ferocity in their assault. The war spear in Han Yinro's grasp appeared to be a silver weapon. The speed and impact of her attacks were extraordinary. Li Jio's health steadily diminished under Han Yinro's relentless onslaught. He attempted to create distance using arc-light flash. But Han Yinro immediately anticipated his landing, launching an angry dragon piercing heart. He tried to use a clone to distract her, yet Han Yinro executed a ranged skill, Fulong Xiangtian, compelling him to reposition. Tang Rou did not concern herself with discerning which was the true body and which was the clone. Her approach was one of pure, direct force, breaking the clever with brute strength. No matter how elaborate your tactics, I shall pierce through them with a single spear. With the high attack speed granted by the Zhufeng war spear and Tang Rou's own terrifying hand speed, her assaults rained down like a tempest, unceasing. Li Jio's assassin felt akin to a small vessel struggling in a storm, on the brink of capsizing at any moment. Finally, after a misstep and evasion, Han Yinro seized the opportunity. Tianji Chao Kong. Following that, magical patterns erupted, and a series of stabs struck true. Ultimately, a forceful dominating smash sent the nearly defeated assassin, Wu Yingshou, hurtling away, crashing violently against the weathered walls of the ancient castle before sliding to the ground, unable to rise again. Glory! The two characters leapt onto the large screen of the Xingxin team. The match time was frozen at 1 minute and 47 seconds. A moment of silence enveloped the arena. No one expected that the seasoned veteran Li Jio, upon whom so many hopes rested, would so decisively fall to a newcomer, and to be completely overwhelmed throughout the match. Moments later, the audience erupted into scattered applause and louder murmurs of astonishment. Within the Xingxin player area, Tang Rou exhaled deeply, released her mouse and keyboard, and stretched her slightly sore fingers, a faint, satisfied smile gracing her face. She logged out of her account card, stood up, and exited the player area. At the entrance, Yishio and Lin Feng awaited her. Well played, Yishio nodded. Awesome. Baozi shouted. A beautiful start. Lin Feng smiled and high-fived her. Tang Rou accepted a bottle of water from Su Muching, took a sip, her eyes sparkling. Who's next? In the first round of the individual competition, Xingxin team, Tang Rou victory. A surge of fresh, fearless momentum swept through the entire arena with this decisive victory. All those who had previously looked down upon this new team were now compelled to reassess their perspectives. Chapter 60, League Debut. Against Qingkai, Part 2. Tang Rou returned to the resting area brimming with vigor, greeted by the approving gazes of her teammates and a relaxed atmosphere. The promising start, especially achieved through such a dominating performance, significantly boosted the morale of this new squad. Fantastic. You were amazing, Sister Tang. Xiao Yifan praised earnestly, his eyes filled with admiration. As a newcomer himself, Tang Rou's display undoubtedly instilled him with great confidence. Just average, Tang Rou humbly replied. Yet the gleam in her eyes and the slight lift of her chin betrayed her good spirits. She smoothly returned her account card to Yi Xiao. Well played. Maintain that momentum. Yi Xiao accepted the card, nodded, then scanned the resting area. All eyes naturally gravitated towards him, filled with anticipation and a hint of anxiety. With 3 individual matches, securing victories in all would undoubtedly lay a solid foundation for the upcoming arena and team matches. Yi Xiao's finger lightly tapped on the lineup. Baozi, you're up for the second match. Haha. Finally, it's my turn. Baozi Invasion sprang up from his seat, excitedly pumping his fist. Don't worry, boss. Watch how I handle them. I'll guarantee I'm faster than Sister Tang. Just stay steady. Don't get reckless, Yi Xiao advised, but judging by his expression, it was clear that the efficacy of his words relied heavily on fortune. Got it. Baozi eagerly affirmed, taking his rogue account card. Beginning to stretch his neck and wrists, exuding the aura of someone preparing for a street brawl rather than a professional match. Lin Feng, observing Baozi's eagerness, couldn't he help but quietly ask Yi Xiao, Brother Yi, who will Qingkai send out for the second match? Baozi is facing their second player, usually their vice-captain, the gunner Lu Yi. Yi Xiao clearly understood the opponent's habits. Lu Yi played a steady game, exerting strong mid-range control and adeptly employing area strikes. Baozi South Rogue excels at close combat, yet reaching the gunner would not be easy. Then why let Baozi compete? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Yi Xiao chuckled. Baozi's style is unpredictable, not adhering to conventional tactics. Lu Yi's standard academic approach might easily fall prey to his disruption. It all hinges on Baozi's performance. With good luck, it could yield unexpected results. Yi Xiao did not finish his thought, yet the implication was clear. At that moment, the announcement echoed again, declaring that the second round of individual matches was about to commence. The second player from the Qingkai team stepping onto the stage is the vice-captain, Lu Yi. Roll, fire tongue. A more fervent round of applause and cheers erupted from the audience as the vice-captain took the stage, clearly held in high hopes of reclaiming a victory. The second player from the Xingxin team is Bao Rongxing. Roll, Baozi Invasion. Baozi Invasion. The commentator's voice carried a hint of confusion, suggesting yet another newcomer? A rogue character? Xingxin had consecutively sent out 2 newcomers in the individual matches. Was this not a bit too audacious? The audience began to murmur, mixed with the derisive hisses of Qingkai fans. Sending a battle mage as a surprise tactic could be justified, but deploying an obscure rogue against their vice-captain? Was Xingxin unconcerned about a potential loss? Baozi remained unfazed, standing tall, mimicking the heroic gestures seen on television, bowing to the surroundings, though the audience could not see, and then marched confidently into the competition tunnel. The young man, Wei Chun, was thoroughly entertained in the lounge, exuding a certain flair. Within the competition arena, Baozi adeptly logged into his account. The map loaded was a narrow urban battleground, flanked by buildings of varying heights and fire escapes. With the central street not particularly wide but cluttered with debris and abandoned vehicles serving as cover. This map offered a distinct advantage to long-range classes, allowing them to occupy high ground, while simultaneously providing close combat classes with concealed paths for approach. The countdown reached its conclusion, and the match commenced. Huishi, known for his fiery demeanor, evidently had studied Xing Exine, despite the scant information available, and was aware that his opponent was a newcomer. However, he remained entirely vigilant. As soon as his character spawned, he leapt backward, raising his automatic pistol to unleash a series of precise shots, sending bullets in a pattern toward the direction where Baozi might emerge, conducting a test of firepower and establishing a blockade. This was a standard opening for an ammunition specialist. Yet, Baozi's maneuver left him momentarily taken aback. Instead of seeking cover in a typical rogue fashion or charging recklessly forward, Baozi unexpectedly leapt atop a nearby green trash bin, then bounded onto a low awning. The movement appeared somewhat comical, yet it effectively evaded the initial barrage of bullets. The commentator was momentarily at a loss for words. Remarking on this unconventional approach, Huishi furrowed his brow, adjusting his aim in preparation for a second volley. Suddenly, Baozi rolled off the awning and, with an arm raised, hurled a brick that spun through the air at an exceptionally acute angle, slipping through the narrow gap between two abandoned cars and heading straight for Huashi's face. A brick assault, the commentator exclaimed. The angle was far too tricky. Would it hit? Huashi, startled, instinctively maneuvered his character to dodge. The brick narrowly missed his ear, causing no damage but successfully disrupting his shooting rhythm. What a pity. So close. Xiao Yifan lamented from the lounge. No worries. Even a scare is beneficial, Lin Feng remarked, adopting a more relaxed stance. Baozi, seeing his brick miss, remained undeterred, muttering about the miscalculation while continuing his actions. He promptly executed a roll to evade behind a wrecked vehicle, dodging Huashi's ensuing counterattack. Bullets clanged against the vehicle's exterior, sparks flying. Huashi maintained his distance, continuously shifting positions and deploying various ammunition skills to cover the areas where Baozi might be hiding, employing grenades, explosive shells, and flash mines in an effort to either flush him out or deplete his health. Baozi, on the other hand, darted behind cover, occasionally popping up to toss a petrol bomb or poison needle. Although his aim was somewhat lackluster, the unpredictability of his timing and landing kept Huashi distinctly off balance, preventing him from executing his skills smoothly. Does this guy even know what he's doing? Huashi felt a growing irritation. The opponent's movements and attacks seemed devoid of logic, resembling the erratic gameplay of inexperienced players rather than a trained professional. Yet, amidst this chaotic flurry, there were moments when such wild swings could indeed land a hit on seasoned veterans. At last, during a lull following an explosive shell detonation, Baozi surged forth from the smoke, flames still flickering on his form, and unleashed a rogue skill, power knee strike, sliding towards Huashi. An opportunity. Huashi's gaze sharpened, advancing rather than retreating. While the ammunition specialist was weak in close quarters, he was not without means of retaliation. He gauged the distance, preparing to detonate a concussive grenade as soon as Baozi entered the optimal range. However, just as Baozi was about to cross into the ideal explosive radius, he abruptly canceled the power knee strike, executing a peculiar right-angle twist that seemed to defy the laws of physics, simultaneously raising his right hand. Mountain grab, rogue skill, powerful grasp, capable of breaking through invulnerability. Huashi had not anticipated such an illogical maneuver at high speed. His mouse had already clicked the grenade skill button, and his character was caught in a brief skill animation. In that fleeting moment, Baozi's hands deftly grasped Huashi's shoulders. He has got him, the commentator exclaimed, astonished at Baozi's unconventional movement canceling into mountain grab. Huashi, the ammunition specialist, had been confined. Cheers erupted in the Xing Xian lounge. Well done. Tang Rou couldn't help but shout. That lucky fool. Wei Chen grinned widely. Yi Xiu nodded slightly in approval. On the battlefield, Baozi seized his chance without hesitation. Mountain grab followed by a slam. Huashi was mercilessly thrown to the ground. Before he could rise, Baozi had already leaped onto him, initiating a relentless flurry of street fighting techniques, sand throws, poison needles, and low-level rogue punches, all executed in a chaotic yet effective manner. Huashi frantically attempted to counter or roll back, but Baozi's seemingly random combo consistently interrupted his attempts at recovery, the overwhelming pressure reminiscent of a wild swing that could fell a master. Health points plummeted rapidly. Finally, after being disoriented by a series of strikes, Huashi found a sliver of opportunity, absorbing a punch from Baozi and leveraging the momentum to roll backward while tossing a smoke bomb to obscure his escape. Trying to run? Baozi shouted, charging into the smoke without regard for visibility, wildly unleashing a barrage of punches. The sound of a dull thud and the flash of skill effects echoed within the haze. As the smoke began to dissipate, Baozi was seen perched atop Huashi, raining down punches, while Huashi's health bar was entirely depleted. Glory. The two characters' names flashed triumphantly across Xing Xian's screen. The match duration read 3 minutes and 12 seconds. The arena fell silent once more. If Tang Rou's victory can be attributed to an overwhelming display of strength and momentum, then Baozi's triumph is steeped in a peculiar blend of absurdity and fortuity. The bewildering maneuvering, the cunning use of a brick, the inexplicable direction changes at crucial moments, and the final blind assault all defy the audience's expectations of professional competition. The commentator took a moment to regain composure before congratulating Baozi for securing yet another victory for Xingxin. This match was indeed an unexpected spectacle. Player Liu Yi seemed unable to showcase his true potential. The fans of Qingkai erupted in a wave of discontent and boos, believing that it was not their vice-captain's inadequacy, but rather the opponent's unorthodox tactics that were to blame. Baozi, unfazed by the dissent, excitedly exited the competition area, offering a bow towards the audience, particularly in the direction of Xingxin's resting area, before dashing back to the lounge. Boss, I won. What do you think? Baozi exclaimed as he entered. A win is a win, Yi Xiu replied expressionlessly, but if you hadn't died in that smoke bomb, or if there had been a trap. It would have been you who fell. Really? Haha, I didn't think that far ahead. I just felt I could land a hit. Baozi laughed heartily, rubbing the back of his head with no hint of regret. Nonetheless, the outcome was commendable. Yishio ultimately acknowledged, you played with great flair. With 2 consecutive victories, the atmosphere in the Xingxin lounge grew even more fervent. Having secured 2 points in the individual matches, they only needed to triumph in the third to achieve a flawless 3-0 start. The pressure now shifted to the Qingkai team. Suffering a clean sweep on home ground would be a tremendous disgrace. All eyes once again turned to Yishio, awaiting his announcement of the competitor for the third match. Xiao Yifan instinctively clenched his fists, while Enwui adjusted his glasses with increasing frequency. After 2 consecutive wins, the third match was crucial. Who would be sent to maintain their advantage or strive for a perfect shutout? Yishio's gaze swept through the lounge before finally settling on the most composed individual. For the third match of the individual competition, Yishio began slowly. Yifan, you're up. Xiao Yifan's head shot up in surprise, quickly replaced by a resolute determination. Taking a deep breath, he nodded earnestly. Yes. Brother Yi, I will give it my all. Chapter 61. The League Debut against Qingkai, Part 2. The atmosphere in the lounge paused for a moment due to Yishio's selection before transforming into encouragement for Xiao Yifan. Yifan, go for it. Su Muching was the first to speak, her smile radiant. Little ghost, I'm counting on you. Show them the might of the ghost blade. Wei Chen clapped Xiao Yifan on the shoulder with enough force to make him stumble slightly. Stay calm and just perform as you've trained, Lin Feng succinctly advised. Tang Rou and Baozi also cast affirming glances his way. Xiao Yifan took a deep breath, striving to steady his racing heart. The pressure was unprecedented. The fate of the individual match, the chance to shut out the opponent, rested heavily on his shoulders. This feeling was entirely different from being an overlooked peripheral figure during his time at Maikong. Here in Xingxin, he was entrusted with responsibility, and he could not betray that trust. Brother Yi, Xiao Yifan looked toward Yishio, wanting to say something. Yishio seemed to read his nerves and waved a hand dismissively. Don't overthink it. You saw Wang He's style. His sorcerer tactics are unpredictable, utilizing various magical tools and aerial harassment. Your ghost blade is his nemesis. Remember to control the distance, set your formation ahead of time, and limit his movement space. The rhythm is in your hands. Don't just follow his lead. Yes. Xiao Yifan nodded vigorously, feeling Yishio's concise, tactical guidance anchor him. He took his account card, YC Hu, and felt the intricate texture of the card under his fingertips, along with the weight of responsibility it carried. The announcement rang out, urging the third match's participants to enter. The third player from the Qingkai team, and the final contestant of the individual match, is Wang He. Character, sorcerer. The applause from the audience carried a sense of solemnity and lingering hope. Wang He was a key member of the Qingkai team, renowned for his capricious sorcerer tactics. And being assigned to the final individual match clearly indicated expectations for him to uphold the last line of defense and avert the embarrassment of a clean sweep. The third player representing Xingxin is Xiao Yifan. Character, YC Hu. Another fresh face. The commentator's voice had taken on a tone of disbelief and numbness. The Ghostblade player. My goodness, Xingxin has fielded an entirely new lineup for the individual competition, and they've already won 2 matches. Are they overly confident? Or do they genuinely possess such prowess? This time, the audience's murmurs grew louder, while there were still boos, curiosity, and scrutiny regarding this new Xingxin team intermingled. The astonishing, or perhaps bizarre, performances of 2 consecutive newcomers had caused many to reconsider their initial underestimation. Xiao Yifan lacked Baozi's flamboyance. He walked briskly into the player tunnel with his head slightly bowed, appearing somewhat shy and anxious. Yet he alone knew that while his palm was sweaty from gripping the account card, a flame of determination was steadily igniting within him. Entering the competition area, he was cut off from the outside world. The familiar environment provided him with some solace. He inserted his account card, logging in. The map loaded within a vast library. The ceiling was lofty, and towering bookshelves created a maze-like atmosphere, yet the passages between the shelves were relatively spacious, suitable for the ghost blade to set formations while also providing room for the sorcerer's aerial maneuvers. A map that presented advantages and disadvantages for both sides. The countdown concluded. The match commenced. Wang He, the sorcerer, had learned from the lessons of the previous 2 rounds and dared not underestimate Xingxin's newcomer any further. As soon as the match began, he immediately directed his character to mount a broomstick and ascend into the air, seizing the aerial advantage while scanning the passages between the bookshelves below for YC Hu's presence. The ghost blade's short legs and lack of aerial capability were common knowledge. Wang He intended to exploit this to impose aerial pressure and wear him down. Xiao Yifan's YC Who was born in a corner of a bookshelf. He did not rush to move. Instead, he swiftly surveyed his surroundings before commencing his chant. Dao Hun Jili. A pale white enhancement array quietly unfolded beneath Ecun Hui's feet. Oh, contestant Xiao Yifan is quite cautious. He has opted to bestow upon himself a Dao Hun Ji Li at the outset, augmenting his strength and intelligence, the commentator remarked. Wang He, observing the fleeting glimmer of the array in the air, deduced Ecun Hui's position. He immediately dove downward, scattering a handful of icy powder as he passed over the corridor, attempting to slow Ecun Hui's movement and disrupt his vision. However, Xiao Yifan seemed to have anticipated his actions. At the moment Wang He began his descent, Ecun Hui had already moved sideways to evade the main area of the icy powder, simultaneously swinging his blade once more. Bing Hun Shou Hu. An ice array was precisely laid beneath Wang He's descending path. Startled, Wang He quickly pulled his broom upward. The chill from the ice array brushed against the tail of his magical broom, leaving him drenched in cold sweat, realizing how accurately the newcomer had predicted his movements. With his attack missing, Wang He dared not risk flying low again and began to circle high above, using the long-range skills of the magical scholar to harass. Acid rain and lava bottles intermittently rained down, targeting areas where Ecun Hui might be hiding. Xiao Yifan maneuvered Ecun Hui steadily among the shelves, his positioning deftly utilizing the cover to evade damage. He was not in haste to attack, but instead silently laid one ghost array after another at crucial locations on the map. Yin Hun Shou Hu Fire Array and Hun Shou Hu Dark Array. Each array with distinct effects was cleverly dotted at junctions and corners, as well as at potential landing spots for Wang He. The floor of the library was gradually being transformed into a perilous tapestry of traps by Ecun Hui. A remarkably seasoned strategy. The commentator discerned the intricacies. Contestant Xiao Yifan exhibited none of the impatience typical of a novice. He displayed remarkable patience, methodically constricting Wang He's operational space. The placements of these arrays were incredibly cunning. Wang He also sensed the precariousness of his situation. The areas available for a safe landing below seemed to be dwindling, the flickering hues of the various arrays appearing as the eyes of demons, dissuading him from descending easily. He could not effectively strike the agile Ecun Hui. Yet his magical energy was continuously depleting. If this continued, he would be worn down to nothing. He must break the stalemate. Seizing an opportunity, Wang He suddenly dove at high speed, no longer merely harassing but charging directly towards Xiao Yifan's Ecun Hui. Simultaneously, he hurled the prepared dispelling powder, intent on closing the distance and interrupting the chant of the array ghost with the physical skills and tools of the magical scholar. Wang He could no longer contain himself. He chose to forcefully close in. The commentator shouted. The audience held their breath. The array ghost had been approached by the magical scholar, but this was exceedingly perilous. However, Xiao Yifan seemed to have been waiting for his descent. Facing the incoming magical berry, Ecun Hui did not flinch or avoid. His blade swung rapidly, not to attack, but to chant. Just as the dispelling powder was about to reach him, a purple array materialized instantaneously before Ecun Hui. Jing Jing Zhizhan, Silence Array. Wang He's magical berry collided with the boundaries of the silence array. All skills requiring chanting instantly turned gray. Silence. It was the silence array. Wang He had fallen into a trap. The commentator exclaimed with excitement. Wang He was filled with dread. He attempted to maneuver his character backward, but inertia made it difficult to stop immediately. Moreover, Xiao Yifan's calculations were remarkably precise. The silence array's range perfectly covered his landing point. More terrifyingly, just as the silence array illuminated, the previously prepared Dao Hun Ji Li, White Array, and Bing Hun Shou Hu, Ice Array, beneath Ecun Hui's feet suddenly activated. The White Array enhanced himself, while the Ice Array slowed the enemy. The silenced and slowed magical berry instantly became a living target. Splendid. A combination array. Xiao Yifan had long set the trap. The commentator's voice was filled with awe. Xiao Yifan's gaze was sharp, and his actions were as swift as lightning. Ghost slash. Moonlight slash. Full moon slash. The ghost swordsman's slashing skills ruthlessly rained down upon the incapacitated magical berry. Wang He desperately maneuvered, attempting to use ordinary attacks and positioning to evade, but under the effects of the ice array, his movements appeared sluggish and clumsy. The moment the silence effect concluded, Wang He immediately sought to escape on his broom. However, how could Xiao Yifan grant him such an opportunity? Ecun Hui's blade swung once more. Gui Shun Sheng Yan. In an instant, centered on Ecun Hui, all the ghost arrays he had quietly laid across the library, Yin Zhan and Zhan, alongside the recently activated remnants of the ice array and white array, were instantaneously detonated. Boom! The resplendent and perilous power of the ghostly gods erupted like fireworks within the library, completely engulfing the magical berry that attempted to take flight. The magical berry's health plummeted like an avalanche, reaching zero. Glory! Two colossal words, for the third time, vividly illuminated the screen of the Xingxin team. Match time, For minutes and 55 seconds, the arena fell silent. If Tang Rou's victory embodied vigor, and Baozi's victory represented the uncanny, then Xiao Yifun's triumph was a thorough tactical obliteration. From the initial setup, to patient maneuvering, then accurately predicting and laying traps. Culminating in a grand finale with Gui Shen Shengyan, every step was calm, precise, and brimming with wisdom. This was hardly the performance of a novice. It resembled that of a seasoned veteran. The commentator finally regained his voice after a moment, filled with disbelief. Xingxin team wins 3-0. A perfect victory in individual matches, sweeping the home team, the Qingkai team. 3 newcomers, 3 distinctly different styles, have brought us 3 spectacular victories. Let us remember their names. Tang Rou, Bao Rongxing, Xiao Yifan. This new force is remarkable. After a brief silence, the audience erupted with a cacophony of emotions, the disappointed sighs of fans, incredulous murmurs, and a few scattered applause for the victors. In the Xiangxin team's lounge, however, jubilation reigned supreme. Well done, Yifan, Lin Feng exclaimed, rushing forward to enthusiastically pat Xiao Yifan on the shoulder. The trap you laid was truly a masterstroke. Wei Chen ruffled Xiao Yifan's hair. Incredible, Tang Rou praised with a smile. Ha, we knew it would be fine, Baozi exclaimed, wrapping his arm around Xiao Yifan's neck. Shen Guo was so exhilarated that she nearly knocked over a nearby cup while jumping with joy. Wu Chen, too, breathed a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face. Even Su Mucheng and Yi Xiu regarded Xiao Yifan with approving glances as he stood surrounded by his teammates. As Xiao Yifan stepped out from the competition area, his face flushed with excitement and elation. He had succeeded. He had not let anyone down. Listening to his teammates' praises and feeling their joy, an unprecedented sense of accomplishment and belonging filled his heart. This was the team he had longed for. He approached Yi Xiu earnestly and declared, "Brother Yi, I did it." Yi Xiu nodded, his tone as calm as ever but filled with affirmation. "Yes, you played well. Your control of the tempo was excellent. Keep it up." With the individual matches concluded, the Xiangxin team held a commanding 3-0 lead over the Qingkai team. This underdog team, initially underestimated, had announced their arrival to the entire Glory League with the flawless performances of 3 newcomers. Chapter 62. The ups and downs of the arena matches. The perfect start of 3-0 in the individual matches ignited a fervent atmosphere in the Xiangxin team's lounge, nearly reaching a boiling point. Chen Guo's face radiated with uncontainable joy as she handed out water to each player, repeatedly exclaiming how wonderful it was. Even the usually composed Wu Chen wore a visible smile. "Well done, brothers." Wei Chen waved his hand exuberantly, as if he himself had just won 3 matches. "Now, for the arena matches, let us keep the momentum going and take them down. Let them know the might of Xiangxin." Baozi was even more animated, pulling Xiao Yifan closer. "Exactly. Watch me, Lin, and the boss deliver another 3-0. Perfect." Lin Feng observed his excited teammates, his own spirits lifted, though a trace of calmness lingered within him. While the victory in the individual matches boosted morale, the arena matches and team battles were crucial in gauging a team's overall strength, particularly the team battles. No matter how weak Qingkai appeared, they were still a professional team. After being thoroughly defeated in the individual matches, they would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely in the arena matches, leaving no room for complacency. Yi Xiu clearly shared the same sentiment. He clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. "All right, the individual matches are behind us. Qingkai will certainly strike back. So let us stay focused. The lineup remains unchanged. Baozi will lead, and I will defend." "No problem, boss. Just watch me," Baozi declared confidently, thumping his chest as he strode out of the lounge with determination. Soon, the notification that the arena matches were about to begin echoed, and the lineup submitted by both teams appeared on the large screen. For the arena match, Qingcai's vanguard was the Berserker, player Lei, controlling the character Blood Frenzy. This player was known for his ferocious fighting style, and, evidently spurred by the defeat in the individual matches, was sent out to forcefully turn the tide. The Berserker, Yi Xiu mused while stroking his chin, addressing Baozi, "This fellow fights recklessly, exchanging health for attacks. Don't engage him head-on. Just maneuver around until he lowers his health, and then seize the opportunity." "Got it, boss. Watch how I toy with him," Baozi replied with enthusiasm, grabbing his account card and striding confidently out of the lounge. The match map loaded onto an ancient stone bridge, with a turbulent river flowing beneath. The map was relatively straightforward, providing little room for maneuvering, making it a stage for direct confrontation. The countdown concluded. The match commenced. Baozi Invasion immediately showcased his unique style. Instead of rushing forward, he ran to the edge of the bridge and made a lewd gesture towards the river, a rogue skill-taunting action, eliciting a wave of gasps and boos from the audience. Even the commentators were left speechless. The opposing Berserker, Blood Frenzy, was clearly provoked. With a roar, truly the character's voice, he activated his rage, enveloped in a red glow, and charged at Baozi invasion with his massive sword, an unstoppable force. Bring it on, Baozi shouted, controlling Baozi invasion to meet him head-on. However, the first strike of the berserker in rage was a powerful and swift blow. Logically, a rogue should not have taken this hit directly, but sidestepped to avoid the attack. Yet, whether due to overconfidence or a misjudgment, Baozi chose to respond with a hard punch. The outcome was inevitable. The punch's attack power was far inferior to the berserker's strike. Before Baozi invasion could fully execute his punch, he was struck by the tremendous force of the sword, sending him flying and crashing onto the stone bridge, his health plummeting instantly. Oh no, Chen Gui gasped in the Xiangxin lounge. That foolish boy. Wei Chen slapped his thigh. Yi Xiu furrowed his brow. On the battlefield, Lei, having gained the upper hand, relentlessly pursued with blood frenzy. The berserker's assault was akin to a torrential storm, unleashing a flurry of powerful skills upon the still recovering Baozi invasion. Baozi struggled to roll and block, attempting to throw bricks and sprinkle lime powder for distraction. But under the berserker's nearly frenzied onslaught, these tactics yielded little effect. His rhythm was completely disrupted, leaving him to absorb the blows passively. Baozi is in a precarious situation. After a misstep at the start, he is entirely on the defensive. The commentator remarked, Lei is playing with fierce aggression. Giving no quarter, Baozi attempted to create distance with a powerful knee strike, but was precisely interrupted by Blood Frenzy's shattering slash. He wanted to use the mountain tiger to make a comeback, but the opponent evaded with a small movement and countered with a downward slash, leaving him empty-handed. Everything was in disarray, complete disarray. In the realm of professional competition, a single misstep can lead to utter defeat, particularly when faced with a berserk swordsman who seizes every opportunity to strike mercilessly. Ultimately, Baozi invasion was unable to mount any effective counterattack, succumbing to the relentless assault and depleting his health bar entirely. Glory. The two characters illuminated the large screen on the side of the Qingkai team, and the arena erupted with the long-awaited cheers and shouts from the home fans. They had finally secured a point. Baozi stared blankly at the screen, now a desolate gray, seemingly unable to comprehend how he had lost. He removed his headset and could hear the thunderous cheers emanating from outside, celebrating the opponent's victory. He scratched his head and, feeling somewhat dejected, exited the competition area. Upon returning to the rest area, Baozi had lost his previous bravado, his head lowered. I'm fine, boss, he muttered. Yi Xiu waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging the opponent's fierce play. You were a bit too hasty. Next time, remember not to clash head-on with a berserk swordsman. Baozi responded with a mumbled acknowledgement and retreated to a corner. In the first match of the arena, Qingcai's Liang emerged victorious. The announcement rang out, indicating that Qingcai was leading 1 o'clock in the arena match. Please prepare for the entrance of the second player from both teams. The pressure instantly shifted back to Xingxin. The 3-point advantage established in the individual matches had been countered, and the opponent's vanguard was nearly at full health, though not entirely. As the berserk swordsman had sacrificed some health, the advantage was still substantial. It's your turn now, old Lin, Yi Xiu said, looking towards Lin Feng. Steady yourself, and we're down his health. Lin Feng took a deep breath and rose to his feet, understanding the weight of his responsibility, not only to win but to deplete the opponent's vanguard's health as much as possible to alleviate pressure on Yi Xiu. Leave it to me, Lin Feng nodded, his gaze resolute and focused. He picked up the account card for Tianyun and walked towards the player passage. The second player from Xingxin, Lin Feng. Character, Qi Master Tianyun. The commentator introduced, noting that this player had scant information available. Let us see if he can withstand the pressure and halt Qingcai's momentum. The audience responded with scattered applause and a chorus of skepticism towards the newly entered player. Within the competition area, Lin Feng logged into his account. The map remained unchanged, still the stone bridge. The countdown concluded. The match commenced. Blood Frenzy charged forward with the lingering momentum of victory, seemingly intent on clinching another win. However, Lin Feng's gameplay starkly contrasted with Baozi's approach. Tianyun did not retreat nor engage in a head-on clash. Instead, he seized the opportunity as the opponent charged, executing a powerful cannon of heaven. A surge of potent psychic energy erupted, hurtling towards the berserk swordsman along the bridge. Lei did not anticipate such decisiveness from the opposing Qi master. Caught in a fierce charge, he could not alter direction in time and had to endure the blow. Boom. Blood Frenzy was momentarily halted by the cannon of heaven. His momentum significantly diminished. This was precisely the effect Lin Feng desired. Tianyun immediately retreated, creating distance while simultaneously beginning to chant the Qi bullet. A series of energy spheres, coalescing from psychic energy, accurately targeted the impeded berserk swordsman. Lei, growing agitated, attempted to evade and block while maneuvering his character. The berserk swordsman, with his short legs, was already at a disadvantage against the mid-range Qi master. Having failed to secure a victory against Baozi in a previous flurry of attacks, his skills were on cooldown, and his berserk state was nearing its end. He sought to break through the harassment of the Qi bullets, but Lin Feng skillfully maneuvered Tianyun, maintaining a position that constantly frustrated the berserk swordsman. Psychic waves, Qi bullets, and the occasional preemptive cannon of heaven continuously whittled down Blood Frenzy's health. Lin Feng played astutely, denying Lei any opportunity for close combat. He effectively utilized the mid-range advantage of the Qi master to exhaust his opponent. The commentator remarked, Lei's health is steadily diminishing. As Lei grew increasingly impatient, he attempted a collision to force his way in. But Tianyun effortlessly sidestepped with a cloud body wind movement, a mobility acceleration skill for Qi masters. He considered sacrificing health to unleash a bloodthirsty frenzy in a desperate gamble. But Lin Feng promptly retreated, laying down a psychic barrier along his potential pursuit route to obstruct the assault. Steady. So steady. Lin Feng's strategy resembled a vast sponge, absorbing all the ferocity and impatience of the berserk swordsman, then methodically depleting both his health and spirit in the most assured manner. Ultimately, as the berserk state concluded and Blood Frenzy was left with scant health, he faced a nearly unscathed Tianyun, rendered powerless to turn the tide. A precise psychic dragon wave dispatched the last remnants of health. Glory. Xingxin equalized the match. What a splendid attrition battle. The commentator praised. Lin Feng has flawlessly fulfilled the role of the backbone. Not only did he defeat Lei, but he also incurred minimal damage himself. Now the pressure shifts back to the Qingkai team. The second player from Qingkai entered, a martial artist. However, facing Lin Feng, who was in robust health and possessed a steady gameplay, he found the match exceedingly challenging. Lin Feng continued to execute the attrition strategy, remaining calm and composed, eventually sending the opponent's martial artist off the stage at the cost of only 40% of his health. 1 against 2. Lin Feng accomplished a remarkable feat as the backbone, establishing a significant advantage for Xingxin in the arena match. The audience was once again astonished by the composure and maturity displayed by this previously obscure Qi master. As Lin Feng descended from the competition platform, he was met with enthusiastic applause and cheers from his teammates. Well played, old Lin. Wei Chen patted him vigorously on the back. So steady. Xiao Yifan expressed genuine admiration. Lin Feng smiled, exhaling in relief as he handed the account card to Yi Xiu. It's your turn now. Yi Xiu accepted the card with a nod. All right, take a break. At this moment, the arena score showed Xingxin leading 2-1, counting eliminations, with Yi Xiu about to enter in peak condition. While Qingkai had only one remaining defender, their captain, an elementalist. The outcome was entirely predictable. Once Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Xiao took the stage, he hardly employed any flashy techniques. Instead, he effortlessly toyed with the elementalist, utilizing the despair-inducing continuous skills and variations of a free-form playstyle. In under 2 minutes, the word glory once again illuminated for Xingxin. The arena competition has concluded, with the Xingxin team emerging victorious, securing an additional 2 points, leading with an overall score of 5-1. 3 points were earned from the individual matches and 2 from the arena contest, establishing a significant advantage. The impending team match will ultimately determine the victor. Despite the considerable lead, no one is complacent, for all are acutely aware that the team match represents the true beginning. This new force, Xingxin, is about to undergo its inaugural test in the professional league regarding teamwork. Chapter 63. First victory for the team. A promising start. The triumph in the arena has expanded the overall score to 5-1, a substantial lead that has buoyed the spirits of the Xingxin members. However, within the confines of the lounge, under Yi Xiu's deliberate guidance, the atmosphere has shifted from elation to a state of calm and focus. Let us settle down. Yi Xiu's voice, though not loud, commanded the attention of all present. While we performed admirably in the individual and arena matches, those are now behind us. The team match is the true test. Even the weakest team has forged years of synergy. And what of us? How long have we genuinely practiced as a cohesive 5-player unit? His words acted as a splash of cold water, swiftly cooling the fervor of the team. Indeed, while the display of individual prowess was thrilling, the essence and complexity of glory lie in team matches. The coordination of 5 players is far from a mere sum of their parts. Our core strategy for the team match remains unchanged. Yi Xiu began to outline the tactics. I will serve as the central support, utilizing the characteristics of Sanrin to control the rhythm and fill gaps. Mu Cheng, you will occupy the high ground for long-range suppressive fire. Xiao Tang, you are the spearhead. Follow my commands and breach their defenses. Wen Yi, your task is the most crucial. Monitor everyone's health, especially when Xiao Tang charges forward. Lao Lin, Yi Xiu turned to Lin Feng. Your Qigong master is vital. Use your Qi shield to protect Mu Cheng and Wen Yi, and employ skills like Sky Cannon and Qi Dragon Wave to disrupt their focus and rhythm. Supporting Xiao Tang's assault, we need you to connect our front and back lines. Lin Feng nodded gravely, understanding Yi Xiu's intent. In light of their somewhat inexperienced teamwork, his Qigong master, with extensive control skills and area coverage, would serve as a critical link to bridge any gaps in coordination. Does everyone understand your positions and tasks? Yi Xiu surveyed the group. Understood. Several voices responded in unison, their eyes filled with determination and focus. Soon, the announcement for the commencement of the team match echoed through the arena. The players rose and proceeded to their respective competition seats. At the entrance, Yi Xiu and Su Mucheng walked side by side. This moment was keenly captured by the on-site cameras, broadcast on the large screen, stirring a considerable commotion and discussion among the audience. It's Yi Xiu and Mu Mu. Many still referred to Su Mucheng as Mu Mu. They are truly on the same team now. How long has it been since we saw them compete together? The past of Jia Shi was now behind them. It was Xingxin's time. The commentator seized the moment. Yi Xiu and Su Mucheng, once regarded as one of the most harmonious duos in the Glory League, have reunited in the Xingxin team. Will their synergy revive the glory of the past? This will undoubtedly be a focal point of the team match. Yi Xiu and Su Mucheng appeared unfazed by the excitement. They merely exchanged a knowing glance and a subtle smile, their years of partnership requiring no excessive words. As they entered the competition seats and logged in, the team match map loaded, Clock Tower Square. This mid-sized urban map featured a broad central plaza surrounded by streets and buildings, with a towering clock tower at its center, providing an excellent vantage point for ranged attacks. Lin Feng observed the loading screen, raising an eyebrow at its advantageous position for Mucheng. Indeed, Yi Xiu's voice resonated through the team channel. Let's proceed as planned. Mucheng, seize the high ground at the clock tower. Wen Yi, stay close to me. Xiao Tang, advance cautiously on the left flank. Lao Lin, provide support on the right. Be mindful of Qin Kai's positioning. They may attempt to use the buildings to approach the clock tower from an angle. The match commenced. The 5 members of Xingxin swiftly executed their strategy. Mu Yucheng Feng, wielding a hand cannon, nimbly dashed towards the central clock tower. Xiao Tang followed closely behind Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Xiao. Han Yanro maneuvered through the left side street, while Tian Yun advanced from the right. As anticipated by Yi Xiu, the Qin Kai team did not engage in a direct confrontation in the open plaza, but instead fragmented their formation, attempting to utilize the shadows of the buildings and alleys to advance towards the clock tower and disrupt Mu Yu Chengfeng's acquisition of the high ground. Right side. 3 of them. Lin Feng's Tian Yun quickly detected the opposing team's main movement and reported in the channel. Lao Lin, delay them. Mu Cheng, accelerate your pace. Xiao Tang, flank them from the left. Wen Yi, provide me with a healing. Yi Xiu issued his orders with clarity and precision. Received. Lin Feng commanded Tian Yun, launching a sky cannon towards the front of the enemy formation, forcing them to scatter. Subsequently, he deployed a Qi shield along their potential advance route, perfectly obstructing their initial charge. The Qin Kai team's offensive faltered. In that precious moment, Mu Yu Chengfeng succeeded in reaching the clock tower, directing its cannon towards the battlefield below. With a resounding boom, the cannon fire signaled the onset of the team's confrontation. 3 anti-tank shells struck the Qin Kai formation in a triangular formation. Although they evaded the shots, their rhythm was thoroughly disrupted. Han Yanro, heal them. Yi Xiu commanded again. Already poised for action, Tang Rou immediately took control of Han Yanro, surging out from the left street. The battle spear, unwavering in momentum, aimed directly at the healer within the Qin Kai formation. Block her. The Qin Kai captain shouted, prompting their knight to raise their shield in defense. But at that moment, Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Xiao sprang into action. The 1,000-machine umbrella transformed into gun form, and the bullets struck the knight's shield with precision. Although the damage was minimal, the skill's slight impact caused a distortion in the knight's blocking motion. It was this very distortion. Han Yanro's dragon breakthrough surged forth, forcefully skimming the edge of the shield, the spearhead targeting the healer behind. Brilliant. Yi Xiu and Tang Rou's collaboration is magnificent, the commentator exclaimed. Jun Mo Xiao's control has afforded Han Yanro a perfect opportunity for a breakthrough. The Qin Kai formation was thrown into disarray. The elemental mage endeavored to chant and control Han Yanro, while Lin Feng's fortune was already poised, and with a precise, he disrupted the incantation. The frenzied swordsman sought to turn and provide aid, yet was firmly suppressed behind cover by the bombardment of grenade and piercing artillery fire unleashed by Mu Yu Chengfeng from the bell tower. A cool, healing light descended upon Han Yanro at just the right moment, ensuring her health remained intact. Though there were minor imperfections in their execution, such as Tang Rou charging a bit too deep, nearly straying from the healing range, Lin Feng's being deployed slightly late, allowing the enemy assassin to almost reach Mu Yu Chengfeng, and Bao Zi's road becoming somewhat disoriented on the flank. Uncertain whether to attack or defend, under Yishio's overarching command and strategy, and with the formidable firepower of Su Mu-chung providing cover. Along with Lin Feng's constant support and disruption, Xing Xian managed to dismantle the formation of the light, leveraging individual skills and preliminary tactical execution. Jun Mo Zhao's scattered strikes were ubiquitous, sometimes harassing from afar, at times controlling up close, and occasionally transforming into a healing staff to provide support to his teammates, rendering the light unable to pinpoint his location. Tian Yun's and area skills consistently appeared in critical moments, thwarting the opponent's attempts to concentrate their fire. Mu Yu Chengfeng's artillery rained down like a storm of death, enveloping the entire battlefield, while Han Yenro acted like a searing dagger, repeatedly tearing through the enemy lines. Although the cool healing hand faced some peril, it steadfastly maintained the team's health under Yi Xiu's alerts and Lin Feng's protection. This was a sheer demonstration of hard power, despite the coordination still exhibiting some inexperience and occasional disconnection. The individual prowess of the five from Xing Xian and Yi Xiu's tactical acumen fully compensated for these shortcomings. Ultimately, as Jun Mo Zhao executed a bizarre roundabout strike to eliminate the captain of the light, and Han Yenro delivered a decisive blow to deplete the last of the opponent's priest's health, the team match concluded with resounding success. Glory. The two characters shone brilliantly alongside the faded screens of the light, signaling an extraordinary victory. In the team match, Xing Xian emerged triumphant, with an overall score of 10-1. A thoroughly exhilarating victory. We have won. Bao Zi was the first to leap up in jubilance at the competition seat. Tang Rou exhaled deeply, her face radiant with a smile. And Wan Yi wiped the sweat from his brow, his palms clammy, yet his eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, gazing at the victory emblem on the screen, a profound sense of accomplishment and exhaustion washing over him. Yi Xiu smiled, removed his headset, and remarked to Su Mu-chung, "Well played." Su Mu-chung beamed, "Your command was excellent." As the entire Xing Xian team exited the competition seat and approached the center stage to acknowledge the audience, they were met with an unprecedented ovation. This applause was not only for their victory, but also for the astounding potential and fearless spirit they exhibited during the match. During the handshake phase post-match, the expressions of the light members were less than favorable, yet they maintained their professional demeanor. When their captain shook hands with Yi Xiu, he couldn't help but comment, "The scattered strikes are indeed as formidable as rumored. Your newcomers are quite terrifying as well." Yi Xiu merely smiled, "They're decent, just getting started." At the press conference, Xing Xian became the undisputed focal point. Most inquiries revolved around Yi Xiu and Su Mu-cheng's renewed collaboration, the impressive performances of the three newcomers, and the role of scattered strikes in the team match. Yi Xiu responded with his characteristic mockery, while Su Mu-chung offered smiling elaborations. Tang Rou, Bao Zi, and Xiao Yifan were somewhat reserved, responding in a straightforward manner, while Lin Feng, as a seasoned newcomer, answered with relative composure. Upon returning to the hotel, after the excitement had subsided, Yi Xiu promptly organized a brief review meeting. They had emerged victorious, yet there were numerous issues to address. Yi Xiu pointed to the footage, noting that Tang Rou had charged too aggressively, and when Yi's healing had nearly fallen short. "Bao Zi, did you momentarily daydream during that stretch?" "Old Lin, your third was 0.5 seconds late, almost letting Mu-chung get touched. Also, during the overall transitions, the rhythm was a bit chaotic." He candidly identified every detail of coordination that had been exposed during the team match. Everyone listened attentively, refusing to bask in the glory of victory. They understood that this was merely the beginning. The road ahead was long, with stronger adversaries yet to come. However, in this moment, the joy of victory and the passion for collective effort had tightly bound the team together. In the 10th season of the Glory Professional League, the Xing Xian team heralded their formidable arrival with a stunning opening victory. Chapter 64. The Growing Pains of Coordination. Narrow defeat to Batu within the designated arena of the Glory Professional League. The atmosphere was electrifying, with brilliant lights illuminating the holographic projection stage as if it were daylight. The air was thick with the fervor and intensity unique to esports, mingled with the rising cheers and impassioned commentary from the audience. The Xing Xian team, having made a remarkable debut in the first round of the league, was now faced with their second test, the prestigious Tuesday seated at the player bench. The expressions of the Xing Xian members varied. Tang Rou lightly tapped the edge of her keyboard, her gaze sharp as she savored the recent victory in her individual match. She had once again triumphed over a Batu player, maintaining her relentless momentum. Bao Zi appeared exceptionally animated, glancing around with curiosity and muttering about the colors he intended to show the opponents. Xiao Yifan sat quietly, meticulously checking his equipment and skill shortcuts, his demeanor focused and composed. And when Yi adjusted his glasses, the reflected light from the screen enhancing his calm appearance, though his slightly pursed lips hinted at a touch of tension. Su Mucheng wore a gentle smile, seemingly accustomed to such grand occasions. Yet her eyes concealed a sense of seriousness. Lin Feng settled into his seat, flexing his wrists. The venue's air conditioning was quite strong. Yet his palms still perspired slightly, not from nervousness, but rather from excitement. Facing Batu, one of the most formidable teams in the league. Featuring the operator of the King of Fighters, Han Wenqing, and the top priest, Shibu Zhuan, Zhang Xianjie, was an impeccable opportunity to assess Xing Xian's caliber. Yi Xiu maintained his usual unrefined demeanor, as if he had merely come to the internet CF for a casual match. Yet, the occasional glances he cast toward the opposing player's bench bore a sharpness that only seasoned rivals could comprehend. Relax, everyone, his voice came through the team headset. Imbued with a languid mirth, Batu is just two shoulders bearing a single head, there's nothing to fear. Let us adhere to our training. In the individual and arena matches, seize points. In the team matches, act according to the situation. In the individual and arena matches, Xing Xian had indeed exhibited a fearless spirit akin to that of a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Tang Rou's formidable prowess was self-evident during the arena match. As Yi Xiu defended the platform against Batu's strong adversaries, his character, Jun Mo Xiao, wielded the ever-unpredictable Qianji San, once again drawing the spotlight. Ultimately, he emerged victorious without significant peril, granting Xing Xian an advantageous lead. The fans supporting Xing Xian in the arena and those watching from screens erupted in cheers, as if they could already glimpse the dawn of an upset. However, the true test was only just beginning. As the team match commenced, the map loaded, an abandoned industrial city. With rusted pipes, towering cooling towers, and a labyrinthine layout of factories forming a complex terrain. Pay attention to the formation. Spread out in a line. Tian Yun will provide support in the center, Mu Cheng will cover with ranged firepower, Han Yin Ro will await her chance on the flank, Xiao Shou Bing Liang. Stay close to me, and Yun Hui, be mindful of the timing for your ghost formation. Yi Xiu swiftly issued commands. The match began. The two teams clashed in the central area of the map. Without any preliminary testing, Batu's assault was as robust, straightforward, and imposing as their captain, Han Wenqing's style. Daimo Gu Yin charged ahead, fists slicing through the air, targeting the center of Xing Xian's formation. Behind him, the members of Batu moved like gears in a finely tuned machine, instantly coordinating their actions. Nian Qizhao, Lin Feng reacted swiftly. Tian Yun thrust both hands forward, conjuring a semi-transparent psychic shield in an attempt to mitigate Daimo Gu Yan's onslaught. However, Han Wenqing merely snorted, and Daimo Gu Yan paused momentarily before unleashing a fierce flurry of strikes, the ferocious shadows of his fists rippling through the shield, which, though not immediately shattered, showed signs of faltering. More deadly was the command emanating from Batu's rear. Shibu Zhuan, Zhang Xinjie, sat calmly in command, relaying his cool directives through the team channel. Batu's assassin and berserker moved like two precision blades, deftly circumventing the front and striking directly at the flanks and rear of Xing Xian. Their objective was crystal clear, to target in Wen Yi's Xiao Shou Bing Liang. Protect the healer, Yi Xiu shouted. Jun Mo Xiao transformed his Qianji San into a spear, attempting to intercept the flanking assassin. Lin Feng's Tian Yun also sought to provide assistance, as he launched a wave of energy, intending to repel the approaching berserker. He discovered that the opponent had seemingly anticipated this, skillfully dodging while maintaining their offensive. It was Zhang Xinjie. Lin Feng's heart sank. Every move the adversary made appeared to have been calculated by that composed priest. His attempts to control the battlefield were entirely foreseen and disrupted. Xing Xian's formation was instantly thrown into disarray. Tang Rou's Han Yin Ro attempted to aggressively breach the opponent's formation to relieve the pressure, but she found herself ensnared by another Batu player. Baozi rushed in to assist, but his erratic positioning nearly led him to collide with Qiao Yifan's Yun Hui, who was about to drop his ghost formation. To the left, Baozi. The left. Where are you running off to? Wei Chen shouted from the sidelines, exasperated, wishing he could intervene. And Wen Yi's Xiao Shou Bing Liang found himself in dire straits. He continuously repositioned, striving to evade attacks, his cross glowing with healing light. Yet he always seemed a heartbeat too late. Batu's relentless onslaughts surged like a tide, each healing attempt being precisely interrupted or overshadowed. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and the weight of his responsibility as a healer, targeted so intensely, was palpable. This won't do. The healing isn't keeping up. And Wen Yi's voice crackled through the headset, tinged with a barely perceptible urgency. Hold on. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, as Tian Yun once more sought to gather his psychic energy. The Hong Tian Pao charged, aimed at the two assailants besieging Xiao Shou Bing Liang. If this strike landed, it could afford Wen Yi a precious moment to breathe. Just as the energy was on the cusp of release, a radiant light arrived ahead of it, precisely illuminating Xiao Shou Bing Liang. not a healing spell, but the holy fire from Shi Bujuan. The silence effect triggered. The icon for Tian Yun's Hong Tian Pao dimmed instantly, his charge interrupted. Damn it! Lin Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath. Zhang Xinjia's prediction and timing were ruthlessly precise. It was as if he had anticipated Lin Feng's intent to rescue at that very moment, deftly severing his most critical control skill. This interruption became the final straw that broke Xing Xian's back. Without Tian Yun's support for battlefield control, Xiao Shou Bing Liang could no longer withstand the focused fire from Batu and fell first. With the healer down, Xing Xian's defeat was inevitable. Although Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Xiao and Lin Feng's Tian Yun struggled valiantly, and Tang Rou's Han Yin Rou sought to eliminate an opponent, all resistance seemed futile against Zhang Xinjia's meticulous orchestration and Han Wenqing's sustained pressure. Ultimately, Xing Xian lost the team match, and their overall score suffered from this defeat against Batu's day. The words glory appeared on the screen, with Batu's side shimmering in golden light, while Xing Xian's remained dim and gray. The venue erupted with the fervent cheers of Batu's fans, while silence enveloped the Xing Xian players' bench. Lin Feng released his mouse and keyboard, leaning back in his chair, exhaling deeply. His wrists ached from the intensity of the play, but the greater burden lay in the frustration within. The sensation of being powerless, of having the rhythm completely dominated, was excruciating. He glanced at Yi Xiu, who displayed little emotion, merely studying the statistical data on the screen. Tang Rou bit her lip, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. Baozi appeared somewhat deflated, scratching his head in confusion over why they had suddenly lost despite a significant advantage. Xiao Yifan and Wen Yi hung their heads, especially Wen Yi, whose face had paled. During the post-match handshake, Han Wenqing remained as austere as ever, shaking hands with Yi Xiu firmly without uttering a word. Zhang Xinjia meticulously shook hands with each member of the Xingxin team. When it was Lin Feng's turn, he adjusted his glasses and calmly remarked, "Your Qi master displays considerable creativity, yet the sense of rhythm could be somewhat more pronounced." Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Deputy Captain Zhang." This observation was less a commendation and more an indication of his most significant flaw. His control over the game appeared somewhat presumptuous in the face of a tactical master like Zhang Xinjia, lacking precision and variation, making it susceptible to easy prediction. The atmosphere on the way back to the lounge felt somewhat oppressive. Chen Guo wished to offer words of comfort, but was at a loss for how to begin. Upon returning to the temporary lounge and closing the door, they were shielded from the outside clamor. "What are your thoughts?" Yi Xiu broke the silence first, pulling up a chair to sit down. "My issue," and Wen Yi was the first to speak, his tone somewhat subdued, was that after being targeted, my healing could not effectively protect the team, hindering everyone. "You can't take all the blame." Lin Feng shook his head. "My control was inadequate, completely seen through by Zhang Xinjia. I misused many skills, failing to create space for you." "Exactly," Baozi chimed in. "That uncle priest was so cunning. He kept interrupting Feng Ge. It is precision," Xiao Yifan quietly corrected. "Senior Zhang Xinjia's calculations and predictions are exceptionally formidable." Tang Rou summarized. "Our cooperation remains insufficient. Many aspects were disjointed." Listening to the self-reflections of his teammates, Yi Xiu nodded. "The assessments are quite accurate. In terms of individual strength, we may not be lacking, and we even possess advantages in certain areas. However, in team competitions, especially when facing a top-tier team like Baidu known for their rigorous tactics and strong execution, our unfamiliarity in cooperation and lack of experience are magnified immensely." He paused, scanning the group before settling his gaze on Lin Feng, particularly in the roles of control and healing, which serve as the bearings and fuel tank for the team's operation. Today, these two positions were targeted by Baitu, rendering our offense ineffective and our defense unsustainable. Zhang Xinjia imparted a crucial lesson to us. Lin Feng wholeheartedly agreed. Though he possessed extraordinary speed and a stroke of good fortune, in the face of such extreme tactical targeting and team competition, those advantages seemed to dissipate invisibly. Glory, after all, is not a solitary pursuit. Recognizing the gap is a positive step. Yi Xiu's tone lightened. "This is only the second match. The road ahead is long. Upon returning, we will intensify our targeted training. Lao Wei, please compile the recordings of Baitu's team matches over the past few years, especially the segments where Zhang Xinjia was in command. Lao Lin, your control strategy needs to be more dynamic. Don't always stick to the routine. And Wen Yi, your positioning and predictions require practice. You cannot always rely on your teammates to protect you at all times." "Understood." Everyone responded in unison. Despite the loss, the determination and spirit in their eyes reignited. While failure is undoubtedly painful, if one can glean wisdom from it, then this narrow defeat may indeed mark the true beginning of Xingxin's maturation. Lin Feng clenched his fist, the aching sensation in his wrist serving as a reminder. He understood that what awaited them next would be even more arduous and meticulous training, with the goal being to avoid repeating the same regrets when facing such formidable opponents in the future. Chapter 65. The Icy Hands of the Silver Cross, the Light of the Holy Testament, Part 1. As night deepened and the city lights began to twinkle, the training room of the Xingxin team remained brightly illuminated. The rhythmic clacking of keyboards and mice, along with the occasional exchanges among teammates, wove together a unique nocturne. Following a high-intensity online training match, the atmosphere felt somewhat stagnant as the glaring word failure loomed large on the screen. My issue, and Winnie adjusted his glasses. His tone as calm as ever, though a subtle tension could be detected upon closer inspection. His character, the priest, lay cold and powerless on the frigid ground. The final wave of concentrated fire proved too much. His healing could not keep pace, and he was interrupted twice while casting spells by the opposing assassin. Their training match had been against a second team from a professional squad that Yishio had managed to contact, and their strength was formidable. It was evident that the opponent had studied Xingxin, employing highly targeted tactics, particularly in the later stages of the match, where they relentlessly suppressed and interrupted Xingxin's healing. And Winnie's operations were characterized by precise calculations rather than astonishing speed or extreme reflexes, and under such suffocating pressure and continuous interference, his healing rhythm was utterly disrupted, leading to a catastrophic collapse in team cohesion. Tang Rou remained silent, her grip on the mouse tightening. Baozi, ever carefree, patted in Winnie's shoulder. It's all right, Lauan. Next time, I'll swat away those pesky flies for you. Xiao Yifan offered quiet consolation. Seniorin, their target was too clear. You can't bear all the blame. Yi Xiu, with an unlit cigarette between his lips, scrutinized the post-match statistics, particularly the data on healing damage taken and interruption counts, deep in thought. Lin Feng leaned back in his esports chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. He clearly recognized that Winnie's awareness and overall perspective were exceptional. However, under the high-intensity targeting of professional standards, his current equipment and pressure resistance capabilities had indeed become a weakness. A healer unable to maintain stability in such competitive playoff-level confrontations could be fatal. It's an equipment issue. Lin Feng suddenly broke the silence. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him, and Winnie looked at him, curiosity evident behind his lenses. Yi Xiu raised an eyebrow, urging him to continue. Old and S operation and awareness are sound. What S lacking is the hardware. Lin Feng stood up and approached the tactical whiteboard, picking up a marker. The current orange weapon cross has reached its peak attributes, offering no further enhancements. We need a silver weapon, one that can significantly elevate both healing efficiency and, particularly, survivability. A silver weapon? And Winnie was momentarily taken aback. While he was aware that the team had been striving for silver weapon development, Tang Rou's windward spear being a prime example, he had not anticipated it would be his turn so soon. The value of a silver weapon was unmistakable. It was almost a second life for professional players. Indeed, it belongs solely to you, the icy silver weapon. Lin Feng spoke with certainty. What do you think, Lao Yi? Yi Xiu nodded thoughtfully. Yes, the stability of the healing position must be prioritized. It's a good idea. Do you have a concrete plan? I have some thoughts. Lin Feng sketched the outline of a cross on the whiteboard, tentatively naming it Shengjiezhi Guang, Light of the Holy Edict. The design direction primarily focuses on two aspects. First, enhancing basic attributes to significantly increase healing amount and range, which is fundamental. Second, developing a core special effect, for which I currently have two alternative ideas. Luo Ji had, unbeknownst to them, already taken out his treasured notebook, adjusted his glasses, and prepared to jot down notes. He possessed an extraordinary sensitivity and enthusiasm for data. The first special effect idea is called Focus. Lin Feng inscribed these two characters beside the cross. Its effect is that for a certain period after activation, say 5 seconds, all casting skills of the character would gain an exceptionally high invulnerability effect, making them extremely difficult to interrupt. This would ensure that critical healing could be cast at pivotal moments. And Winnie's eyes brightened slightly. This effect seemed tailor-made for the predicament he currently faced. Had such an effect been present in the recent training match, the outcome would likely have been entirely different. The second idea is called Aegis. Lin Feng wrote down another term. The effect is that when the character is attacked, there is a chance to automatically generate a shield that absorbs a small amount of damage. Although each shield is not substantial, it may help mitigate frequent minor disruptions. Enhancing survival capability. I choose Focus. And when he spoke almost without hesitation, his voice remained calm, but carried a distinct urgency. In the face of concentrated fire, particularly high-level tactical strategies, a stable casting environment is far more valuable than an unstable shield. I can calculate the healing amount, but I cannot predict when a shield will appear. Lin Feng smiled, finding conversing with intelligent individuals quite effortless, and Winnie's choice was entirely within his expectations. As a player who heavily relies on calculations and planning, a stable and controllable special effect aligns much more closely with his needs than a chance-based one. I also lean towards focus. Luo Ji rapidly typed on his keyboard, pulling up various data. Based on the training match data I recorded earlier, Senior and experienced an average of 37 interruptions per match, with a staggering 65 probability of a critical node being interrupted, leading to a reversal in the battle. If the focus effect can be successfully implemented, it is projected to enhance the team's overall survival rate by at least 15 percentage points. While the benefits of the Aegis effect are unstable and have limited impact against concentrated fire, Yishio exhaled a puff of smoke, nodding in agreement. Focus indeed aligns better with Xiao and style and can address our current shortcomings to the greatest extent. Let us settle on this. What materials are needed? Upon mentioning this, Lin Feng became animated. He waved his hand and began listing items on the whiteboard. Basic high-grade crystals and mithril are easy to come by. There are still supplies in the guild warehouse. The crucial components, however, are several core materials that possess light attributes and protective characteristics. As he spoke, he wrote, "First, we need pure radiant stones, which can only be dropped by the hidden Holy Archangel in the 70-level team dungeon, the Holy Hall Ruins, and requires the completion of a series of preliminary quests to trigger the hidden drop. Secondly, there is the Heart of the Devout, which is not a drop, but the final reward for completing the lengthy solo quest chain of the ascetics trial. The process is arduous and lengthy, testing patience and precision, leaving no room for error. We also need at least 3 holy light coatings, which have a low drop rate from the high-level wild boss, the Radiant Lord Kalak. But the drop rate is disheartening, and the competition for it is fierce. Lastly, we might require some fragments of angelic wings, which are said to drop from elite light attribute monsters on specific floors of the Sky Tower at an extremely low probability or can be obtained from certain mysterious treasure chests. With each name Lin Feng mentioned, Luo Ji swiftly searched for relevant data and drop rate statistics on his computer, reporting back with increasingly alarming low probability figures. Listening to this long list of materials that exuded rarity and difficulty, and when he felt his earlier enthusiasm gradually wane. Collecting these items would undoubtedly demand an immense amount of time and effort, and perhaps even require extraordinary luck. Are these materials too difficult to obtain? And when he couldn't help but ask, he did not wish to excessively deplete the team's valuable resources for his equipment, especially since Lin Feng's strategic luck should be reserved for more critical matters, such as upgrading the Qianji umbrella. Lin Feng, however, waved his hand dismissively, wearing his trademark slightly irritating confident smile. What is difficult about it? Don't worry, Laoan, I'll handle it. Good things are naturally rare, but as long as they exist, there is no reason we can't obtain them. You focus on refining your skills and calculations. Leave the equipment matters to me and the guild mistress. He turned to Yishio. Lao Yi, can you organize some personnel tomorrow? Let us clear the preliminary quests for the Holy Hall Ruins and see if we can uncover the hidden aspects. Yishio nodded. No problem. I'll inform Mucheng, Lao Wei, and the others. Shaoan, you should join as well to familiarize yourself with the dungeon environment and see if you can find some transitional gear you can use. Observing Lin Feng's confident demeanor, alongside Yishio, who seemed to have no objections and appeared accustomed to it, and Luo Ji, who was engrossed in calculating data, and when he felt the flicker of unease in his heart gradually replaced by a solid sense of anticipation, he nodded emphatically. All right, what do I need to prepare? Prepare to truly experience what it means to be on the heavenly luck assembly line. Lin Feng grinned, patting his shoulder. Let us go? Rest early tonight. Tomorrow, we will officially commence our material collection plan for Xingjiji Guan. Chapter 66. The Icy Silver Cross and the Light of the Holy Edict. Part 2. A peculiar tension permeated the air in the Xingxin training room. The sound of keystrokes more urgent than usual, yet marked by a distinct rhythm. Outside, the night had long descended upon the city. Neon lights filtering through the slats of the blinds, casting cool-toned beams of light into the dim interior. The Holy Hall Ruins, a 70-level team dungeon, typically requires a standard configuration of 5 players. The mechanism for triggering hidden conditions remains unclear, yet the final guardian of the Holy Hall has a very low probability of dropping pure radiant stones. Lin Feng's voice resonated clearly and calmly through the headphones as he swiftly navigated the ambiguous strategy posts and player conjectures on the honor forum. The guide suggested that success hinged on luck, yet luck was the one thing they had in abundance. He paused briefly, glancing at the makeshift team composition on the screen. Jun Mo Xiao, Yishio, Muyu Cheng Feng, Su Mu Cheng, Han Yen Ro, Tang Ro, Xiao Shou Bing Liang, and 1 and, of course, his own Qigong master, Tian Yun. A lone wanderer, a gunner, a battle mage, a priest, and a Qigong master. This configuration was hardly conventional, even somewhat peculiar, yet it was the most effective combination they could muster for acquiring that elusive material. Old Yi, you command the overall strategy, I'll handle navigation and looting, Lin Feng declared. No problem, Yi Xiu replied lazily, yet his voice exuded a reassuring steadiness. Mu Cheng will provide fire coverage, Tang Rou will hold the front line, and Shaoan will monitor our health, especially in the front row. Lin boss. Signal when you find the path. As the portal's light enveloped them, the 5-member team materialized at the entrance of the Sacred Hall ruins. Before them lay a dilapidated yet grand hall, remnants of its former glory still visible. Crumbling stone pillars towered above, the ground littered with debris and unidentified bones, while a faint golden dust floated in the air. Follow me, Lin Feng directed, leading with Tian Yun. His approach was not reckless. Drawing on the hazy memories of his past life and the peculiar intuition granted by his current fortune, he sidestepped the main path, opting for corners that appeared decorative or dead ends. Behind the third broken pillar on the left, strike, Lin Feng instructed. Mu Yuqing Feng immediately repositioned her cannon, accurately firing an anti-tank round. As the smoke cleared, a narrow gap barely wide enough for one person emerged behind it. Is this even possible? And Wen Yi expressed his astonishment, reflecting on his extensive experience and honor without ever encountering such mechanisms in dungeons. Basic operation, Yi Xiu chuckled. Stay calm and follow the lucky one. As they delved deeper along the concealed route, they successfully evaded several waves of troublesome minor foes, occasionally encountering necessary guards. Tang Rou's Han Yin Rou surged forward like a crimson whirlwind, her spear piercing through the golden armored guardians of the ruins with devastating effect. Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Shao provided support, his 1,000-machine umbrella shifting unpredictably to block and fire, seamlessly covering any vulnerabilities in Tang Rou's assault. Mu Yuqing Feng unleashed concentrated fire from above, while in Wen Yi's Xiaoshou Bing Liang maintained a safe distance, radiating stable healing light that timely enveloped their teammates. Lin Feng's Tian Yun, meanwhile, became the most idle participant, constantly shifting perspectives to observe the slightest environmental differences. Suddenly, he halted before an unassuming mural depicting a goddess holding a radiant gemstone. Smash it, Lin Feng commanded. Huh, this mural is quite beautiful, Tang Rou hesitated. Smash it. Trust me, Lin Feng insisted, his tone leaving no room for doubt. With no further argument, Tang Rou's Han Yin Rou thrust her spear, shattering the mural to reveal a dark staircase leading downward. A hidden passage, and when he adjusted his glasses, his tone laced with disbelief. This saves at least 20 minutes of clearing. Yi Xiu commented, Lin boss, your navigation is invaluable. Descending the staircase, they bypassed most of the midsection, arriving directly before the grand hall of the final Sacred Hall Guardian. A colossal figure, formed from pure light, towered in the center, exuding an aura of majesty and solemnity. Standard tactics are time-consuming and can lead to casualties, Yi Xiu quickly assessed. We must adopt a violent approach. Mu Cheng will suppress with unlimited firepower. Tang Rou will engage directly. I'll absorb some damage, and Lin boss, look for an opportunity to disrupt its holy light judgment with your Qigong skills. That skill can eliminate targets instantly. Shaoan, the pressure will be intense, so focus on keeping Mai and Tang Rou's health up. The battle erupted instantaneously. The cannon fire from Mu Yuqing Feng fell like festive fireworks, relentlessly bombarding the Sacred Hall Guardian. Han Yin Rou pressed in fearlessly, her spear clashing with the light sword, creating dazzling sparks. Jun Mo Shao darted around like a specter, utilizing various low-tier skills to interrupt, immobilize, and attract aggro. And Wen Yi held his breath, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard as the cross illuminated with healing spells, a slight sheen of sweat forming on his brow. This high-pressure healing was an extreme test for him. Lin Feng's Tian Yun lingered at the periphery of the fray, his gaze sharp and focused, waiting for the opportune moment. Finally, the Sacred Hall Guardian raised its arms, colossal energy converging. Now, Tian Yun thrust his palms forward, unleashing a long-prepared cannon blast. Not aimed at the body but precisely targeting the energy coalescing between its hands. The energy gathering faltered momentarily, although it did not completely interrupt the process. The release of the holy light judgment was noticeably delayed, and its aim slightly askew. This minor deviation allowed Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Shao to effortlessly evade with a graceful sidestep, while Tang Rou's Han Yin Rou was merely grazed by the residual force. Her health swiftly restored by Wen Yi. Well done, Yi Xiu praised. Keep the pressure on, Lin Feng urged. With this successful disruption, the team's burden significantly lightened. Ultimately, through their harmonious cooperation, the Sacred Hall Guardian emitted a defiant roar before collapsing, its massive form dissipating into countless golden motes. A myriad of materials and several purple items scattered across the ground. All eyes converged on the pile of loot. Lin boss, please, Yi Xiu said with a smile. Lin Feng maneuvered Tian Yun forward, crouching to loot the remains. Without even a moment's hesitation, as if he already knew where to find the items, he deftly retrieved a specific object. The item emanated a soft, pure, milky white glow in his character's hands, seemingly absorbing the surrounding light dust. It resembled an unrefined gemstone, with a liquid-like radiance flowing gently within. System notification, acquired item pure radiant stone. We got it. Tang Ro exclaimed in delight. We got it on the first try? And when he felt his perception of luck being reshaped once again. In the forum, numerous individuals have been tirelessly pursuing a shadow that remains elusive for months. Yet in a single instance, they effortlessly obtained it. It is merely a routine operation, a customary procedure. Lin Feng, with a relaxed demeanor, shared the item link in the team channel and declared, return to town. Upon arriving at the second floor of the Xingxi Network Club, in the newly established Silver Weapon Workshop, Lin Feng promptly seated himself before a computer equipped with top-tier graphics and processing capabilities, specifically designed to run the Glory equipment editor. Yi Xiao, Tang Ro, and Waney gathered around, while Su Muching joined offline to observe. Chen Guo brought over several cups of hot coffee, standing anxiously yet expectantly behind them. The design of the sacred light had already been meticulously envisioned countless times in Lin Feng's mind. He skillfully summoned the editor interface, importing in Waney's orange-hued cross of devotion as the base material, and began to incrementally incorporate auxiliary materials to enhance its fundamental attributes. His actions were swift. The sounds of mouse clicks and keyboard strokes were dense and precise, resonating with a unique rhythm. Each material's timing, angle of insertion, and even the speed of dragging were seemingly calculated with meticulous care. Yi Xiao observed closely, admiration gleaming in his eyes. This lad's rapid hand speed was one aspect. Yet it was his almost instinctual intuition for equipment crafting and the frightening precision of his operations that guaranteed the success of his silver weapon. With the foundational enhancement complete, the cross subtly transformed, becoming more elongated and elegant, its surface shimmering with a faint silver luminescence. Next came the most crucial step, integrating the pure radiant stone to activate the core effect, focus. Lin Feng inhaled deeply as he dragged the stone, radiating a gentle white light into the designated slot. The progress bar began to read slowly. The Silver Weapon Workshop fell into an eerie silence. Only the hum of the machine's fan and the soft breaths of the onlookers could be heard. Suddenly, the editor interface erupted with blinding red light. Warning, energy conflict. High risk of material fusion failure. Would you like to continue? Yes, no, failed? Chen Guo exclaimed. Not a failure, merely a standard high-risk alert. Yi Xiao replied in a low tone, his gaze fixed on the screen. Such elite materials naturally carried a low success rate. Forced integration would likely result in an explosive failure, annihilating both the base and materials. Tension gripped the hearts of everyone present, and Waney instinctively clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Yet Lin Feng appeared unfazed by the warning, his focus intensifying. His right hand hovered steadily over the S button, while his left hand poised above the keyboard, fingers slightly spread, as if ready to unleash a torrent of actions at any moment. Lady Luck, or rather, Lord Luck. I rely on you, Lin Feng murmured, a confident smile forming at the corner of his lips. He clicked yes. The progress bar resumed its agonizingly slow advance. Within the interface, the orb representing the pure radiant stone became increasingly unstable, quivering violently as if on the verge of breaking free from the editor's confines. The piercing alarm sounded again. Just as the orb expanded to its limits, appearing ready to explode, Lin Feng's left hand sprang into action. It moved with such speed that it seemed to leave behind an afterimage. A dazzling sequence of operations unfolded in an instant, adjusting the energy output frequency, fine-tuning the slot's angle, injecting a stabilizer, an in-game item, pausing briefly before restarting the fusion process with a specific rhythm. This intricate and nuanced series of maneuvers was akin to engaging in a microsecond-level duel against the system's failure detection. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, yet his gaze remained astonishingly bright. It was a state where extraordinary hand-eye coordination, profound comprehension of game mechanics, and a stroke of outrageous luck merged seamlessly. Under his masterful manipulation, the orb on the brink of explosion was seemingly soothed by an unseen hand, its violent fluctuations gradually calming, ultimately merging flawlessly into the core of the cross. The glaring red alert vanished in an instant, replaced by a gentle yet resplendent golden light that filled the entire screen. System notification, the silver weapon, Sacred Light, has been successfully crafted. As the radiance subsided, a brand new cross floated within the editor interface. It was more elongated and fluid than before, its entirety exuding a warm silver hue. At the center of the cross was a pure light orb, rotating like a star, emanating a comforting aura. Sacred Light, silver weapon, level 70 class, priest physical attack, 180 spell attack, for 20 healing intensity, 580 intelligence, 88 spirit, 95 effect, focus after activation. For 5 seconds, casting will not be interrupted by any damage. Cooldown, 120 seconds. It's done. Tang Ro was the first to exclaim. Wow, this is incredible. Yi Xiu's voice reflected deep admiration. So beautiful. Chen was eye sparkled. Su Muching smiled as she patted Enweinie's shoulder. Enweinie stared blankly at the attributes displayed on the screen, particularly captivated by the focus effect. His lips moved, yet no words escaped. He accepted the account card handed to him by Lin Feng, his fingers trembling slightly as he inserted it into the login device. Little hand, ice cool. Logged in and retrieved the sacred light from the warehouse, a weapon seemingly tailored for him. The moment his character donned the cross, a soft glow enveloped the priest character in a halo of sanctity. He promptly headed towards the arena area of the training room, initiating a test room. Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Shao followed him in, launching various minor skills to attack him. And Waney, controlling Little Hand, ice cool, began to chant the Greater Heal, a high-value healing skill with an extended casting time. Jun Mo Shao's bullets and grenades rained down upon Little Hand, ice cool, inflicting damage and slight incapacitation. Just as the casting bar neared completion, an incapacitating round struck. Under normal circumstances, the chant would have been interrupted. At this moment, just as the effect of immobilization was triggered, the small, icy hand holding the holy light of judgment felt a slight illumination from the central orb. As if an invisible barrier had flashed by, the incantation was completed steadily. A rich green light of healing enveloped the small, icy hand. It worked. And Waney could not help but exclaim, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. He conducted several tests in succession, and during the activation of the special effect, neither the immobilization from attacks, nor the knockback, nor even the dizziness effect, which could not be immunized if the intensity was too high, could interrupt his casting. What did this signify? It meant that at critical moments, he could undoubtedly call forth a life-saving healing spell. It indicated a significant alleviation of the team's health pressure. It meant a qualitative leap in the stability of his healing. He exited the arena and looked at LNF Ing, whose usually calm and rational face was now filled with indescribable exhilaration. Brother F. Ing, this is incredibly powerful. LNF Ing chuckled and handed him a tissue, gesturing for him to wipe his sweat. It's yours, it belongs to you. You'll need to maintain the overall stability from now on. And Waney nodded vigorously, accepting the tissue and clenching it tightly in his palm. He gazed at the screen showing the small, icy hand wielding the holy light of judgment, a surge of unprecedented confidence welling up from within. Previously, he was a meticulous data-driven priest, always treading on thin ice under pressure, fearful of interruptions and mistakes. But now, holding this cross radiating pure light, he felt as though he had truly been endowed with a sacred power, one that could overcome disturbances and steadfastly fulfill his healing duties. The compensations for hardware shortcomings would lead to a comprehensive upgrade in software, encompassing confidence and technique. His hands remained steady, yet his heart had grown more resolute. Chapter 67, New Tactics. Mobile turrets and control core. The city's mornings always bore a hint of damp mist, with sunlight struggling to pierce through the clouds, casting a thin, warm golden hue over the newly established training base on the second floor of XNGXN Internet CAF. It was already past 9 in the morning, yet the training room was devoid of the usual cacophony of keyboard clattering. Everyone was gathered around the long conference table in the tactical analysis room. The aroma of steamed buns and soy milk lingering in the air from the breakfast that Ch. Ngu had just purchased and had yet to finish. Why she? With an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips and a marker in hand, scribbled on the large tactical whiteboard laid out on the table. The board was filled with various arrows, circles, and simplified icons representing different classes, appearing chaotic yet harboring an intrinsic logic. This is roughly the idea, why she concluded. Drawing a large circle around the icon representing MYCH Ing F Ing, the gunner, and placing a star next to it, for a while. One of our core tactics will revolve around MCH Ing. SMCH Ing, sipping her soy milk, looked up and blinked. I feel so much pressure. To whom much is given, much is required. Why she replied with a smile, tapping the board with the tip of his marker. MYCH Ing F Ing's firepower coverage is the pinnacle of all glory. Previously at GSH, she primarily served as support and long-range suppression. Now at XNGXN, my idea is to treat her as an absolute mobile turret that needs protection and maximization of her firepower. He turned to everyone. In simple terms, everyone must be aware of their responsibility to create an output environment for MCH Ing and protect her while she continues to deal damage. WICHN, with a knowing grin, spoke in an old-school manner. The idea is good. MCH Ing's firepower is unquestionable. However, the issues are evident as well. The gunner's physique is fragile, and the noise she makes attracts attention, making her a primary target for enemy fire. Relying solely on Shao and for healing might not suffice. Thus, a system is necessary, LNF Ing interjected, twirling a pen in his hand. We cannot depend solely on the priestess healing. We need someone to establish a front line, disrupt the enemy's advance. And by MCHing time to adjust her position and output. Why she cast an appreciative glance at LNFing, firmly marking the board. Exactly. That is the crux. So, LN, your role as the QGing SH needs to evolve. All eyes turn to LNFing. Previously, your QGing SH primarily served as auxiliary offense, providing control and supplementary damage. From now on, why she repositioned the icon representing the QGing SH slightly to the flank of the MYCHing F-ing icon. Your primary task will no longer be about dealing damage, but controlling the battlefield. Controlling the battlefield? T-ing are you tilted her head. Her understanding of the term still at the skill description level. Yes, controlling the battlefield, why she affirmed, explaining how to utilize the QGing SH's skills. Like QBDNS knockback, HTI-NPOS explosive range, and the defensive capabilities of an I-NQSH to manipulate the battlefield's terrain and rhythm. He looked at LNFing, his gaze turning serious. Your mission is to push away, blast, and obstruct those who wish to rush in and cut MCHing. You need to segment unfavorable terrain for us and leverage advantageous terrain. You must constantly monitor MCHing's position and the enemy's movements, making judgments in advance. You will become the regulator of the team's rhythm and the most steadfast shield for MCHing and Shaoan. This is the essence of battlefield control. LNFing nodded thoughtfully, understanding why she's intent. This required him to transition from a damage dealer and collaborator to a more globally aware and anticipatory rhythm controller. It imposed new demands on his exceptional hand speed, shifting the focus from explosive combo execution to precise, timely, and appropriately executed skill releases. Sounds like being a bodyguard for MCHing? Boz scratched his head in an attempt to comprehend. Yes, but not entirely, LNFing smiled. It's about creating a secure and comfortable output environment for the entire team. MCHing is the core turret, and I will serve as the defensive tower and disruptive barrier around her. Why she snapped his fingers, affirming, that's the idea. Moreover, it's not merely about protection. When you disrupt the enemy's formation with control skills, it also presents the best opportunity for the rest of us to engage. Especially with WI's sneaky playstyle and my free agent approach, we thrive in chaotic situations. WICH and chuckled. That sounds quite appealing to me. Chaos is essential for striking effectively. What about YFN and me? Ro inquired, expressing her disdain for the sensation of being seemingly excluded from the core framework. What about you? Yishio glanced at her. Your mission holds greater significance. When Lin Feng disrupts the scene and tears a rift in the enemy formation, Han Yen Ro, you shall be the dagger that pierces through them. ECUN Hui, your ghostly formation serves as the optimal domain to restrict their movements and amplify our advantages. You are the ones who will conclude the match. Tang Ro and Xiao Yifan's eyes brightened. And what about me? What about me? Baozi raised his hand eagerly. You? Yishio stroked his chin, contemplating. Be adaptable, improvise, penetrate wherever necessary, and inflict discomfort upon the adversary. Your task is to maintain your unique style. Although Baozi appeared somewhat perplexed, he understood the importance of style, promptly straightening his posture with satisfaction. Rest assured, boss. I will ensure they remain utterly bewildered. And when he adjusted his glasses, stating, so, my healing burden will not lessen. In fact, it may increase, as I must constantly monitor the potential focus of fire on Fenggu and Mu Qingjie. However, due to Fengji's control, the enemy's opportunities for effective attacks may diminish, thereby enhancing my healing efficiency. Clever, Yishio nodded. To summarize, the new system entails Mu Qing's mobile artillery as the absolute firepower core, Lin Feng's control as the defensive and rhythmic core, creating a dual-axis drive. I, as a free agent, will connect the entire framework and address any shortcomings. Tang Ro, Baozi, Yifan, you are the sharp blades, poised to strike decisively when the opportunity arises. Shaoan is the lifeline that sustains it all. Lao Wei, you shall act according to circumstances, adding your own flair. What do you mean by adding flair? Wei Chen grumbled. I am merely adding the finishing touch. With the theoretical explanation concluded, it was time for practical drills. The group swiftly finished their breakfast and returned to their computers to log into the game. In the custom training room, Yishio deliberately selected a relatively complex map, the Sunset Minefield, which featured both open areas and cover. For the first combat practice, Yishio personally led the simulation of the enemy team, forming a standard aggressive control lineup with Tang Ro, Baozi, Xiao Yifan, and Wei Chun, aiming directly at Su Mu Cheng's Mu Yuqing Feng. The battle begins. The simulated enemy team charged towards Xing Xian's formation like a pack of hungry wolves. Tang Ro's Han Yen Ro took the lead. Her spear aimed straight at Mu Yuqing Feng. Mu Cheng, high ground at 3 o'clock, move. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the headset, calm and swift. Without hesitation, Su Mu Cheng maneuvered Mu Yuqing Feng to execute a flying cannon backward, landing precisely on the high ground designated by Lin Feng, obtaining superior visibility and firing range. Almost simultaneously, Lin Feng's Tian Yun stepped forward, facing the advancing Han Yenro without evasion. With a swift motion, he brought his palms together, then parted them. Nian Qizhao. A semi-transparent energy shield immediately unfurled, perfectly enveloping the area before the newly positioned high ground of Mu Yucheng Feng. Bang! Han Yenro's spear struck the energy shield fiercely, sending ripples across its surface, yet failing to penetrate. Well done! Su Mu Cheng exclaimed in admiration, her heavy artillery already poised, charging her laser cannon. Upon missing her strike, Tang Rou quickly altered her approach, attempting to circumvent the energy shield. However, Bao Zi's Bao Zi Ruqin and Xiao Yifan's Yiyuan Hui had already flanked from the side. Lao Wei, restrain Yiyuan Hui. Lin Feng commanded rapidly. Watch and learn. Wei Chun, concealed behind cover, shot an arrow of curse, momentarily stalling Xiao Yifan's movement. At that moment, Yi Xiu's simulated enemy character, a battle mage, unexpectedly emerged from the side tunnel, targeting the charging Mu Yucheng Feng. This timing was impeccable, coinciding with the imminent disappearance of the energy shield and the moment Su Mu Cheng's laser cannon was about to discharge. Mu Cheng, be careful, and Wen Yi's small hand, already icy, lifted the cross. Yet Lin Feng reacted even quicker. As the energy shield dissipated, he did not hesitate, relying on instinct and anticipation. He abruptly pivoted to the side, unleashing the Hong Tian Pao. The energy projectile, charged with intent, soared forth, not aimed directly at the battle mage, but rather striking a cluster of abandoned mining carts along his advancing path. Boom! The explosion erupted, sending shockwaves of debris and dust swirling, obscuring the battle mage's vision and path. The blast's force momentarily halted his charge, forcing him to a standstill. It was this fleeting pause that allowed Su Mu Cheng's charged laser cannon to finally roar forth, a robust beam slicing through the air, engulfing the overly aggressive Bao Zi and depleting a significant portion of his health. Simultaneously, Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Xiao, like a specter, sliced in from another direction, transforming the thousand-machine umbrella into a spear, delivering a spinning strike that launched the battle mage, who had been halted by the Hong Tian Pao, into the air. Focus fire! Yi Xiu commanded succinctly. The artillery of Mu Yucheng Feng and the relentless strikes from Jun Mo Xiao rained down simultaneously, and Wen Yi's healing light settled securely on the front line of Tian Yun and Jun Mo Xiao. The enemy formation was thoroughly fragmented by Lin Feng's precisely timed Hong Tian Pao, temporarily isolating Han Yenro while stifling the side assault, disrupting the coordination between Bao Zi and Xiao Yifan. Although this was merely a training match, with the simulated enemy being teammates, the intensity was not as fierce. Yet this exchange of offense and defense vividly showcased the embryonic form of the new strategy. Pause. Yi Xiu called for a halt. The training room fell silent, the only sound being the hum of the computer fans. Did you see that? Yi Xiu's voice brimmed with excitement. Who created the output environment for Mu Cheng during that last sequence? It was Lin Feng. That energy shield blocked the initial advance, and the subsequent Hong Tian Pao not only neutralized the side threat, but also divided the battlefield, creating opportunities for counterattack. He turned to Lin Feng. Especially with that Hong Tian Pao, your prediction was spot on. You didn't wait for him to emerge. Instead, you anticipated his position and timing, leveraging the terrain to your advantage. This is the essence of control. Lin Feng exhaled, smiling. I'm beginning to grasp it. It's about thinking ahead, considering how the opponent will move, and identifying where to create impactful explosions. Precisely. Interjected. That move from Lin Xiaozai just now certainly reminded me of the flair I had back in my heyday. It was not lewd, but rather exquisite. You must be joking. Yi Xiu retorted without mercy, addressing everyone. This is precisely the effect we desire. Lin Feng's control is not merely for the sake of controlling. Each skill must serve a purpose, be it protection, division, or creating opportunities. The rest of us must acclimate to this rhythm and learn to act under the conditions he establishes. He paused, casting his gaze across the group. So, do we have the confidence to try this new approach in the upcoming match against Lei Ting? The next match was against the mid-league team Lei Ting, an excellent testing ground. The group exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with eagerness. Su Mucheng nodded with a smile. I believe we can. Tang Rou clenched her fist. I will seize the opportunity. Xiao Yifan stated earnestly. I will effectively utilize the ghost formation in conjunction with Feng Ji's control. And Wen Yin adjusted his glasses. I will do my utmost to keep pace with the rhythm. Bao Zi shouted loudly. Let them experience something new. Wei Chun, cigarette in mouth, unlit, chuckled. Indeed, it's time to stretch our muscles. Lin Feng observed his spirited teammates and smiled as well. He flexed his fingers, feeling the latent energy ready to be unleashed. The role of a controlling core? It seems even more challenging and intriguing than merely dealing damage. Chapter 68. Overcoming Lei Ting, Xiao Shiqin saw the lights of the esports arena shone as brightly as ever, illuminating the central battlefield with meticulous clarity. The audience roared with excitement, various support banners swaying, with the vibrant maple red representing Xing Xin intertwined with the blue and white of Lei Ting, creating a fervent atmosphere. In the player tunnel, the two teams were about to make their entrance. On the Xing Xin side, the mood remained relatively relaxed. Yi Xiu still appeared half asleep. Lin Feng was stretching his wrists. Tang Rou had a sharp gaze, and Su Mucheng was smilingly conversing with someone nearby. In stark contrast, their opponents, the Lei Ting team, exuded a palpable tension. At the forefront stood their captain, the returning core of Lei Ting, Xiao Shiqin. The winter when Jia Shi disbanded marked a significant setback in Xiao Shiqin's career. He had left Lei Ting with high aspirations, joining the prestigious Jia Shi, intending to form a triad with Sun Xiang and Su Mucheng to vie for the championship and validate his worth as a tactical mastermind. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Team cohesion, management chaos, and the irreplaceable void left by Yi Xiu's departure ultimately plunged everything into an irretrievable abyss. The fall of Jia Shi was abrupt. With the transfer window long closed and the season already underway, this star player found himself without a team. It was his former club, Lei Ting, that welcomed him back with open arms. The place he had once departed from in pursuit of his dreams accepted him without any reservations. When the manager called, his tone was cautious yet sincere. Shiqin, come back. Lei Ting needs you. This will always be your home. In that moment, Xiao Shiqin felt a whirlwind of emotions, shame, gratitude, but most importantly, a resolute determination. He had returned. No longer the aspiring quasi-champion eager to prove himself through a prestigious platform, but rather the true core and brain of a team bearing all hopes. He owed Lei Ting, and he intended to lead this not-so-wealthy team with a less-than-top-tier lineup further than they had ever gone before. At this moment, he adjusted his glasses. His gaze behind the lenses calm and focused, scanning the approaching Xing Xin players, lingering particularly on Yi Xiu and Lin Feng for a moment. Xing Xin was formidable, stronger than the data suggested. Before the match, he diligently noted strategies on the tactical board, impressing upon his teammates not to be misled by their opponent's status as newcomers. Yi Xiu's unpredictable playstyle was the greatest variable. Su Mucheng's firepower posed a significant threat in any system. Their latest tactical changes centered around Lin Feng's Tianyun. He circled the Qi Gong master icon on the whiteboard. His control was the lubricant and defensive axis of Xing Xin's mobile artillery system. If they could limit him, Su Mucheng's damage output would be severely hampered, and Xing Xin's offensive rhythm would falter. Today, in the team match, our primary tactical objective is to restrict Tianyun's performance. The match commenced swiftly. In individual and arena matches, both sides exchanged victories, with Xing Xin slightly ahead due to Tang Rou's strength and Yi Xiu's commanding presence. Though the advantage was not substantial, the real highlight awaited in the team match. The map loaded. Gear Plaza, a landscape filled with large discarded gears and metallic platforms, offering a broad view but also numerous potential cover spots. As the team match began, players from both sides converged at the center of the map. Xiao Shiqin maneuvered his mechanic, Ling Ming, executing the established strategy right away. Several mechanical airdrop boxes landed precisely on Tianyun's path and exploded, with small robots like the Rover and Predator swarming toward him. Simultaneously, Lei Ting's martial artist and elementalist relentlessly pressured Tianyun, their skills' luminous effects nearly engulfing his figure. This was the quintessential Xiao Shiqin style, compressing the activity space of key roles through multi-line operations and precise timing. This is somewhat troublesome, Lin Feng thought. Maneuvering Tianyun with agility to evade the mechanical traps on the ground, pushing away a nearby rover with a chi wave. He could feel the opponent's attacks forming an intricate web, continuously ensnaring him and making it difficult to observe the battlefield and unleash wide-area control skills as he had done in previous training matches. Each time he attempted to chant the overwhelming cannon or cast a broader chi shield, various minor skills would interrupt his rhythm. Lin boss, how are you feeling? Yi Xiu's voice echoed in the channel, maintaining a light-hearted tone. Like being besieged by mosquitoes, it doesn't hurt, but it's quite annoying, Lin Feng replied, his fingers dancing swiftly over the keyboard as Tianyun narrowly dodged an elemental mage's flame impact. That's just Xiao Shiqin style, Yi Xiu chuckled. Don't expect to swat all the mosquitoes in one go. Change the strategy. Do not concern yourself with controlling the field on a grand scale any longer. Focus intently on his mechanical creations and that elemental mage, for they are the pivotal points of Thunder's rhythm. Mucheng's fire support will arrive shortly. Lin Feng instantly comprehended Yi Xiu's intention. If Xiao Shiqin sought to constrain him, why could he not similarly restrict the tactical launch point of Thunder? With a shift in mindset, his operations transformed immediately. Tianyun no longer attempted to retreat in search of a safe position to accumulate energy. Instead, He took a more proactive approach, advancing forward. However, he ceased to pursue the massive knockback effects akin to a cannon's blast, instead honing his operational precision to its utmost. The figure of the Qi master darted through the hail of bullets and mechanical constructs. A cleverly angled Qi wave struck a predator on the verge of self-detonation, triggering its explosion prematurely and averting a crisis. An impeccably timed Qi barrier enveloped a minuscule area, yet it perfectly shielded in Wui's icy hands, which had been slowed by the elemental mage's frost line, allowing him to successfully cast a great healing spell. He even took the initiative to use his Qi dragon wave to harass the entity known as Shangling Mia, although the damage inflicted was minimal. The frequent interruptions and immobilization effects caused Xiao Shiqin's multi-threaded operations to experience an almost imperceptible sluggishness. Xiao Shiqin furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed that the opponent's counterattack had evolved. No longer was it the brutish control of power seeking to overwhelm finesse. It had transformed into a more precise and targeted form of small-scale disruption, akin to fine needles aimed directly at the most critical junctions of his tactical chain. This sensation reminded him of the most tenacious support players within the league. What further exacerbated his headache was Yishio. In his tactical design, restraining Tianyun and suppressing Mu Yuqing Feng should have brought Xinhui's offense to a standstill. Yet, Yishio's Jun Mo Xiao had become an unpredictable variable. The rapid-fire changes of a free agent were overwhelming. Jun Mo Xiao occasionally advanced like an assassin, disturbing Thunder's healer. At other times, he stood firm like a knight, alleviating pressure from Tianyun, and sometimes he cast spells from afar, interrupting Thunder's concentrated assault rhythm. He played against all logic, entirely disrupting the meticulously planned progression that Xiao Shiqin had established prior to the match. With the direct threat of Tianyun's extensive control eliminated and the formation thrown into disarray by Jun Mo Xiao, Thunder's restrictions on Su Mucheng inevitably revealed vulnerabilities. And Su Mucheng had always been a player adept at seizing opportunities. Mu Yuqing Feng soared into the air, occupying a higher gear platform. As the cannon's mouth began to gather ominous energy. "This is bad. Suppress her," Xiao Shiqin immediately commanded through the channel. Thunder's elemental mage and marksman swiftly redirected their weapons. Yet at that moment, Tianyun, who had been in passive defense and precise fire dismantling, suddenly moved. A glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he captured the fleeting pause of Shangling Mia when Xiao Shiqin issued his order. It was the instant of a shift in operational rhythm and the moment the tactical command was given. Now, Tianyun thrust both palms forward. The target was not any character, but the empty space before Shangling Mia. Qi wave. A concentrated wave of Qi surged forth, traveling at incredible speed. Xiao Shiqin's reaction was near instantaneous, instinctively maneuvering Shangling Mia to the side. Yet just before he pressed the movement key, that Qi wave had already anticipated his positioning, striking precisely where he had just relocated. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The damage was minimal, yet the accompanying slight knockback and brief immobilization effect fatally interrupted a critical command Shangling Mia had just begun to chant, in order to command the mechanical constructs to concentrate fire on Su Mucheng. The command disrupted. Those mechanical constructs that should have surged toward Mu Yuqing Feng fell into momentary chaos and stagnation. It was this fraction of a second of stillness. On the high platform, Mu Yuqing Feng unleashed her long-prepared satellite ray, crashing down. A massive beam of light descended from the heavens, engulfing a vast area. Not only instantly clearing the disoriented mechanical constructs, but also engulfing Thunder's elemental mage and martial artist within its reach. The terrifying light attribute damage ravaged their health. Splendid. On the Xinhui player bench, Wei Chun punched the air triumphantly. Concentrate fire. Yishio commanded succinctly. Jun Mo Xiao transformed his Qianji umbrella into a spear, piercing toward the elemental mage blinded by the satellite ray. Tang Ro's Han Yen Ro flowed like a red meteor, charging toward the martial artist whose health had plummeted. Xiao Yifun's inch of ash ghost array fell at just the right moment, further constraining their movements. Thunder's formation was instantaneously breached. Xiao Shiqin futilely maneuvered Shangling Mia, attempting to reorganize the defense, but the chain reaction from the core tactical command being interrupted had already begun. Xinhui's offensive surged forth like a flood breaking its dam, unstoppable, and Wui's icy hands wielded a cross, the stable healing white light closely trailing behind the charging teammates. Ultimately, despite Xiao Shiqin's utmost efforts, even replacing Xinhui's Baozi with an invasion, Thunder, having lost two key outputs, could no longer turn the tide. In the team competition, Xinhui emerged victorious. After the match, both teams' players shook hands. When it was Xiao Shiqin's turn to shake hands with Lin Feng, this tactical master gazed at the calm-faced young man before him, sighed softly, and spoke with a complex tone. "Impressive. That Qi wave was not mere luck, was it?" Lin Feng smiled. "Just good fortune, a lucky guess." Xiao Shiqin shook his head. refraining from further comment, merely giving his hand a firm shake. Upon reaching Yishio, Xiao Shiqin adjusted his glasses, revealing a hint of a wry smile. Team Yi, your dual core is remarkably agile. The growth rate of Lin Feng is truly astonishing. He had originally thought that by restricting Lin Feng's control, he could seize Xin Hui's throat. Yet he did not anticipate the immediate shift in strategy to a more intricate stabbing tactic for counter-restriction, while Yishio, the free agent, had completely upended his tactical deployment. Yishio chuckled, patting his shoulder. Don't be disheartened, old Xiao. You played exceptionally well. Mainly, we were just fortunate. Xiao Shiqin shot him a disbelieving glare. Anyone who believed that was a fool. As he watched the members of the Xingxin team stride towards the center of the stage amidst the cheers. Xiao Shiqin remained rooted in place, his gaze once again fixed on Lin Feng, who was engaged in conversation with Yishio. When Jiashi fell, he believed his professional career had encountered a significant setback. Yet, it now appeared that a new storm was just beginning to brew within the league. This newly formed team, known as Xingxin, and its core controller, Lin Feng, would undoubtedly become some of the most striking figures in this impending tempest. He let out a soft sigh and turned to walk towards his teammates. The road ahead was long. Next time, he would not allow them to so easily disrupt his rhythm. Chapter 69. The Silver Weapon of 1-inch Gray. Shuwen, Part 1. The nights at the Xingxin team base were typically more boisterous than the days. The clattering of keyboards, the clicking of mice, the occasional outbursts of commands or exclamations, along with Wei Qin's distinctive shout, composed the main melody of the training room. However, tonight, the Silver Weapon workshop next door was particularly quiet, with only the low hum of the air conditioning system and occasional soft murmurs of discussion. In the center of the workshop, Lin Feng sat before a high-performance computer specifically equipped for gear editing, the screen's cool blue light reflecting on his focused face. A pile of white papers filled with data and sketches lay before him, accompanied by a cup of coffee that had long since cooled. Luo Ji sat slightly behind him, a laptop resting on his knees, its screen displaying dense data analysis and modeling software interfaces. Xiao Yifan stood quietly to the side, his gaze both expectant and somewhat anxious as he watched them. The topic of discussion centered around Xiao Yifan's character, 1-inch Gray, and the somewhat outdated katana he wielded. Yifan's recent performances have indeed been quite stable, Lin Feng began, breaking the silence. He turned his chair to face the slightly awkward Xiao Yifan. Especially in the match against Thunder, your placements of the ice and dark formations were quite ingenious, repeatedly limiting Xiao Shiqin's movements. Xiao Yifan felt a bit embarrassed by the praise and lowered his head slightly. It was everyone creating opportunities. I was merely trying my best to place each formation correctly. Placing each formation correctly is the greatest contribution of a formation controller, Lin Feng affirmed, before shifting the focus of the conversation. However, have you noticed that sometimes, despite seizing the opportunity, the effect of the formations falls just short of expectations? Either the range fails to cover critical points, or the duration ends just as the opponent breaks free. Or, when the opponent forces their way in, you find yourself lacking effective countermeasures aside from retreating. Xiao Yifan paused for a moment, reflecting carefully, then nodded heavily. Yes, especially against highly mobile opponents, such as battle mages or swordsmen. At times the edges of the formations barely graze them, failing to impose effective restrictions. When they close in, it becomes rather passive, and the katana's attack speed and effect struggle to push them back. Therein lies the problem. Lin Feng pointed his pen at the paper on the table depicting sketches of the katana. Your current weapon has reached its fundamental attributes limit. It cannot further amplify your advantage, which is the control effect of the formations, nor can it compensate for your shortcomings in survival and counterattack capabilities. He switched the computer screen to display 1-inch Gray's detailed combat data, while Luo Ji seamlessly turned his laptop screen towards Lin Feng, showcasing his data visualization analysis. Look here, Lin Feng indicated a fluctuating curve on Luo Ji's screen. This represents the average duration your formations successfully restricted opponents during your match against Micrograss. As you can see, the effect was quite stable in the early to mid-match phases. However, during the critical late-game team fights, when the opponents had better gear and greater resilience, this duration notably shortened, and the fluctuations increased. Additionally, this here illustrates your counterattack success rate after being closed in, which is below the average for players in the same position within the league. The data was stark and cold, clearly revealing the bottlenecks brought about by the weapon. Xiao Yifan examined the charts, his palms slightly sweating. He recognized his deficiencies, but seeing them laid out so plainly in the data instilled a sense of urgency within him. Thus, Lin Feng's gaze returned to Xiao Yifan's face, his tone becoming serious. It is time for you to acquire a genuine silver weapon. Xiao Yifan's heart leapt at the thought. A silver weapon, the coveted aspiration of every glory player. Like Yi Xiu's Qi Machine Umbrella, Su Muqing's Devouring Sun, and Han Wenlia's Desert Lonely Smoke, these were symbols of power and status. He had never imagined he could possess one himself. Win, brother. I am momentarily at a loss for words. Do not rush to excitement. Lin Feng smiled, gesturing for him to relax and first establish a direction. Luo Ji, please present your various simulation proposals. Luo Ji adjusted his glasses, the screen's light reflecting off the lenses, his tone imbued with the meticulousness characteristic of a researcher. Based on Yifun's operational habits and team positioning, I have preliminarily simulated 3 enhancement directions. He switched to 3-dimensional models on his computer. Proposal 1. Extreme control flow. Significantly enhance the influence range and duration of the formations, with core effects leaning towards group freezing or deep slowing, pursuing ultimate crowd control capabilities. However, the drawback is nearly no enhancements to oneself, making the risk of close combat exceedingly high. Proposal 2. Survival countermeasure flow. Enhance the katana's attack power, attack speed, and add life steal, damage reduction, or return damage effects to improve close combat capabilities. The core effect could slightly enhance one's defense or attack power while the formation is active. The downside is limited improvement in crowd controllability. Proposal 3. Balanced effect flow. Slightly enhance the formation's effects, with core effects adding special conditions, such as ice attack having a chance to apply a slowing effect, or dark erosion reducing the opponent's resistance. This is relatively balanced, but may lack standout features. After listening, Lin Feng lightly tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating for a moment. He did not make an immediate decision, but instead looked at Xiao Yifan. Yifan, which direction do you lean towards? Or rather, what kind of formation controller do you wish to become? Xiao Yifan was momentarily taken aback by the question. He pondered deeply. The first proposal was enticing. Ultimate control was the dream of all formation controllers. The second proposal was pragmatic, capable of addressing shortcomings. The third was stable. He recalled the confusion he felt while at Micrograss, the determination he had when transitioning to a formation controller, and the sense of belonging and direction he had found on the land of Xingxin. He inhaled deeply, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. Feng Ji, Luo Ji. I hope my ghost formation can better assist the team, expanding its range and prolonging its duration, allowing Yi Ji and Ro Jie to unleash their abilities more comfortably, while also alleviating some of the healing pressure on Xiao and Ji. He paused, lowering his voice slightly, but maintaining clarity. However, I no longer wish to rely solely on my teammates for rescue once I am cornered. I hope to possess at least a modicum of self-defense and counterattack capability. I do not wish to become the team's weak link. Upon finishing, he nervously glanced at Lin Feng, uncertain if his requests were too much or too greedy. Lin Feng exchanged a knowing look with Luo Ji, both perceiving a shared amusement in each other's eyes. A splendid idea, Lin Feng commended. It neither deviates from the essence of the ghost formation nor lacks a proactive spirit. This is not greed, it is a clear self-assessment. He redirected his attention to the computer, placing his hands on the keyboard. Thus, we need not confine ourselves to Luo Ji's 3 proposals. We can create a synthesis. His fingers flew across the keyboard, calling forth the equipment editor interface and inputting parameters. The primary concept remained the enhancement of the ghost formation. This core element must not be forsaken. Range enhancement and duration extension must be maximized. Then, pausing at the selection of core effects, he scanned through the various simulated data for effects provided by Luo Ji, ultimately focusing on ice binding and soul attraction. Soul attraction enhances oneself, steady yet passive. Ice binding disrupts the opponent, more active, and can better complement the effects of your ghost formation. Consider this. Your ice formation inherently slows down enemies, and if regular attacks can further inflict a slowing effect, how severely would it restrict their mobility? Lin Feng analyzed, his eyes growing brighter. Moreover, the slowing effect serves, to a certain extent, as a form of soft control, enhancing your survivability while also providing an alternative means of control, remaining true to the essence of the ghost formation. It could even grant you precious moments while casting your ghost formation. Luo Ji rapidly typed on the keyboard to simulate the data. With the added ice binding effect, the theoretical slow probability is set at 15 to 20, lasting for 2 to 3 seconds, significantly enhancing E-Fan's survival rate and crowd control contribution, estimated at 12 and 18 respectively. The data is viable. Lin Feng slapped his thigh with enthusiasm. Then it settled. The new silver weapon will be named Shu Wen. Its core effect will be ice binding, granting a chance to inflict a slowing status on targets upon attack. He turned to Xiao Yifan. What do you think? This katana not only amplifies your crowd control advantages, but also provides you with some self-defense and counterattack capabilities. Xiao Yifan gazed at the gradually forming 3D blueprint of the katana, shimmering with a faint icy blue aura, as though he could feel its chilling presence and formidable power. He nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with eagerness and excitement. This is perfect, Feng Ji. Excellent. Lin Feng replied, invigorated. Now that we have our direction, we need to gather materials. To enhance the range and duration of the ghost formation, We require the purest shadow crystals and void dust as a foundation. As for the core effect of ice binding, materials imbued with extreme cold are essential. He quickly searched the database, his brow furrowing slightly. The primary material, Millennium Cold Iron, has a very low drop rate, only obtainable from the hidden Frost Whisperer in the level 70 team dungeon, Frozen Valley, or as a possible reward for completing the ultimate profession quest for ice mages, the Trial of the Frost Goddess. The previously vibrant atmosphere in the workshop felt as though it had been doused with cold water. Luo Ji adjusted his glasses. Data indicates that the Frost Whisperer has a spawn probability of less than 0.7. Furthermore, fewer than 100 players have completed the Trial of the Frost Goddess, with an average completion time exceeding 40 hours, and rewards are randomized. Xiao Yifun's expression dimmed at the daunting prospect of acquiring such rare materials. Yet Lin Feng stroked his chin, a spark of excitement glimmering in his eyes. The Trial of the Frost Goddess sounds quite intriguing. It has been a while since I last played my mage character. He stood, stretching his fingers, producing a series of crisp sounds. Luo Ji, please retrieve the full quest guide and map data for the Trial of the Frost Goddess. The more detailed, the better. Yifan, you should rest or maintain your training. Leave the materials to me. His tone was relaxed and confident, as if he were merely stepping out to the store for a bottle of water rather than preparing to tackle one of the most challenging quests in the game. As Xiao Yifan observed Lin Feng's demeanor, his worries inexplicably dissipated significantly. He recalled that this man was renowned as the Lucky Emperor, capable of creating miracles time and again. Thank you, Feng Ji. Xiao Yifan expressed his gratitude once more, his gaze filled with trust. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, already seated back at his computer, logging into his long untouched, max-level Ice Mage character. In the Silver Weapon Workshop, the only sounds were the rhythmic tapping of keyboards and clicking of mice, yet this time, they resonated with a clear sense of purpose and anticipation. The Shu-Wen Katana's first step begins with conquering the Trial of the Frost Goddess. Chapter 70, A Grain of Ash and Silver Weapons, Shu-Wen, Part 2, In the World of Glory. The Extreme Ice Canyon is a level 70 high-level map situated at the northernmost edge of the continent. Year-round, the ground is blanketed with unmelting snow, covering rugged rocks and frozen pine forests, while the biting cold wind howls endlessly, carrying icy shards that impede player movement with a slight slowing effect. This desolate area is seldom traversed, not only due to its harsh environment, but also because the monsters here possess high health and attack power, yielding experience points no greater than those in other regions, characterizing it as a typical laborious and thankless zone. The task of acquiring Millennium Cold Iron. The Trial of the Ice Guardian is a limited-time challenge hidden deep within this map, with stringent triggering conditions, lengthy processes, and a high likelihood of failure, making it one of the nightmares for mages. At this moment, at the deepest point of the Extreme Ice Canyon, 3 figures trudged forward against the relentless snowstorm before a massive altar, seemingly hewn directly from ice. Leading the charge was an ice elemental mage named Beifeng Huxiao, clad in a blue and white robe that rustled in the howling wind and snow, a temporary character hastily crafted by Lin Feng. Following closely behind were Yi Xiu's character, Jun Mo Xiao, and Xiao Yifun's character, Zheng Gui Yi Xiuanhui. This cursed place was intolerable regardless of how often one visited. Yi Xiu maneuvered Jun Mo Xiao to shiver, feeling the cool breeze from the computer fan. The task prompt indicated that they needed to ignite the 4 ice spirit lamps surrounding the altar within 30 minutes, and subsequently defeat the awakened ice spirit guardian. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the team's voice channel, calmly filtering out the environmental noise. The challenge lay in the fact that each lamp was surrounded by numerous elite frost guards and slowing ice phantoms, while the icy fissures and chilling winds divided the pathways, making it easy to stray off course or become entangled with monsters, leading to potential failure. Fengge, how do we proceed? Xiao Yifan inquired, his voice tinged with apprehension. He understood that this task was crucial for acquiring his new weapon and feared being a hindrance. Old Yi, your damage output is formidable and your mobility is excellent. Focus on clearing the rapidly approaching mobs, especially those bothersome ice phantoms. Ensure their slowing effects do not impede our progress. Lin Feng quickly assigned tasks. Yifan, your ghost formation is pivotal. You don't need to deal significant damage. Your role is to use the ice formation and dark formation to ensnare the clustered frost guards, creating a passage for us. Use the gray formation to lower their defenses when necessary, allowing Old Yi to clear them more swiftly. Understood. Both Xiao Yifan and Yi Xiu responded in unison. I have studied the route. Follow my lead and avoid densely populated monster areas. We will only engage in necessary battles to save time, Lin Feng stated as he maneuvered Beifeng Huxiao towards the first target point. The task officially commenced. The 3-man team surged forth like a spear thrust into the icy expanse, rapidly advancing along Lin Feng's meticulously planned optimal route. His commands were succinct and precise. Left fissure, jump. Turn right and hug the wall to avoid that gust. Yifan, place the ice formation 15 positions ahead. Old Yi, eliminate those 3 phantoms on the right now. Don't worry about the pursuers. They can't keep up. Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Xiao flawlessly fulfilled the roles of both a harbinger and a rescue operative, employing the Thousand Machine Umbrella's unpredictable transformations to either shoot down distant ice phantoms or swiftly eliminate stragglers with swordsman skills, occasionally using knightly skills to absorb a wave of impact, thus granting Qiao Yifan precious moments to deploy the ghost formations. Qiao Yifan, fully immersed, danced his fingers across the keyboard with remarkable speed. He ceased to contemplate complex positioning or damage cycles, pouring all his energy into the timing and placement of the ghost formations. Each deployment of the ice formation perfectly froze or slowed a significant number of frost guards. Each expansion of the dark formation blinded and disoriented the monsters, tearing open a path for the team. For the first time, he felt the profound sense of control his role as a Zhengui brought to the team. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's elemental mage emerged as a primary damage dealer, casting wide-area spells like Blizzard, Ice Wall, and Extreme Ice Feast in concert with Yi Xiu's rapid assaults, efficiently clearing the obstructing monsters. Even more astonishing was his seemingly prescient choice of routes, adeptly utilizing the terrain to obscure the monster's line of sight or identifying the shortest passage with the fewest foes. As time ticked away, the ice spirit lamps surrounding the altar were ignited one after another, their azure flames rising to dispel some of the chill. When the final lamp was lit, over 5 minutes remained. The entire altar trembled violently as the central ice surface cracked open, revealing the massive ice spirit guardian, a colossal figure forged of a millennium of ice, wielding a gigantic axe. It's here. We have enough time. Stay steady and fight, Lin Feng commanded. This formidable foe not only possessed thick health and high attack, but also summoned minions and unleashed a vast freezing aura, making it exceedingly troublesome. Yifan continuously used the dark formation to reduce its resistance. Place the ice formation beneath us to counter its charge. Old Yi, you take the lead. Be cautious of its ground-splitting slash. I'll focus on output while clearing the summoned ice spirits. The battle escalated in intensity. Yi Xiu controlled Jun Mo Xiao with dazzling agility, absorbing the majority of attacks, and when unavoidable, he resorted to blocking skills to endure. Qiao Yifan's ghost formations flowed seamlessly, providing countless opportunities for Yi Xiu's evasive maneuvers. Lin Feng's elemental mage unleashed relentless firepower from the backline, skillfully obstructing the minions' attack routes with ice walls and other abilities. The trio demonstrated impeccable synergy. Despite the peril, their rhythm remained unbroken. Finally, with only 1 minute left on the countdown, the Ice Spirit Guardian let out a defiant roar before its massive form crumbled, shattering into a multitude of crystalline ice shards. System notification: congratulations to players Beifeng Hu Xiao, Jun Mo Xiao, and ECU and Hui for completing the trial of the Ice Spirit Guardian. A flash of light signaled the automatic distribution of task rewards into the team members' inventories. Lin Feng immediately opened his bag and spotted the material quietly resting in the corner, its deep azure hue emanating an aura of chilling mist that seemed to encapsulate an eternal frost, with twinkling starlight flickering within. Its touch icy enough to convey a piercing cold even through the screen. Millennium Cold Iron. We got it. Lin Feng sighed deeply, feeling the dampness on his back from the task's immense energy drain. Excellent. Yi Xiu chuckled. Yifan, your new weapon is looking promising. Qiao Yifan gazed at the material radiating coldness, speechless with excitement, and could only express a flurry of gratitude in the chat channel. Upon returning to the Silver Weapon Workshop, Lin Feng wasted no time and immediately retrieved the Millennium Cold Iron along with other pre-prepared auxiliary materials. On the crafting table, the foundational 70-level orange weapon, Tai Daoing Xia, was already positioned. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng sat before the equipment editor, while Yi Xiu and Qiao Yifan stood quietly behind him, holding their breath in anticipation. The workshop was enveloped in the subtle sounds of Lin Feng manipulating the mouse and keyboard. The process of integrating the Millennium Cold Iron proved to be far more arduous than anticipated. This top-tier material harbored an energy that was exceedingly unstable, causing the energy bar on the editor's interface to fluctuate wildly, often encroaching upon the perilous red zone, triggering a cacophony of alarming warnings. Lin Feng's expression was grave, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His right hand deftly controlled the mouse, meticulously adjusting every parameter of energy output, while his left hand swiftly typed an intricate series of commands on the keyboard to fine-tune and stabilize the process. His movements were so swift they dazzled the eye. Yet they possessed a strange rhythm and steadiness, as if he were not engaged in a game, but rather conducting a delicate surgical operation. Yi Xiu observed Lin Feng's technique, admiration glimmering in his eyes. The precision and stability exhibited transcended the ordinary realm of skill, resembling an innate talent and tactile finesse. As he approached the final step, activating the core effect of ice binding, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. His fingers danced like phantoms over several critical keys, injecting the last stabilizer, while simultaneously thrusting the energy output to a critical threshold. The energy bar on the editor's screen surged violently to a crimson peak, emitting a heart-stopping alarm. Then, under Lin Feng's millisecond-precise operation, it receded like a retreating tide, ultimately settling steadily within the verdant safety zone. With a gentle hum, the editor's interface blossomed with a soft yet brilliant ice-blue radiance, illuminating the entire workshop in a luminous glow. As the light gradually waned, a brand new tie-dao quietly hovered at the center of the interface. Its blade was longer and sleeker than the previous inkjia, and its color shifted from a monotonous black to a deep blue, nearly black, adorned with naturally formed silver patterns reminiscent of ice cracks and snowflakes, continuously emanating wisps of chilling air. At the hilt, a sapphire gem of ice blue was embedded, its inner halo swirling as if it contained a miniature snowstorm. Shu Wen, silver weapon, level 70 class, ghost swordsman, Zheng Gui, physical attack, 720 magical attack, 850 intelligence, 68 dark attribute enhancement, 35 release speed, 12 effect. Ice Soul increases the range of the ghost formation by 15. Duration increased by 20. Effect: Ice Binding, 18 chance to inflict a slowing effect on the target upon attack, reducing movement speed by 30 and attack speed by 15 for 3 seconds. Success. Lin Feng leaned back against the chair, exhaling deeply, fatigue mingling with satisfaction on his face. Give it a try, Yifan. He transferred the successfully crafted Shu Wen to Qiao Yifan. Qiao Yifan's fingers trembled slightly as he carefully equipped the Shu Wen onto Yi Hui. The moment the tie-dao settled in his character's grasp, the ice-blue patterns on the blade seemed to come alive, the chill intensifying, causing even the air around the character to shimmer with a faint, icy mist. Eagerly, he entered the training ground and selected a wooden dummy. Normal attack. Flash. The blade flashed through the air, leaving a trail of coldness. After several strikes, one attack indeed triggered the effect, instantly covering the dummy with a thin layer of frost, significantly slowing its movement. Next, he attempted to unleash the ghost formation. Ice formation, descend. The originally dark purple magic circle's edges were tinged with an icy blue glow, visibly expanding its coverage, while the ice spikes emerging from the formation appeared more densely packed and sharp. Dark formation, gray formation, blade formation. Each ghost formation's visual effects were enhanced, and their ranges significantly increased. That's incredibly powerful. Qiao Yifan gazed at Hui on the screen, transformed as if reborn, his excitement reaching new heights. He could distinctly sense that the enhancement brought by this weapon was a qualitative leap in every aspect. Yishio also leaned over to examine the attributes, expressing astonishment, range, duration, plus a soft control effect. Boss Lin, your craftsmanship is truly unparalleled. Yifan, our team battles will be even more comfortable now. Qiao Yifan nodded earnestly, turning to Lin Feng, and said solemnly, Brother Feng, thank you. I will surely put it to good use. He could hardly wait to wield this Shu Wen Tai-Dao in the next training match, or even the official competition. To fortify the team's control over the battlefield, Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand, saying, weapons are lifeless. It is the wielder who breathes life into them. How effective it can be depends on you. Go on, familiarize yourself with the feel. With a determined Qiao Yifan maneuvered Hui, swiftly diving into the arena, eager to commence a new round of practice to conquer his new companion, the Shu Wen. Within the silver weapon workshop, the chill gradually dissipated. Yet the fervor and anticipation born from the successful forging lingered on. Chapter 71. The invitation to All-Star Weekend. The winter in the city rarely saw clear skies, but today, sunlight streamed through the expansive glass windows of the Xingxin training base, casting warm patches of light upon the floor. The training room buzzed with the clattering of keyboards, interspersed with Wei Chen's robust commands during team battles and Baozi's occasional peculiar exclamations, brimming with the vitality of daily life. Lin Feng, cradling a cup of freshly brewed hot tea, emerged from the small office designated for temporary managers, preparing to return to his station when his attention was drawn to a full-screen animation that suddenly erupted on the computer screen, nearly engulfing the entire Glory client. Dazzling golden ribbons filled the center of the screen, accompanied by an exhilarating soundtrack, as several flamboyant artistic characters gradually materialized. The Glory Professional League All-Star Weekend, grandly commencing. Nationwide voting, starting today. Below, a dense list of candidate players sprawled, arranged by team and class, numbering in the hundreds. Each name was followed by a rapidly fluctuating number, displaying real-time vote counts. The All-Star voting has begun. Yishio strolled over, a lollipop dangling from his mouth, speaking indistinctly. He had always shown little interest in such bustling events, yet as a member of the alliance, it was essential to pay attention. His loud voice immediately drew the attention of others in the training room. All-stars. Let me see. Baozi was the first to dash over, nearly pressing his head against Lin Feng's screen. Is my name, Baozi, on the list? It's not. Nonsense. You're a rookie who just entered the league, and you expect to be on the all-star list? Wei Chun unceremoniously criticized him, but leaned in to squint at the screen, eager to see which lucky few had made the cut. Oh, Lao Yi, your votes have skyrocketed. Are you riding a rocket? Indeed. Under the category of scattered players, the league had specially created a section for Jun Mo Xiao. The numbers behind Yi Xiu's Jun Mo Xiao were soaring at a terrifying speed, far ahead of the competition, having rapidly climbed to the top 3 on the overall list within mere minutes, and the momentum showed no signs of waning. He was a legend in his own right. And coupled with the remarkable performance of leading a grassroots team this season, his popularity was only natural. Sister Mu Cheng is also doing splendidly. Xiao Yifan pointed at the gunners list. Su Mu Cheng's Mu Yuqing Feng also maintained a high vote count, firmly occupying the top spot for gunners and ranking within the top 5 overall. With her captivating beauty and skills, along with her amiable personality, her fan base was exceptionally robust. Hey, look over at the Battle Mage section. Chen Guo had just brought fruit to the team and was now excitedly pointing at the screen. In the candidate list for Battle Mages, Han Yanrou's name was prominently displayed, although her vote count could not yet compare to renowned figures like Sun Xiang and Xiu Fei. She had stubbornly climbed to a mid-tier position among a host of strong contenders, a remarkable feat for a newcomer. Xiao Tang is impressive. Feng Rui emerged from a corner, patting Tang Rou's shoulder, making the list in her rookie season indicates a promising future. Tang Rou gazed at her name on the screen, momentarily stunned. Then a sharp smile graced her lips, her eyes igniting with a competitive spirit. It's just a candidate position. For her, making the list was not the end. Surpassing those names ahead of her was the true goal. Lin boss, we are looking for you. Baozi resumed shouting, his finger wildly scrolling across the screen. Where's the Qi Master? Oh, here. Tianyun. Ha. Fenggu, you also have votes. Everyone turned to look, and under the Qi Master category, Tianyun's number was surprisingly substantial, ranking second on the list, just behind a seasoned Qi Master from Lanyu. Lin Feng's performance this season was evident to all, particularly his extraordinary luck and precise control during critical moments, which had garnered him significant attention and discussion. Well done, Lin Feng. Your popularity is nearly catching up to my own in my prime, Wei Chun remarked with a hand on his chin, appearing quite proud. Lin Feng himself was somewhat taken aback, smiling. It's just everyone being polite. He felt little connection to his popularity, viewing it more as an amusing phenomenon. In the ensuing days, voting became a delightful diversion amidst training. The members of Xing Xian tacitly refrained from voting for themselves, as the league stipulated that professional players cannot vote for themselves. Yet they frequently teased one another about rallying votes. Chen Guo even mobilized the regulars from the internet CAF and the online Xing Xian fan club, tirelessly promoting in forums and groups. A few days later, the voting channel closed. The final results were dramatically revealed on the official website's homepage. Early in the morning, the atmosphere at the Xing Xian base felt distinctly different. Even the usually composed Yi Xiu was rarely seen sitting at the computer ahead of schedule. Everyone was quietly waiting for something. At precisely 10 o'clock, the league's official email arrived punctually in Xing Xian's management inbox. Lin Feng, as the manager, opened the email titled Honor League All-Star Weekend Invitation. The training room fell silent as all eyes focused on him. The email was lengthy and formally structured, beginning with gratitude for Xing Xian's support of the league, followed by the most crucial part, the selection list. Lin Feng cleared his throat and read aloud. Dear Xing Xian team, it is an honor to invite the following players from your team to participate in this year's Honor All-Star Weekend event. 1. Player Yi Xiu, Jun Mo Xiao, selected for the starting lineup of the All-Star main event. Oh, Chen Guo was the first to leap up in jubilation, more excited than if she had won a prize. Yi Xiu raised an eyebrow, his expression unchanged, merely responding with a calm "oh," as if he had anticipated this outcome. Lin Feng continued. 2. Player Su Mu Cheng, Mu Yuqing Feng, selected for the starting lineup of the All-Star main event. Good job, Mu Cheng. Feng Rui whistled. Su Mu Cheng flashed a sweet smile and made a gesture to everyone. 3. Player Lin Feng, Tianyun, selected for the All-Star main event's 24-person roster. Haha. Fenggu is amazing. Baozi immediately threw his arms around Lin Feng's neck. Wei Chun patted Lin Feng's shoulder with enthusiasm. Well done, Lin Xiaozi. You've truly brought honor to us at Xing Xian. Xiao Yifan and Wen Yi also cast looks of admiration and congratulations. Being included in the main roster was a high recognition of both talent and popularity from the league and its players. Lin Feng smiled, feeling quite pleased. Attending the All-Star weekend to gain some exposure was certainly a good opportunity. He paused, his gaze landing on the last line, raising his voice slightly. 4. Player Tang Rou, Han Yen Rou, selected for the Rookie Challenge roster. Upon reading this, he lifted his head to look at Tang Rou. All eyes shifted to the girl sitting straight at the computer. Tang Rou clenched her hands resting on the keyboard, her eyes seemingly ignited with an incredible brightness. The Rookie Challenge. That was the stage the league provided for outstanding newcomers, allowing them to challenge renowned veterans. That's wonderful, Xiao Tang. Chen Guo excitedly rushed over to embrace her. Not bad, not bad, the Rookie Challenge. Perform well and show those old-timers the prowess of our Xing Xi newcomers. Wei Chen encouraged in a grandiose manner. Have you thought about who to challenge? Yi Xiu lazily inquired while chewing on a lollipop. Tang Rou took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over the top-ranked battle mages on the all-star list, her voice clear and resolute. I will give it serious consideration. She did not articulate her thoughts directly, yet the palpable spirit of competition had already permeated the air. All right. Lin Feng closed his email and clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. The invitation to the alliance had arrived, detailing the time and venue. This marks the inaugural appearance of our Xingxin team at the grand assembly of the entire league. His gaze swept across the 4 selected individuals, as well as his other diligent teammates. This occasion transcended mere entertainment. It served as a stage to exhibit the prowess of Xingxin to the entire honor community, whether in the main event or the Rookie Challenge. I expect everyone to present their finest form. No problem. Yi Xiu was the first to respond, his tone still laced with mischief, eager to stretch his limbs. Rest assured. Feng Gu, we 1T bring shame upon ourselves. Su Mu Cheng chimed in with a smile. Tang Rou nodded vigorously. Lin Feng chuckled as well. I too must prepare. I cannot lag behind. The atmosphere in the training room grew increasingly fervent. For this group of mostly young players, who were making their debut on the pinnacle of the league, All-Star Weekend brimmed with novelty and challenge. The sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating the motes of dust dancing in the air and the faces filled with vitality and anticipation. Chapter 72. The Rookie Challenge and Tang Rou's declaration. The lighting in the All-Star Weekend venue was even more dazzling than during the league matches. A colossal circular screen hovered at the center of the arena, continuously switching between close-ups and dynamic animations, enhancing the atmosphere to that of a festive celebration. The stands were packed to capacity, with the cheering banners and glow sticks from various teams merging into a flickering sea. The roar of the crowd nearly lifting the roof off. The Rookie Challenge segment has always been one of the most anticipated parts of All-Star Weekend. The newcomers, fearless and brimming with determination, often deliver performances that are nothing short of spectacular, occasionally resulting in upsets that ignite excitement and suspense. The host passionately introduced each emerging rookie. Most opted to challenge seasoned veterans of their own profession or players with similar styles, creating a delightful and engaging spectacle that elicited applause and laughter from the audience. Next, let us welcome the next rookie contestant. The host elongated his voice, glancing at his note card, and then displayed an appropriately surprised expression. Oh, the choice of this contestant is particularly special. Let's welcome Miss Tang Rou, the operator of the battle mage, Han Yen Rou, from the Xingxin team. The spotlight instantly fell upon the exit of the contestant passage. Tang Rou emerged from the brilliance, clad in a crisp Xingxin uniform. Her high ponytail secured at the back of her head. Her face bore little expression, yet her eyes, illuminated by the bright lights, remained clear and resolute. Exuding an unmistakable determination, she strode confidently towards the center of the stage, her steps steady, betraying no sign of nervousness typical of a newcomer. Welcome, Miss Tang Rou. The host handed her the microphone. As a rookie battle mage who has garnered much attention this season, many in the audience are eager to hear about your future. May I ask, which esteemed senior have you chosen to challenge today? Is it the renowned god of war, Gao Yingjie from the Micrograss team, or the rising star, Song Qiang from the Batu team? This was a customary prelude, and the host's guidance was logical. The audience expected a familiar name. However, as Tang Rou took the microphone, her calm gaze swept over the packed audience, past the illustrious figures in the guest seats, and finally settled on the direction of the Renhui team, specifically on the strikingly radiant youth amidst the crowd. She took a slight breath, and her cool, clear voice resonated throughout the venue, unwavering and resolute. I wish to challenge the Renhui team, S. Zhou Zikai. At her declaration, a momentary silence enveloped the entire venue, as if the mute button had been pressed, with even the background music seeming to stutter. Then, an uproar erupted like a tsunami. Who? Did she just say Zhou Zikai, the #1 player in honor? One shot, one kill. I must have misheard. A rookie, challenging Zhou Zikai? Has she lost her mind? Is she aiming for instant success or courting humiliation? This girl from Xingxin has some audacity. Gasps, doubts, and discussions flooded the arena. The flash of cameras in the press area flickered furiously, nearly coalescing into a blinding white light. The professional players in the guest seats also displayed expressions of astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances. Even within the Xingxin camp, aside from the calm expressions of Yishio and Lin Feng, who were already aware, Chen Guo had her mouth agape in shock, Baozi stared wide-eyed, and Xiao Yifan and Enwui both looked utterly stunned. Challenging Zhou Zikai? This exceeded the limits of everyone's imagination. He represented the league's prestige, recognized as the pinnacle of glory and operational excellence. While the rookie challenge encourages boldness, it typically also emphasizes a gradual approach. How could one leap directly towards the ultimate goal? The host was clearly taken aback, taking a moment to regain composure before confirming. Tang Rou, are you certain? You wish to challenge Zhou Zikai of the Renhui team? Yes, I am certain. Tang Rou's response was unwavering, her gaze steadfastly directed towards the Renhui team. At this moment, the camera conveniently panned to a close-up of Zhou Zikai. The named youth appeared somewhat surprised, momentarily taken aback, before reverting to his signature calm demeanor, tinged with a hint of shyness. His Renhui teammates wore expressions of amusement and disbelief. The host, perhaps seeking to alleviate the explosive atmosphere, attempted to mediate. Wow, that is a truly unexpected choice. May I ask why? Is it because Zhou Zikai symbolizes the strongest in the league? Tang Rou paused briefly, seemingly organizing her thoughts. The venue gradually quieted, all ears eager to hear the rationale from this audacious rookie. She spoke again, her voice still calm, yet imbued with a penetrating force that resonated in every corner. Because I wish to see. She paused, her gaze seemingly piercing through the space, locking onto the man who epitomized the peak of glory. The scenery at the pinnacle, what does it truly resemble? A simple statement, devoid of grandiose rhetoric or impassioned declarations. Yet it enveloped the entire venue in an extraordinary silence. Do you wish to behold the view from the summit? Such confidence, such purity. She sought not to attract attention nor to prove a point. Her motivation was merely to glimpse what the highest place entails, thus choosing the individual standing at the zenith as her challenge. In that moment, everyone seemed to perceive an unwavering resolve and a direct yearning for strength emanating from this girl, whose beauty was matched only by the sharpness of her gaze. Following a brief silence, applause erupted like thunder. This time, it was not out of surprise or skepticism, but rather filled with admiration and encouragement. Regardless of the outcome, this courage and purity merited the applause of all. Zhou Zikai rose amidst the gazes and accolades of the crowd, still embodying his customary reticence. He offered a slight nod towards Tang Rou on stage, tacitly accepting the challenge. Although his expression remained unchanged, there was a newfound seriousness in his eyes. The two competitors proceeded to their respective positions. The large screen displayed the matchup information: Rookie Challenge, Han Yan Rou, Battle Mage, versus Yi Chong Chuanyun, Sharpshooter. Map loading, Arena. The most straightforward map, devoid of any embellishments, purely a clash of strength. The countdown concluded. The match commenced. Almost instantaneously, Han Yan Rou sprang into action. There was no hesitation, no probing. The battle spear surged forward with a piercing sound, her crimson figure darting like an arrow towards Yi Chong Chuanyun at the opposite end of the map. How swift, how fierce. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the audience. This initial maneuver resembled not a challenge, but rather a ferocious assault for survival. Zhou Zikai's Yi Chong Chuanyun reacted with inhuman speed. Faced with the rapidly advancing battle mage, he did not retreat. His dual guns were already raised, firing in rapid succession. The rhythm of 3 precise shots formed a blockade against Han Yan Rou's trajectory, a quintessential response from Zhou Zikai, marked by precision, efficiency, and devoid of superfluous movement. Yet, Tang Rou's execution was even more ferocious. During her sprint, Han Yan Rou executed a minute change in direction, ghosting past the first bullet, while simultaneously flicking her spear. Dragon Tooth. A light clang was heard as the spear accurately struck the second bullet, although it could not completely nullify the impact. The character experienced only a slight stiffness, yet the momentum of her charge remained unbroken. In defiance of the third bullet, she neither dodged nor flinched, instead bracing against the non-vital area with her shoulder as her character slightly shifted. A splatter of blood erupted, yet Han Yan Rou's speed remained virtually unchanged. The audience erupted into even louder gasps. This maneuver was astonishingly hardcore. In just the initial encounter, Tang Rou's relentless and aggressive spirit was vividly showcased. Zhou Zikai appeared somewhat taken aback by her audacity. As he executed a backward jump with Yi Chong Chuanyun, his dual guns unleashed another barrage. However, Han Yan Rou had already breached the effective attack range of the spear. Sky Strike. The spear thrust upward. Zhou Zikai's movements were exquisitely meticulous. Yi Chong Chuanyun executed a small backward leap and sidestep, narrowly avoiding the attack. Yet Tang Rou's combo was relentless. Missing the lift, she instantly changed tactics. Rapid Strike. Falling Flower Palm. The crimson spear shadows cascaded like a tempest towards Yichang Chuanyun. Her desire to attack was astonishingly fierce. Her speed at the outset reaching its zenith, entirely disregarding consumption, embodying the intent to overpower the reigning champion right from the beginning. Under this relentless assault, Zhou Zikai's Yichang Chuanyun was compelled to retreat repeatedly. Though his counterattacks continued, the bullets accurately struck Han Yanro, causing bursts of blood, yet seemed insufficient to disrupt her forward momentum. The dynamics shifted, with Han Yanro dominating the offense while Yichang Chuanyun fought defensively. Was she suppressing him? Tang Rou had subdued Zhou Zikai? The commentator's voice brimmed with incredulous excitement. Although everyone knew this was likely a temporary state, as Zhou Zikai was undoubtedly seeking an opportunity. A rookie managing to momentarily suppress the top player in a direct confrontation was a spectacle worthy of astonishment. The professional players in the guest seats adopted serious expressions. This girl possesses remarkable speed and an aggressive style. Someone whispered in awe. It is not mere recklessness. Observe her positioning and skill transitions. They are methodical. She is simply intent on fighting. Another analyzed. Indeed, Xingxin has struck gold. Within the Xingxin player area, Chunghua clenched her fists nervously, her palms drenched in sweat. Baozi shouted praises for Rojia, Xiao Yifan, and Wenyu held their breath in concentration. Lin Feng crossed his arms, his gaze fixed. Yi Xiu bore a subtle smile. Barely perceptible. On the stage, Tang Rou's eyes gleamed like an eagle, fixated on the retreating figure of the sharpshooter. Her fingers danced across the keyboard like butterflies, as if pouring forth all her passion and fighting spirit in that singular moment. She had arrived at the pinnacle's view. Regardless of the outcome, she was determined to unleash the most dazzling strike. Chapter 73, The Gap at the Pinnacle. On the arena, the crimson figure continued to blaze like a raging flame, launching wave after wave of assaults. The screech of the battle spears slicing through the air nearly drowned out the uproar within the venue. Tang Rou's gaze remained solely on the retreating sharpshooter. All her focus and maneuvers coalesced into the simplest and most direct command: attack. Again, to utterly shatter this mountain, which represented the pinnacle of glory. Han Yanro's health declined, yet Zhou Zikai's counterattacks never ceased, with bullets expertly finding every gap, diminishing her life points while continuously creating subtle stiffness and rhythm disturbances. Undeterred, pushed her operations to the limit, maintaining a seemingly advantageous position with greater speed and ferocity in her attempts. The audience's hearts raced, cheering for the newcomer's courage and vigor. Yet they sensed an underlying tension, akin to the calm surface of the sea before a storm, as if a tremendous force was building beneath. Zhou Zikai's expression remained stoic, his eyes fixed intently on the screen, reflecting the rapidly scrolling data and skill effects with an unsettling focus. At that moment, as Han Yanro unleashed a powerful skill, the moment when old strength faded and new strength had yet to emerge, a fleeting gap of less than 0.2 of a second appeared, insignificant to an ordinary player but critical nonetheless. The figure of Yichang Chuanyun, who had been retreating, suddenly halted. The backward motion was abruptly cancelled, morphing into a light, almost ethereal sidestep to the diagonal front. This minuscule yet precisely measured movement deftly evaded the tip of the spear from the skill. Simultaneously, his dual pistols, Huanghua and Sui Shuang, were already raised. Bang! A sound, not loud yet exceptionally crisp, rang out. This was no ordinary shot. It was the marksman's low-tier skill, stun bullet. The bullet flew with such speed that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible, not aimed at Han Yanro's body, but rather predictably targeting her slightly forward-leaning right wrist, the hand gripping the spear due to the force of her previous action. Ding! A remarkably subtle hit sound resonated. The stun effect was triggered instantly. Han Yanro's previously fluid offensive movement, akin to high-speed gears, was suddenly halted as if caught by an iron nail. The next skill, which should have seamlessly followed, was abruptly severed at its initiation. Oh no! Came the simultaneous gasps from the Xinhui player bench, Yi Xiu and Lin Feng. For a player of Zhou Zikai's caliber, even this slight stun was sufficient. Yichang Chuanyun's movements transformed into a wild and fluid display, a stark contrast to his earlier composed retreat. Gunplay, the advanced technique of the marksman profession, perfectly blending shooting and close combat, was showcased masterfully in the hands of the league's foremost player. He sidestepped, evading Han Yanro's instinctive thrust as she regained her footing, firing at the gap in her heavy armor with Huanghua, the impact causing her to stagger. Sui Shuang, at an unexpected angle, deflected the incoming spear, and fire erupted from the barrel once more. Bang! 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 The normal attack seamlessly transitioned into skill. Skill cancelled the recovery of normal attack, and his movement evaded counterattacks with a ghostly grace, always just avoiding the spear's tip. Yet, the relentless fire from his dual pistols poured continuously upon Han Yanro. Tang Rou gritted her teeth, desperately attempting to regain her rhythm, her spears swinging with increasing ferocity. Yet, she was horrified to realize she had become ensnared in an invisible web, each of her efforts deftly countered, redirected, and even utilized by her opponent. The onslaught did not appear overtly brutal, but was precisely timed to strike at every moment of her exertion and rhythm shift, leaving her with remarkable speed and power, yet feeling hopelessly mired, unable to find solid ground. Is this the pinnacle of strength? It is not merely about skill. It is the terrifying mastery of timing, distance, and rhythm. Is the gap truly this vast? No, absolutely not. A glint of stubbornness flashed in Tang Rou's eyes as she executed Han Yinrou's powerful skill, Haolong Pujuan, seeking to break free from her opponent's entanglement. However, just as the skill activated, Zhou Zikai seemed to have anticipated her move. Eguin Chuan Yun abruptly leaped backward, crossing his dual guns before his chest. The marksman's ultimate skill, scattershot. Yet, it was not for the purpose of attack, but to utilize the high-speed movement and bullet impact from the scatter to perform an ultra-fast, chaotic retreat, instantly creating a 5-space gap. Haolong Pujuan collided with empty air, and Eguin Chuan Yun stood firmly at a distance. This distance was optimal for the marksman, yet awkwardly positioned in the attack blind spot for the battle mage. Sui Shuang's rifle glimmered ominously with a dark red glow, the massive sniper scope's virtual image flickering upon its surface. The marksman's ultimate sniper skill, Barrett Sniper. Charging? Almost unnecessary. It was raised and ready. Tang Rou's internal alarm rang loudly as she maneuvered Han Yinrou to dodge laterally. But in that very moment, Zhou Zikai's left pinky, resting on the keyboard, moved ever so slightly. A seemingly inconspicuous ice bullet, previously predicted and released during the scatter, accurately struck Han Yinrou's ankle. The deceleration effect activated. Han Yinrou's movement came to an abrupt halt. It was this minuscule delay. Bang! A thunderous sound, akin to a clap of thunder, reverberated throughout the venue. The Barrett Sniper's heavy bullet, capable of penetrating all, was unleashed, carrying a devastating aura, as if locking onto space, striking Han Yinrou's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Poof! Blood burst forth. A staggering, terrifying damage number floated above Han Yinrou's head. Her health plummeted dangerously close to the red line, compounded by a long-lasting injury effect that significantly reduced her defenses. But that was not the end. The immense recoil from the Barrett Sniper caused Eguin Chuan Yun's character to visibly lean back. Yet Zhou Zikai's skill had transcended the ordinary. He utilized this backward motion to cancel the recovery stun from the Barrett Sniper, while simultaneously leveraging the momentum to half-turn and restart the previously interrupted scattershot skill, flawlessly transitioning with zero delay. Boom, 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 boom. Countless bullets surged like a tempest, instantly depleting the health of Han Yinrou, who was left in a state of severe injury and immobilization, utterly consumed. The crimson figure swayed helplessly amidst the metallic storm, the battle spear slipping from her grasp and clattering to the ground of the arena. The screen dimmed abruptly, and the words glory emerged coldly on Tang Rou's display. The match concluded. From the moment Zhou Zikai unleashed that decisive, immobilizing shot to the flawless barrage of the Barrett Sniper that perfectly ended the sequence, the entire process transpired in the blink of an eye, taking no more than 5 seconds. It was an absolute, overwhelming conclusion devoid of any suspense. Within the venue, a brief yet profound silence enveloped the audience. Everyone was astonished by the instantaneous reversal and explosive climax. Just moments ago, the aggressive Han Yinrou had transformed into a lifeless entity. Was this truly the prowess of the number one in glory? Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he executed a textbook-perfect combo, so flawless it was despairingly beautiful, culminating the match in an instant. Precise, efficient, and ruthless, akin to the most sophisticated machine of slaughter. Moments later, deafening applause and gasps erupted like a delayed tsunami, shaking the atmosphere. My heavens, what just transpired? It's over? So powerful. Zhou Zikai is extraordinary. That counterattack was almost otherworldly. Tang Rou stared blankly at the ashen screen, her hand gripping the mouse trembling slightly, her fingertips pale from exertion, her mind momentarily blanked. Engulfed by the overwhelming hum of the venue, she had lost. Without any means of resistance, she had succumbed. After her opponent had truly unleashed his power, she found herself incapable of even a semblance of struggle. The disparity was all-encompassing, suffocating, and unfathomable. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure. Her heart raced fiercely in her chest, not from anxiety, but from the chilling might experienced in that brief clash. She had glimpsed the pinnacle of excellence. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, it was profoundly shocking. She pushed open the door to the competition area and stepped outside. The cacophony of applause outside immediately enveloped her. The spotlight shone upon her, somewhat blinding. Zhou Zikai emerged from the opposing competition area, still maintaining that calm and slightly bashful demeanor, as if the extraordinary feat just accomplished had not been his doing. The two met at the center of the stage to shake hands. "Thank you for your guidance," Tang Rou initiated, her voice slightly hoarse yet clear. Zhou Zikai regarded her, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately only nodded and softly replied, "Yes. You played well." A simple assessment, yet coming from someone so sparing with words. It was a profound acknowledgement. The audience erupted in applause once more, even more fervent and enduring than before. This applause was not only a tribute to the impeccable skills of the victor, Zhou Zikai, but also in homage to the indomitable courage of the challenger, Tang Rou, who despite her defeat, remained dignified. Tang Rou descended from the stage, making her way toward the Xinhui player bench. Her teammates all rose to their feet. Chen Guo was the first to rush forward, embracing her tightly. "Xiaotang, you were amazing," Baozi exclaimed exuberantly. "Sister Rou, you almost took Zhou Zikai down. So impressive." Xiao Yifan and Enwui also cast admiring glances. Yishio observed her with a smile. "How do you feel?" Tang Rou inhaled deeply, the confusion and shock in her eyes having dissipated, replaced by a more fervent flame. "Very strong. Stronger than I imagined. Did you see the disparity?" Lin Feng approached, handing her a bottle of water. "Yes," Tang Rou nodded firmly, accepting the water, her understanding crystal clear. "As long as you see it clearly," Yishio patted her shoulder. "The road ahead is long. Today, you made everyone remember your name. Well done." Lin Feng added with a grin. "You're the first rookie to push Zhou Zikai to the point where he had to seriously execute a combo to secure the win. You've got enough bragging rights for a year." Hearing her teammates' words and witnessing their genuine, encouraging smiles, the gloom born from her crushing defeat gradually faded from her heart. Indeed, she had lost, but not entirely. She had glimpsed the view from the summit and had also discerned the path beneath her feet. She twisted open the water bottle and took a large gulp, the icy water coursing down her throat, sharpening her senses. Then, lifting her gaze, she looked beyond the clamorous venue, as if once more gazing towards that towering mountain. "Next time, I shall climb even higher."